In traversing my world, you become a cubic being. I once believed that I could live the latter half of my life free from worry and care. Little did I know that you would be treated as an anomaly and confined within a sanctuary by humanity. I never anticipated that you would be confined in Containment Facility 7, regarded as an anomaly by humanity. When you ponder the reason behind being imprisoned for the mere act of trespassing upon a certain field, the alarm bells of the entire laboratory suddenly rang out. Warning. Site C. Containment breach of object number 046. All non-combat personnel are to proceed to the evacuation route immediately. Jiang Wanqi gazed at the warning and the incessantly flashing red lights, her expression changing dramatically in an instant. She dared not linger for even a moment longer. Instinctively, she burst forth from her office, her face a mask of terror as she raced towards the designated evacuation point. In the pristine white corridor, numerous heavily armed guards strode past her, their heavy footsteps echoing in the tense atmosphere. Within mere minutes, the corridor resonated with a cacophony of gunfire, explosive detonations, and the harrowing screams of humanity that would send shivers down one's spine. It appeared that the guards of the base were struggling to maintain their composure. Once again, a rustling sound echoed through the air. Judging by the sound, the entity seemed to be lurking not far behind her. As she sprinted with fervor, Jiang Wanqi desperately tried to recollect any pertinent information regarding the entity. Item C-046. Designation, the Stitcher. Hazard level, red absolute. Possesses an extraordinary speed of movement, along with auditory and visual acuity that surpasses that of an average human, in addition to an immense mass. That entity requires specialized high-temperature weaponry for containment. Ordinary arms are utterly ineffective against it. If this is indeed the case, with the sound so near, given the opponent's velocity, she may not have enough time to reach the evacuation point. Indeed, in the very next moment, a wall behind was instantaneously shattered, revealing amidst a cloud of dust a horrifying creature, its limbs grounded, with a grotesque mouth stitched together by a multitude of hands and feet. In that fleeting moment, a pungent scent of snow abruptly surged through the air and invaded Jiang Wanqi's nostrils, nearly inducing her to retch. At this moment, the assembler clutched in hand several freshly severed limbs, glistening with snow, as if they had been violently torn from the bodies of the guards. The sight was utterly grotesque. When the assembler's chilling, snow-white eyes fell upon Jiang Wanqi, a guttural, inhuman roar erupted from its throat. Jiang Wanqi was so startled that she nearly collapsed to the ground. If nightmares exist, then the monster charging towards her from behind embodies the deepest fears etched into the human psyche. Accompanied by the increasingly distinct sound of footsteps echoing against the stone slabs, Jiang Wanqi realized that her fate was sealed. To reach the nearest safe passage, she would have to traverse an office area occupied by researchers. At the pace of a mere patchworker, she would never reach it in time, nor could she await the arrival of other armed guards. At the very moment when she was on the brink of despair, a smooth wall not far away was abruptly breached, revealing a perfectly rectangular opening. From within, a figure she recognized all too well emerged. White shirt, black pants, yellow skin. Those garments cling to the body like mere textures, rendering a rather peculiar appearance. Even the expression on her face is obscured, resembling a mosaic, where only a faint outline of a visage can be discerned. That individual is indeed the subject she is tasked with overseeing. Identification number, not available. Codename, Blockman. Jiang Wanqi did not believe that the Blockman could contend with a Class C containment object. The seamstress, a Class C containment entity, was indeed a lethal specimen, capable of effortlessly dispatching sharks without the need for heavily armed guards. Run! Jiang Wanqi shouted to Cheng. The assembler behind her has already pursued her. A large, snow-covered hand has risen, reaching for her head. With just one more moment, her head would be crushed, and her limbs might soon manifest upon the assembler. As Jiang Wanqi closed her eyes, waiting for launcher, she felt as if something had suddenly draped over her. In an instant, she opened her eyes to see. You were holding a mosaic fishing rod with the fishing line attached to it, along with a hook adorned with a striking red and white buoy. Where did he obtain the fishing rod? In that moment of her astonishment, an irresistible force surged forth. instantly propelling her from her original position, causing her to tumble beside you. The prey within reach has taken flight. The assembler emits a furious roar, charging with all his might towards you, desiring to shatter you into 1,000 pieces. You are unafraid, as the fishing rod in your hand is swiftly transformed into a 7-red absolute, encircled by a ring of white absolute blocks. In an instant, 3 or 4 such blocks are perfectly positioned, followed by the striking of flint. Jiang Wanqi gazed in astonishment at the blocks that had materialized out of thin air. Although she was unaware of what had transpired, she could distinctly see the large English letters TNT emblazoned upon the 1-meter-high, flickering blocks. A tremendous explosion ravaged the corridor, leaving a vast, irregularly shaped, gaping hole. The deafening succession of blasts, accompanied by intense tremors, similarly rendered Jiang Wanquan unconscious. You gaze upon the unconscious Jiang Wanqi, fortunate that you had placed the obsidian block before her just prior to the explosion. Otherwise, this woman would have met a dire fate. And that peculiar creature, unexpectedly, endured the explosion of TNT, sustaining damage to merely half of its body, yet it continued to heal at an astonishing rate. The anguished roars erupted, their sonic waves rippling through the air, surging towards you. Who are you trying to frighten? How many years has the original poster lived? What kind of monsters and demons have they not encountered? Were you even? Call out again, and the original poster shall send you soaring. From your inventory, you draw a sword in each hand, both exquisite black swords shimmering with a faint, ethereal purple glow. With a swift step, you charge toward the assembler at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Both blades unleashed. With each stroke of the sword, deep wounds, exposing bone, are inflicted upon the assembler. Simultaneously, an inexplicable self-ignition manifests upon its form, flames searing its body, igniting a primal instinct to flee. Firetus is the sole means by which it can be vanquished. You shall not let this opportunity slip away. At this moment, you are eager to discover what treasures the shark may yield. With both hands brandishing the longsword, your skill appears as if it has been honed through countless encounters. With each strike, accurately severing the approaching massive hand, coupled with the searing flames, even a formidable assembler capable of slaughtering an entire armed guard squad ultimately succumbed to despair, falling beneath your relentless pursuit. As I witnessed the colossal figure of the assembler collapse, I could not help but express my frustration. Such a massive entity, yet from it, Lon 7 did not yield a single item. Was my act of enchanting merely a deception? At that moment, the other armed guards arrived in succession, gazing at the ravaged corridor and the disintegrating bodies of the assembler. All weapons were simultaneously aimed at you. The atmosphere in the air became intensely taut. Report. Item Class C. Designation 046. The entity designated as the assembler has been eliminated by the entity known as the Blockman. However, the Blockman has also breached containment and has not exhibited any aggressive behavior. Please advise on the next course of action. Swiftly, a new directive resonated through the captain's communication device. He had successfully rescued his research associate, Jiang Wanqi, and neutralized the perilous containment breach. The director has now classified it as a self-terminating containment object. Engage in a casual conversation to encourage them to return to their designated area. If they refuse, remain calm and avoid provoking them while awaiting the arrival of the personnel in charge of the experiment. The leading captain immediately gestured for everyone to lower their weapons, feeling a surge of panic while simultaneously cursing under his breath. How could they expect him to communicate with such a perilous entity without provoking it? He dared anyone to attempt such a conversation. Just as he was about to step forward to engage in conversation, the cube-shaped figure before them suddenly tilted at a 35-degree angle, its rear facing them, and began to move at an unusually slow pace. Confusion enveloped them as they beheld this sight through the eyes of the guards. The cube figure, unexpectedly, appeared quite endearing, devoid of any aggressive demeanor. It was difficult to fathom that this seemingly harmless entity had just recently contained a Class C red anomaly. Report. Codename Blockman has autonomously returned to the containment chamber. The on-site crisis has been resolved. At that moment, Jiang Wanqi, who had fainted on the ground, gradually regained consciousness. Her dazed eyes were fixed upon the armored guard before her, adorned with a full-face helmet. Quickly, she began, her urgent words trailing off before she could finish. I beheld a figure resembling a block person standing within the confines of the holding chamber, alongside a corridor behind them that had been ravaged by an explosion, signifying that a fierce battle had recently unfolded in this very place. Ms. Jiang Wanqi, codename Blockman, has vanquished codename Splicer. You have been rescued by him. Jiang Wanqi gazed at you, reflecting on what she had previously witnessed. The more she pondered, the deeper her confusion grew. She racked her brain, unable to fathom the source of the square man's peculiar contraptions and where the fishing rod had been procured. Can I address you as Pastoral Song? You stood there, motionless, until you finally spoke. It was a sound of clarity, accompanied by a hint of a deep voice. Of course I can. I shall bear this name. To be frank, I am not particularly fond of being referred to as a block person, nor do I appreciate others bestowing arbitrary nicknames upon me. A good pastoral song. Xing, what are these things? Where did you procure the fishing rod? And did you, by any chance, damage the containment room? This remark has unlocked your propensity for conversation. It has prompted you to speak at length, perhaps fueled by the countless moments in time when you finally encounter a kindred spirit, compelling you to express yourself with fervor. If you refer to the items you previously encountered, they belong to my inventory, as I possess a remarkable backpack. Nearly half of my belongings are contained within it. As for the glass you mentioned, suddenly, a black pickaxe appeared in your hands, its surface shimmering with a faint purple luminescence. Under the astonished gaze of all, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering glass, you shattered several specially crafted panes. Jiang Wanqi took a deep breath, her astonishment difficult to conceal. This was special glass capable of containing Class C entities, yet it had been shattered with such ease. The blocky man's imp was undoubtedly far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. In the next moment, a more astonishing event unfolds. The shattered glass, which had been obliterated, reappears in your hand, only to be restored once more. In that moment, a surge of curiosity enveloped Jiang Wanqi. She rushed forward, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed intently at the area that had just been marred and subsequently restored. It was impeccably seamless, with no trace of any prior damage discernible. How was this possible? It defied all conventional logic. Ms. Lin, this pickaxe of mine is theoretically capable of demolishing and acquiring the vast majority of blocks. There is no need for such astonishment. As for how to repair glass, you may understand it as stacking building blocks. Marvelous. The wonders of the extraordinary. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a remarkable entity as you. One final inquiry. Given your extraordinary abilities, why do you not escape? Surely, no one within the confines of this base could hinder your departure. Are you afraid that I might venture out to wreak havoc? I am neither a marauding shark nor a harbinger of destruction. I have endured countless years of warfare and witnessed the demise of innumerable beings. I would not casually engage in chaos like a shark. At this moment, Jiang Wanqi has once again uncovered a mysterious aspect about you. War. 3 deaths. Behind the blocky figures lies an extraordinary history, and it appears to be one of invasion, with a remarkably low prospect of prosperity. Before Jiang Wanqi could inquire further, a middle-aged man, dressed casually yet exuding an air of utmost seriousness, entered the room accompanied by a team of researchers, his closely cropped hair accentuating his stern demeanor. At the moment of encountering a person, the armed guards saluted in unison. Jiang Wanqi, flustered, hastily rose from the ground and exclaimed, "Director Song." Song Long glanced at the clear weather at the scene and waved his hand, signaling the armed guards to stand down. Once everyone had departed, Song Long spoke with gravity. "I'm already aware of what transpired this time. Regarding number 046, in the containment chamber of the entity known as the Stitcher, a malfunction of the flamethrower resulted in a breach of containment. Fortunately, the assistance of the block person proved invaluable. However, should Xiang Ziguang inadvertently damage other containment chambers, it could lead to the release of even more entities, which would be quite troublesome." After speaking, Song Long turned to you, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Sincerely appreciative of your aid, dear block person. Just call me Mu Ge, old dang. Dealing with that thing is merely a trivial task. I have faced far more repugnant and terrifying entities in the past. Leader Jiang, to what stage has you and your team progressed in your observation of the pastoral song? In response to inquiries at work, Jiang Wanqi immediately stood upright and answered with seriousness. Upon reaching the second step and confirming the potential hazards, she conducted a simple examination. Subsequently, she assessed whether communication with the other party was feasible. Following that, it was essential to evaluate and classify the danger level of the containment object. There is no need for further observation of the dangerous entity. If the pastoral song is indeed a hazardous containment object, we might have already classified it as a white 0 safety level. With that said, he took a chair and positioned himself before you. So, pastoral song, what abilities do you possess? I possess no extraordinary abilities. I am but an ordinary individual. If you were to inquire about my hobbies, I would express a fondness for cultivating the land, angling, and embarking on adventures into the unknown. Song Long and a few others were all prepared to take notes, but they were completely taken aback by the statement. It was the first time they had heard a containment object express personal interests, even mentioning cooking and building houses. A low, mournful lament echoed from Song Long's. Contemplating whether my inquiries had been misphrased, I could only indirectly probe, asking about the origins of your belongings, those gate receipts, and fishing rods. Upon hearing this inquiry, you wore an expression of resignation, compelled to once more elucidate the matter concerning the inventory. The experimental personnel commenced documenting the circumstances of your utterances. Is it akin to a game? Then, what is the construction of the house? You take out a series of square wooden planks and place them on the ground, producing a rhythmic sound of tapping. Before long, a low wall is constructed. This scene left everyone utterly perplexed. Why do these wooden blocks appear so diminutive in your hands, only to suddenly enlarge and fit together with impeccable precision? And what is that cooking? It is merely the act of cooking. 2 square blocks are placed in close proximity. A stove constructed from red bricks emerges. Below lies a space for burning wood. Above is composed of a grilling rack. Upon it rests a large pot, bubbling and emitting soft gurgles as water heats. Well then, with limited ingredients, one can only prepare a hearty bone broth. Mushroom, as the items in your hand gradually vanished. After approximately 10 seconds of waiting, a mosaic bowl appeared in your grasp, containing a white, opaque liquid, with a bone protruding from within. Yet its form remained shrouded in a mosaic blur. The person being recorded appears dazed and filled with confusion. Is it really possible to cook like this? Was that merely 10 seconds? Can that thing even be consumed? Do you wish to partake? Your voice resonates, instantly capturing the attention of all. It is rather delightful. I assure you, I speak the truth. It can enhance comfort and even augment the snowfall limit. This description suggests that Song Long increasingly feels that this is not merely a setting from a game. Could it be that the blocky figures originate from some video game? If I choose not to drink, so be it. I shall drink by myself, accompanied by the sound of water being consumed. The mosaic wooden bowl, once filled with a pristine liquid, is instantly emptied. This food in hand does not rely on any peculiar means. How is it consumed? Upon witnessing this scene, Song Long exclaimed in astonishment at its strangeness. This was unlike any other exotic containment he had encountered before, mysterious indeed. Perhaps it would only be through a series of specialized observational experiments that a gradual understanding could be achieved. Ultimately, he assigned you a containment item number. Containment item number 000. Containment designation, square person. Originating from the otherworldly portal in Qinyan City. He voluntarily departed alongside the containment team. His appearance resembles that of a cube, exuding a hint of neurosis. As of now, no signs of an invasive consciousness have been detected. As Song Long inputs your information, do you desire anything in particular? I desire a woolen structure. Originally, I was capable of crafting it myself, but alas, I neglected to bring the wool. Upon hearing these words, Song Long began to edit the recently completed datasheet once more. Now, an additional item for creation has appeared after your capability. If one were to comprehend you through the lens of the game's internal mechanics, it would suddenly seem remarkably straightforward. Song Long pondered 7 times, questioning the necessity of slumber. The records indicate that you seemingly require no rest. Who says it is unnecessary? Prolonged sleeplessness will invite phantoms to assail me. Moreover, I dread the day when, after an unforeseen incident, I might inexplicably find myself reborn in an unfamiliar realm. Upon conclusion, all present grasped the essence, the three deaths. Song Long then silently took out the meticulously edited materials. In his heart, he expressed a desire for the other party to complete their thoughts next time. In doing so, one might find the possibility of rebirth. Indeed, I possess the ability to resurrect infinitely. However, if there is no designated resurrection point, I shall randomly revive in an alternate location. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. Song Long was equally taken aback. To this day, they had not observed any otherworldly entity capable of infinite resurrection. Did you not claim to be an ordinary person? How could an ordinary individual possess such abilities? In the face of inquiries, your voice carries a hint of bewilderment. Is it merely rebirth? What sort of ability is this? Is it not rather commonplace? For centuries, the cycle of demise and rebirth has persisted, coupled with the fading recollection of modernity. You have come to perceive death as an occurrence as ordinary as eating and drinking. In the depths of mining, one finds no escape. Returning home from the depths of the ocean. So far from home, I forget my origins. Falling into the lava, I am too weary to save myself. Along with the various battles lost, and the unforeseen demise. 1,000 methods can be amassed here, and one could produce 10,000 episodes. Each episode of these methods would be entirely unique, in direct confrontation with oneself. You have long since lost the notion of demise. Song Long rubbed his temples, while Qi gazed at your information and Jiang Wanqi's observation report. He then instructed, prepare a document for Mu Ge. The following day, you were taken to Zone F, where you encounter a robot designated as Scanner 7. This contraption appeared as though it were a machine possessed, its interior intermingled with remnants of flesh. The surface displayed a disturbing blend of snow and rust, unmistakably indicating its unsavory nature, evoking an impulse within you to strike it down with a single, decisive blow. Pastoral Song. It is utilized for scanning, devoid of any aggressive intent, and operates at a leisurely pace. Upon hearing those words, you let out a long sigh. I sincerely appreciate your ability to articulate such a sentiment. I was on the verge of taking action. This matter has evoked numerous unpleasant thoughts within me. Upon the scan, a substantial, snow-enveloped circular apparatus rests atop the individual's head. Once he aims at you, a technician's voice utters the command to commence the scan. A graceful arc of azure radiance gradually emanates from the circular device, sweeping over your form in a thorough examination. After approximately 1 minute, the scanning process concludes. In the next moment, the experimenter let out a gasp, devoid of any indication. Upon the upload of this result, Song Long in the office found himself scratching his head in confusion. It was the first time he had encountered a scanner that failed to extract information from a biological entity. In the past, even Class A organisms or certain unknown special containment items have been able to yield some information. Perhaps I am quite exceptional, capable of offering you a vial of snow. You may wish to experiment with this snow. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wanqi and another researcher instinctively reacted with, what an antiquated term. Ever since the emergence of various portals from foreign realms on Blue Star, humanity has leveraged the containment and artifact from these otherworldly domains to propel technological advancement at an astonishing pace. It was akin to a snowstorm. Had it not been for the literature they encountered during their academic pursuits, they might have remained oblivious to the existence of such phenomena. Did I say something amiss? Seeing Jiang Wanqi lost in thought, do you still believe you uttered an error? Is it possible that this world lacks the verification of snow tests? Yet, in the depths of my distant, hazy recollections, such a thing undeniably exists. Not at all. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps from outside interrupted her words. Clear the way. Everyone step aside. There is a critically injured person requiring immediate medical attention. 3 armed individuals, employing a certain levitation technology, are transporting a severely emaciated and gravely wounded casualty, who lies motionless towards the interior of Zone F. The injured individual bore the remnants of black armor, largely torn asunder by the claws of some creature, leaving wounds starkly exposed, particularly in the region of the groin. It appeared as though the area had been severed and subsequently mended, presenting a sight of profound desolation. As she gazed at the departing figure, a glimmer of concern emerged in Jiang Wanqi's eyes. They were a combat team tasked with the containment of extraterrestrial entities. It appeared that a new anomaly had infiltrated through the interdimensional portal. Most exotic containment objects are exceedingly perilous, however. They simultaneously possess significant research value. Therefore, we shall undertake containment studies on them. Upon witnessing the scene, you stepped out of the room, observing as the trio carried the injured individual into a reception area. What purpose could their visit serve? This is an F-class containment item. Designation number 006. Codename: Infinite Water. Upon consumption, it allows the imbiber to instantaneously heal their injuries. However, the price to pay is the random loss of a bodily appendage. Nonetheless, losing a single body part is preferable to the alternative. However, if one is unfortunate enough to sustain an injury to a vital area, such as the brain or the heart, the outcome is invariably fatal. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, with an inexhaustible supply of water, the casualties among the combat personnel at the research division have significantly diminished. Why not place him beside the bonfire? Would that not also yield a remedy? Your sudden remark came as a surprise. Jiang Wanqi found herself momentarily at a loss for words, to the extent that she began to question whether she had misheard something. Is there an intrinsic connection between the campfire and healing? I meant to say, are we not engaged in battle at the moment? Then, placing the wounded beside the campfire would allow for recovery, wouldn't it? Why resort to drinking such perilous water? Jiang Wanqi was momentarily bewildered. However, as an experimenter dealing with containment objects, she quickly regained her composure. The so-called bonfire was certainly not the one from their world. It belonged to the realm of blocks. A jolt ran through her heart. When she finally came to her senses, she realized you were already hurrying toward the room that demanded infinite water. Wait a moment, Mugu. Wait for me. As all departed within mere seconds, the scanner emitted a sound reminiscent of an antiquated engine. Following the arduous initiation by Neo Geo, it began to resonate with a tremulous cacophony. Ultimately, a line of ever-changing gibberish materialized on his computer screen. After approximately 4 to 5 minutes, 2 characters emerged. Key. Upon the completion of the display, the scanner appeared utterly exhausted, standing motionless with its head bowed, as the content once again reverted to an incomprehensible jumble of characters. Lu Wu, with a face etched in urgency, was poised to input the password for the entrance to the infinite water containment chamber. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him, causing his movements to falter. He turned to behold an unusual cube-shaped entity accompanied by a female research personnel. I am in the midst of a rescue. We could discuss matters later. Wait, we possess a far superior method to rescue your companions, one that requires no sacrifice whatsoever. As soon as these words were uttered, Lu Wu and the remaining 2 team members simultaneously turned their gaze towards Jiang Wanqi, inquiring about the method she had in mind. Using a bonfire, others might surely infer that this is a matter of life and death, wondering what connection could possibly exist between therapy and a bonfire. However, this shelter harbors an array of peculiar and bizarre entities, and given the gravity of human life, Lu Wu did not perceive Jiang Wanqi as merely toying with him. What is the container of the bonfire you speak of, and where is it located? Jiang Wanqi nodded towards you, signaling that you may proceed. You also took the campfire from your inventory, placing it upon the ground with a decisive thud. Then, using a flint, you ignited the campfire. The moment that mosaic of flames burst into life, the atmosphere became suffocatingly warm. However, none of those present felt the heat. Instead, they experienced a profound sense of comfort and warmth, akin to basking in a hot spring during winter. Lu Wu and his companions were utterly astonished, for they were clad in full-body combat armor. The temperature of the flames seemed capable of penetrating their armor, evoking a sense of disbelief. Wait, the pain in my body has subsided. Previously, during the battle against the extraterrestrial beings, Lu Wu had suffered multiple fractures from attacks, causing him excruciating agony. Now, by the campfire, the discomfort he felt is astonishingly alleviating, and the status display on his mask indicates that the fractures in his body are gradually mending, influenced by an unknown energy. Captain, please take a look at Xiao Li's condition. A team member who was monitoring the injured individual's physical state suddenly exclaimed. his voice laced with incredulity. Witnessing the scene, Lu Wu was once again astounded. His teammates, who were previously on the brink of peril, now exhibited a remarkable recovery, seemingly influenced by an unknown energy. In just a few seconds, they stabilized their life status. Despite having encountered numerous containment artifacts, Lu Wu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. As a combatant, he keenly recognized the strategic significance of this campfire. How delightful it must be! Furthermore, if there were raw meat available, one could skillfully roast it over the four corners of the bonfire. Interestingly, even on rainy days, the fire remains unwavering, extinguished only by manual intervention or by dousing it with water. Naturally, it also serves as a splendid source of warmth. At this moment, Lu Wu resembles a diligent student, attentively absorbing your explanations with utmost seriousness. Behind her, Jiang Wanqi also gazed intently at the campfire, documenting the scene with her portable terminal. As Lu Wu once again assessed the injuries of the wounded, he observed that they had largely healed. With just a little more patience, complete recovery was imminent. "Thank you, Mu Gu," Tai expressed with gratitude. "Without your campfire, Shaoli would have undoubtedly succumbed to his fate, especially if fortune had not favored him." Seizing upon this opportunity, they began to recount their encounters. Lu Wu did not conceal anything. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes as he recalled his own experiences. "We participated in a joint containment operation in Yilan City. It was a truly terrifying creature, resembling a humanoid form, yet bearing four large eyes upon its head. It seemingly possesses a certain capacity to manipulate the mind. When my combat team encountered it, a significant portion of our members were instantaneously subdued and subsequently devoured. Had it not been for the fortuitous presence of other team members equipped with mind control resistance containment devices, it is likely that most of those taken would have met a similar fate." Is it the manipulation of the mind? This intangible force is indeed quite challenging to contend with. It is through this conversation that you have come to comprehend the state of affairs in this world. Several decades ago, this world witnessed the emergence of portals leading to other realms, known as the gates of the otherworld. However, the worlds beyond these gates are peculiar and bizarre, devoid of civilization, inhabited solely by monstrous creatures and an assortment of strange artifacts. In order to combat and study these monstrous entities, various nations established salvation containment bases and erected the headquarters of the World Containment Base 7 in a desolate desert region. With the aid of these containment objects and tools, the technological advancement of the entire world has surged remarkably. Upon hearing this, a flicker of desire to venture outside ignited within you. You yearned to witness the essence of the city, to behold the splendor of the surroundings, including those peculiar entities that reside within. By the way, might I be permitted to leave the laboratory and explore? In the face of endeavors you wish to pursue, you never waver. For hesitation has already cost you a multitude of precious opportunities. Upon uttering these words, everyone turned to gaze at you in disbelief. The notion that a mere specimen could aspire to leave the confines of the laboratory for the outside world is nothing short of ludicrous. Lu Wu shrugged helplessly. "Mu Gu, I am immensely grateful for your rescue of my comrade, but your request exceeds the bounds of my capabilities." Seeing the two individuals display expressions of discomfort, you did not impose any stringent demands, rather, you merely rephrased your statement. "Speaking of which, the creature capable of manipulating minds that you have taken and has yet to be contained, I presume?" Lu Wu nodded in confusion, pondering the motives behind your actions. "Could it be that you intend to use the pretext of accommodating other containment objects as a means to escape the laboratory?" Indeed, at that very second, your words mirrored his precisely. "Allow me to give it a try, then. I am capable of dealing with that monster, and, in the process, I might also find a way out. You see, you're no match for them. Instead of futile attempts, allow me to give it a try. What if I succeed in subduing them? Do not be deceived by my current appearance. I was once a commander of legions, a monster hunter who has faced countless terrifying beasts." Jiang Wanqi meticulously observed these two feeding records and discreetly noted them down on her portable terminal device on her wrist. Lu Wu tugged at the corners of his mouth. Deep down, he held disbelief, yet witnessing your joyous demeanor, he let out a quiet sigh, reluctant to dampen your spirits. "I can attempt to bring up your request for combat assistance to the director, but I cannot assure you of success. Without your input, I shall personally take the initiative. I will seek out the director, that old Deng, right now. I am utterly eager to witness the world beyond. I am ready to embrace a new life. You excitedly exclaimed, and without waiting for a response from the two, immediately sprang out of the containment room with exuberance. Song Long's office. With a resounding bang, the door was forcefully flung open. The moment you burst into the office, your first words were, "I have something to discuss with you." Following closely behind was Jiang Wanqi, breathless and weary, who entered with her hands resting on her knees, her face etched with exhaustion. Song Long, who was originally preoccupied with his records, lifted his gaze towards the two individuals who burst into the office. With a twitch at the corner of his right eye, he inquired, "May I assist you with something?" "If it pertains to the report on the containment item, codenamed Campfire, I am already aware of 7. There will be dedicated researchers assigned to conduct observations and studies. Your current task is to diligently observe the pastoral song. I shall assist you in dismissing any unrelated matters." Upon hearing this, you interjected and spoke first, "Old Deng, it is I who seeks you. I wish to depart from the Research Institute." Why did Jiang Wanqi suddenly lift her head? She wore a look of astonishment, seemingly unable to directly decline your request, and appeared quite contemplative. Just as Jiang Wanqi was about to say something, at the moment you opened your mouth, Song Long halted you with a gesture, then indicated for you to express your reasons for wanting to leave. "Certainly, it is for the purpose of venturing out to explore the world. In the process, I shall take a glimpse at those exotic creatures. Who knows, they might bestow upon me a few new pieces of equipment. And aren't you all planning to accommodate that? What was it, furry creature? I could go and pay a visit." I granted my approval. Song Long's words not only left you momentarily stunned, but also rendered Jiang Wanqi utterly speechless. "Director, why?" Jiang Wanqi waved her hand, her face a portrait of confusion. Song Long did not conceal his intentions, directly revealing the underlying reason. "If the pastoral song were to emerge from the shark once more, could you possibly contain it? Or rather, who could stand in its way?" Jiang Wanqi is no fool. She quickly grasped the implications of Song Long's words. "You need not perceive me in such a negative light. I am a person of distinction, not a mere vagabond. May I now take my leave?" "Wait a moment. The necessary procedures must still be followed." Within a few minutes, several sheets of paper were automatically printed. They contained your basic information, as well as the details of the laboratory to which you belong. Subsequently, an electronic version was uploaded to Jiang Wanqi's terminal device as a backup. After completing all these tasks, the two individuals recorded their attendance for the field assignment and subsequently reached out to the operational team. By the time all the various formalities were concluded, it was already the following day. Standing in the elevator that led to the surface, Jiang Wanqi received a terminal message from Song Long. This time, as the pastoral song departs from the laboratory, you must keenly observe every action of the other party. This presents an excellent opportunity to understand him better, and it will also aid us in deciphering the mysteries of distant realms and the gateways to foreign worlds. The moment you emerged onto the ground, a familiar figure stood at the elevator's entrance. Upon seeing the two of you, a silent voice resonated beneath the full-face mask. "Once again we meet, Muge. I never anticipated that the director would truly allow you to come out, and at such remarkable speed." The voice beneath the mask is laden with disbelief, yet it simultaneously conjures the identity of the speaker. "Ah, Lu Wu, if my conjecture is correct, you intend to escort me to capture that bespectacled monstrosity. Am I right?" Lu Wu nodded solemnly and said, "Indeed, I have been entrusted by my superior to escort you and your guardian to Yilin City. You will participate in the containment operation against the entity codenamed Mind Controller as an asset of considerable combat capability. During this time, you are required to follow my orders." As soon as Song Long Gang finished speaking, you couldn't contain your urge to critique. "Hold on a moment, there are abundant points of contention in your words. Before addressing anything else, what on earth do you mean by guardian? Do I appear to be a mere child?" On one side, Jiang Wanqi felt a touch of embarrassment as she tucked a strand of hair behind her forehead. "The pastoral song does not imply that you are a child, rather. It signifies my responsibility for all your actions. The primary person accountable can indeed be. Was it to heed Lu Wu's command? I, too, was once a commander of legions, although it has been a century or two since I last took charge. Jiang Wanshi patiently explained once more that the director was concerned about your unfamiliarity with joint operations. In order to prevent any unfortunate incidents, it is requested that Captain Lu Wu take command of your actions. Very well. Upon reflection, your reasoning holds merit. Thus, I have chosen not to dwell on it any further. If there are no further issues, we shall set forth. Due to your involvement, the joint forces will make another attempt to contain the mind controller today. With that, Lu Wu led the two of them to the 7th helipad. Chapter 8. Departure. As Cheng Xiao stored the bed into her inventory and took the elevator out of the laboratory, she realized that she was in a small military base. Surrounded by soldiers clad in full armor, reminiscent of those from science fiction film. At that moment, a familiar figure stood at the elevator's entrance, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the two, a voice emerged from beneath a full-face mask, resonating with disbelief. We meet again, Cheng Xiao. I never imagined the director would truly allow you to come out, and at such speed. Lu Wu, if I'm not mistaken, you are the one tasked with escorting me to contain that four-eyed creature, correct? Lu Wu nodded solemnly, stating, yes. I have been ordered by the director to bring you and your guardian to Yilan City. You will participate in the containment mission for the entity codenamed Mind Controller as an auxiliary combatant, and during this time, you must follow my commands. Before Lu Wu could finish his sentence, Cheng Xiao eagerly interjected, wait a moment. Your words are filled with points of contention. First and foremost, what on earth is a guardian? Do I appear to be a child? Lin Wanqi, standing nearby, awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and clarified, Cheng Xiao, that does not imply you are a child. Rather, it means I am responsible for your actions. Guardian and primary responsible party are interchangeable terms. Then, what is this about following Lu Wu's commands? I was once a commander of a legion, albeit it has been a century or two since I last commanded. Lin Wanqi patiently explained, the director is concerned that you may not be familiar with joint operations. To prevent any mishaps, he has appointed Captain Lu Wu to direct you. All right, Cheng Xiao pondered for a moment, finding some merit in the reasoning, and decided not to dwell further on it. If there are no issues, let us depart. For your inclusion means the joint forces will attempt another containment of the mind controller today. With that, Lu Wu led them to the helipad. There, a small transport aircraft awaited, and upon peering inside, Cheng Xiao noticed over 20 members of Lu Wu's containment team seated within. They curiously gazed at Cheng Xiao, assessing this new ally. According to the operational report, this mission would involve a peculiar square entity, noted for its Class C containment capabilities and its ability to resurrect indefinitely. This was their first experience collaborating with a containment entity. Hello there, everyone. I am Cheng Xiao. She greeted enthusiastically as she boarded the plane. However, her peculiar manner of greeting left everyone perplexed. What do little and medium mean? Is this a unique way for the square entity to greet others? Hello Cheng Xiao. I am Li Wan. I sincerely appreciate your assistance in rescuing me earlier, came a somewhat hoarse voice. Following the sound, Cheng Xiao noticed a young man across from her removing his helmet, revealing a sincere expression as he thanked her. Cheng Xiao recognized him at a glance. He was the individual whom he had previously revived with the campfire. It's a trivial matter, no need for excessive gratitude. Just treat me to a meal when you have the chance, he remarked. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Wu entered, loudly instructing everyone to take their seats as the flight was about to commence. Cheng Xiao, the only one still standing, gestured with his right hand towards the chair behind him, and in an instant he was seated, his legs extended straight like unbending wooden planks. This peculiar posture drew the attention of the combat team, who exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the situation. How'd he sit down just now? What is with this strange sitting position? As the transport aircraft ascended, the cabin was enveloped in the sound of the engines, leaving no room for conversation. Cheng Xiao, however, was not idle. He cast his gaze upon the equipment of the combat personnel. Oi, Lu Wu, your gear looks impressive. What is it made of? Lu Wu, seated next to Cheng Xiao, hesitated, wondering if Cheng Xiao could comprehend his words. Noticing Lu Wu's reluctance to respond, Cheng Xiao decided to investigate for himself. Let me take a look, he said, and under Lu Wu's puzzled gaze, he moved his right hand as if truly examining the gear Lu Wu wore. Lu Wu thought to himself, "Can you even understand this? There's no such thing in your blocky world." Yet the very next moment, Guardian Type 2 armor. Goodness. 10 points of defense. It surpasses the defense of my eternal armor. Let me see. In a swift motion, the chest plate that Lu Wu was wearing vanished into thin air, leaving those around them in utter shock. Lin Wanqi, positioned nearby, frantically documented everything she witnessed with her portable terminal. "What the heck? Captain Lu, where'd your chest plate go?" A bewildered team member exclaimed, equally perplexed as Lu Wu. "How should I know? I want to ask Cheng Xiao." Lu Wu shot a glare at the team member before turning to Cheng Xiao. "Cheng Xiao, where's my gear? What have you done?" "Your equipment is in my inventory. I merely want to take a look. I'm not taking it from you," Cheng Xiao replied, and with a flick of his wrist, the chest plate returned to Lu Wu's body. After restoring it, he added, "It's quite good, but it has durability. My armor, on the other hand, is of infinite durability." "Cheng Xiao, forget the equipment issue. How did you acquire Captain Lu's gear?" Lin Wanqi grasped Cheng Xiao's arm, her curiosity bubbling over. The others were equally intrigued. It was astonishing that Cheng Xiao could seemingly retrieve another person's equipment from a distance. In response to the curiosity surrounding him, Cheng Xiao calmly explained, "I simply opened the equipment inventory." "Equipment inventory?" Lin Wanqi pondered. "Do we all have an equipment inventory?" "Of course. Can't you see yours?" This statement plunged the group into silence. Lin Wanqi silently concluded that conversing with Cheng Xiao required a mindset attuned to gaming logic rather than conventional reasoning. The remaining individuals found themselves utterly bewildered by Cheng Xiao's words. What was this talk of an equipment bar? This was not a game. Ultimately, they could only attribute it to Cheng Xiao's extraordinary abilities. After recording a line on the terminal, Lin Wanqi inquired whether this meant she could also utilize Cheng Xiao's equipment. Of course. For instance, like this. With a swift motion of her right hand, Cheng Xiao conjured a heavy, mosaic-patterned longsword in Lin Wanqi's right hand, while a large shield, sufficient to obscure her entire figure, appeared in her left hand. As Lin Wanqi gazed at the gear in her possession, she discovered another remarkable ability of Cheng Xiao's, the capacity to bestow or remove equipment and weapons at will. However, in the next moment, she was rendered speechless. The weapon seemed to be glued to her hand, rendering her unable to release it, her fingers refusing to budge. What was happening? A surge of panic gripped Lin Wanqi's heart. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Thinking in terms of the game, the inventory, the equipment, this meant that the shield and longsword had indeed been equipped. To discard them, she would need to unequip them. However, the equipment bar was visible only to Cheng Xiao. Could it be that Cheng Xiao possessed some ability to alter human attributes? Chapter 9. Arrival with Cheng Xiao's assistance. The sword and shield in Lin Wanqi's hands were removed. The moment her hands were freed, she feverishly began to document her conjectures and the newfound abilities she had just discovered from Cheng Xiao. The others continued to gaze curiously at Cheng Xiao, attempting to comprehend the events that had just transpired, and the cabin fell into a profound silence, with not a single person uttering a word. This tranquility persisted for approximately 10 minutes until, "Would you like to hear a joke?" A cheerful voice suddenly shattered the stillness. Over 20 pairs of eyes promptly turned to Cheng Xiao once again. "A joke? What sort of joke could an otherworldly entity possibly tell? Or rather, do jokes even exist in that realm? And if so, what might they be like?" Noticing the eager expressions from the 20 curious gazes, Cheng Xiao cleared his throat. It seemed everyone was quite anticipatory. "What I'm about to narrate is a joke about how God created black people." The moment these words were uttered, the curiosity in the listener's eyes transformed into profound bewilderment. Yet, none interrupted Cheng Xiao. They merely awaited him to continue. "Why is it that black people are entirely black, yet their palms are white?" A group exchanged glances, voices filled with confusion, with some even resorting to their terminals to search for answers. However, the results left them shaking their heads, having found nothing. Why? Lu Wu hesitated before voicing his query. Because when God was coloring black people, their palms were resting on the engine hood, hence their palms are white. Ha 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 ha. It cracks me up every time I tell it. Cheng Xiao's laughter echoed, yet in the cabin, apart from his mirth. Everyone else was left in a state of confusion and perplexity. They had no idea what was humorous about it. However, seeing Cheng Xiao so delighted, they hesitated to disrupt the atmosphere and forced a few awkward chuckles instead. For a moment, the entire cabin was enveloped in an air of embarrassment until Lin Wanqi posed her own question. Cheng Xiao, who are God and black people, are they otherworldly beings? Cheng Xiao's smile abruptly froze, resembling a malfunctioning machine, and he too became momentarily speechless. After all, there were neither black people nor God present here. What was the point of this joke then? Clearing his throat, he awkwardly attempted to relieve the tension. Ahem. While they're indeed otherworldly beings, which is something you may not be familiar with. To further alleviate the awkwardness, Cheng Xiao pretended to cough a couple of times before changing the subject. By the way, how long until we arrive? Lu Wu immediately responded, approximately 40 minutes. Then I shall organize my weaponry, Cheng Xiao declared. Instantly, a large backpack adorned with black edges materialized in his hands. As for where it had come from, it was likely from the inventory displayed in the information. With a sound akin to donning armor, a set of mysterious armor, entirely purple and gleaming with a faint lavender light, swiftly appeared upon Cheng Xiao's form. This spectacle undoubtedly piqued Lin Wanqi's curiosity, prompting her to inquire, Cheng Xiao, is this the armor you mentioned earlier that possesses infinite durability? Hearing the sound, Cheng Xiao explained while organizing her backpack. This is the eternal armor, forged from the most precious eternal ingots. No attack can possibly damage it. Indestructible. Is it a rule-based income item? Lin Wanqi exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly possible for something to be indestructible in this world? It seems that the wonders of the block world far exceed everyone's imagination. Unfortunately, once the gate of the otherworld opens, it can only remain for a maximum of 24 hours before vanishing completely, rendering any exploration of the block world impossible. Cheng Xiao, is it possible for me to see this eternal ingot? Her voice brimmed with yearning, akin to a child spotting their favorite toy, her eyes fixated on the eternal armor, filled with an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. I am aware of its immense value. I could speak to Director Song about exchanging something else for a few. However, this request was promptly met with Cheng Xiao's refusal. I've exhausted my supply. There are no extras to trade with you. And as for equipping me with it, that's out of the question. It's far too precious. If it were to be lost, there is no compensation in this place. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqi dejectedly lowered her head, sighing as she meticulously recorded every detail regarding the eternal ingot. Meanwhile, after finishing her packing, Cheng Xiao sat idly, waiting for the transport craft to arrive at its destination. A glance out the window revealed a sprawling metropolis adorned with towering skyscrapers, extending as far as the eye could see. If it were night, this city would undoubtedly be stunningly vibrant, she mused. It was her first time witnessing the cities of this world after several days here. Noticing Cheng Xiao's continued gaze at the city below, Lin Wanqi promptly elaborated, it's breathtaking. Isn't it? This is Fuan Province, one of the economic powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom, home to 25 million people, and one of the major cities connected to the international community. The city of Yilin, where we are headed, lies on its outskirts. There must be many crates. Cheng Xiao suddenly remarked with an odd enthusiasm. Crates? Lin Wanqi echoed, puzzled. Yes, crates, Cheng Xiao reiterated while gesturing with her right hand. Lin Wanqi scratched her head in confusion. How did she detect excitement in Cheng Xiao's voice? Did he have a fondness for crates? Or perhaps he had lived in a place abundant with them? Cheng Xiao, did you also live in a city before? Driven by curiosity, she tentatively inquired. Cheng Xiao turned to her with a teasing tone. No, my hometown had no such cities, just villages. Initially, I lived in a small wooden house, and for considerable time, I resided in forts and strongholds. You know, I'm a legion commander, and I spent most of my time waging battles. But there's really nothing more to say about it. Lin Wanqi refrained from pressing further, but pondered Cheng Xiao's earlier revelations about his unique items. War, legions, commanders, strongholds. Those exceptional possessions. So, Cheng Xiao had indeed lost all those he knew in the throes of war. Goodness, if Cheng Xiao's strength was already formidable, what kind of wars had he endured? Thus, She continued to meticulously document all the information she acquired, gradually refining an independent dossier belonging to Cheng Xiao. Time ticked away inexorably. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the transport aircraft descended, jolting the hearts of Song Long and his companions with a tremor of trepidation. After all, facing an entity capable of manipulating the mind, whose attacks are intangible and can instantaneously seize control of 100 containment warriors in the blink of an eye, instills a profound sense of helplessness. The haunting memory of watching comrades perish before one's eyes would instill fear in any individual. Cheng Xiao, however, remained unfazed. After centuries of warfare, she had encountered all manner of fiends and phantoms. Calmly peering through the window, she observed the transport aircraft had landed at an industrial site on the outskirts. Numerous containment warrior units were stationed around, yet their weapons and gear bore distinct insignias that set them apart from Song Long's team. They were likely the containment forces from other research facilities. Gazing into the distance, she could distinctly see a translucent crimson shield enveloping a designated area. Perhaps that was the location designated with the codename Mind Controller. Chapter 10. A group of individuals hastily descended from the transport aircraft. Once assembled, Lu Wu signaled for his team to await at their designated post while he escorted Cheng Xiao to report to the headquarters of the joint operation. Along the way, it was unsurprising that Cheng Xiao's presence sparked discussions among the surrounding martial artists. Is this the entity here to provide support? It looks like a block figure. And is that armor it's wearing? Good morning, little Deng. Middle Deng. Old Deng. My goodness. It spoke. Strange. How can I understand the language of this foreign being? This was the first time encountering an intelligent creature capable of speech. Truly a rarity. Look at the synchronized updates on the terminal. This cube-like being can resurrect infinitely. Infinite resurrection. What? Infinite resurrection. Upon learning of Cheng Xiao's ability, everyone was utterly astonished. If it indeed possessed infinite resurrection, it could effectively counter a mind controller. After all, if one cannot die, they can outlast their opponent. Upon arriving outside the temporary office of the commander, Song Long stood tall, saluting a man seated within while loudly declaring, "Report, Lu Wu, captain of the Red Arrow Containment Arm Squad from the Yilan City Branch Laboratory, here to report." As the words echoed, the man, with his head bowed and seemingly engaged in some task, responded in a calm tone, "And come in." As the three entered, Cheng Xiao regarded the man. He was manipulating a small virtual combat sand table adorned with miniature figures and a monstrous creature with 4 eyes, evidently planning for the forthcoming containment operation. Once all three were inside, the man finally lifted his head. The first impression he conveyed was one of seriousness, sharpness, and an utter lack of jest, exuding a palpable military aura. It was clear he hailed from a military background and held a significant rank. Lin Wanshi hastily presented one of the documents given by Director Song Long to the man. He scrutinized the paperwork closely and scanned a specific mark on it with a terminal device. After several minutes, he set the document down and inscribed his name in one designated area. Only after completing this task did he look up at Cheng Xiao and speak slowly. Identification number 000, codename block person, infinite resurrection, combat capability comparable to a Class C containment entity. I must say, your arrival is indeed timely. We greatly require your assistance. His tone was devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a bureaucrat, entirely matter of fact. Just call me Cheng Xiao. I prefer not to be addressed by my alias, she replied. Understood. The man nodded and stood, raising his hand in salute. I am Li Xiaolong, the commander of this joint operation. On behalf of everyone, I welcome you, Cheng Xiao. I also hope we can collaborate wholeheartedly to jointly contain the entity codenamed Mind Controller. Haha, there's no need for such a formal welcome. It feels rather embarrassing. Cheng Xiao responded cheerfully while energetically squatting and waving her right hand. Perhaps it is due to the disciplined demeanor of a soldier. Or perhaps he was already aware of Cheng Xiao's remarkable nature. Thus, upon witnessing Cheng Xiao's peculiar actions, there was no alteration in his expression, nor did he voice any confusion. Instead, he promptly issued his commands. The procedures for the containment of the anomaly have been thoroughly verified. Welcome back to the team, Lu Wu. The next containment operation will commence at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the meantime, you should return to the camp and prepare accordingly. The operational briefing will be held at noon. Yes, Commander. Li Xiaolong then turned his gaze toward Lin Wanqi. Ms. Lin, as you are non-combat personnel, please manage your anomaly prior to the commencement of the containment operation. Once the operation begins, you are not permitted to enter the designated operational containment area. Lin Wanqi nodded solemnly in understanding. Well then, you may return to your designated quarters for some rest. Li Xiaolong raised his hand in salute once more. The three departed the office and made their way to the quarters. The so-called quarters were merely a hastily constructed small barack for resting. Within the factory, nearly 10 armed containment teams were stationed. Thus it was impossible for them to reside together. Lin Wanqi entered the barack and sat on a bed near the entrance, then glanced at Cheng Xiao, who had just finished arranging her bed and setting up her respawn point. Since entering the camp, Cheng Xiao had been scanning the surroundings as if searching for something, an odd behavior that piqued Lin Wanqi's interest. Cheng Xiao, are you looking for something? Cheng Xiao paused momentarily, then feigned nonchalance and continued, It's nothing. This is not my first outing. I'm just curious and looking around. Very well. Lin Wanqi thought little of it and lay down, beginning to review her notes on Cheng Xiao from their journey. However, just as she settled in, Cheng Xiao's voice reached her ears once more. By the way, are there no boxes here? How do you store your things without boxes? Lin Wanqi instinctively replied. Items are certainly stored in the supply depot. They cannot be left out in the open. All right then, I'll go take a stroll. Fine, but only around our camp. Do not wander off and attract trouble. With silence returning to her ears, Lin Wanqi continued refining her report. Time passed slowly. The sun gradually ascended to its zenith. After completing her notes on Cheng Xiao, Lin Wanqi could not resist stretching and letting out a contented sigh. She closed her terminal and glanced around, noticing that aside from Lu Wu and a few others, Cheng Xiao was nowhere to be found. Cheng Xiao, she called tentatively, but received no response. A sense of foreboding began to rise within her. Surely, she could not have gotten into trouble. If anything had occurred, someone would surely contact her, wouldn't they? Cheng Xiao. Lin Wanqi dashed out of the tent, calling out loudly. Apart from those drawn by her voice, there was no sign of that familiar figure. Could she have run off? Or perhaps something else has transpired. Terrifying conjectures involuntarily surged through her mind, sending tremors throughout her body. One hand instinctively pressed against her chest as an overwhelming pang of anxiety washed over her, nearly causing her to faint. The ramifications of a containment object disappearing under surveillance were as catastrophic as burying numerous undisclosed superbombs within the city. It was crucial to remember that just a few kilometers away lay the urban center of Yilan City, if Cheng Xiao were to run there. Regardless of the consequences Cheng Xiao might unleash, she would be the first to bear the responsibility. Moreover, her family, her future, her very life would be irrevocably shattered. Cheng Xiao, where on earth have you gone? In a moment of desperation, the usually gentle and composed Lin Wanqi, gritting her teeth, unleashed a torrent of profanity before the watchful crowd. Her eyes mirrored terror, tension, and fear, while tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. What do you want? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from behind her. Lin Wanqi whipped around to find Cheng Xiao standing there, and she, struggling to contain her imminent breakdown, shouted, Where have you been? I've been calling you for ages with no response. Through her tear-filled eyes, she noticed what appeared to be a string of bullets in Cheng Xiao's hand. What on earth do you have in your hand? Oh, I picked these up while wandering around. In the next instant, the object resembling bullets vanished from her grasp. I was just meandering nearby, and when I saw you suddenly scream, I rushed over. What happened? Upon hearing the explanation, Lin Wanqi exhaled deeply, her heart calming in an instant. She reached into her pocket for a tissue to wipe her tears before slowly saying, You frightened me to death. From now on, you are not allowed to stray more than 5 meters from my side. Unbeknownst to them, personnel at the nearby storage facility for military supplies began to gather, gradually creating quite a commotion. A voice filled with despair echoed from the supply officer. Who the hell is stealing military supplies? They've even taken the underwear. If you wanted to claim them, you could have just asked. They don't cost anything. Chapter 11. Are you playing mind games with me? Damn it. Which deranged fool has stealthily made off with our supplies, leaving not even a single bullet behind? The quartermaster, cradling his head in despair, found himself utterly overwhelmed. Who could have anticipated that the supply depot of the Joint Operations Camp could be plundered? A substantial cache of weaponry and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a shell behind. To complicate matters, there were no surveillance cameras. After all, who would suspect that items obtainable merely by signing one's name could be stolen? The soldiers permitted entry here. Members of the armed forces are the Armée de la Armée of the military. It is inconceivable that they would engage in pilfering military supplies. Soon, the news of the theft reached Commander Li Xiaolong. The operational meeting was postponed, and he personally arrived at the scene, accompanied by various team leaders. Upon learning of the supply depot's theft, their expressions mirrored disbelief. Setting aside the question of who the thief might be, the sheer logistics of stealing such a vast quantity of weaponry and ammunition, which would require a sizable truck for transport, made it impossible to execute without anyone noticing. Lin Wanqi straightened her pristine work uniform, her expression serious as she gazed at the bustling supply office in the distance. I just heard that the supply depot was robbed. All the equipment and arms have disappeared. The commander is currently investigating suspicious individuals and has cordoned off the entire factory. Cheng Xiao, have you seen any suspicious characters near the supply depot while you were outside? Cheng Xiao, what are you doing? Turning around, she found Cheng Xiao facing away from her, transfixed by a peculiar 1-meter cube, utterly motionless. Upon closer inspection, the cube was entirely brown and featured 9 compartments on its surface. In the next moment, a brown backpack suddenly appeared in Cheng Xiao's hand, which then vanished, revealing edges of white, gold, bright blue, and black. After completing this peculiar task, Cheng Xiao finally turned to her. What did you just say? Lin Wanqi, somewhat exasperated, ran her fingers through her long hair and reiterated her previous question. Oh, suspicious individuals. You know, suspicious people are always very suspicious. They tend to show up in the wrong places. If suspicious individuals had ranks, I would certainly not be at the top tier. What nonsense! Lin Wanqi promptly interrupted Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao, what are you rambling about? I'm asking if you have seen anyone approach the supply depot. No, I haven't seen any suspicious individuals enter the supply depot. When discussing people, Lin Wanqi sensed that Cheng Xiao had emphasized the word people rather heavily. Never mind. If she hasn't seen anything, then so be it. This matter is not their concern. She only needed to ensure that Cheng Xiao didn't cause any trouble. After a while, Li Xiaolong began to interrogate individuals regarding the theft at the supply depot. Upon learning that the guards had not spotted any suspicious individuals and that there were no underground tunnels for transporting goods, he was left perplexed. How could this batch of supplies have seemingly vanished into thin air? Ultimately, it was during the inquiry that they uncovered a suspicious detail. That is the code name for the cubic figure, Cheng Xiao, who once inquired about the location of the military supply depot. Following this lead, Li Xiaolong located Lin Wanqi. Without further ado, he immediately articulated his purpose. Ms. Lin Wanqi, I require your cooperation regarding the theft of the military supply depot. Lin Wanqi shook her head. I may not be able to assist you, as I've been occupied with organizing the containment reports on site and have not ventured outside. Li Xiaolong, standing tall, fixed his gaze upon Cheng Xiao. I am here to find Cheng Xiao. Someone witnessed him asking about the location of the supply depot prior to the incident. Considering that we have been stationed for several days without incident, it is rather suspicious that the moment he arrived, the depot was robbed. Hence, I need to pose a few questions to him. Lin Wanqi's expression shifted, and she promptly positioned herself in front of Cheng Xiao. Commander, Cheng Xiao could not have committed the theft. Based on prior observations, he is educated and possesses a moral compass akin to that of humanity, understanding what is permissible and what is not regarding containment objects. Furthermore, he has been within our laboratory, which has never experienced any loss. You cannot suspect him merely because his arrival coincided with the theft. Upon her conclusion, even Lu Wu stepped forward. Cheng Xiao, being a cubic figure, was exceedingly conspicuous no matter where he went. Was there anyone who saw him approaching the military supply depot at the time? Many individuals following Li Xiaolong had indeed been near the depot during the incident, and they all shook their heads in response. I would not hastily conclude that Cheng Xiao is a thief based on a single statement, but it is my duty to inquire. Li Xiaolong nodded to Lin Wanqi, signaling her to step aside, and then turned to Cheng Xiao with his questions. Cheng Xiao, why did you inquire about the location of the military supply depot? Cheng Xiao answered without hesitation, I merely wish to utilize your weaponry, but upon reflection, I realize that your firearms are inferior to mine, so I did not proceed. And my second question, where have you been? After inquiring about the supply depot, I returned and remained near the base. Can anyone corroborate this? At this, Cheng Xiao faltered momentarily. I should suddenly, Li Wan, whom he had previously rescued, stepped forward. Commander, I can vouch for him. I was chatting with him at the time. Cheng Xiao glanced at Li Wan in surprise, but refrained from further comment. At this juncture, Li Xiaolong did not genuinely believe that a containment object would engage in theft. After all, it seemed utterly implausible. He had yet to hear of a containment object stealing anything, let alone a substantial amount. Well, then, it appears there is nothing further. Since we cannot uncover any more information, I shall seek clues elsewhere. With the inquiries concluded, everyone returned to their respective tasks. However, Lin Wanqi, with a grave expression, pulled Cheng Xiao to a secluded corner, her arms crossed, scrutinizing the seemingly harmless cubic figure before her. You were the thief, weren't you? Only you could have stealthily evaded so many eyes to infiltrate the supply depot. Initially, she did not think much of it until she recalled the invisibility scarf, which could dismantle objects, the inexplicably appearing bullets in her hand, and the inquiries regarding the whereabouts of the supply depot and the military cache. All clues pointed towards the block figure standing before her. Let me ponder. Did you dig a tunnel to enter, or did you utilize the invisibility scarf? Well, in truth, I employed both. After inquiring about the location of the supply depot, I removed my gear, donned the invisibility scarf, and proceeded to excavate a passage. It was indeed you who orchestrated this. Upon hearing Cheng Xiao's response, Lin Wanqi was instantly overwhelmed. On her first outing, she had already caused such a significant ruckus. Where's that tunnel? If discovered, it would be catastrophic. Oh, goodness. It cannot possibly be found. The block figure will construct with blocks. He has already filled that accursed tunnel. During the commission of the act, he even had that infernal invisibility scarf. Even if there are cameras, no one would know it was Cheng Xiao. This is nothing short of a flawless crime. Why did you steal those items? Did you not claim to possess superior weaponry? Lin Wanqi expressed her bewilderment. I was simply unaccustomed to the change. Furthermore, would you classify it as theft? It was merely retrieval. Retrieval? Then why did you not acknowledge when I previously asked if any suspicious individuals were approaching? I am not human. You should inquire whether any suspicious block figures are present. Lin Wanqi, winky face, I am truly astounded. Our minds are intertwined, and you are toying with me. Aren't you? Chapter 12. What is there to fear? Lin Wanqi cautiously approached, her eyes darting around as she whispered, Do not speak of this matter. Regarding the military supply depot, simply claim ignorance. If a third party learns of this, we are both doomed. Forcing herself to remain composed, Lin Wanqi continuously urged Cheng Xiao never to mention the military supply depot again. Should this information come to light, Cheng Xiao would be condemned to a lifetime within the confines of the laboratory. True, Cheng Xiao could devise numerous means of escape. Yet such actions would only earn her a relentless pursuit by the containment forces, marked by a bounty on her head. Moreover, as her guardian, Lin Wanqi would inevitably share in the consequences. I'm not afraid of others knowing, but you. Cheng Xiao's voice suddenly took on a teasing tone, peculiar and mischievous. Madam, you surely do not wish for. Lin Wanqi was momentarily taken aback, but upon grasping the strange inflection in Cheng Xiao's tone, she could discern the underlying meaning. A rush of embarrassment flooded her, and her face turned crimson with indignation as she raised her hand, ready to strike. How could she be toyed with by this blockhead? Cheng Xiao, what are you saying? Haha, I'm off. Cheng Xiao laughed heartily, bouncing away with a spring in her step. Do not run. Stand still. What do you mean by madam? I do not even have a boyfriend. You dare threaten me. Halt. due to the prolonged absence of the stolen supplies and the failure to identify the perpetrator. The military supply officer faced immediate punishment. As the overall commander, Li Xiaolong bore the brunt of the responsibility. His mismanagement had led to the loss of materials, and he too would face penalties upon returning from this operation. It was not until the following day that new supplies arrived, and this time, the military supply department had not only installed surveillance, but also fortified the premises with heavy guards, eliminating any possibility of theft. The originally planned containment operation was postponed by a day due to the theft incident. Later that afternoon, while Cheng Xiao was munching away, she encountered Lu Wu returning from the operational meeting, donned in his tactical helmet. A muffled voice emanated from within. The operational meeting has concluded. The commander has decided that you will first attempt to contain the mind controller alone. Should you find yourself unable to manage, we will intervene. At that point, you may assist from the sidelines. Cheng Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the mention of containment. You are still considering containment despite the fatalities? I assumed you intended to eliminate him outright. The gaze from beneath the mask shifted to a more complex expression. Elimination is simple enough. One missile will suffice. If one is inadequate, then two will do. However, the value of containment objects is exceedingly high. Each anomalous containment object is immensely precious, often representing significant advancements in various fields. The higher-ups have issued a strict order to capture the mind controller alive. If that proves impossible, we must preserve the body as intact as possible. After hearing the explanation, Cheng Xiao refrained from further commentary. Even if she were to express her thoughts, she would likely offer a scathing critique of such a disregard for human life. Once donned in her armor and prepared, she allowed Lu Wu to escort her to the site. As Li Xiaolong issued his command, aside from the military supply depot and a few individuals left on patrol, the remaining hundreds of people formed an orderly procession towards the area shrouded in a translucent red shield in the distance. What could that be? Along the way, Cheng Xiao pointed towards the distant red shield, voicing a question that had long lingered in her mind. Before Lu Wu could respond, Lin Wanqi, lost in thought, glanced up and offered an explanation. It must be a containment object from the Yilin City Containment Laboratory. My close friend, who is also my classmate, works there, and she recently mentioned a newly contained entity. Its code name, Bloodied Fleshball. Containment level, C. Danger level, orange, indicating a certain level of risk. They describe this entity as a large mass that consumes blood. As long as it is provided with sufficient blood, it will release a form of energy barrier composed of an unknown energy in a designated area, capable of trapping physical entities and elemental beings whose destructive power does not exceed the sea-level threshold. However, should the barrier come under attack, the bloodied fleshball would deplete its blood supply rapidly. If it runs out of blood without replenishment, it would enter a predatory state, attacking surrounding life forms with a combat capability comparable to that of D-level containment objects. At this revelation, Cheng Xiao understood that this barrier serves a dual purpose. It acts as a defense mechanism while simultaneously imprisoning mind controllers within its confines. Thus, when a mind controller loses their ability to exert mental control, their actual combat prowess falls within the range of a D-level containment object. It is even inferior to entities like the codename Splicer. Otherwise, it would have broken through the barrier long ago. Through their time together, Cheng Xiao had gleaned from Lin Wanqi the grading system for containment objects: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, the higher the grade. The greater the special abilities and combat strength. Conversely, the lower the grade, the weaker it is. Lu Wu added that its inherent strength should lie between E and D, which is not particularly formidable. But the troublesome aspect is its mental abilities, which can instantaneously draw dozens of people into an illusion, rendering them immobile. Had it not been for the intervals and time limitations in using its abilities, we would have perished during the first containment, he said, his voice heavy with apprehension towards mind controllers. The intervals in ability usage and the time limits on control mean that, devoid of special abilities, its combat capability is even weaker than that of D-level containment objects. Cheng Xiao gathered these threads of information, concluding that this mind controller was not particularly difficult to handle. At least not in comparison to the parasitic heavy bombardment beasts and the hunting beasts. Those were truly formidable adversaries, with combat strength firmly within A-level containment objects. Upon leaving the factory and arriving at their destination, they finally beheld the true form of the barrier. The encompassed area spanned roughly the size of 2 or 3 football fields, with the red shield resembling an enormous inverted bowl. Not far off stood a blood-colored mass over a meter high, extending its tendrils into a tanker truck to siphon blood, while several other tanker trucks filled with blood queued behind it. As it fed, the mass emitted a certain type of energy, casting small red lights that sustained the barrier's existence. Due to the barrier, they were unable to perceive the internal situation. Li Xiong patting him on the shoulder with a grave expression. The next steps depend on you. We will create an opening in the bloody mass to allow your entry. Strive to defeat him. If you can only kill him, do your utmost to preserve his body intact. If you find yourself overmatched, retreat immediately. At that moment, Cheng Xiao had donned his armor, wielding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, his voice devoid of any fear. I have faced foes far more terrifying than this. Rather than worrying about whether I can defeat you, you should be more concerned about your wife escaping with someone else. With that, he slammed the bed onto the ground, establishing a respawn point. Li Xiaolong exhibited no visible emotion, merely nodding toward the individual operating the bloody mass not far away. He then activated the electric fence gate using the terminal. Just as Cheng Xiao was about to enter, his hand was suddenly grasped. Turning back, he found Lin Wanqi, her face etched with concern. Trembling slightly, she voiced her worries. Be careful. Chapter 13 The Value of Rebirth. Cheng Xiao. Those monsters will kill you. Come back to the sea with me. That is a realm they cannot trespass. Hista. The soldiers prepared to face death are awaiting my arrival. How can I flee at this moment? No. Cheng Xiao. Why? In a daze, Cheng Xiao seemed to see a familiar figure that had long since vanished in Lin Wanqi. Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao. He was summoned back by the voice. And upon closer inspection, he realized that the familiar figure had disappeared, replaced by Lin Wanqi, who was gazing at him with concern. Is something amiss? Taking a step back, he remained silent for a few moments before slowly responding. No, I merely recalled something. Lu Wu, I am ready. You may allow me to enter. With that, Cheng Xiao ceased his words and charged toward the blood-red barrier. Following closely behind were several small drone-like bees, capable of transmitting real-time footage. As Cheng Xiao approached the barrier, a gap appeared just large enough for him to pass through. Without any hesitation, he entered. The first sensations that assaulted him were the stench of blood and decay. Before him lay dozens of corpses severed at the torso, blood and scattered entrails filling his vision. He also noticed several bodies that were reduced to mere upper halves, which had presumably crawled a considerable distance before leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. It was evident that there were no survivors here. The acrid smell and gruesome sight would render any ordinary person weak-kneed with terror or induce immediate nausea. Yet for Cheng Xiao, this was merely a minor spectacle. Compared to the abhorrence of parasitic assimilation, this was nothing. Surveying his surroundings, aided by the light filtering through the barrier, he quickly spotted a mysterious, elongated figure hovering a few meters away, its feet several centimeters above the ground, drifting aimlessly like a lost soul from the depths of hell. He approached slowly for a closer inspection. The mind controller towered over 3 meters tall, with a gaunt, black body crowned by a head roughly the size of a truck tire. Unlike the rounded heads of normal humans, its head was square, each flat side adorned with a large, ghastly white eye that observed the slightest movement around it, creating an unsettling aura. Looking down, its limbs were long and slender, resembling the tentacles of a black squid devoid of suckers, their tips razor-sharp and flat. If his deduction was correct, the mind controller first ensnares individuals within an illusion using its special abilities, rendering them temporarily immobile, before harvesting them with its lethal appendages. The pressing question now was whether the mind controller could only control those it visually perceived or possessed a form of sensory ability, allowing it to exert control upon detection. However, before Cheng Xiao could ponder further, a piercing sound suddenly erupted within his mind, reverberating like a thunderous explosion. Hiss! Crack! The sound struck like a stunned grenade tossed into an eerily silent room, the cacophony overwhelming enough to shatter one's eardrums. In a fleeting moment, Cheng Xiao became acutely aware that the mind controller had detected him, cursing under his breath. He barely had time to utter a word before a peculiar energy emanated from the mind controller's eyes, sending ripples through the air. Before he could react, Cheng Xiao noticed the scene before him began to shift rapidly. The entire space twisted as if in a dream. The ground, once littered with corpses, transformed into familiar grass blocks, while the sky morphed into pixelated clouds and a square sun. He had returned to the block world. Not far away stood his quaint wooden cottage, accompanied by the fields he had cultivated. The resplendent sunlight bathed the wheat in a gentle golden glow, while patches of tomatoes, cabbages, and corn flourished nearby. On one side was the kitchen he had painstakingly built, where he had conjured countless culinary delights. In the distance, the ocean beckoned with its stunning vistas, and with a stroke of luck, he might even encounter a serenading siren. Everything was so idyllic, serene, filled with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. Had he truly returned home? Oh, he noticed the debuff. Indeed, it was an illusion. Cheng Xiao certainly did not believe he had returned. A large negative effect loomed in his character status bar, alongside a continuous emanation of circular particle effects around him. If it were merely a negative status, resolving it would be a simple matter, especially since he possessed a bucket of universal milk that could dispel any adverse condition. As he reached for it, preparing to use it, suddenly his body flushed red, accompanied by a sharp sound, and he staggered back as if struck by an unseen force. He was under attack, and an agonizing pain shot through him, eliciting a muffled sound of distress. Glancing at the milk in his hand, he decisively abandoned the idea of consuming it. He surmised that the mind controller was now upon him. Should he drink the milk to dispel the illusion and be unlucky enough to be slain in the process, it would be a gross waste of a bucket of milk. He might as well wait for death, for resurrection outside was of no concern, and he could restore his full status in due course. However, his inaction drew the anxious attention of those outside. In front of the temporary command center, Lin Wanqi and Li Xiaolong, along with a group of captains, observed the images relayed by the drones on the virtual screen. They saw Cheng Xiao, after taking only a few steps, suddenly freeze in place. Why had he stopped? What was he doing? Although they understood that Cheng Xiao could respawn after death, witnessing him immobile in such a perilous situation stirred Lin Wanqi's concern. He has been controlled. Lu Wu pointed to another drone-S display, which showed the mind controller advancing towards Cheng Xiao. It appeared that even the block people could not withstand the grasp of illusion. Li Xiaolong, sharing the same view, voiced his assessment, tinged with a hint of disappointment. If the block people could not independently contain the threat, the containment arm squad would have to intervene, a course of action that would inevitably result in casualties. He was more concerned about the lives of his soldiers than the safety of this otherworldly being. However, Lin Wanqi, who had spent several days with Cheng Xiao, was now clenching her fists, internally urging, "Move. Please move." Unlike others, she had long considered this peculiar blocky figure as an unconventional friend. He moved. Lu Wu watched the screen, his voice tinged with excitement. He had just seen the weapon in Cheng Xiao's hand transform into a barrel containing some sort of white liquid, but it was too late. Li Xiaolong interjected, his calm tone reminiscent of a death sentence. The mind controller on the screen had already raised its tentacle, striking towards Cheng Xiao. Even from behind the screen, everyone could sense the chilling aura of death emanating from the tentacle, under which countless armed soldiers had already fallen. The moment the tentacle descended, Lin Wanqi instinctively let out a cry of despair. Yet, contrary to her expectations of being severed in half, Cheng Xiao merely turned a shade of crimson and took a step back. It was akin to a character in a game receiving a damage notification. But why did Cheng Xiao remain motionless, standing there without a reaction, with the second attack, followed by the third and fourth? Finally, Cheng Xiao's body suddenly toppled to the left, signifying his demise. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, the corpse that should have fallen to the ground inexplicably transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished without a trace, leaving not even a hair behind. What was happening? Is he dead? Surrounding Lin Wanqi, others gazed in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. Dead without a body? How does one respawn? Just as their confusion mounted, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Old Deng, open the door again. I'm going to slay that thing. Chapter 14, Eradication. My goodness, I'm truly alive. As the sounds from outside faded, those gazing at the screen fell into a stunned silence. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Wanqi squeezed through the crowd and bolted outside, prompting the others to follow, awakening from their daze. Once they emerged, they discovered Cheng Xiao, who should have been within the crimson barrier, now lying on a bed. Save for Lin Wanqi, the rest remained silent, their minds reeling in shock. Unable to utter a word, they had assumed that Cheng Xiao's resurrection would be limited, perhaps slow, or at least localized. However, it was nothing short of miraculous, a teleportation resurrection, instantaneous, with no visible signs of injury. Reports indicated that Cheng Xiao had no restrictions on resurrection counts. Li Xiaolong fixed his gaze on Cheng Xiao, beginning to reassess this extraordinary individual. As a soldier, he keenly sensed the potential for warfare that Cheng Xiao possessed. Immortal, capable of instant resurrection, if armed appropriately and without interference from other containment devices. Cheng Xiao could potentially annihilate an entire army. To regard him as merely a Class C entity was a gross underestimation. Li Xiaolong suppressed his astonishment and a hint of trepidation. Such a formidable specimen could not be allowed in Song Long's modest laboratory. Following this operation, he must report to the headquarters of the Salvation Containment Organization. But for the moment, caution was paramount. Cheng Xiao, are you all right? Lin Wanqi inquired, inching closer, her eyes filled with concern as she scrutinized Cheng Xiao. Her voice laced with deep care. She even reached out to poke the cubic head, attempting to discern any abnormalities. I am perfectly fine, just recover my state. Cheng Xiao replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqi sighed in relief. You scare me. I thought you were truly going to die. Death is like the wind, but shall not touch me. Mortality is foreign to me. Thank you, Cheng Xiao declared. He then turned to Li Xiaolong, quickly reopened the door. I know how to resolve this matter. Additionally, he wished to see if he could acquire something from the mind controller. Previously, he had slain Medusa and obtained her head, a conceptual weapon, capable of dispatching foes with a mere glance. Regrettably, it was a one-time use. Thus, he yearned to see if he could procure one of the mind controller's eyes. If he could obtain it, he would inevitably need to hunt down more containment entities. Collecting peculiar items and crafting bizarre equipment had been one of the few endeavors that piqued his interest throughout his endless existence. Li Xiaolong, recognizing the latent formidable combat power within Cheng Xiao, no longer worried about his ability to confront the mind controller and nodded towards his men, issuing the command to open the barrier. Soon, the previously closed crimson barrier revealed an opening once more. Cheng Xiao sprinted and leaped into the barrier, his peculiar gait prompting a soldier to mutter in confusion. Is the ground hot? As he re-entered the crimson barrier, Cheng Xiao fortuitously collided face-to-face with the mind controller. At the moment of their encounter, the mind controller's large eyes clearly reflected a hint of anthropomorphized confusion. Why had the strange creature it had slain suddenly reappeared? However, as it briefly pondered this enigma, an overwhelming and mysterious force seized control of its mind. Destruction, slaughter, such emotions surged through its consciousness, instantaneously obliterating the remaining vestiges of the mind controller's rationality. A piercing scream erupted, now tinged with agony. Two pairs of sluggishly swaying tentacles rose, and without warning, descended with a deafening whoosh, hurtling toward Cheng Xiao with an almost imperceptible swiftness. Cheng Xiao, a seasoned combatant who had battled parasitic entities, monstrous floods, and catastrophic insects, promptly crouched and raised his massive brown shield, enveloping himself entirely. In an instant, a series of dull thuds resounded as the seemingly wooden shield steadfastly blocked the oncoming tentacles. Seizing this opportunity, Cheng Xiao twirled the underworld alloy sword in his right hand. As he lifted it, a shadowy silhouette of the blade flickered in midair. In a flash, a tentacle was severed, dark, fetid blood gushing from the clean cut, while inexplicably, flames erupted from his body. The mind controller let out a chilling wail in response. As the saying goes, strike when your enemy is ailing. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Xiao lunged forward, akin to teleportation. His underworld alloy sword shimmering with a violet glow as it traced a graceful arc through the air, aimed at the mind controller's head for a decisive blow. At that critical moment, the peculiar mental energy re-emerged, surging forth with a magnitude several times greater than before. The ripples in the air, now amplified, broke through the crimson barrier, impacting those outside. In an instant, the scene before Cheng Xiao began to warp, the original mind controller morphing into a colossal, pitch-black insect towering over 100 meters. Even a single limb dwarfed entire houses, causing the very earth to tremble with its movement. It was a nightmare he could scarcely forget, one of the monstrous entities that had claimed countless dragon lives before being vanquished. It was also the creature that had slain his mount, the dragon with whom he had shared 2 centuries of companionship. The haunting memory of his young dragon, leading countless others into oblivion, remained etched in his mind. Faced with this enormous insect, instead of fear, an unquenchable rage ignited within him. Tormentor, Cheng Xiao bellowed, his voice laced with seething fury as he uttered the creature's name. In that moment, the underworld alloy sword he wielded did not falter. Rather, it swung with renewed vigor. His status bar illuminated with several buffs. Rage V, 010. Strength V, 010. Damage increase V, 010. Frenzy V, 010. The next second, a crisp sound echoed as the long sword penetrated the flesh. In that fleeting moment, the illusion before him shattered like fragile glass, erupting into a cacophony of splendor. As he lifted his gaze, the illusion shattered. The once ethereal puppeteer of the mind lay cleaved in twain, meticulously severed from top to bottom. Unfathomable entrails and inscrutable organs littered the ground, while the fetid black blood coalesced into a shallow pool. He had anticipated the necessity of that final jug of milk, yet remained untouched. Cheng Xiao steadied his emotions, shook his head, and softly addressed the now lifeless puppeteer of the mind. You should not have reminded me of those matters, those cursed, repugnant things. At the very moment his words fell, he seemed to witness a familiar worm writhing out from the puppeteer's corpse. A jolt surged through him. His pupils contracted in disbelief. Impossible. Why is a parasitic worm here? Why is it residing within the puppeteer of the mind? They were supposed to be eradicated, despite a multitude of impossibilities racing through his mind. How could that which he had vanquished materialize before him? However, when he closed and reopened his eyes, he beheld nothing. With the demise of the puppeteer, the sanguine barrier that had enveloped them began to dissipate. The warm, resplendent golden sunlight gradually cascaded down upon the motionless figure standing in silence. Chapter 15. My spoils, oh my, is this it? Remarkable indeed. I would never dare to confront a mind controller with a melee weapon, not to mention assaulting it. I wouldn't even approach too closely. As the group rushed over, they gazed in astonishment at the bisected corpse, their hearts swelling with relief that they would not be forfeiting their lives today. Well done, Cheng Xiao, Lu Wu remarked, admiration glimmering in his eyes. Although they had failed to capture the mind controller, retrieving the body was still a significant achievement. They merely needed to transport it to the headquarters of the Salvation Containment Organization, where researchers would utilize the remains for studies pertaining to mental powers. The participating division laboratories would receive varying degrees of compensation, and they could even request specific containment objects and tools from the headquarters. If it weren't for the personnel at headquarters dealing with a containment disaster caused by a large interdimensional portal in the north, such a joint operation would not have been necessary. What are you doing, Cheng Xiao? Lin Wanqi inquired, perplexed as she observed Cheng Xiao's right hand repeatedly gesturing towards one of the mind controller's eyeballs. Is it not obvious? I killed it so naturally, I must claim my spoils. In front of the onlookers, the intact, I shrank rapidly and fell to the ground. Unlike a typical fall, this eyeball floated above the ground, slowly rotating. As Cheng Xiao approached, with a soft pop, it seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, suddenly entering his body. Incredible. Cheng Xiao felt a surge of excitement as he glanced at the newly acquired item in his inventory. Name, mysterious eyeball description. An eyeball imbued with mental power. Perhaps you could combine it with other materials to create an unusual shield. Before he could ponder the synthesis, Li Xiaolong frowned and commanded sternly upon noticing Cheng Xiao had taken the eyeball. Cheng Xiao, put that down immediately. It does not belong to you. I do not deny your contributions in this containment operation will be duly rewarded, but you cannot take possession of the mind controller's body. I didn't take anything. Where did you see me do so? Cheng Xiao retorted. Cheng Xiao, enough. Lin Wanqi whispered, urging him to recognize Li Xiaolong's authority as the commander, hoping to persuade him to relinquish the item. After all, Li Xiaolong was a member of the headquarters and notorious for his strict adherence to protocol. Offending him would yield no favorable outcomes. Yet, Cheng Xiao remained undaunted. He would not return what he had rightfully claimed. With his hands clasped behind his back, Li Xiaolong fixed his gaze on the spot where the eyeball had vanished. I watched it disappear into you. How can you claim you did not take it? Firstly, Cheng Xiao's calm voice resonated. Do you see the eyeball in my hand? It is common knowledge that one must possess it in their hands for it to be considered taken. If I do not hold it, how could I have taken it? Secondly, he continued, retracting his weapon and armor, standing still. Feel free to search me. If you can find it on my person, I will concede it is mine. Lin Wanqi, covering her mouth, gazed at him with wide, astonished eyes, taken aback by Cheng Xiao's audacity. There was an inexplicable feeling of disdain. Yet she unexpectedly discovered that she did not harbor any dislike. On the contrary, it seemed rather intriguing. Cheng Xiao's words caused Li Xiaolong to furrow his brows even more tightly. His right hand instinctively clenched into a fist behind his waist, betraying the fury within him. Cheng Xiao, you are a containment object, not an experimental personnel. You cannot privately store the organs of containment objects, and besides, you have an inventory. How am I supposed to search it? His voice was clearly laced with anger. The directive from above mandated the retrieval of the corpse of the mind controller, and now, having lost an eyeball, he was at a loss as to how he would explain this. Not to mention the previous incident of military supplies being stolen. He could hardly believe what kind of punishment awaited him upon his return. What he initially thought was a simple containment task had unexpectedly turned into two significant disasters. Such misfortune. Then why don't you just open my inventory? Cheng Xiao suggested. As long as you open it, not only that eyeball, everything in my inventory will belong to you. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaolong realized that retrieving that eyeball was impossible, and he certainly did not believe that anyone here could handle Cheng Xiao. With such a power of death and resurrection, perhaps an entire legion would not suffice. He took a deep breath, adjusted his military cap with his right hand, and cast a discreet glance at Lin Wanqi. In that case, you may keep it. This time, Li Xiaolong's voice was devoid of any emotion as he gestured for the others to load the body. At the moment the mind controller was slain, he had already summoned the transport aircraft. All that remained was to transport the corpse back and lift the blockade here. Once the others departed, Lu Wu removed his combat helmet, reflecting on Li Xiaolong's earlier gaze. He wished to remind Lin Wanqi of a few matters. However, before he could speak, he noticed her eagerly pursuing Cheng Xiao with a barrage of questions. Shaking his head, he decided to wait until later to address it. Cheng Xiao, may I see your shield? How can one withstand the attacks of the mind controller when those tentacles can slice through Type 2 battle armor in an instant? And what did it feel like when you died and resurrected? What is death like? By the way, what was that bucket of white liquid you brought out earlier? At that moment, Lin Wanqi was as exuberant as a child, bustling around Cheng Xiao with her incessant queries. Please, you are quite noisy. Cheng Xiao halted, extending his square arm to rest on Lin Wanqi's shoulder as he began to explain. If he did not say something, he feared he would not find peace for the rest of the day. I feel no sensation of death whatsoever. Each time I die, I merely close my eyes and open them again at the resurrection point. As for the shield, it is simply an ordinary shield. 6 wooden planks and an iron ingot are all that is needed to craft it, and it can withstand the vast majority of attacks, including explosions. While speaking, he patted Lin Wanqi's shoulder. Child, there are many things you do not yet understand. Take your time to learn. Upon hearing the term child, Lin Wanqi's expression momentarily froze. What do you mean by child? I am already 25 years old. Oh, but Cheng Xiao is already several hundred years old. Perhaps it is not entirely inappropriate for him to call me that. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Could you possibly give me a shield? I would like to study it. Very well, he replied. Cheng Xiao cast aside a shield whose durability had waned to a crimson hue, for its utility had come to an end, and leaving it behind would only result in it occupying valuable space. Within her exquisite backpack lay a plethora of stacked cores and thousands of iron blocks, ensuring that the crafting of another shield was hardly a concern. As she beheld the diminutive, rotating shield upon the ground, Lin Wanqi stifled her excitement and approached it with deliberate slowness. Contrary to her expectations, which mirrored Cheng Xiao's experience of absorbing the shield into her being, she found herself bent over to retrieve it. The moment her fingers made contact, the brown shield instantaneously magnified, materializing in her grasp. However, this time, the predicament of being unable to relinquish it did not arise, likely because the shield was not currently within her equipment inventory. In her exhilaration, Lin Wanqi activated the portable terminal on her wrist, fervently documenting all that she observed and heard. The secrets concealed within Cheng Xiao were manifold, truly an interconnected treasure trove. Each time she believed she had delved deeply enough into the mysteries, a more expansive chamber awaited her exploration. It was as though the allure of those secrets was boundless, beckoning her to venture further into the unknown. Chapter 16. Deception aboard the transport aircraft. Li Xiaolong successfully collected the body and connected to the communication from headquarters via his portable terminal. A man's voice resonated on the line, tinged with a hint of joy. Majorly, I have reviewed your task completion report. You performed admirably in this operation. Although the corpse is somewhat damaged, we have successfully obtained the body of a mind controller. The researchers in the White Group will surely be pleased. Upon your return, take a well-deserved break, and your reward will be dispensed as promised. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaolong promptly disclosed the dangers posed by Cheng Xiao and the issue of the hidden eye. Concealment served no purpose. With the absence of a crucial eye, he would undoubtedly face accountability. It was better to confess immediately. The man on the other end remained silent for a moment before responding. Are you implying that an intelligent containment object has absconded with a mind controller's eye? Indeed. General Zhao, you must have reviewed his dossier. The man exhaled a perplexing hum, seemingly deep in thought or perhaps examining something. Soon his voice returned. Cheng Xiao, codename Blockhead, ID 000. Interesting. I previously presumed it to be merely a peculiar containment object. You, as a member of the Silver Group's management at headquarters, should handle this matter with due diligence. Understood, General Zhao. I shall take immediate action to retrieve the eye upon my return. Well, if it cannot be recovered, do not fret. Li Xiaolong's eyes widened in surprise at the general's unexpected remark. An epiphany struck him. Do you desire Cheng Xiao? Indeed. A containment object exhibiting human-like intelligence, coupled with the resurrection abilities you mentioned, possesses immense research potential. Do not provoke him. If retrieving the eye proves impossible, focus on transferring him to headquarters. Then, General Zhao's tone shifted to one of sternness. However, you must be penalized for your mistake. The loss of military supplies, along with the mind controller's eye, cannot go unpunished. Listening intently, Li Xiaolong instinctively straightened his posture, awaiting his reprimand. Your reward will be halved, and your leave will be reduced to 2 days. That shall be your punishment. Yes, General Zhao. Li Xiaolong bore no resentment. As a member of the Silver Group's management, he understood the importance of leading by example. Mistakes warranted consequences. Within the factory, following the conclusion of containment, everyone returned to their respective homes to report the results of the operation. Lu Wu and his team were no exception. Once aboard the transport aircraft, Lu Wu finally broached a subject he had intended to discuss earlier with Lin Wanqi, but had not found the opportunity. Lin Wanqi, have you considered the consequences? Engrossed in her enthusiastic study of the shield, Lin Wanqi paid little heed to Lu Wu's words and cheerfully replied, What consequences? I am researching this shield in accordance with regulations, and it will subsequently be sent to the containment chamber. Lu Wu let out a silent sigh, recalling how Lin Wanqi had always been someone who, upon encountering a novel containment object, was consumed by the urge to study it, often neglecting other matters in the process. He could only broach the subject by stating that Cheng Xiao had taken something she shouldn't have, and as her primary responsible party, the Silver Group would soon be coming for her. Upon hearing the mention of the Silver Group, Lin Wanqi froze, her actions momentarily halted, as the weight of those two words struck her chest like a heavy hammer, nearly rendering her breathless. What are you talking about? What is the Silver Group? Cheng Xiao questioned, prompting Lu Wu to respond with a grave expression. The Silver Group is the management tier of the containment organization, overseeing the personnel of all divisions. Within the organization, there are 5 major groups that ensure its operation. The Silver Group, management responsible for personnel. The Orange Group, armed soldiers tasked with containment. The White Group, research personnel focusing on containment objects. The Black Group, guards who typically operate alongside the Silver Group, responsible for capturing defectors or those refusing punishment. And the Red Group, essentially test subjects, the lowest echelon within the hierarchy. Taking a breath, Lu Wu added, lastly, there's the Yellow Group, the highest authority within the containment organization, managing everything internally. After this explanation, Cheng Xiao realized that her previous actions had inadvertently placed Lin Wanqi in jeopardy. While she might not face repercussions herself, Lin Wanqi would certainly bear the brunt of any consequences. Surely, it won't lead to anything serious, right? It's just an eyeball. Without my help, who knows how many people could have perished? I didn't even seek any benefits. And now, they're looking to cause trouble? Lu Wu glanced at Lin Wanqi, who was beginning to tremble slightly, and spoke earnestly. The containment organization is governed by numerous rules and regulations that bind everyone. Any mistakes will undoubtedly result in punishment. You may not be aware, but in a few months, Lin Wanqi is scheduled to be transferred to headquarters, which is... Suddenly, Lin Wanqi, who had been silently absorbing the conversation, interjected, "That's enough. It's not a big deal. Besides, I don't wish to travel so far." Her voice quivered with a hint of sorrow, and in that moment, nearly everyone present bowed their heads in silence. Song Long's laboratory was modest, only housing a few hundred individuals, and they all interacted frequently, leading to a certain familiarity among them. Lin Wanqi had graduated from the prestigious First University of Magic City, specializing in the study of containment objects. Coming from a modest background and yearning for exposure to more containment entities, her aspiration had always been to be transferred to headquarters. The White Group personnel there enjoyed better conditions and had the opportunity to encounter a wider array of containment objects. Furthermore, working at headquarters offered greater prospects for advancement, making it a coveted destination for all within the organization. Regrettably, the selection process was stringent. Not everyone who applied would succeed, often with only 1 in 1,000 applicants making the cut. Recently, Lin Wanqi's exceptional work had finally earned her approval for transfer to headquarters, and she was merely awaiting a few months for the observation period. Now, however, with the impending punishment from the Silver Group, it seemed she would be destined to remain in the containment laboratory branch in Qingyun City for a lifetime. I am sorry. Cheng Xiao was not a fool. She immediately realized that her actions had inadvertently brought misfortune to Lin Wanqi. It mattered little now. Lin Wanqi raised her hand to wipe her eyes with her sleeve, then turned to Cheng Xiao and offered a subtle smile. More than this, I am intrigued by the wondrous artifacts you possess and the secrets that dwell within you. Although she spoke nonchalantly, Cheng Xiao could distinctly perceive the flicker of sorrow in her eyes. It was evident that she had exerted considerable effort to transfer to headquarters. This is nothing. You truly possess a resilient spirit, as if even after being burned, your words remain unscathed. You and she are remarkably alike. Your words are as steadfast as iron, capable of being forged into a shield. Cheng Xiao's musings ignited a spark of curiosity in Lin Wanqi, prompting her to inquire further. Who is she? Sister Hista, a dear friend of mine and a mermaid. Just the mere mention of the name infused Lin Wanqi with a sense of profound narrative. She swallowed hard. A mermaid? Aren't those creatures from myth, also known as sirens? It is said they are extraordinarily beautiful with enchanting voices. Could it be that the beings of the Blue Star mythos exist within the cubic realm? Chapter 17, The New Gate to Exotic Realms. How did you come to know her? Lin Wanqi could not restrain her curiosity regarding Zista. How did I meet her? I recall I was fishing when I heard a melodious singing. As I listened, Lin Wanqi hastily recorded the details on her terminal, contemplating that this was undoubtedly a romantic encounter that must be thoroughly gossiped about. Then I drowned. Caught off guard, Lin Wanqi's hand froze, nearly causing her to topple from her seat. Goodness, your meeting was rather hasty. The others, who had perked up their ears in anticipation of gossip, were equally astonished by this revelation, casting bewildered glances at Cheng Xiao. Please do not look at me like that. I was unable to control my body at that moment. After my numerous deaths, I could not leave behind a corpse. The next time I saw Zista, I inadvertently frightened her into unconsciousness. When she awoke, we chatted and became friends. At this point, Lu Wu and his companions were either wiping sweat from their brows or wearing expressions of utter confusion. To make friends through death, only you could accomplish such a feat, Cheng Xiao. Truly one of a kind. I pondered that this was hardly making friends. It was evident that she was compelled to befriend him out of sheer fright. Yet, passive acquisitions of friendship could still be counted as friendship, right? I imagined if they encountered someone who could never die yet always found them, they would have been utterly traumatized. This Zista must be an extraordinary individual, or rather, an extraordinary fish. Regrettably, regardless of the reactions of others, as certain memories resurfaced, Cheng Xiao's voice grew noticeably heavier. Never mind. There is nothing more to say. Discussing it further only invites tears. Lin Wanqi ceased her actions, refraining from pressing the matter further, unwilling to delve deeper into her own affairs. Cheng Xiao shifted the conversation to another topic. By the way, Lu Wu mentioned you would be transferred to headquarters? Oh, that is certainly out of the question. Lin Wanqi's voice was tinged with a hint of despondency, as if she wished to avoid the subject altogether. However, I do not blame you. It is my own responsibility. Despite her words, she still felt a pang of sorrow. After all, who wouldn't be enraged when a long-awaited promotion opportunity, prepared for over several years, was suddenly snatched away? Yet, she understood that it was her failure to manage Cheng Xiao properly that led to this mistake. Nothing could be done now. At the moment her words fell, her portable terminal suddenly rang. Looking at the screen, she realized it was a call from her mother, and the timing suggested something was amiss. Typically, her parents would not call during work hours. Apologies, I must take this call. She offered Cheng Xiao an apologetic expression before quietly answering the communication. As soon as the connection was established in her right ear, a voice filled with urgency resonated. Chi-Chi, where are you right now? Mom, I'm at work. What's wrong? The woman's voice was clearly frantic. Hurry home. Call your soldiers over. What happened? Is everything all right? Lin Wanqi immediately sensed the gravity of the situation upon hearing her mother's urgent tone. After delivering a meal to Bing Bing, I emerged from her school only to find an alarming situation unfolding. This anomaly, a colloquial term used to describe the portals from other realms and the entities they contain, had become common knowledge among the populace of Blue Star. What? My sister? Lin Wanqi's expression shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, while she was still on the call, Lu Wu received new orders and, upon reading them, exclaimed loudly, "Attention, everyone! We have a new mission. An otherworldly portal has manifested at Experimental High School No. 2 in Qingyan City. We must proceed immediately to contain the entities. The information department has already relayed the details to your terminals." Upon hearing Lu Wu's words, Lin Wanqi hurriedly shouted into her terminal, "Mom, please don't go to the school. We will be there shortly." The woman on the other end calmed slightly at this, replying, "All right, hurry. It seems the school is shrouded in something. No one can enter or exit." After hanging up, Lin Wanqi gazed at the communication log, sighing inwardly at her misfortune. Punished, and now her sister was in peril. Observing the panicked Lin Wanqi and recalling Lu Wu's earlier announcement, Cheng Xiaoming understood that a portal had indeed appeared. "Do you need my assistance?" he tentatively inquired. "I have not received any orders from Director Song. This time, you will remain on the transport aircraft with Lin Wanqi," Lu Wu replied, inspecting his gear while denying Cheng Xiaoming's request. "Very well, your word is final." Cheng Xiaoming acquiesced outwardly, though inwardly he pondered sneaking away. After all, one might stumble upon some rare materials. He glanced at the increasingly anxious Lin Wanqi and asked, "Why are you in such a rush? Are you planning to join the containment effort? My sister is at that school." She exclaimed, "You don't intend to follow Lu Wu and the others, do you?" At that moment, a sharp click echoed as a firearm was readied. Accompanied by Lu Wu's voice, Cheng Xiao, without special orders, only the armed soldiers of Orange Team are permitted to enter the containment area. Others would be in serious violation of containment protocols. Lin Wanqi suddenly turned to Lu Wu, her hands clutching her clothing tightly, and implored, "Please, I must find my sister." "We will," Lu Wu assured her, his gaze resolute as he nodded firmly and donned his combat helmet. The others were also checking their equipment. An intense atmosphere enveloped the entire cabin. The transport aircraft, initially flying in a straight line, began to veer, rapidly heading in a different direction. According to the Information Department's assessment, the portal was classified as Sub-Level 2, with the contained entities not exceeding D rank in strength. Portals vary in intensity, ranging from Level 1, the weakest, to Level 5, the strongest. Since their emergence, most portals have been of Levels 1 and 2, typically housing entities classified as F, E, or D rank. Remarkably, there has only been one occurrence of a Level 5 portal, which appeared on an island in the land of cherry blossoms, resulting in the complete annihilation of the nation in just 1 hour. Numerous nations unleashed an unfathomable barrage of nuclear missiles, compelling the terrifying Titan to retreat back through the portal to its otherworldly realm. Yet this merely succeeded in driving it away, leaving it unharmed. A transport aircraft settled atop a towering edifice, through the windows revealing a distant cluster of structures shrouded in an ominous black mist. In broad daylight, it resembled an ink blot carelessly spilled upon a pristine sheet of paper, creating a striking dissonance and evoking a profound sense of unease. "Action! Action! Quickly, quickly!" Lu Wu was the first to dash out of the transport, eschewing the staircase for a daring leap off the building's edge, akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water. This spectacle sent a jolt of terror through Cheng Xiao, who frantically pounded Lin Wanqi's shoulder, exclaiming, "Goodness! Lin Wanqi, Lu Wu, and the others have plummeted. Have they lost their minds?" Yet, in the next breath, he beheld the very individuals who had just leaped off the building unfurling wingsuits and soaring swiftly towards the school. Ah, so they possess flying gear. Cheng Xiao rummaged through his backpack, recalling that he too had flying apparatus. "I have it too. I can fly." He fumbled with his wingsuit, thinking, "It's been ages since I last used this. How does it work again?" A quick glance revealed Lin Wanqi racing towards the staircase leading down. With his wingsuit finally donned, Cheng Xiao called out, "Shall I escort you down? I can fly too." Chapter 18, Soaring. From the heights of a towering building, two overlapping figures ensnared by the force of gravity plunged downwards in a vertical orientation, heads down, feet up, at a breathtaking speed. This act is commonly referred to as falling from a great height, and, one might exclaim, man, a piercing scream sliced through the air, reminiscent of a sonic weapon, scattering nearby birds in a frantic flight. Two small birds, startled and paralyzed by fear, plummeted from the sky. "Ah! Cheng Xiao, we're falling," Lin Wanqi screamed, her eyes tightly shut, clinging to Cheng Xiao's square frame like an octopus. The sensation of free fall and the looming threat of death sent her adrenaline surging wildly. Under the influence of this rush, her arms and legs tightened around Cheng Xiao, triggering alerts of harm that flashed ominously in red. I know. Just relax a bit. I forgot how to use this thing. You said you could fly. Idiot Cheng Xiao. If I believed you, I'd be doomed for life." Lin Wanqi continued to shriek, her fear at an overwhelming peak, leaving her unable to contemplate anything beyond her terror. Fortunately, Cheng Xiao soon recalled the mechanics of the winged apparatus. "Jump. We need to jump." In an instant, the wings, previously retracted, unfurled magnificently from Cheng Xiao's back, halting their descent mid-air and propelling them forward at a steady pace. Had they delayed even a few seconds longer, they would surely have met a gruesome fate, reduced to mere pulp. Originally caught in a cacophony of screams, Lin Wanqi suddenly felt the oppressive sensation of falling dissipate. her racing heart gradually calming. Yet, her rapid breaths and the heaving of her chest indicated that she remained in a state of heightened tension. Gradually, she opened her eyes, only to discover that they were no longer plummeting. Instead, they soared steadily through the sky. Below, cars and pedestrians appeared diminutive, akin to ants. The rush of wind against her ears and the sight of birds gliding nearby alleviated much of her anxiety. Lin Wanqi, do you wish to end my life? You've squeezed my health from 20 points down to 10. As she lifted her gaze, she realized it was not she who was flying, but rather Cheng Xiao, who was carrying her aloft. At that moment, Cheng Xiao rummaged through a backpack, seemingly searching for something. You dare blame me? Didn't you claim you could fly? We nearly met our demise just now. In the next heartbeat, the backpack vanished from Cheng Xiao's grasp, replaced by a contraption reminiscent of a rocket firework. Goodness, how was I to foresee this? Ever since I acquired my mount, I've neglected the use of the wings and genuinely forgot how to operate them. Thankfully, I recalled just in time how to do it. No more time for chatter. I'm about to accelerate. Accelerate? As the sound faded, Lin Wanqi saw the firework in Cheng Xiao's hand ignite and launch with a swift whoosh, its speed multiplying several times in an instant. The sudden acceleration caused her to grip Cheng Xiao's block-like form tightly, and the oncoming gust of wind compelled her to involuntarily shut her eyes. In a matter of moments, Cheng Xiao caught up with Lu Wu and his companions, who were flying ahead. Hey, Lu Wu, you're flying way too slowly. Cheng Xiao's voice echoed, startling Lu Wu and his companions, who turned in astonishment towards the source of the sound, their minds racing with disbelief. This blocky person can fly? How many secrets are you hiding? Wait, why is Lin Wanqi still clinging to you? Cheng Xiao, didn't I tell you to stay on the transport plane? If anyone sees you here, it will cause a commotion. And Lin Wanqi, why are you fooling around with your containment object? Lu Wu shouted, his shock palpable. Cheng Xiao, however, turned her attention to Lin Wanqi, responding with logic. I'm just escorting Lin Wanqi down. I'm not causing any trouble. Lu Wu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It was too late to scold them now. So he ordered, once we land, you must stay within the designated area and do not venture into the school to cause chaos. Yet, Cheng Xiao feigned ignorance, replying in a playful tone. What did you say? I can't hear you. The wind is too strong to speak. It might hurt my tongue. Goodbye. With two whooshes, a burst of firework particles erupted from her, propelling her forward without a care for Lu Wu, who was still shouting behind her. Before long, they drew closer to the academy, shrouded in ominous black mist. As they approached, it became evident that the mist was thick and swirling, resembling a tumultuous black ocean, impervious to sunlight. Despite several gusts of wind, the mist remained undisturbed, leaving one to wonder what lay within the academy's confines. Lin Wanqi's gaze shifted from the academy as she swallowed hard and pointed to a cleared area below. We should descend. Below, there was a noticeably cleared space, with several individuals guiding their descent. Cheng Xiao nodded, maneuvering her wings as she began to dive like a fighter jet. Just before reaching the ground, her wings folded seamlessly, allowing her to defy the laws of physics and come to an abrupt stop upon landing. At that moment, several security personnel who had been directing the landing stood in bewilderment, their guiding gestures frozen in midair as they gazed at the peculiar block figure before them. A fleeting thought crossed their minds. What on earth just fell from the sky? Hello there, Cheng Xiao greeted, snapping the five back to reality. Before they could inquire further, the group collectively shouted in alarm. There's an anomaly. Run, run. To the average person, an anomaly represented danger, terror, and death. Wherever they appear, death follows closely behind. Thus, upon witnessing Cheng Xiao, the five individuals were rendered utterly speechless. Wasn't it promised that an armed containment team would parachute in? How audacious of them! Instead, an anomaly descends, with a person hanging from its chest. What a peculiar ensemble you are! For among them fled in a frenzy, while one remained, trembling and wide-eyed, possibly immobilized by sheer terror, forgetting to escape and fixating on Cheng Xiao without a hint of movement. Are you all right? Cheng Xiao greeted with a friendly tone. But to her dismay, the individual, overwhelmed with fear, gasped for breath, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed, fainting from fright. Not a buddy? Cheng Xiao's gaze shifted. Disbelief etched across his face as he turned to Lin Wanqi, who had descended beside him. Lin Wanqi, do I appear so unattractive? He was neither vain, nor did he consider himself handsome. Yet it seemed implausible that he could frighten someone to the point of fainting. How exaggerated. Chapter 19. A favor for Cheng Xiao, however. Lin Wanqi completely disregarded Cheng Xiao's concerns and dashed towards the school enveloped in an eerie black mist. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Wu specifically said you can't go in there. Cheng Xiao exclaimed, sprinting and leaping in pursuit. It was common knowledge that the black mist concealed peril. How could she, unarmed and vulnerable, venture in to rescue someone? Had she watched too many zombie films? Shortly after their departure, the young man who had previously fainted suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze darting left and right with a shifty expression. Realizing that the anomaly had vanished, he quickly rose to his feet. What a genius I am! That anomaly didn't even notice me. With a grin of relief, he glanced back before charging outside, intent on reporting the audacity of the anomaly to appear brazenly in the bustling city. It seems you've eaten too many red beans and are lovesick. Yet, after taking only a few steps, the young man collided with something akin to an iron wall. Crashing to the ground, clutching his nose, he sat amidst the dust, wincing in pain as he looked up to discover over 20 well-equipped armed soldiers before him. Their uniforms bore a bright yellow emblem depicting two crossed swords, signifying their affiliation. It was the containment armed team. Lu Wu, glancing at the young man's identification badge, spoke in a deep voice that resonated from his full-face combat helmet. Zhou Hao, where are the others from the order team? Why are you the only one here? The personnel who were supposed to coordinate the descent were also absent. To mitigate the risk of any energy from the otherworldly gate affecting the aircraft and causing a crash, aerial vehicles typically maintained a safe distance from the site. Additionally, due to the high-altitude approach, he had contacted the order team via the terminal to guide the descent. To his dismay, he found no one at the site and had to land in a nearby location, running over. The order team, classified as part of the Containment Forces Orange Group, was tasked with assisting local authorities in evacuating personnel when an otherworldly gate appeared, as well as maintaining outer security to prevent unauthorized access to the scene. If one were to draw a distinction, the order team could be likened to support troops, while the containment warriors engaged in direct conflict. The order team rarely participated in combat, undertaking more mundane tasks. After all, sending them against containment objects that even the containment forces struggled to subdue would be tantamount to a death sentence. Commander, just now, there was an anomaly, Zhou Hao exclaimed, his expression lit with panic as he pointed towards the spot where Cheng Xiao had just been, stammering as he spoke and gesturing animatedly. There was an anomaly holding on to someone. It was terrifying. Had I not been clever, I might have perished too. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu's composure faltered. Could it be that a containment object had escaped? That seemed implausible. Typically, containment objects required a period of acclimatization before departing from the otherworldly gate to reach Blue Star. The lower the object's level, the longer this acclimatization period generally was. They have not even spent half an hour in this endeavor. Could it be a peculiar containment object similar to Cheng Xiao? When they brought Cheng Xiao out, he had no time to acclimate. Eager to gather information, Lu Wu hurriedly inquired about the appearance of that containment entity and its whereabouts. Zhou Hao, recalling the bizarre creature, shuddered involuntarily, fear evident in his tone. I cannot adequately describe that thing. It was a riot of colors, and I couldn't even discern where its head was. Moreover, its skin was revoltingly reminiscent of porridge. It must surely harbor some infectious disease. Oh no, it's a skin ailment. What kind of description is that? A riot of colors and skin like porridge? How peculiar. What kind of containment object is this? Without allowing the team to ponder further, Zhou Hao pointed toward the direction of the school and continued. That anomaly likely fled toward the school. Be cautious. I shall retreat first. With that, he turned and dashed toward the safe zone, leaving matters beyond his control. As soon as he departed, Li Wan and the team quietly compared Zhou Hao's description to Cheng Xiao's earlier arrival. The so-called anomaly was very likely Cheng Xiao. Captain, do you think he was referring to Cheng Xiao? Li Wu's voice carried a hint of hesitation. He does indeed appear to be a riot of colors, and when observed closely, He resembles a mosaic of blurred shapes. Another team member cautiously added, "Huh? It seems you all share the same sentiment." "I do too, fellow companions." "I too." This revelation sparked a consensus among many, typically unspoken. Now that the subject arose, their opinions on Cheng Xiao's appearance were astonishingly aligned. While discussing, they cast curious glances at Lu Wu, their inquisitive eyes seemingly asking for his perspective on Cheng Xiao. Ahem. Attention. Lu Wu would naturally refrain from offering any evaluations. He despised when others spoke ill behind someone's back. The young men promptly stood at attention, eyes fixed ahead. Whether it is Cheng Xiao or not, we shall ascertain that upon arrival. "Everyone, follow me." Lu Wu led the charge at the forefront of the group, secretly forming his own judgment. In truth, he too thought Cheng Xiao resembled a bowl of porridge. However, as the captain, he must not casually comment on another's appearance. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will collapse. He must maintain his authoritative persona. "Lin Wanqi, I thought you were going to rush in." Cheng Xiao sighed in relief upon seeing Lin Wanqi halt not far from the school. "No, I am merely anxious about my sister's situation. In her moment of peril, I, as her sister, can only stand by helplessly." Lin Wanqi gazed at the school, shrouded in black mist. The feeling of powerlessness compelled her to pace back and forth. She had attempted to call her sister, but it seemed the signal was completely disrupted by the black mist, rendering her unable to connect. Now, we can only rely on Lu Wu's team to eliminate the otherworldly creatures. "I understand your sentiments." Cheng Xiao slowly approached and gently patted Lin Wanqi's shoulder with her square hand. "I, too, have witnessed those I hold dear fall one by one before me, while I remained powerless. In those moments, the sense of isolation was the true embodiment of despair. However, you are different, for I must enter to collect some materials for containment." As Cheng Xiao spoke, she began to fervently swing her right arm while energetically performing squats. "You are quite fortunate, for while I gather the materials, I shall also rescue your sister. Of course, in exchange, you must assist me." Taken aback by Cheng Xiao's fervent determination, Lin Wanqi was astonished that she would be willing to take such risks on her behalf. After all, her sister was unrelated to Cheng Xiao, and there was no obligation to save her. For a moment, Lin Wanqi felt deeply moved and responded with unwavering conviction, stating that as long as she could rescue her sister, she would do everything within her power to fulfill any request. With this assurance, Cheng Xiao revealed her demand. "Actually, I would like your help in examining the eye of that mind controller. For some inexplicable reason, I cannot see the synthesis chart and thus cannot create it. So, I wanted to ask if you could operate it and merge that eye into my shield." Merging the containment object's eye into the shield, Lin Wanqi immediately recalled similar operations she had studied in university. Certain organs or containment devices could be fused with various objects. However, the probability of fusion was exceedingly low. Yet if successful, it would yield an object known as an anomalous item. For instance, merging certain organs of a containment object could enable a person to harness the unique abilities of that object through the fused item. Nonetheless, she had never performed such an operation, having only observed the theory. "I studied this course in university and have a general understanding of how it works. But the success rate is quite low. Low or not, as long as you can manage it, that is what matters." Receiving this affirmation, Cheng Xiao nodded in satisfaction. It was certainly preferable to having this object occupy space in the inventory without any practical use. Chapter 20. The Academy of Black missed a few moments later. Lu Wu arrived and found Lin Wanqi standing alone, her gaze fixed and unblinking upon the school engulfed in black mist. He immediately inquired about the whereabouts of the troublemaker. "Cheng Xiao. Where was Cheng Xiao? Was it not she who had frightened away the order troops?" Lin Wanqi glanced at Lu Wu, nodded, and recounted the events that had transpired. However, she discreetly omitted any mention of the transaction between herself and Cheng Xiao, fully aware that such a revelation would constitute a grave violation of employee conduct. Lin Wanqi lacked the qualifications to create peculiar artifacts, and any unauthorized fabrication would surely result in severe punishment. Yet, in her desperate bid to rescue her sister, she was willing to take that risk. Upon hearing that Cheng Xiao had unlawfully entered the school grounds, Lu Wu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It increasingly seemed that Cheng Xiao was a harbinger of chaos, causing disturbances wherever she went. Initially, she had offended the Silver Group by taking what she should not have, subsequently jeopardizing Lin Wanqi's future, and now she had once again breached protocol by entering the containment site. Had it been anyone else, he would have reported her to the Silver Group without a second thought. However, Cheng Xiao had saved one of his team members and aided them in vanquishing the Mind Controller to avenge their fallen comrade. He had even vowed to assist Cheng Xiao, making it impossible for him to betray her trust. He was no ungrateful scoundrel. With this unpredictable individual around, life was bound to become tumultuous. Yet what could he do? He could neither confront Cheng Xiao nor wish to report her. Thus, he chose to disregard her actions for the time being. The pressing matter was to first address the otherworldly portal. Everyone, follow me. This is merely a quasi-level 2 portal. We shall resolve it swiftly. Under Lu Wu's leadership, everyone charged resolutely into the black mist. As Cheng Xiao was among the first to enter, she sensed a peculiar energy within the dense black fog. The moment she crossed the threshold, she was afflicted with a debuff known as darkness. She was all too familiar with this effect, having encountered it during her battles against the echoing guards. The two effects bore striking similarities. Visibility plummeted to a mere 5 to 3 meters, with the distance obscured by an oppressive shroud of darkness. The atmosphere was suffocating, silent, and foreboding, embodying the essence of the black mist. One could never predict from which shadow a monster, or perhaps a horde of monsters, might suddenly emerge. For an ordinary individual with weak mental fortitude, it would take mere minutes to succumb to panic in such an environment. However, Cheng Xiao remained unperturbed. Her decades of solitary mining in the depths of darkness had rendered her immune to the negative effects of such an environment. Without hesitation, she affixed a yellow iron lantern to her waist, instantly expanding her field of vision from 5 or 6 meters to nearly 10. In that moment, Cheng Xiao became a beacon of light piercing through the darkness. As she advanced, the eerie black mist began to dissipate, and the oppressive gloom lifted. After traversing less than 100 meters, she realized she had reached the entrance of the school. As Cheng Xiao gazed further ahead, she realized she had traversed through a thick veil of black mist and entered the school. This mist resembled a formidable barrier, isolating the institution from the outside world. In fact, the interior was not shrouded in fog. It merely possessed a faintly hazy ambience. Thanks to the electricity supply, the streetlights illuminated vast areas of darkness. Yet, not a soul was in sight. Most of the windows in the teaching buildings were drawn shut. The campus, which should have been teeming with life, was unervingly silent. Surveying her surroundings, Cheng Xiao noticed a towering black pillar connecting the upper reaches of the mist, presumably serving as a source of energy for the otherworldly gate. However, an alarming thought struck her. She had neglected to inquire about her companion's sister's name, or even her appearance. Cheng Xiao felt a surge of frustration. The first step in this survival game felt akin to a futile attempt to return home. Without hesitation, she turned back. Yet this time, the situation grew increasingly bizarre. The black mist seemed to possess some peculiar function. After passing through the dense fog, she found herself in another corner of the academy. This strange occurrence was entirely new to her. Determined to retrace her steps, she was met with an expanse of playground. It dawned on her that this place was a prison from which one could enter but not exit. To escape, she must confront this enigmatic mist. All right, if she couldn't leave, she would have to think creatively. What would Lin Wanqi's sister be like? Surely, she must be a child. If she were indeed a child, Cheng Xiao's mind sparked with a sudden realization. She must have a large head and a small body. If all else fails, she could always ask others. With a mountain of emeralds at her disposal, who could resist their allure? The villagers had adored her for it. By the same token, the inhabitants here would surely appreciate her as well. With this thought in mind, Cheng Xiao emitted an odd chuckle, skipping towards the nearby teaching building. After all, with emeralds in hand, she could simply toss a few to inquire for directions. Surely, no one could dislike emeralds. However, what Cheng Xiao failed to notice was that the surrounding mist seemed to thicken ominously. In the shadows, Something eerie appeared to be stirring, lurking behind heaps of bodies that had been devoured almost entirely. Meanwhile, in a classroom, a multitude of desks and chairs barricaded the door, with curtains drawn tight. All the students sat in eerie silence on the ground, afraid to make a sound. A female teacher cautiously lifted a corner of the curtain to observe the outside. Upon noticing the fog had thickened considerably, her expression shifted dramatically, terror giving way to an overwhelming despair. She lowered the curtain and, facing the 20 or so middle school students clad in unappealing uniforms, raised her index finger in a gesture for silence. Then, in a hushed tone, she whispered, "The fog has rolled in." In the next moment, all the students were gripped by terror. At the moment when the portal to the foreign realm descended, all individuals sought to escape the academy, shrouded in ominous black mist. Yet, without exception, none could flee. Regardless of the direction taken, they ultimately returned to the school. Soon, the black mist enveloped the premises, rendering the surroundings pitch dark, where one could not see their own hand before their face. Within that abyss, it seemed that a predatory entity lurked, perceiving all as its quarry. In that instant, the entire institution morphed into a slaughterhouse, filled with the anguished cries of the populace and the ferocious roars of the monsters. Amidst this chaos, it was unclear who first discerned the creature's aversion to light, but someone manually activated the streetlights, granting the remaining souls a glimmer of hope to escape into the illuminated rooms. As long as the light persisted, the monsters lurking in the black mist would not dare to approach. Perhaps they would not. In a corner of the classroom, a group of girls huddled together, seeking warmth to alleviate their pervasive fear. Among them, a slightly plump girl whispered softly to a beautiful classmate with a ponytail, who bore a resemblance to Lin Wanqi. "Lin Bingbing, will your sister send someone to rescue us? Did you not mention she works for the containment organization?" This inquiry drew the attention of those nearby, who recalled Lin Bingbing's previous assertion that her family had ties to the Containment Bureau. "She will." Lin Bingbing lifted her head, though fear gnawed at her. She firmly believed her sister would come to her aid. "Perhaps my sister has already summoned armed soldiers. Just a little longer." At the mere mention of armed soldiers, the terror in the eyes of several girls diminished, replaced by a flicker of admiration. They began to murmur in enamored tones. "How wonderful it would be to have such a boyfriend. If danger arises, he would undoubtedly rush in to save me. Such heroism. Hey, Lin Bingbing, could you introduce us to some handsome men from the armed containment forces when this is over? Your sister must know some charming fellows." "Me too. Could you help me get an introduction? If not, just a phone number would suffice." In that moment, the group of blossoming young girls appeared to forget their fear, momentarily lost in fantasies of gallant and strikingly handsome soldiers descending like knights to rescue them. Lin Bingbing, not wishing to shatter the fragile hope that had taken root, nodded heavily in agreement. Indeed, she too dreamed of a valiant hero coming to her aid. However, unbeknownst to them, the very formidable saviors they envisioned were downstairs, grumbling as they dismantled the surroundings. Chapter 21. The initial encounter. Who on earth could have blocked the stairway so thoroughly? How am I supposed to ascend? Cheng Xiao gazed at the sea of tables and chairs that had nearly filled the first floor to the second. Clutching a black axe, he muttered curses under his breath while pushing aside a table. With a swift motion of his arm, one of the tables exploded into a myriad of particles, transforming into a small table that slowly rotated above the ground. As Cheng Xiao approached, it was drawn into his inventory. This item, taking up space, was of no use to him. He placed it aside once more. Raising his gaze towards the mountain of furniture, he realized that the chain of excavation was utterly disconnected. It would take an eternity to dismantle them one by one. Moreover, since entering the school, he had observed numerous areas stained with large splotches of blood. Initially obscured by the darkness, the gruesome reality was now all too clear. This place was certainly not merely shrouded in black mist. There were extraterrestrial beings present, the reason for their absence remaining a mystery. As he explored the entire first floor, not a single living soul could be found. Aside from the shattered windows and doors, only scattered bloodstains remained. There wasn't even a corpse in sight. Even if they had been devoured, surely some bones would be left behind. The absence of any remains suggested a thoroughness that was chilling, indicative of extreme hunger. Recognizing the imminent danger, he decided to set down a bed in a classroom adjacent to the stairway, establishing a respawn point. After completing this task, Cheng Xiao took a few steps back and called out toward the upper levels of the teaching building, attempting to ascertain whether anyone was present. "Hello, is anyone there? Don't exhaust yourselves playing the demolition crew. After all this, there's not a soul in sight." His voice echoed through the silent campus, growing fainter with each passing moment, even eliciting a faint reverberation. "Is there anyone who can breathe? If you can make a sound." A second call echoed, yet still, no response came. Not only was there a lack of vocal reply, but the surrounding fog seemed to be gathering at a visible pace. What had once been a mere haze was now an enveloping mist, akin to the morning fog that obscures everything in its path, rendering even distant objects indistinct. As the fog thickened, strange whispers emerged from all directions, their meanings indecipherable yet deeply unsettling, provoking a sense of anxiety within him. It appeared that I was encircled. Cheng Xiao cautiously retreated towards the stairway. The mist before him seemed to possess a life of its own, inching closer with each passing moment. As it approached, the hushed murmurs intensified, as if they were whispering directly into his ear. Years of combat had honed his sixth sense, allowing him to perceive that within this fog, numerous extraterrestrial entities lurked. Thus, was this deathly school devoid of any living beings? Cheng Xiao pondered quietly while methodically retrieving a backpack, extracting a multitude of weapons and equipment into his inventory. To his surprise, the vast array of weaponry he had acquired the previous day was now at his disposal. The sound of armor clanking accompanied the donning of combat gear that mirrored Lu Wu's. As for the weapons, a T-Rex high-energy grenade? What on earth is this? How does one use it? Cheng Xiao stared at the blue and white, distinctly sci-fi grenade in his hand, a question mark hovering over his head. Although he possessed an array of firearms, such as an exoskeleton 4-barrel machine gun, withering artillery, and laser guns, he had hardly ever utilized grenades. Was it merely a matter of throwing them directly, or did one need to ignite them with a flint? Regardless, he assumed that simply hurling it would suffice. In the very moment when Cheng Xiao was about to toss the grenade, an invisible surge of energy enveloped him. The Tyrannosaurus Rex high-energy grenade was instantly activated, radiating a perilous red light accompanied by a rapid beeping sound. Once thrown, it traced a crimson arc through the air before landing amidst the nearby black mist. Within that obscurity, countless unknown creatures turned their gaze towards the rolling red object, emitting sounds of bewilderment. As the beeping intensified with the passage of time, it seemed to convey a clear message to all. My explosion radius is vast. Why linger? Flee at once. A fleeting thought crossed Cheng Xiao's mind. Surely, the explosion's radius couldn't be that extensive. Just as this notion settled in his mind, the moment before detonation brought forth an overwhelming flash of white light from within the black mist. The sudden eruption transformed into a semicircular energy storm with a radius nearing 10 meters. Every foreign creature ensnared within this horrifying energy was utterly obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Subsequently, the energy began to compress inward, and mere seconds later, it released with a thunderous roar. The true explosion manifested, sending a towering mushroom cloud skyward, accompanied by a shockwave of ferocious power that hurled everything in its vicinity into chaos. The glass of the upper floors shattered en masse, including that of a stunned Cheng Xiao, who stood frozen in place. Such a colossal explosion naturally seized the attention of the entire academy. At the school's rear entrance, Lu Wu and his companions gazed skyward at the mushroom cloud that had risen in the distance, a sight he was all too familiar with. That was the Tyrannosaurus Rex high-energy grenade. In the absence of any knowledge of other survivors nearby, who could be employing such a weapon of mass destruction within the school grounds? He cast a glance behind him. His team was all present. But who had unleashed this chaos? Could armed soldiers have come to their aid after their entry? It seemed implausible, as they had not called for support. And even if someone had arrived, they would have established contact and confirmed their location immediately. These were fundamental protocols to prevent friendly fire. With little time for contemplation, Li Wen's voice echoed at that moment, accompanied by a series of strange whispered sounds. Captain, there is something in the mist. Li Wen shouted, eyeing the scanning results displayed on the combat helmet S terminal. Before them lay a dense throng of unidentifiable creatures. It was evident from the biological outlines that these beings were certainly not human. With nerves taut, Lu Wu raised his hand to signal. Over 20 individuals formed a combat formation, their expressions grave as they lifted their respective weapons. Rifles, light machine guns, and shotguns were all aimed at the shrouded black mist. A roar emanated from within the fog, seemingly a signal to attack. At that instant, the disconcerting whispers faded, and countless shadows surged forth, charging from the swirling mist. The moment Lu Wu beheld that creature, his pupils constricted, and a chill ran down his spine. Despite having contained numerous anomalies and considering himself well-versed in the bizarre, he felt a surge of dread. What manner of being was this, resembling a warped entity? Its physique bore semblance to a human, yet its upper body was grotesquely transformed into a gaping maw dripping with blood. Its diminutive legs and arms had undergone a horrific mutation, replaced by skeletal claws, stained with large splotches of blood and remnants of flesh. Among them, a significant portion was a terrifying creature crawling on all fours, moving with astonishing speed. While writhing, barbed appendages sprouted from its back. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Eliminate them all." As his words echoed, a long tongue of flame illuminated the darkness. And a tempest of bullets erupted before those strange beings, ruthlessly shredding any flesh that dared to obstruct their path. The eerie cries and gunfire converged, as the fierce combat and explosions caused the survivors in the teaching building to huddle by the windows, their eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation as they gazed towards the source of the commotion. Alas, shrouded in black mist, they could only witness the flickering flames of the gun muzzles, unable to discern the true state of the rescue forces. Chapter 22. What commotion are you causing, Cube Man? Revived from the brink of death, Cheng Xiao, who had met his demise in an explosive manner, would undoubtedly exclaim the jade-faced Grenade King if he had witnessed a particular television drama. Having blown himself up is quite the accomplishment. As the distant sounds of gunfire and explosions erupted, Cheng Xiao realized that Lu Wu had already infiltrated the premises. However, they remained far from him, leaving him unable to intervene, not to mention that he had his own troubles to contend with. Turning his gaze towards the thick, inky black fog outside the classroom, he pondered, what manner of beings are you? Upon hearing the cacophony of footsteps approaching from the depths of the fog, Cheng Xiao finally adopted a serious demeanor. This time, he refrained from drawing his lower realm alloy sword. In the face of numerous adversaries, he preferred a weapon that was larger, possessed a broader striking range, and wielded greater power. Thus, he summoned a colossal sword, its entire form imbued with a pale azure hue, flickering with ethereal blue flames. The mere sight of this imposing two-handed greatsword instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. The moment the great sword materialized, the haunting wails of countless souls echoed ominously around him, drowning out the whispers of the entities concealed within the fog. Concurrently, the spiritual energy emanating from the sword created a forbidden zone around Cheng Xiao, where any creature daring to approach would suffer the ravages of spiritual force. Awakened Lich's greatsword. This was the weapon he had acquired after vanquishing the legendary Lich King. A true artifact for group assaults. Note, this is not the Lich King Arthas from the throne. It is a character of my own design. So please refrain from making assumptions. Of course, he possessed many such artifacts. This was merely one among a multitude. In the face of the anguished cries of the souls, the whispers of the entities in the fog noticeably diminished, as if they hesitated to launch an attack. It was evident to all that Cheng Xiao was not to be trifled with. Seizing this opportunity, he propelled himself forward, his right leg striking the ground as his figure vanished from sight. The 2-meter-long greatsword cleaved through the air with a piercing sound and with a swift motion. A vast expanse of black fog was dispersed by the spiritual energy radiating from the sword, revealing several otherworldly creatures bisected at the waist. The surrounding beings were momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend the swiftness of Cheng Xiao's assault. However, Cheng Xiao granted them no time to recover. The seemingly massive and unwieldy greatsword flowed effortlessly in his hands, unleashing a torrential storm of blood and carnage. Countless severed limbs and dismembered bodies littered the ground. Some otherworldly beings attempted to retaliate, but as they drew near, they were torn to shreds by the spiritual energy enveloping Cheng Xiao. In mere moments, Cheng Xiao traversed an unchallenged domain, with a black fog dissipated in his wake, leaving a battlefield strewn with corpses. Yet, the otherworldly beings appeared inexhaustible, continuously surging forth from the fog, treading upon the corpses of their fallen comrades like an unrelenting tide. "This is maddening. There are so many," Cheng Xiao muttered under his breath, raising the Lich King's greatsword high. With a mere thought, the tormented souls imprisoned within the sword began to coalesce into spiritual energy, rapidly gathering upon the blade. What had been a 2-meter-long weapon moments ago transformed into an imposing super greatsword measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, exuding an overwhelming aura. Then, with an oppressive descent, it cleaved through the black fog. Boom! In the instant the colossal sword struck the ground, energy surged forth from either side, causing the earth to tremble and debris to scatter. A tempest of soul energy erupted from the giant blade, rending apart all living beings in its vicinity, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. When the storm of souls subsided, the surrounding area, spanning hundreds of meters, lay devoid of any foreign creatures. Yet, vast swathes of these beings relentlessly charged from the encroaching black mist, eager to fill the void. However, such efforts were but futile resistance. The blade, forged from condensed soul power, erupted with a thunderous roar after releasing its soul vibrations, enveloping the newly emerged foreign entities in a brilliant cyan light. This radiance pierced the heavens, wielding an unstoppable force that tore a gaping hole in the dark clouds above. At that moment, both humans and foreign creatures alike turned their gazes toward the blue beam in the sky. Inside the classroom, Lin Bingbing leaned against the window, squinting alongside her peers at the luminous pillar that loomed close outside. Her astonishment had long since eclipsed any prior emotions. Was this magic? It resembled scenes from an anime or a video game. Lu Wu, witnessing the cessation of hostilities from the foreign beings, followed the light upwards, equally struck into speechlessness. The recent explosion and the soaring beam. Who could be engaging in such a battle? Could it be Cheng Xiao? Could that blocky figure cause such a commotion? As the cyan light gradually faded, sunlight streamed through the enormous breach, dispersing the thick black mist and revealing an endless expanse of foreign creatures. Any being caught in the luminous rays emitted sizzling sounds, accompanied by plumes of black smoke. They appeared to be utterly terrified of sunlight, rushing recklessly towards the portal to their realm upon its first sight. "We are safe, for now." The once dense black mist on campus began to dissipate, reverting to its previous hazy state. However, the surrounding isolation of the mist still persisted, and the gaping hole above was visibly regenerating at a rapid pace. Within mere seconds, it had almost restored itself to its former state. Escaping this place would necessitate addressing the foreign portal. At that moment, Cheng Xiao, while observing the breach overhead, unexpectedly noticed several individuals peering out from the upper floors. He had presumed everyone was dead, yet it appeared they were merely hiding upstairs. Why then? Had no one responded to his earlier call? Since there were still survivors, there was no need for haste. He would first see if these creatures might yield any materials. Stowing away his weapon, Cheng Xiao approached a corpse, a being severed in half. Strangely, this foreign creature seemed devoid of internal organs, only possessing flesh and blood. However, it had a black pouch filled with fragments of meat and scraps of clothing, presumably a digestive chamber. He waved his right hand over the body repeatedly, hoping to extract items into his inventory. Alas, it was evident that his attempts were in vain. Perhaps he needed to utilize a container. Given that the creature appeared to consist solely of blood and flesh, he could collect either substance. Retrieving a glass vial, he applied it to the corpse, producing the sound of liquid filling the container. A transparent glass vial filled with dark crimson liquid appeared in the inventory. Inscribed upon it was the label, Name, Mutated Blood. Description, can be utilized to concoct bodily enhancement potions. Upon mentioning potions, his interest was piqued. He had a backpack specifically designated for spare supplies, which contained a brewing station for potion creation. He had gathered approximately a dozen vials of mutated blood, not out of reluctance to collect more, but simply due to a lack of available containers. There was no sand in sight. Otherwise, he could have gathered some to smelt glass for additional vials on the spot. He placed the mutated blood into a compartment of his backpack reserved for materials and prepared to attend to more pressing matters. Now, where was Lin Wanqi's sister? However, as he glanced towards the windows occupied by people, they all instinctively recoiled. What were they afraid of? Hadn't those otherworldly creatures fled? Since they were unwilling to descend, he would ascend instead. Cheng Xiao began rummaging through his backpack, suddenly recalling that long ago he had defeated a legendary marine creature known as Leviathan, from which he had obtained equipment for climbing. After some searching, he indeed found the gear. Gazing at the entirely purple armament resembling a gauntlet with a claw at the front, he couldn't help but mutter, "Tide claw. It has been ages since I last utilized this. How was it that I still remember it after 23 chapters? Am I really that intimidating?" That day, I witnessed an anomaly. It was my first close encounter with the extraordinary. This anomaly was a creature composed of blocks, vivid and colorful, resembling a heap of porridge. Lin Bingbing's private diary. Equipping the Tide Claw, he raised his hand and aimed at the third-floor window. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the deep purple grappling claw shot forth, swiftly securing itself to the wall and pulling Cheng Xiao up to the third floor with remarkable speed. Thanks to the earlier explosion, the outer glass of the nearby teaching building had shattered, allowing him to enter the classroom effortlessly. It was fortunate that he had maintained a distance during the battle. Otherwise, the various explosions might have transformed him into a demolition crew, reducing several buildings to rubble. Ah! No! Help! Help! Ah! There's an anomaly. The moment Cheng Xiao stepped into the classroom, he was met with the frantic screams of a dozen individuals desperately retreating from him. Among them, a male teacher, accompanied by several tall boys wielding makeshift weapons fashioned from disassembled table legs, stared at him in terror. Yet their trembling bodies and gradual retreat revealed their overwhelming fear. Cheng Xiao was well prepared for this reaction. Retracting the Tide Claw, a diamond-shaped green gem materialized in his right hand. "May I inquire if anyone has seen Lin Wanqi's sister? Whoever can tell me her whereabouts," Cheng Xiao proclaimed, continuously waving the green gem. "I shall reward them with this gem." With that, he began to approach the crowd. As soon as he moved, the group huddled in the corner let out a series of anguished cries, their despair echoing in the air. Overwhelmed by tension and terror, they paid no heed to Cheng Xiao's words, consumed by thoughts of their impending doom. "Please stop shouting," Cheng Xiao implored, squatting frantically in place. "This is an emerald. Don't you want it?" He leaned closer to the nearest boy, waving his right hand. "Do you not desire it? This is an emerald. No one can resist its allure. I call it the allure of the emerald." However, before he could finish his sentence, the boy stared wide-eyed at the bizarre, multicolored creature before him, his mind plagued by thoughts of his imminent death. At that moment of extreme tension, he trembled, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed backward, whether from fright or shock uncertain. "Hey, this is rather rude," Cheng Xiao remarked with evident displeasure, noticing no one was paying attention to him. What was this? He had committed no egregious act. Why did they all regard him with such trepidation? "I shall ask once more, where is Lin Wanqi's sister? If you do not speak, I shall take my leave. Do not blame me for failing to procure the emerald." Aside from the rapid breaths and the crackling sound emitted by the overhead light, silence reigned, with no one responding to his inquiries. How peculiar. I say, cannot you simply utter a sound if you do not recognize her? Realizing these individuals might not know Lin Wanqi's sister's whereabouts, he cast a glance at the door blocked by a pile of debris. Determined, he strode towards the window, shattered the glass, and leaped into the corridor outside the classroom, intending to inquire in other classes. Amidst the chaos, with bloodstains marring the walls, Cheng Xiao shouted loudly. Lin Wanqi's sister. Come out. Your sister sent me to find you. Is there anyone alive? I'm here to rescue. Some individuals inside the classrooms, upon hearing the commotion outside, mistook it for the arrival of a rescue team and began shouting, Quick, come out. The rescue team has arrived. We are saved. We are saved. Oh, finally, we can leave this dreadful place. In one of the classrooms where Lin Bingbing was situated, the sounds from outside reached them. However, due to the distance, they could only discern a vague notion that someone had come to their aid. As several students prepared to exit, Lin Bingbing suddenly stood up, her brow furrowed, and stated resolutely, Everyone must not go outside. All the classmates turned to her in confusion. Is there a problem? I heard the voices outside say they were here to rescue us. Indeed, I heard it too, and the abnormality would not speak so openly, she replied. I distinctly heard the explosion and gunfire. Surely someone's coming to rescue us. Faced with her classmates' doubts, Lin Bingbing recounted what her sister had once told her. My sister said that rescue teams would never shout for survivors so loudly outside. First and foremost, the containment armed forces are equipped with the most advanced detection devices, capable of perceiving our every move. There is no need for such loud calls. Secondly, to prevent noise from attracting undue attention, rescues are typically conducted in silence. They would never call out to survivors so boisterously unless absolutely necessary. Lin Bingbing's sister works in the containment laboratory, which made his words cause hesitation among those preparing to venture outside. Even a female teacher suggested, Class, let us wait a moment longer. If it truly is a rescue team, they will come for us. Yet, there were always those stubborn enough to insist on going out. A boy with a crew cut dismissed Lin Bingbing's words entirely. What if it is the rescue team? If we do not respond, they might leave with other survivors and abandon us. That's impossible. The one outside must be an anomaly. Lin Bingbing firmly countered. I refuse to believe that an anomaly can speak. I must go out and see for myself, ignoring the protests of others. The crew cut boy rolled up his sleeves and cleared away the debris blocking the door, creating a narrow opening through which he could escape. The moment he opened the door, not only he but also survivors from other classes emerged. A group of them, filled with joy, stepped outside, only to collide head-on with Cheng Xiao. Under the harsh, pale glow of the fluorescent lights, they beheld a grotesque figure at the end of the corridor, a mosaic-like entity that bore no resemblance whatsoever to a rescue team. In fact, it was entirely dissimilar to a human being. At that instant, every action ceased. A collective shock gripped them, and their first reaction was, the anomaly was masquerading as a rescue team to lure survivors to their doom. Joy turned to terror, hope transformed into despair. An anomaly. It's an anomaly. Run. Everyone run. The corridor erupted into chaos, as some who had exited the classroom attempted to return, only to find the main door had been barricaded. In their panic, they instinctively fled in the opposite direction, while those who had not completely exited quickly retreated back into the classroom. None had anticipated that an anomaly could mimic the voice of a rescue team to deceive survivors into revealing themselves. The crew-cut boy was no exception. Without hesitation, he withdrew the foot he had just ventured out with and forcefully shut the door, resolutely barricading it once more. His actions, along with the commotion outside, validated Lin Bingbing's suspicions. The figures outside were certainly not a rescue team. This revelation extinguished the flicker of hope that had just ignited within the classroom. Sorry. I should have listened to you. The crew-cut boy approached Lin Bingbing directly. Did you win a lottery? Lin Bingbing inquired. The boy responded with solemn respect. Yes. That anomaly is right outside. It resembles a figure made of building blocks, and it is approaching us. At this, panic surged through the crowd. If it was indeed coming this way, they were all in peril. What happened next? Lin Bingbing pressed for more information about the situation outside. Then I quickly returned, he replied. Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from outside. This time, everyone clearly understood the call. What the hell? Why are you running? Does anyone know where Lin Wanqi's sister is? I'm looking for her urgently. Lin Bingbing. It is Lin Bingbing that I am searching for. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bingbing once again became the center of attention. Being targeted by an anomaly is certainly not a favorable situation. An invisible barrier of isolation among people seems to have formed at this moment. Everyone is gradually distancing themselves from Lin Bingbing, fearing any association with her. Even her closest friends, who had just agreed to help her find handsome men, now gaze at her with cold indifference and estrangement. Chapter 24. You are difficult to find. The sound of footsteps drew closer, resonating within the classroom, as if every student had become acutely aware of the approaching presence outside. Lin Bingbing sat in a daze, perplexed by the unusual attention directed towards her. In her entire lifetime, she had only encountered an anomaly on this singular occasion. She had no prior experience or acquaintance with such entities. The intruder claimed to have been sent by Lin Wanqi, yet her sister had never mentioned knowing any anomalies. Could it be that they were here to assist the containment task force? However, that seemed implausible, as she possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding containment matters. If they were indeed here to offer support, there would surely be members of the containment task force nearby. Yet, judging by her classmates' reactions, it was evident that no one else was present outside. The sounds of battle earlier indicated that someone had come to rescue them, but why had they not yet arrived? Were they perhaps obliterated amidst the onlookers of the black mist creatures? Each hypothesis she conjured was swiftly dismantled, plunging her deeper into despair. Her heart, already weighed down by the inability to escape the anomalous zone, now felt as if it had plummeted into an abyss. The growing distance between her and her classmates only compounded her sense of isolation. Even the female teacher, driven by a primal instinct for survival, dared not approach. It was now clear to everyone that the anomaly outside was seeking Lin Bingbing. Anyone who approached her would be courting death. If the anomaly outside is indeed searching for Lin Bingbing, why don't we just hand her over? Otherwise, when it comes for her, we will all be in peril. A girl whispered, her voice barely rising above a murmur, yet it struck a chord of terror among the group. No one expected such a scene from a horror film to unfold in their reality. The dilemma was akin to the fabled train conundrum. Sacrifice one to save the many, or face annihilation together. The answer was glaringly obvious. If sacrificing one could ensure the safety of the rest, no one would hesitate, except for the one involved. Lin Bingbing was taken aback, staring at the girl in the corner, who she had little interaction with and no existing animosity. She was astonished that such words would come from her. Lin Wanqi's sister. My goodness, I don't even know your name. The voice from outside called again. Can anyone respond to my voice? Lin Bingbing noticed the terror in her classmate's eyes, which seemed to convey a clear message. Why are you still here? Hurry up and go out, or you may doom us all. This collective indifference and latent violence was a psychological blow, profoundly unsettling. Venturing outside was utterly out of the question. Doing so would mean certain death. Suppressing her feelings of injustice and sorrow, Lin Bingbing crouched in a corner opposite the group. Her intention unmistakable. If they wanted her to go out, they would have to carry her. Clearly, no one was willing to undertake such a perilous task. Instead, they looked to each other, hoping someone would take the initiative. Many gazes turned to the girl who had dared to suggest that Lin Bingbing step outside. With her head bowed, the girl seemed lost in thought, adopting an attitude of detachment. Help! Help! There's an anomaly. Don't kill me, please. Suddenly, chaos erupted as horrifying screams emanated from the neighboring classroom. The anomaly had entered their room. Does anyone know where Lin Wanqi's sister is? Alas, I feel as though I am on the brink of death. How outrageous! Have you ever encountered someone so extraordinarily handsome as I? Call out again. Those present, including Lin Bingbing, were compelled to envision hellish scenes from the harsh words and the wails emanating from the adjacent room. Visions of sanguinary punishments and inhumane tortures. Perhaps someone has already met their demise. A group of individuals clamped their hands over their mouths, terrified of uttering even the faintest sound that might draw attention. If it had not recognized me, why weep? If you do not know me, I could simply inquire in the next room. I have no intention of causing you harm. The next classroom is indeed theirs. In the corner, Lin Bingbing gazed at the window, shrouded by curtains, realizing that the anomaly would soon approach. Had the intruder chosen not to enter the classroom, she could have concealed herself. But now, hiding was no longer an option. Feeling the weight of her classmates' gazes upon her once more, she could hardly fathom the prospect of perishing just as salvation was at hand. How utterly unjust! Yet, given the circumstances, death seemed inevitable. If she must perish, she longed for her demise to hold significance. Clenching her fists, she steeled herself. If death is to be my fate, then so be it. With newfound courage, Lin Bingbing rose and turned her gaze toward her distant classmates. Fear had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming indifference. There was nothing left to fear. Slowly, she made her way toward the door, only to pause midway and cast a stern glance back at the others in the corner. With tear-filled eyes, she fixed them with unwavering intensity, coldly declaring, "If you manage to survive today, do not forget that it was I, Lin Bingbing, who sacrificed my life for your salvation." Her voice resonated throughout the classroom, yet none dared to meet her gaze, and an undercurrent of shame washed over them all. As the sound of objects being moved echoed, Lin Bingbing resolutely stepped out of the classroom, embracing her fate. The harsh white light illuminated the corridor, revealing splashes of blood upon the walls and floor, with handprints smeared across some of the surfaces. In this terrifying atmosphere, the frail figure of Lin Bingbing trembled as she exited the classroom. At that moment, someone unexpectedly shut the door behind her, leaving her alone in the corridor. Though she had resolved to face death with courage, the prospect of confronting the unknown still instilled fear within her. Gulping nervously, Lin Bingbing tentatively advanced, but after only a few steps, a noise emerged from the window of the adjacent classroom, causing her heart to race as she turned to look. From behind the curtain leapt a creature that bore no resemblance to humanity. Its form appeared to be composed of cubes, and its features were indistinct, resembling a mosaic. Truly, this was a nightmare. Lin Wanqi, how could you fail to inform me of specifics? It seems I shall search in vain for eons. Just after exiting the classroom, Cheng Xiao could no longer contain his complaints. Upon landing, he noticed someone nearby, utterly still, gazing at him. This naturally piqued his interest. "Hey, who are you?" "Ah, perhaps it matters not. May I inquire about something? Are you acquainted with Lin Wanqi's sister?" Lin Bingbing, suddenly jolted from her stupor, realized the gravity of the situation. Despite her prior preparations, the actual sight before her filled her with an overwhelming dread. Attempting to articulate her thoughts, it felt as though an unseen force constricted her throat, rendering her voiceless. Anxiety engulfed her entirely. Resolutely, she shut her eyes and summoned every ounce of strength to speak. "It is I. Lin Wanqi is my sister, and I am Lin Bingbing. If you intend to kill, then proceed." Upon uttering these words, it felt as if she had exhausted her entire being, leaving her gasping for breath. Cheng Xiao scrutinized the girl before her, noting the resemblance she bore to Lin Wanqi. "So, you are indeed Lin Wanqi's sister. I called out to you for quite some time, and you were unresponsive. What a hassle it was to find you. Come quickly with me. Your sister has sent me to rescue you." "Wow, what?" Lin Bingbing's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality that the anomaly before her was genuinely sent by her sister. A torrent of questions flooded her mind. Where was the rescue team? And how would they escape? Are you truly sent by my sister? Even at that moment, a sense of unreality lingered. Indeed, and there's also an armed containment unit, though I am uncertain of their current whereabouts. Elation swept over Lin Bingbing as the weight of despair lifted from her heart. Who among us wishes for death when life is still an option? With the knowledge that her interlocutor was not there to harm her, her fear of Cheng Xiao diminished significantly, replaced by a curious gaze directed at the square figure before her. This was her first encounter with a containment object. "What is your name?" "I am Cheng Xiao. May I touch you?" Lin Bingbing inquired, her face alight with curiosity. Her inquisitiveness and eagerness to explore the unknown mirrored her sister's demeanor perfectly. They were indeed sisters. "We can discuss this later. For now, we must leave." Just as they were about to depart, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the opposite direction. Chapter 25. The Wild Lantern. Ward's arrival. Upon reaching the site of the azure light eruption, Lu Wu and his companions collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes widening at the sight of the land, which appeared as if it had been ravaged by aerial bombardment. A colossal pit lay before them, surrounded by the remnants of exotic creatures, severed in half. The entrance of the entire academy had been nearly obliterated by this singular strike. This assault could unequivocally not have been wrought by technological weaponry. They had never encountered any armament capable of such devastation. Captain, I have conducted an analysis. Based on the residual energy, this crater was not formed by an energy weapon. Moreover, the detector indicates that Cheng Xiao is within the adjacent building, where numerous survivors still reside. Li Wen, serving as the reconnaissance member of the team, promptly relayed the information gleaned from his equipment. Are you suggesting that the recent commotion was instigated by Cheng Xiao? Lu Wu scrutinized the enormous pit that had nearly decimated the front of the academy. They had all been deceived by Cheng Xiao's seemingly innocuous demeanor. This individual's combat prowess was undoubtedly unfathomable. After briefly documenting this anomaly, a cacophony of screams erupted from the nearby teaching building. There's something strange. Help! Someone rescue me! The moment the cries pierced the air, everyone turned their gaze toward the nearby structure. Lu Wu and Li Wen exchanged glances, each detecting an air of resignation reflected in the other's eyes. It was unnecessary to ponder. This agitation was certainly the handiwork of Cheng Xiao. Under ordinary circumstances, they would have been exceedingly anxious, especially with an anomaly manifesting amidst the crowd. Yet with Cheng Xiao, their only concern was whether he might pilfer something. The earlier explosion of the Tyrannosaurus high-energy grenade had left him suspecting that the military supplies missing from the camp were pilfered by this very individual. Follow me. If those individuals retaliate against Cheng Xiao, it could spell trouble. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lu Wu led the group into the teaching building. The mountains of debris accumulated on the staircase posed no impediment to them. Over 20 individuals rapidly cleared a path with visible speed. Upon reaching the third floor, they coincidentally encountered Cheng Xiao preparing to depart with a female student. Cheng Xiao. Upon hearing the multitude of footsteps and shouts, Cheng Xiao spotted Lu Wu. Upon seeing him approach, he greeted him enthusiastically. Oh, Lu Wu, why have you only just arrived? I've already found everyone. Upon encountering Cheng Xiao in person, Lu Wu gestured for everyone to lower their weapons and hasten forward. He refrained from inquiring about the girl and instead removed his helmet to confront Cheng Xiao with intensity. What are you doing? You've dismantled the school's entrance. If you had ventured any closer, you would have demolished several teaching buildings. And where did you acquire that Tyrannosaurus high-energy grenade? What theft? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Cheng Xiao's voice was remarkably calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. He had promised Lin Wanqi that he would never mention the stolen military supplies from the camp again. This left Lu Wu in a state of perplexity. Hearing Cheng Xiao's assertion that he was not the thief raised a multitude of questions. If he had witnessed the explosive detonation of the Tyrannosaurus Rex high-energy grenade, aside from Cheng Xiao, the only other survivors could be those within the academic building. He dared not suggest that it was their doing. I truly did not steal it. The grenade was something I found by the roadside. Cheng Xiao's words rendered Lu Wu and the others utterly speechless. Lu Wu slapped his forehead, unable to fathom the absurdity of what he had just heard. Good heavens, you truly have a knack for scavenging. If you can find such lethal weapons, why not claim you discovered a nuclear bomb as well? The rationale he provided was so far-fetched that it nearly solidified the suspicion that Cheng Xiao had pilfered something. After all, only Cheng Xiao could stealthily abscond with an entire warehouse's worth of goods. Lu Wu, in disbelief, pointed at Cheng Xiao, stammering, You intend to endanger Lin Wanqi. She is a good child. Cheng Xiao, now perturbed, retorted, What do you mean by endanger? You make it sound as if I am some malevolent being. While it was true that he had inadvertently caused trouble, it was not his intention. I told you I found it. I did not steal it. Look at me. There are no stolen weapons on my person. The group was rendered speechless by Cheng Xiao's nonsensical claims. Those familiar with the records knew that Cheng Xiao possessed an inventory, but Lu Wu and the others could not see it. Ultimately, Lu Wu decided to turn a blind eye. After all, the headquarters had not investigated the whereabouts of the missing supplies, which was beyond his purview as a mere subordinate. Fine, you found it. I shall dub you the greatest scavenger of the 23rd century. Now do you believe me? Cheng Xiao asked. What? Am I not to believe you? Lu Wu scoffed internally. Externally, he nodded, adopting a tone of reluctant acceptance. I believe you found it. That should suffice. However, please exercise caution with those salvaged items in the future. Lu Wu placed particular emphasis on the phrase salvaged items. Rest assured, Cheng Xiao exclaimed, immediately squatting down and donning the combat armor identical to that of Lu Wu and the others. Lu Wu smirked. He had grown weary of this block-headed individual. He then turned to Lin Bingbing. Are you Lin Wanqi's sister? Yes, I am Lin Bingbing, she replied promptly. Upon encountering the armed retrieval team, she was now entirely convinced of Cheng Xiao's words and hastily informed them of other survivors within the academic building. Lu Wu signaled that he understood, but the encroaching dark mist had trapped everyone inside. We must eliminate the interdimensional gate at the center of the academy to allow everyone to escape. Lu Wu shifted the conversation to Cheng Xiao, asking, is there any way to establish a temporary safe zone here? As they ventured to address the interdimensional gate, they could not guarantee that the dark mist would not return. Hence, Lu Wu hoped Cheng Xiao could devise a means to protect the others. Do you think I am a wish-granting machine? How could I possibly assist so many people? Cheng Xiao flatly refused without hesitation. Lu Wu pondered for a moment and then continued. What about Lin Bingbing? You wouldn't want to drag her around aimlessly, would you? Lin Wanqi has already informed me of your intention to save lives. Cheng Xiao is determined to protect Lin Bingbing at all costs. This is not only a transaction between him and Lin Wanqi, but also a matter of his personal commitment. However, the fates of others are of no concern to him. Cheng Xiao, I am assisting you. If you succeed in rescuing this group of students, you will have accomplished a great feat at that point. With Lin Wanqi as your guardian, the mistakes of the past may be mitigated, allowing her to reapply for promotion to headquarters. Do not forget, you have previously offended the management of the Silver Team. While you may escape unharmed, Lin Wanqi will undoubtedly face repercussions upon her return. Cheng Xiao remained silent for a long while after hearing this. The atmosphere became heavy with silence, and no one knew what he was contemplating. Lu Wu grew increasingly anxious, hoping that his words would encourage Cheng Xiao to take action to save more lives. However, his offer of assistance was not a deception. If Cheng Xiao could indeed save everyone, he would report it truthfully. After a brief pause, Cheng Xiao declared, "This is to help Lin Wanqi. She is my friend." Upon hearing this, Lu Wu exhaled in relief. His willingness to agree implied that he had a means to protect the others. In the next moment, a metal lantern glowing with a deep orange light suddenly appeared in Cheng Xiao's hand. "What is this?" Lin Bingbing inquired curiously as she observed the lantern Cheng Xiao had produced. "This is a wild lantern," Cheng Xiao explained. "Once placed, it will illuminate a vast area, and within the illuminated zone, it should deter those otherworldly creatures." "Should?" Lu Wu echoed, apprehensive. This was no trivial matter. It concerned the lives of hundreds. "Because I have never tested it." At that moment, as Cheng Xiao set the lantern down, it radiated a brilliance akin to a second sun, flooding the entire corridor with light. This illumination possessed a remarkable penetrative quality, casting brightness into other darkened corners even through the walls. In an instant, the area surrounding the wild lantern on the third floor was nearly entirely aglow. Coincidentally, as the lantern was placed, the black mist began to thicken ominously. Within the dark fog, those terrifying otherworldly beings stirred once more, preparing to make their move. Chapter 26. In the depths of despair, I stand as the vanguard. Ah, they are upon us. The encroaching black mist draws near, its familiar whispers once again echoing in every ear. The speed at which the darkness manifests is alarming. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings begin to blur and fade into obscurity. Yet, the wild lanterns upon the ground seem to emit an enigmatic energy, preventing the black mist from gathering on the third floor. This phenomenon has led to a congregation of numerous otherworldly beings at the edge of the staircase, as the mist cannot ascend, and they are thus barred from appearing on the third floor. "Captain, we are surrounded," Lewin stated, his voice tinged with tension as he aimed his weapon at the distant staircase. As members of the Orange Group's armed containment unit, they had faced numerous crises before. This was merely another in a long line of challenges, and while the atmosphere was fraught, fear did not overwhelm them. "I see it," Luwu responded, raising his hand to signal everyone to remain vigilant on either side of the staircase. His scanning device revealed that the entire second floor, no, the entire educational building, was choked with those accursed, otherworldly creatures. Several of these entities deliberately exposed a portion of their bodies to the radius of the wild lanterns, seemingly testing the waters to ascertain whether they could breach the barrier. In an instant, a sizzling sound akin to that of a steak grilling filled the air, causing the probing creatures to retract hastily. This scene was promptly noted by Song Long, who sighed in relief. "Cheng Xiao, it appears your wild lantern is proving effective. However, Cheng Xiao cautioned that while it was indeed useful, they must not damage the lantern. Should it be harmed, it would lose its potency and revert to a mere ordinary lantern." Lu Wu was taken aback to discover that Cheng Xiao had yet again produced an item of containment-grade caliber. First, it had been the campfire, now the lantern, along with the device that previously emitted a beam of light. Could it be that this individual's inventory was filled with such extraordinary artifacts? "Captain, it seems this lantern cannot indefinitely suppress the black mist." Li Wen pointed to the staircase. "I noticed that the light, which had previously illuminated the steps, was now retreating back to the staircase entrance." As the team scout, Li Wen possessed an exceptional observational acuity. He had been monitoring the lantern's area of effect since the onset of the crisis. The power of the wild lantern could not completely quell the black mist, and as time passed, the darkness would inevitably shroud the area. "How long can we hold out?" Lu Wu inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wen estimated around 3 hours before the entire third floor would succumb to the black mist. 3 hours, once he was certain that the otherworldly beings would not approach for the time being. Lu Wu reached into a small pocket at his waist and retrieved a box of cigarettes, its surface wrinkled from prolonged storage, and lit one for himself. Cheng Xiao noted that the box bore the name of a brand called Wandering. The curling smoke that wafted from the cigarette obscured the hint of worry etched on Song Long's face. While the immediate threat to their safe zone was temporarily alleviated, the question of how to address the otherworldly gate within the next 3 hours loomed large. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, they had nearly exhausted half of their ammunition. If the dark mist continues to linger, their aspirations to break through the encirclement of those otherworldly creatures and reach the gateway to another realm would indeed be a futile dream. "Do you still have the wild lantern, Cheng Xiao?" He pondered, considering that if Cheng Xiao possessed the fervent lantern, they might harness its power to reach the otherworldly gate. This would allow them to utilize specialized demolition bombs designed to destroy the gate. Such a notion was tantalizing, but Cheng Xiao dismissed it outright. "That is the last one. It is not something of great importance to me. How could I possibly carry a multitude of lanterns? That would merely clutter my inventory." Upon hearing this, Lu Wu's expression darkened with worry. Were they left with no choice but to charge forward with sheer force, risking total annihilation? He glanced at the other team members behind him. Some appeared anxious, others indecisive, yet none exhibited fear. So be it. He had anticipated such a day when he chose to join the orange team. He flicked the remaining cigarette butt to the ground, igniting it and sending forth a brilliant shower of sparks. He turned and donned his combat helmet once more, his voice grave and somber as he intoned, "Initiate the final contingency plan, code 2465. This statement acted as a switch, causing a heavy silence to envelop the team. Cheng Xiao looked at Lu Wu, perplexed by his cryptic words. As soon as he finished speaking, nearly everyone synchronized in unlocking a small box at their waists, revealing a series of electronic locks. They entered the code, which revealed a red button, subsequently pressed. "Li Wen, Zhao Lingyun, you are to remain and guard the lantern, while guiding any survivors in this vicinity to the corridor. The rest of you, follow me to break through. We must destroy the otherworldly gate within 2 hours." "Captain, we want to go with you," Li Wen protested, unable to bear the thought of watching his comrades perish in the ensuing mission while he remained in the safety zone. Everyone in the team understood what the final contingency plan entailed. It symbolized a commitment to complete the mission at any cost, even at the expense of their lives. The red button at their waists was a miniature bomb, which could never detonate under normal circumstances. This bomb was connected to a life sensor, Pressing the red button would trigger an explosion if the sensor detected no signs of life. Its destructive power equated to that of several high-explosive grenades, capable of obliterating carbon-based life forms within a radius of 20 meters or more. Li Wen, follow my command. You must protect these survivors and ensure the lantern remains intact. Faced with Lu Wu's order, Li Wen gritted his teeth. Military orders were absolute, and despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to stay. Hey, what are they doing? Cheng Xiao whispered to Lin Bingbing. Lin Bingbing wore a sorrowful expression. As Lin Wanqi's sister, she was aware of some details concerning the Orange Team. The final contingency plan meant that everyone would resort to any means necessary to achieve their objectives, to be utilized only in the direst of circumstances. This indicated that even the containment forces would struggle to survive this time at the otherworldly gate. Upon grasping this understanding, Cheng Xiao immediately felt a deep respect for Lu Wu. In this moment, Lu Wu bore a striking resemblance to his valiant comrades who once fought alongside him in the apocalyptic war. They all unflinchingly sacrificed their lives for the mission he had dispatched. Yet today, Lu Wu's time to meet his demise had not yet arrived. The voice of Cheng Xiao reached his ears, and as he turned his head, he saw Cheng Xiao fervently waving his right hand. Why didn't you call me to join the fray? I have often charged into battle and infiltrated enemy lines. This time, I shall be at the forefront, clearing the path. Lu Wu was taken aback by Cheng Xiao's willingness to assist. Given his prowess, these otherworldly beings would undoubtedly pose no threat to him, and he could easily wait until the portal to their realm vanished. Do not look so surprised. It is merely a trivial matter, Cheng Xiao remarked as he brandished the Lich King's greatsword, its blade shimmering with an ethereal azure energy, a testament to his fervent fighting spirit. He softly murmured, "It has been many years since I felt the thrill of that great coalition battle." In that instant, he seemed to be transported back to the despairing apocalypse. Encountering the brothers he had long lost, all was conveyed without words, as Lu Wu and his companions gazed at Cheng Xiao with gratitude. With the assistance of this square-headed warrior, their undertaking would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. If we manage to return alive, Cheng Xiao, you shall be regarded as our true brother. Chapter 27. Parting the dark mist to gaze at the bright moon in the brightly lit office, two figures crouched beneath the desk. A girl tremblingly inquired of a boy, "Do you think we will perish here?" The boy cautiously rose to lift a corner of the window curtain, revealing an abyss of darkness outside, devoid of any discernible features. The only sound was a maddening whisper that seemed intent on driving them to the brink of insanity. He wished to offer the girl some words of comfort, but after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for words. The gunfire they had previously heard had ignited a flicker of hope within them. Yet now, after such a protracted silence, there was still no word of a rescue team. Had all those who ventured in to save them met with misfortune? Suddenly, a terrifying silhouette appeared at the window, bloodied and monstrous, with no eyes and an enormous mouth that dominated its face. Pressing against the glass, as if seeking to discern whether any living beings remained inside. The boy was startled by the abrupt appearance of this creature from another realm, and in his fright, he let out a shriek and fell backward, creating quite a commotion. His eyes were wide with terror as he stared at the nightmarish being before him. Meanwhile, the girl buried her face in her knees, too frightened to utter a sound. Upon hearing the noise, the creature outside opened its cavernous mouth in a silent scream. A grotesque right hand was raised, poised to shatter the window and invade the office to feast upon the inhabitants within. In that precarious moment, boom, a brilliant azure light erupted outside, and as a flicker of doubt crossed the boy's mind, a tempestuous wave surged forth, akin to a ferocious gale, shattering the glass into countless shards. The ensuing wind swept through the office, scattering the items within, followed by a thunderous explosion that illuminated the entire academy. The otherworldly creature, sensing a shift in its environment, abandoned its interest in the two individuals at the desk and darted outside without hesitation. The remaining survivors turned their gazes toward the window, captivated by the mysterious disturbance. Good heavens, what is that? Li Wen, who was in the classroom comforting the survivors, stood transfixed, staring out. A massive turquoise shockwave surged through the academy, reminiscent of a sci-fi film's super laser cannon, dispersing the dark mist in its wake. The buildings in its path were either pierced through or obliterated by the force of the impact. Was that the true power of the entity known as the Blockman? It was no wonder that Cheng Xiao had insisted on leading the charge. With such strength, he alone could effectively neutralize this interdimensional portal. A teammate remaining with Li Wen gazed out in astonishment and asked, "By the way, Li Wen, do you recall what the Blockman claimed he did before?" Taking a deep breath, Li Wen's astonishment remained palpable as he replied. He said he was a Legion commander, a monster hunter, and that his hobbies included farming and cooking. Upon hearing this, the individual responded with conviction. "Then I now believe his words. Our laboratory has indeed attracted a significant figure." Li Wen promptly captured this scene using the photographic function. Upon their return, they must re-evaluate Cheng Xiao's containment level, as the current C grade is no longer suitable for him. Once the radiance faded, it was replaced by a cacophony of gunfire and explosions, reminiscent of the celebratory firecrackers during the New Year. The assault had commenced. Whether they could successfully close the otherworldly gate would determine the fate of everyone within the academy. In the darkness, Cheng Xiao remained silent, merely mobilizing his square body that had not engaged in vigorous activity for decades, relentlessly wielding his colossal sword to slay the otherworldly creatures that lunged at him. If there were any advantages to being a square person, one would be the absence of fear regarding prolonged inactivity. Any exertion would not result in the dreaded muscle strains or spasms. Due to the X-Curry sticks emitted by the Lich King's sword, he became the primary threat to the otherworldly beings, akin to bearing a taunting halo, as most of the creatures surged towards him. Behind him, Lu Wu and the others faced relatively less pressure since they were not the main target. They simply needed to closely follow Cheng Xiao's pace. However, they could not afford to be complacent, for a moment's carelessness could lead to being overwhelmed by the tide of otherworldly beings. The intelligent screen beneath Lu Wu's mask clearly displayed the silhouettes of the surrounding creatures. His sole focus was to aim, shoot, or evade the incoming attacks. In such a tumultuous battle, he could not afford to consider anything else. Even a fleeting hesitation could cost him his life. Midway through their journey, their progress had been relatively smooth until a blood-curdling scream echoed through the communication channel, marking the first casualty within the team. A member, failing to evade in time, was bitten on the calf by an otherworldly creature and fell to the ground. In that moment of descent, he witnessed the surrounding beings surging towards him, their gaping maws poised to tear into his flesh. Meanwhile, his comrades exhibited no intention of offering assistance, entirely ignoring his plight. This was the harsh reality of the contingency plan. The lives of all, including the captain, would be ruthlessly forsaken if deemed to have a low probability of rescue. Aware of his impending demise, the fallen team member's eyes glinted with madness as he raised a Tyrannosaurus high-energy grenade with one hand, launching it towards the throng of monsters. Boom! Boom! The violent flashes of light erupted, one from the grenade and the other from a detonated mini-bomb, creating a vacuum of destruction that obliterated two otherworldly creatures. Throughout this ordeal, Lu Wu and the others did not glance back even once. As they neared their destination, two additional members at the rear were overwhelmed by the creatures, with each explosion signaling the extinguishment of vibrant lives. After the sacrifice of 3 comrades, they finally reached their objective. In the courtyard of the academy, a doorway exuded an ominous black mist. Or rather, the mist emanated from within the portal, ascending skyward to form a shroud of darkness. The Tyrannosaurus high-energy grenade was readied. Thrown. Moments later, a cacophony of explosions filled the air. As the Tyrannosaurus unleashed a high-energy grenade, a brief tempest of energy erupted, momentarily obstructing the encroaching otherworldly creatures. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, they endeavored to place demolition explosives upon the portal to the other realm. With the last vestiges of ammunition, everyone valiantly suppressed the tide of entities emerging from the gateway. Amidst this chaos, Lu Wu deftly manipulated a spherical object, adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered with white luminescence. Larger than the palm of his hand, he entered the code to disengage the lock, rotating the sphere with both hands. With a decisive click, the sphere split apart, revealing a small white orb encased in glass within its core. Without hesitation, Lu Wu hurled it towards a nearby portal. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao gazed at the vortex-like gateway, reminiscent of a shattered space, allowing him to glimpse the interior. What lay beyond appeared to be a world overrun by black trees, strange, tentacled forms shrouded in darkness, alongside a ceaseless array of terrifying otherworldly beings. The familiarity of those black trees momentarily ensnared his thoughts. Yet, before he could scrutinize further, the white orb descended before the portal. A heartbeat later, a blinding radiance erupted as energy surged into the gateway, causing it to collapse and sever the connection between the two realms, while the fractured space began to mend itself. With the influx of black mist halted, the shroud enveloping the academy swiftly dissipated under the sun's rays. Vast swathes of otherworldly creatures, exposed to the light, disintegrated into fine ashes akin to melting snowflakes. Some of the more agile beings, however, scuttled into the shadows, clinging to life before the mist could vanish entirely. The ensuing operations were straightforward. Eliminate the remaining otherworldly entities while capturing specimens for research. Yet, Cheng Xiao remained transfixed, staring blankly at the portal, lost in contemplation. Chapter 28. You're like a strange person, it has all come to an end. Lu Wu, panting, basked in the warm rays of the setting sun, collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, the tension that had gripped him for so long dissipated. The intensity of the Level 2 Otherworld Gate had nearly led to their total annihilation. No one could have anticipated the emergence of such a multitude of otherworldly beings. Historically, Level 2 gates had typically unleashed only one or two entities, at most a dozen. While not trivial to confront, they did not pose a risk of complete destruction. Had it not been for Cheng Xiao as assistance, even if they had ultimately succeeded in closing the gate, it would have come at a grievous cost. As the black mist dissipated, the rescue volunteers stationed outside did not rush in immediately, but awaited Lu Wu's report. Upon learning that otherworldly creatures still lurked within the academy, another team of over 20 containment operatives intervened. They were Lu Wu's reinforcements, ready to provide support. After receiving Lu Wu's report regarding the otherworldly entities, they entered the academy with tactical high-intensity flashlights, methodically beginning to neutralize the remaining threats. Once they had secured a safe zone, the Order Squad would then enter the scene to rescue survivors and secure the battlefield. Outside, Lin Wanqi anxiously awaited the arrival of survivors escorted by the Order Squad. Upon witnessing the conflicting blue beams of light, she had recognized that a fierce battle must have erupted within the academy. The devastation that greeted her eyes after the black mist faded, scattered debris, gaping craters from explosions, and the nearly obliterated school gates, only confirmed her suspicions. She could only pray for her sister's survival, while simultaneously worrying about Cheng Xiao's safety. Standing alongside a group of parents, all equally anxious for their children's return, she watched as survivors emerged from the academy, embracing their loved ones. At the same time, numerous mangled corpses were being carried out, prompting the onlookers to identify the deceased. If identification proved impossible, specialized order team members were on hand to scan DNA information, ensuring that bereaved families would be contacted to claim their loved ones' bodies. Throughout the academy's perimeter, cries of sorrow mingled with laughter of those who had narrowly escaped, creating a tapestry woven with threads of hope and despair. As time ticked by, more survivors were rescued. Lin Wanqi, filled with joy, spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. She raised her right hand, calling out with excitement, "Xiao Bing, I'm over here." Lin Bingbing, having caught sight of her sister, beamed with joy and hurriedly ran to embrace her. "Sister, I saw the square person you sent to rescue me. Thank goodness he saved us all." A wave of relief washed over Lin Wanqi, grateful for her transaction with Cheng Xiao. Though that pact may have jeopardized her own safety, witnessing her sister's rescue made it all worthwhile. Not far away, a couple, having finally pushed through the throng, rushed to Lin Bingbing's side. "Xiao Bing, are you all right? Are you hurt?" They were none other than Lin Wanqi's parents, who had been working at the factory when the chaos erupted. Upon learning that her daughter Lin Bingbing was trapped in an unusual situation at school, She rushed over without even having time to submit a leave request. "Mom, I'm fine," Lin Bingbing said, wiping away the tears that had streamed down her face from excitement. "You scare me to death." Just as I stepped out of the school, the entire place was engulfed in chaos. Lin's mother spoke, her hand pressed against her chest, still visibly shaken despite her daughter's rescue. It was evident that she had been terrified by the ordeal. "Come on, let us go home. We need to apply for compensation for this unusual incident. It could amount to a substantial sum." With that, Lin's mother, along with her two daughters, prepared to head home. However, Lin Wanqi remained rooted in place, gazing at the damaged campus, seemingly waiting for someone. "Chi-Chi, are you waiting for your colleague?" Lin's father asked, observing his daughter with curiosity. As parents, they were somewhat aware of the workings within the containment organizations. Lin Wanqi was a member of the White Group, and given the current circumstances, they should not have been involved. "Yes, I'm waiting for a colleague. You all go ahead." Seeing that her sister was waiting for someone, Lin Bingbing and the others decided to leave first. Just as they had taken a few steps, Lin Bingbing turned back, raising her hand. "Sister, please thank Mr. Cheng Xiao for me. Thank him for saving me." "Of course," Lin Wanqi replied loudly. After they departed, she lingered at the entrance for a few more minutes until she spotted Lu Wu and his team. The group bore various injuries, but Cheng Xiao was conspicuously absent. Her heart tightened, and she hurried forward. "Lu Wu, have you seen Cheng Xiao?" Noticing Lin Wanqi's anxious demeanor, Lu Wu nodded. "Yes, fine. In fact, we owe the successful resolution of the dimensional gate to him." "Then why didn't he come out with you?" Lin Wanqi repeatedly glanced behind them, searching for that familiar square figure. "P.S. retrieving some items. He'll come out shortly with Li Wan." Lu Wu then waved his hand, and the others behind him, carrying a stretcher with dismembered limbs and bodies that were unrecognizable, headed toward the temporary camp established by the order forces. The mangled corpses, reduced to a state that could only be described as minced meat, were beyond identification, recognized only by the remnants of their equipment, hinting at their former identities as Lu Wu's teammates. Lin Wanqi felt a quiet sense of relief upon hearing that Cheng Xiao was unharmed. However, she could not leave just yet. As his guardian, she had to wait for his emergence. Before long, her terminal received a message from the Orange Group. Upon opening it, she saw it was from Li Wan. Due to Cheng Xiao's appearance being unsuitable for public view, he would be bringing Cheng Xiao to her in a vehicle. After reading the message, Lin Wanqi squeezed through the crowd toward the designated roadside. A few minutes later, a military Hummer approached. As the door opened, Cheng Xiao was revealed sitting squarely in the back seat. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned his square head to look at her, remaining still. That face, which appeared somewhat foolish from a distance, but up close resembled a bowl of porridge in its pixelated mosaic, instantly put her at ease. And a smile appeared on her face. As the car door closed, Li Wan, the driver, noticed Lin Wanqi take her seat and immediately started the engine. "Cheng Xiao, thank you for rescuing my sister." Lin Wanqi's first words in the vehicle were an expression of gratitude. "We had a deal. Naturally, I would ensure her safety." Cheng Xiao, persistently waving her square-shaped hand, remember to help me embed that eye into the shield. I will provide you with the materials upon our return." Lin Wanqi did not refuse, despite her awareness that privately crafting extraordinary items was a serious violation of the regulations for White Group employees. "Of course, that is our agreement. However, before we proceed," Lin Wanqi activated her portable terminal, her curiosity evident as she inquired, "Cheng Xiao, I noticed a towering blue pillar outside. Was it your doing? Additionally, I have received some information suggesting your combat capability is not merely at the sea level, but rather exceeds that. Do you still possess your lantern and that weapon?" Lin Wanqi, embodying her diligent nature, began to bombard Cheng Xiao with questions, unable to tolerate the onslaught. Cheng Xiao lifted her square-shaped arm to gently push away Lin Wanqi's inquisitive face, uttering with a hint of disdain, "Don't you feel a bit odd?" There's a word for it, but I seem to have forgotten." "Ah, yes, like a pervert. Could you please keep your distance?" Chapter 29. Northern Intelligence on the Journey. Lin Wanqi posed numerous questions, yet Cheng Xiao lacked the inclination to respond. The reason was quite simple. He had just encountered a parasitic worm, the first of its kind, which was a manifestation of a mind-controlling entity. Furthermore, he had glimpsed a familiar sight through the portal: black, tree-like parasitic summoning pillars. The emergence of even a single specimen, if left unchecked, would lead to the corruption of vast tracts of land, infecting and assimilating life forms into distorted monstrosities. The very thing he had intended to eradicate had resurfaced. Had he merely misinterpreted its appearance in his earlier encounter, or was it something far more sinister? Impossible. Such entities could not traverse into other realms. To validate his suspicions, he subtly inquired of Li Wen, who was driving, "Have you ever encountered a black tree during your numerous containment missions?" After he provided a rough description of the summoning pillar, Li Wen hesitated before responding, seemingly lost in thought. After several seconds, he cautiously replied, "I don't believe I have seen such a thing, nor have I encountered it through the portal." The exchange between the two naturally piqued Lin Wanqi's interest. "Cheng Xiao, what exactly is this black tree? Is it from the block world?" Cheng Xiao's tone shifted to one of gravity. "That is a summoning pillar, a profoundly malevolent entity. The appearance of a single one can lead to the hatching of countless parasitic monstrosities within a short span, while simultaneously corrupting the soil to create a breeding ground for these parasites. Subsequently, these creatures will launch covert attacks on other life forms, assimilating them. Under the right conditions, they can evolve into super parasites as large as a house. How terrifying! Is this the creature you once battled against?" Lin Wanqi pondered, contemplating the implications of such dreadful parasites invading the blue star. She wondered if humanity's current technological prowess could withstand such an onslaught. "By the way, I was somewhat uncertain earlier," Li Wen interjected, his voice tinged with hesitation. "What do you mean by uncertain?" Cheng Xiao felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that there truly were parasites at play. "About a month ago, we received an urgent support mission from headquarters to suppress a disaster in the north caused by a portal. It was reportedly instigated by a being from another realm, codenamed. I believe it was something like the Tree of Calamity. The description of your summoning pillar bears a resemblance to this." "And then?" Cheng Xiao pressed eagerly. "And then?" Li Wen shrugged, decelerating the vehicle. "There was nothing more. The operation was inexplicably canceled the very next day. All matters concerning the North have been classified as top secret. Our understanding of that tree is limited to its name and a single photograph we were allowed to see. Everything else is highly confidential. Even the director has been denied access." As he halted at a red light, he turned to Cheng Xiao with an air of mystery. "It is said that an elite task force from the Orange Group was deployed for containment. When it comes to that group of deviants, any small squad of 20 could easily chase down the exotic creatures previously found in the academy as if they were mere dogs." Cheng Xiao was hearing for the first time that there existed even stronger containment teams beyond Lu Wu and his companions. Observing the astonishing red light flashing for 120 seconds, Li Wen took the opportunity to explain the elite task force. These individuals are a clandestine unit designed to tackle large-scale exotic disasters and execute high-difficulty containment operations. It is said that they are equipped with the most advanced technology and utilize peculiar artifacts, with each member being a super elite selected from military forces and containment teams across the globe. Within this unit, there are further subdivisions specializing in various fields such as urban warfare, close-quarters combat, radiological warfare, and assault operations. As Li Wen spoke, he glanced around cautiously, placing a hand over his mouth as if to emphasize the secrecy of the information. Allegedly, there exists a special unit trained for subduing internal threats, adept at dealing with their own kind. In summary, any conceivable disaster or anomaly has a corresponding contingency plan, even for apocalyptic scenarios. A hint of envy flickered in Li Wen's eyes. Joining the elite task force was the ultimate aspiration of his lifetime. Once their idle chatter concluded, the red light turned green, and he resumed driving away. Was it truly possible that such a unit existed? What, then, was the current situation in the north? Lu Wu, without turning his head, replied that he was uncertain, but he guessed they were still suppressing the situation, which appeared quite formidable. The more Cheng Xiao listened, the more anxious he became. Could it be that the entity manifesting in the northern dragon country was indeed the parasite summoning pillar? Lacking first-hand observation, He could not definitively assert that it was the summoning pillar of parasites. Perhaps it was merely a similar exotic creature. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, a sense of impending doom lingering in his mind. In Song Long's office, the ashtray was filled to the brim with cigarette butts, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of smoke. He had just finished reading the action summary report submitted by Lu Wu, and the weight on his heart had finally lifted. He placed the freshly lit cigarette into the ashtray and reclined in his office chair, exhaling deeply. Since Lu Wu's team had lost contact upon entering the academy, he had genuinely feared that they might all perish within. The loss of an entire armed squad from a containment laboratory division would undoubtedly result in repercussions for him as well. Reviewing the report, he was relieved that Cheng Xiao had been present, not only safeguarding Lu Wu's team, but also rescuing the school survivors. Ultimately, the cost of 3 casualties remained within an acceptable range. However, he had seen images and videos depicting Cheng Xiao's destructive capabilities. The scenes of devastation and the azure light columns sent shivers down his spine, causing his heart to skip a beat. This individual's containment level was at least an A grade. Strictly speaking, such a high-level containment object was beyond what his division could accommodate. As he pondered his next steps, a notification on the terminal drew his attention. It concerned the research status of the project, codenamed Campfire, and displayed a contact box for the responsible party. Song Long, are there any issues regarding the project codenamed Campfire? Lin Song, Director Song, we are in trouble. Song Long's gaze grew increasingly grave as he focused on the chat window. Song Long, I will be there immediately. Communication chat concluded. With a serious demeanor, Song Long departed from his office, hastening towards the containment room specifically designed for the project codenamed Campfire. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of several Red Team personnel sprawled motionless on the floor. The surrounding individuals kept their distance, their faces etched with terror as if confronted by some monstrous calamity, and none dared to approach. The research was overseen by another team leader from the White Team, Lin Kong. Upon seeing Song Long's arrival, he anxiously rushed forward to report. Director, we are in grave trouble. Chapter 30. The Power of Creation. Song Long was somewhat perplexed. He rarely witnessed Lin Song in such a state of urgency. In his recollection, Lin Song was a remarkably composed and calm experimental technician. What could be the matter? Was there something amiss with the campfire? Lin Song, with a grave expression, nodded and operated his portable terminal, summoning a floating virtual screen that displayed all the information regarding the campfire, data they had gathered over the past few days of observation and research. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Song endeavored to speak with clarity. Through our testing and repeated experimentation, we have discovered that the energy emitted by the entity codenamed Campfire not only inflicts harm, but also alters the biological forms of living organisms. What does it mean to alter biological forms? Upon hearing this, Song Long's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a mere campfire be associated with the transformation of life forms? He was inclined to examine the corpses of the Red Team's materials, but was promptly halted by Lin Kong. Director, we must not approach the campfire under any circumstances. Lin Song's eyes flashed with a hint of terror, which further instilled a sense of foreboding in Song Long. He hastened to the monitoring room to observe the surveillance footage. The images revealed the corpses of the Red Team's materials, each exhibiting varying degrees of mutation. Some had elongated oval arms, others had one half of their heads transformed into squares, and still others had bodies twisted into grotesque shapes, with blood and brain matter saturating the ground. A truly horrifying sight. It appeared as though some force was attempting to alter their very essence, yet failing miserably. Director Song, these are the consequences caused by the entity codenamed Campfire. Just moments ago, the Red Team members, who were seemingly fine, began to exhibit irregular distortions in their bodies, and within a minute, they all lost vital signs. Upon hearing this, Song Long immediately understood the source of the others' terror. They, too, had been in prolonged contact with the campfire, and it was conceivable that an extended exposure could lead to bodily distortions and death. Now, my greatest concern is whether Cheng Xiao, the creator of the campfire, harbors that same energy within him, potentially endangering others, or if he merely endowed the campfire with such energy without it affecting him. Without a moment's hesitation after Lin Song's report, Song Long ordered the containment laboratory of the entity, codenamed Campfire, to be sealed off, forbidding anyone from approaching. Simultaneously, he summoned Cheng Xiao back immediately. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wanqi, having received the order, returned to the underground laboratory with Cheng Xiao. Upon entering, Cheng Xiao sensed an unsettling atmosphere enveloping the entire laboratory. Director Song stood at the entrance, taking the lead. Cheng Xiao, we need to conduct a test on you. Cheng Xiao voiced his astonishment. A test? Do we not already conduct one using that robot? Indeed, we did, but this test is different. With that, Song Long turned to Lin Wanqi and Lu Wu. All of you must undergo a physical examination. As everyone exchanged bewildered glances, Song Long proceeded to disclose the findings regarding the entity codenamed Campfire. Initially, everyone was skeptical, but soon all eyes turned to Cheng Xiao, who was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, as if seeking an explanation. Hey, don't look at me like that. How would I know what is happening? Transformation of life. I'm neither a villager from the disaster-stricken area nor a summoner. They're the ones adept at matters of life, transformation, and rebirth. Not me. Song Long discerned from her words that Cheng Xiao was likely not deceiving them. She genuinely had no understanding of the situation. To ascertain whether there existed a unique energy within her, further specialized experiments were warranted. Consequently, Lin Song was appointed as the lead, with Lin Wanqi assisting in the preparations to conduct experiments on Cheng Xiao. During this period, all individuals who had come into contact with Cheng Xiao were subjected to a comprehensive examination. Indeed, the team led by Lu Wu exhibited varying degrees of the unknown energy within their bodies. Upon investigation, it became apparent that they had all been irradiated by the wild lantern placed by Cheng Xiao. Lin Wanqi, too, possessed this energy, likely a result of her interaction with Cheng Xiao's equipment, as it was also found within her brown shield. However, the levels of this unknown energy in their systems were far below a critical threshold, thus posing no danger to their lives. Moreover, due to the lack of continual exposure, the residual energy within their bodies was gradually dissipating and would soon vanish entirely. Subsequently, Song Long employed all available laboratory equipment to conduct an energy assessment on Cheng Xiao. Remarkably, every test indicated that everything was normal. Could it be that the cube people were immune to the erosion of this energy? During the inquiry, Cheng Xiao remained entirely oblivious to the mysterious energy, consistently denying any knowledge with a firm, "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand." Farewell. Yet, the laboratory staff were not fools. Her ignorance likely suggested that she instinctively wielded this power rather than consciously. Thus, Lin Wanqi began to have Cheng Xiao perform various everyday tasks. After 2 days of observation, those present had essentially deciphered the situation. Within Cheng Xiao lay a reservoir of power beyond the imagination of others. Under the scrutiny of the energy detection equipment, the mysterious energy manifested when Cheng Xiao created items, seemingly increasing in intensity with the quality of the materials used. Consequently, the stronger the materials, the more potent the resulting creations. Additional tests were conducted, including the use of a portable terminal with which Cheng Xiao was entirely unfamiliar. During this assessment, the energy reappeared, and at that moment, Cheng Xiao instinctively understood how to operate the device. When questioned about her ability to utilize something she had never encountered, she simply replied, "I just know how to use it." "Why? I don't know. It works, so what is the fuss?" It was evident, however, that this energy was not omnipotent, as it proved ineffective against items under states like passwords or locks. The extraordinary abilities and actions of Cheng Xiao, including those items resembling containment props, are all manifestations influenced by this enigmatic energy. To this end, everyone has designated a name for this force, the power of creation. It transforms the impossible into the possible, and decays into the miraculous, leading us to the realization of something truly remarkable. Lin Wanqi and Song Long, upon reflecting on their conclusions, felt beads of cold sweat cascading down their foreheads. The wonder of the power of creation is undeniably unique among all containment objects, should the headquarters become aware of it. Or perchance, other nations. This immense power would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of countless factions. Song Long incessantly wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue, his mind racing with frenzy. Just moments ago, I praised you for safeguarding Lu Wu and the others. Now you present me with such a terrifying artifact? Is this truly within the capacity of my humble laboratory? Yet, why can we not detect the power of creation within Cheng Xiao? Lin Wanqi's question deepened the gravity of the moment for Song Long and Lin Kong. Indeed, why is it undetectable? Could it be some form of limitation? A seal? The more they pondered, the more plausible the thought became, culminating in the unsettling conclusion that this cubic shell might be a prison, confining a power beyond anyone's imagination. At that very moment, Song Long received a message from the Silver Group at headquarters on his portable terminal, interrupting his contemplation. Chapter 31. Unexpected surprises? Why would someone from the Silver Group send him a message? Could it be that someone in the laboratory had violated the employee code of conduct? Song Long stepped back from the crowd and opened the message. It displayed a standard penalty notice from the Silver Group. The details included the time, location, the employee involved, the nature of the infraction, and other pertinent information. Naturally, if the party in question denied the allegations, they could request assistance for an investigation. As he scrutinized the entry of the penalized employee, the name and photo left him momentarily speechless. The individual facing punishment was none other than Lin Wanqi, accused of failing to properly supervise her designated containment object, which had even gone so far as to steal company property. To his astonishment, he found his own name on the list as well, charged with improper management of staff. Stealing company property? You ventured out and returned with a penalty notice from the Silver Group? What on earth were you doing? Upon examining the stolen item, he realized it was the eye of the entity previously codenamed Mind Controller. In that moment, Song Long found himself at a loss for words. Just when I praised Cheng Xiao for doing well, she goes and causes trouble, dragging me down with her. The subsequent information indicated that personnel from the Silver Group would be arriving in person. He softly muttered the name of the Silver Group's leader, Li Xiaolong. How could it be this guy? With a shake of his head, Song Long couldn't help but let out a silent groan. Li Xiaolong, one of the team leaders in the Silver Group, was notorious for his inflexible and merciless nature. Employees who erred would find no leniency, no matter how sweetly they tried to plead their case. Although he was also a member of the Silver Group, as a leader, he could not escape accountability for his subordinates' mistakes. Returning to the containment room, where Cheng Xiao was located, he addressed the two main personnel involved in her research, Lin Wanqi and Lin Song, along with 4 members of the White Group, in a stern tone. Today, nothing regarding Cheng Xiao must leak out, nor should it be disseminated. Wait until I report to headquarters. There will be a solution for Cheng Xiao's predicament. Upon hearing the command, everyone nodded solemnly in agreement, except for Lin Wanqi, who was deeply concerned that Song Long might transfer Cheng Xiao to headquarters. Director Song, Lin Wanqi began, but a fierce glare from Song Long silenced her, causing her to swallow her words. Why does it feel like the director is angry? A thought struck Lin Wanqi, sending a wave of panic through her. She suddenly recalled that she had yet to mention the incident involving Cheng Xiao taking the eye of the Mind Controller. Given Song Long's expression, it was evident that the Silver Group had come calling. Lin Wanqi, take your containment object and come with me to the office. Indeed, Song Long's demeanor resembled that of a homeroom teacher confronting a student who had failed to complete their homework and was now being taken to the office for a scolding. Under the curious gazes of the others, Lin Wanqi, with a troubled expression, led Cheng Xiao out of the containment room. What's going on? Is that it? I was hoping to showcase a bit more. It was already over because her presence would not influence the situation, allowing her to roam freely. However, Lin Wanqi instinctively shrank back, recalling the previous events at the factory, as the Silver Group's personnel had now arrived. Cheng Xiao was taken aback, momentarily believing that the matter concerning the military supply depot had been exposed. He remained unfazed, for there was no evidence linking him to the theft, merely suspicion at most. Now that the experiment was complete, Lin Wanqi was obliged to fulfill her prior promise to assist him in crafting the peculiar device. What was there to fear? Speaking of which, when will you help me with my eyes? Before Cheng Xiao could finish his sentence, Lin Wanqi swiftly covered his mouth with one hand while pinning his square head with her arm, awkwardly smiling at Lin Song and saying, "It's nothing, nothing at all." Cheng Xiao mentioned his eyes were hurting, and he asked me to take a look. With that, she dragged the struggling square figure out the door. Eyes hurting? The two members of the white team exchanged glances, their faces resembling pixelated images, with dot-like eyes that had never seen Cheng Xiao blink. Could that even hurt? How peculiar. I can't shake the feeling that they're concealing something. One member scratched his head in confusion, observing the departing duo. The other shrugged, indicating that such matters were beyond their purview. After all, Lin Wanqi was a leader within the white team, and they had no right to inquire. Meanwhile, Lin Song observed Lin Wanqi's flustered departure with a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. He recalled Song Long's earlier expression, pondering whether Lin Wanqi had stirred up trouble outside. Oh no, she specifically involved Cheng Xiao. Perhaps it was Cheng Xiao who had caused the commotion. In the office, Song Long lit a cigarette, his weathered face etched with concern. Having just finished with one worry, another arose. Lin Wanqi, the fine from the Silver Team has arrived. The Silver Team leader, Li Xiaolong, wishes to see you personally. I say, how could you? Sigh. One hand holding the cigarette, Song Long intended to voice something. Yet upon seeing Lin Wanqi with her head bowed, he swallowed his words. Turning to the motionless Cheng Xiao, his thoughts were more tumultuous than a storm. He decided to be direct. Cheng Xiao, hand over the items. What items? I have nothing on me. Upon hearing this, Song Long took a deep drag from a cigarette, his eyes twitching slightly from the emotional turmoil within. They've already submitted evidence. Are you still trying to deny it? If you were a stranger, I would have slapped you with a red buff by now. Cheng Xiao, the Silver Team has indeed submitted the evidence. Return the items. Those belong to the company, not to you. After speaking, Song Long took another puff of his cigarette, attempting to calm himself. Now, it was Cheng Xiao's turn to be bewildered. He had gone invisible and even dug a pit in the military supply depot. How could there be evidence? This was impossible. Lin Wanqi, who had remained silent, was also somewhat perplexed. You took it in front of so many people and still ask how they discovered it? Li Xiaolong even questioned you at the time. How could you forget so quickly? How do you think they found out? Do you want to endanger Lin Wanqi and me? As the members of the Silver Team arrived, we were all compelled to. All right. Cheng Xiao's irritable voice interrupted Song Long mid-sentence. You can manage that, can't you? It's merely a trivial matter. You have an abundance of those items. What harm is there in me taking a few? Lin Wanqi felt increasingly uneasy as she listened. What are you babbling about? The eyes of a mind controller are limited. How can there be an abundance? A sudden realization struck her. No, it couldn't be. Initially startled, she quickly attempted to warn Cheng Xiao, but it was too late. In a frenzy, Cheng Xiao began to unleash an array of standardized weapons from his person, as if caught in a downpour, causing them to scatter throughout the office. The drop rate was astonishingly high, littering the floor with an assortment of equipment. This scene left Song Long utterly stunned. The familiar items strewn about included grenades, weapons, and even a shoulder-mounted mini-nuclear missile launcher. Were these not the possessions of the Orange Team? How could Cheng Xiao possibly possess so many? Was this a gift from Lu Wu? Impossible. He wasn't foolish. Wait, the recent military supply theft incident. Oh my goodness. I was merely seeking a mind controller's eyes. And now an unexpected boon has arisen. So you're the elusive thief. Truly, Cheng Xiao. Every escapade you embark upon seems to lead to calamity. Song Long's eyes widened, one hand clutching his chest as he began to breathe erratically, even struggling to maintain his cigarette. He dreaded to imagine the terrifying repercussions if Li Xiaolong and his team were to discover this. As the person in charge, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment, to the point of being disowned by his own mother. Just then, his external lookout signaled that Li Xiaolong and the Silver Team had arrived at the door, and he glanced at the battlefield of weaponry surrounding him. Was this not a death sentence for him? Chapter 32. The Emerging Crisis. Hurry. Quickly retrieve these items. Li Xiaolong is coming. Song Long felt an unprecedented surge of anxiety, akin to a sudden halt of his heartbeat. He barely found the opportunity to utter anything else, merely gesturing emphatically for Cheng Xiao to gather the scattered belongings. If you truly return them, you'll be dissatisfied again. Dissatisfied? What I saw was the eye of the mind controller. Look at what has been brought out. Lu Wu exclaimed, his eyes widening in irritation, his demeanor reflecting his displeasure. Clear everything away, and refrain from mentioning the military supply depot to anyone in the future. Cheng Xiao moved about, as the items he had carelessly discarded emitted a series of beeping sounds while being absorbed into his inventory. All right, I understand that we cannot speak of this to others. Lin Wanqi mentioned the same to me previously. What? Lin Wanqi? How did you become involved in this? Upon hearing this, Song Long's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at Lin Wanqi, nearly choking in disbelief. Lin Wanqi was someone he had personally nurtured, having made no mistakes since joining. How could she have gotten into such a predicament after merely 2 days out with Cheng Xiao? Director, please allow me to explain. Enough. The Silver Team members are about to arrive. Do not mention the military supply depot again. Just then, Cheng Xiao finished retrieving the scattered equipment, and a faint rumble of the elevator indicated that Li Xiaolong had arrived with his team. The Silver Team leader was not to be trifled with. The sentries would be powerless to stop them. Time was of the essence. Hastily approaching the elevator, the trio's emotions varied dramatically. Cheng Xiao appeared nonchalant, Song Long feigned calmness, while Lin Wanqi's anxiety was palpable. When the elevator doors opened with a chime, revealing Li Xiaolong, their expressions diverged further. Cheng Xiao, well, he still wore that pixelated, expressionless face, rendering any emotional reading impossible. Song Long stepped forward with a smile, welcoming Li Xiaolong. Following him were 2 members adorned with the Silver Team insignia, along with 2 stern, black-clad members of the Black Team, their expressions icy and focused. Major Li, we appreciate your personal attendance. Such matters could have been resolved by us without troubling headquarters. As the Silver and Black Team members made their entrance, onlookers turned towards Song Long, their expressions mingled with surprise, wondering if something significant had occurred. Typically, the Silver and Black teams did not venture into their remote division unless a grave situation had unfolded. Noticing the crowd's curiosity, Li Xiaolong remained impassive, hands clasped behind his back. Let us proceed to the conference room. Very well, please follow me, Song Long directed as they entered an unoccupied conference room. The soundproofing here was exceptional. Even if an assault were to occur within, not a whisper would reach the outside world. Closing the conference room door, Li Xiaolong sat upright at the head of the table, while 2 members of the Silver Group took their seats on either side with a stack of documents. Members of the Black Group stood silently behind him, resembling sentinels, lending the atmosphere a courtroom-like gravity. Li Xiaolong did not assume an authoritative demeanor. Instead, he gestured for the others to sit before speaking slowly. Director Song, you should have received the punitive documents issued by the Silver Group. Song Long nodded without hesitation. Yes, I have received them. Lin Wanqi has been stripped of her qualification for the position at headquarters, demoted from her role as group leader to a regular member of the White Group, and her quarterly bonuses have been revoked. As for my own mismanagement as director, I must reflect on my actions and forfeit both quarterly and annual bonuses, entering a 6-month observation period. Any further mistakes could lead to my demotion. At this moment, Song Long speculated that Li Xiaolong's personal visit was certainly not to discuss punishment, as such matters were typically handled through the issuance of penalty notices for the director to execute. Only in cases of refusal or if the punished party raised objections would the Silver Group send representatives. Li Xiaolong seemed to sense Song Long's thoughts, but chose not to address them directly. Instead, he turned his attention to Cheng Xiao, who sat stiffly with legs extended in an oddly formal posture. Cheng Xiao, are you still unwilling to return what belongs to us? Do you wish to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? You say return, and yet you do not. Cheng Xiao's defiance startled Lin Wanqi, who frantically signaled him to remain silent. What is the matter? Do your eyes have something in them? You're blinking so much it's as if you're casting shadows. Cheng Xiao's remark left Lin Wanqi feeling as though she had bitten into something unpleasant, prompting her to lower her head and cease speaking. Li Xiaolong remained unperturbed. He had anticipated Cheng Xiao's reluctance to comply. Very well, let us set aside the matter of psychological control for now. His keen gaze shifted back to the members of the Silver Group. Please hand over the agreement to Director Song. Upon receiving the command, one of the Silver Group members retrieved the document from his briefcase and delivered it to Song Long. As Song Long reviewed the file, Li Xiaolong revealed his true purpose for being there. In fact, I am here on orders from the Yellow Group, specifically to escort Cheng Xiao back to headquarters. Due to his unique circumstances, it is no longer suitable for him to remain in the branch for observation and study. The Yellow Group. The command from the highest management level came as a surprise, yet Song Long felt little reaction upon learning that Cheng Xiao was to be transferred. Looking at the transfer agreement, he sighed with relief. Finally, he could dispatch this troublesome liability. Leaving him here for even a couple more days could lead to unforeseen calamities. Therefore, he had no reason to refuse. In truth, even if he wanted to, it would be futile. A branch laboratory must ultimately adhere to headquarters directives. I have no objections. If Major Li wishes to take Cheng Xiao, he is free to do so at any time. Cheng Xiao, however, was not pleased. Hey, aren't you going to consider my opinion? Song Long, are you really selling me out like this? What do you wish to do? Li Xiaolong inquired of the agitated Cheng Xiao. Having previously received instructions to avoid provoking him, his demeanor remained notably composed. In truth, this statement cannot provoke anger. It signifies a willingness to compromise or negotiate certain terms regarding Cheng Xiao. What about Lin Wanqi? I've left her behind. Lin Wanqi abruptly lifted her head, taken aback that Cheng Xiao would mention her at this moment. According to the punishment, she would remain here. Li Xiaolong reiterated the consequences. That won't do. If you wish for my departure, you must revoke the punishment against Lin Wanqi. Furthermore, I must remind you that the survival of so many at Qingyan High School is solely due to my efforts. Why is there no reward? Regarding the matter of rewards, Director Song has already submitted a report to headquarters. We are still drafting specific incentives, which will be distributed subsequently. Li Xiaolong's tone was entirely formal, devoid of any semblance of negotiation. However, he then shifted his approach, stating that if the conditions you propose could be met, he would be willing to accompany me to headquarters. I will report your reasonable demands to the best of my ability. After prolonged discussions, Li Xiaolong patiently recorded over 100 of Cheng Xiao's stipulations. Indeed, over 100. Among them, aside from lifting the punishment on Lin Wanqi, there were outlandish requests for unlimited gold, diamonds, and even the title of king. Although these absurd demands were unlikely to be fulfilled, Li Xiaolong instructed the accompanying members of the Silver Team to document them meticulously for further reporting. As night fell, due to the unresolved situation concerning Cheng Xiao, Li Xiaolong opted to stay at a hotel. At the end of the workday, everyone returned to their respective homes. However, Lin Song, after a full day's work, drove his car around the city until he arrived at an inconspicuous bar. Amidst the cacophony, he located a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner seated in a booth. After ensuring he was not being followed, he took a seat across from the foreigner. "Smith, have you brought my money?" he inquired in fluent English. Upon recognizing the voice, Smith donned a feigned smile and handed over a bottle of beer. "But what about the information I requested regarding the power of creation?" Chapter 33. The Shield of the Controller? Your money is right here. Smith leaned back in the booth, tilting his head toward a robust, bald foreign man at the adjacent seat. With a subtle gesture, the bald man understood and retrieved a black box from beneath the table, placing it on the surface before them. Smith gently opened the black box. Not fully, just enough for Lin Song to glimpse its contents. Under the ambient glow of the neon lights, neatly stacked bills were revealed, appearing exceedingly tempting. Gulp! Lin Song could hardly believe his eyes. The sum was several times greater than before. Approximately 6 years ago, his wife had succumbed to an extremely rare illness, draining their finances, yet the funds remained insufficient for treatment. He had exhausted all his borrowed resources, even the money set aside for his child's education, burdened with insurmountable debt. He had then encountered Smith. The individual claimed that by merely providing some details regarding the containment conditions within the laboratory, he would receive a substantial sum of money. Unable to resist the temptation, he engaged in a transaction, after which he found himself ensnared in an inescapable financial abyss, forever under the dominion of Smith. While he relished the pleasures that wealth brought him daily, he was perpetually haunted by the fear that members of the Silver Group might unexpectedly arrive at his doorstep. As for the intelligence concerning the power of creation, Smith observed Lin Song's avaricious demeanor with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Such lack of ambition. To easily barter away information capable of altering the world for mere monetary gain. In that moment, Lin Song produced a minuscule, specially encrypted chip, scarcely larger than a fingernail. Upon receiving it, Smith promptly activated his portable terminal, inserting the chip into the slot to decrypt its contents. After a few minutes, the decryption was complete, and as he perused the observations and research pertaining to the power of creation, Smith was utterly exhilarated. The infiltration efforts of America had finally borne fruit, yielding such unexpected rewards. Although he was not a member of the experimental team, he could discern the implications of the power of creation at a glance. If harnessed for his own purposes, it could yield countless items rivaling exotic artifacts and perhaps even enhance the success rate of merging peculiar items. Most crucially, the power of infinite rebirth. If such a force were bestowed upon America's military, even without true immortality, it would suffice to restore their supremacy over Blue Star. Suppressing his inner excitement, he shut down the terminal, smirking as he lifted a bottle of beer to clink against Lin Song's untouched bottle, seemingly signifying a pleasant collaboration. The item posed no issues. He could take the money. Fearful of being robbed, Lin Song hastily seized a black box filled with cash, clutching it tightly before decisively stating, "A 1 tea drink. I'll take my leave now." Wait. Just as Lin Song prepared to rise, Smith called him back. "There's one more matter. My associates observed members of the Silver Group visiting your laboratory. Were they there regarding the codename Blockman?" Lin Song shook his head. "I'm not aware of that. I only handle the transactions for the containment information. The rest is beyond my concern. Would you not wish to earn a little more?" Smith's words dripped with temptation, and upon hearing the prospect of additional earnings, Lin Song's eyes were swiftly clouded by greed. "I've heard your son has found a girlfriend, considering current housing prices. Marriage isn't cheap. I will inquire, but it's a risk I'm taking. There must be an increase in payment." With a confirmed answer, Smith laughed a loud, mocking laugh. Greed, an insatiable abyss, once unleashed, can never be filled, nor can it be quelled. In the dead of night, Lin Wanqi questioned Cheng Xiao. "Why did you pose so many strange and seemingly impossible requests to Li Xiaolong? Are you foolish? Should I casually propose a condition, and he immediately agrees, whisking me away on the spot? Who then shall I approach to resolve the matter of merging the eye of the mind controller? Would he not need to examine each proposal, report them one by one, and deliberate slowly? Wouldn't that grant us ample time to act? Lin Wanqi, upon hearing this, admired the astuteness of the cube man, who could conceive of such matters. After everyone had departed for the day, Lin Wanqi remained behind, ostensibly to finish her work. But in truth, she intended to assist Cheng Xiao in crafting a peculiar artifact, specifically merging the eye of the mind controller into a shield. However, she was puzzled. Was it not true that Cheng Xiao possessed the power of creation to merge items? Why could she not perform the fusion herself? Perhaps it was due to the absence of synthesis chart, which would inhibit the process. Regardless, she had expressed her willingness to assist. Yet executing this fusion required a fusion machine located in the technical department. Utilizing the fusion machine without prior authorization would undoubtedly breach employee regulations. To avoid detection, her first step was to disable the surveillance in the technical department. Fortunately, there was little concern about the laboratory being targeted by thieves, given the small military base situated above it. This resulted in the security personnel in the monitoring room beside the elevator becoming rather lax, often succumbing to sleep during their shifts. Lin Wanqi approached a blind spot in the surveillance, donning the invisibility scarf lent to her by Cheng Xiao, and made her way to the security room. Before she even drew near, the resounding sound of snoring reached her ears, and upon closer inspection, she found the guard in a deep slumber. Cautiously, she operated the terminal in the security room and successfully disabled the surveillance in the technical department, all while the guard remained blissfully unaware. With the shield and the eye of the mind controller in hand, she proceeded to the technical department, where she beheld the imposing and intricate machinery. Removing the invisibility scarf, she recalled the operational procedures she had learned in school. She placed the two materials in the respective side windows, and as the machine whirred to life, the shield and the eye were drawn into its depths. with a display screen showing the status of both items. Next, she would need to release the power within the eye of the mind controller and guide it into the shield. This was indeed the most challenging step. Any misguidance or rejection during the fusion process would result in failure. Moreover, the eye of the mind controller would be irrevocably destroyed. Yet, the moment the machine activated, her eyes widened in astonishment. At the instant the eye of the mind controller unleashed its mental energy, the creative force emanating from the shield began to shimmer like stars scattered across the firmament, gently drawing the eye closer to the shield. A soft glow illuminated her vision. They were merging of their own accord. No, it was more accurate to say that the creative force sensed the acceptance of the mental force for fusion. Could this be what the cube man referred to as synthesis? As the light descended, an unusual artifact emerged. A brown shield with a mosaic square eye occupying 1/3 of its surface. The eye of the mind controller had been assimilated. That eye seemed to possess the ability to pierce through the mind, and Lin Wanqi felt as though she was being scrutinized. An unsettling sensation washing over her. Though her eyes remained still, she felt an incessant sensation of being observed from every direction. After completing her task, she stealthily returned to the security room, where Cheng Xiao activated the surveillance, bringing forth the fully integrated shield to the containment chamber of Cheng Xiao. Upon receiving the completed shield from Lin Wanqi, Cheng Xiao gazed at it with palpable excitement. Name: Shield of the Controller. Description: a shield infused with the essence of a psychically endowed eye, capable not only of defense, but also of actively releasing psychic energy to invade the minds of singular or multiple adversaries. Chapter 34. They have arrived. Within the hotel, Li Xiaolong was reporting the situation when he received a document dispatched by Song Long. While discussing Cheng Xiao's circumstances, he furrowed his brow and opened the file titled The Power of Creation. After only a brief glance, he stood frozen as if struck by lightning. It was not until a reminder came through his portable headset that he snapped back to reality and quickly exclaimed, "General Zhao, I have discovered something extraordinary. We must expedite Cheng Xiao's transfer to headquarters." The following day, Lin Song arrived at the laboratory and fortuitously spotted Lin Wanqi, who was brewing coffee with dark circles under her eyes, yawning and appearing utterly fatigued. A thought crossed his mind. Surely, Lin Wanqi must be privy to Cheng Xiao's situation. He approached her under the guise of concern, saying, "Lin Wanqi, you look utterly exhausted. Were you working late into the night yesterday?" Recalling that her late-night ordeal was due to the illicit use of the fusion machine, Lin Wanqi felt a jolt of alarm that dissipated her drowsiness. However, she quickly reminded herself that Lin Song could not possibly know about such matters, especially since she had disabled the surveillance. As long as everything remained quiet, no one would investigate her actions. Thus, she responded nonchalantly, "I was just busy with some matters regarding Cheng Xiao that took longer than expected." Afterwards, she yawned again, dazedly sipping a small amount of her freshly brewed coffee. Lin Song also prepared himself a cup of coffee, maintaining the fade of casual conversation. Wasn't Director Song supposed to inform headquarters about Cheng Xiao's situation? Perhaps they will send someone to retrieve him, so you need not exert yourself so diligently in your observations. Sighing, Lin Wanqi candidly divulged, "Actually, the personnel from the Silver Team came specifically regarding Cheng Xiao. They might transfer him in the next couple of days." She thought nothing of revealing this information, as transferring containment entities between laboratories to headquarters was as routine as eating or drinking, devoid of any secrecy. Yet, the thought of Cheng Xiao departing filled her with a sense of loss. It was a rare opportunity to encounter an intelligent entity capable of meaningful communication, and now, just as their interaction began, he was to be taken away. Huh? So soon? I hadn't anticipated that, but perhaps it's for the best to avoid any further complications. Lin Song remarked, satisfied with the information he sought. He then concluded the conversation, coffee in hand, and exited the lounge. "I shall take my leave. I have several containment objects that require further observation and study." Everything flowed seamlessly, and no one noticed any abnormalities concerning Lin Kong. Later, Li Xiaolong returned to Song Long's office. A hint of fatigue in Song Long's eyes indicated that he had also endured a restless night. The intelligence submitted by Song Long regarding the power of creation within Cheng Xiao had sent ripples of alarm throughout the members of the Yellow Team at headquarters. The power of creation, unlimited resurrection, the ability to manufacture items comparable to containment objects. If Longwa could harness this force, they would possess the capability to launch a comprehensive counteroffensive against the Otherworld Gate and explore further extraterrestrial technologies. The intelligence gathered has prompted all members of the Huang group to take notice of Cheng Xiao. Consequently, they convened an unusual video conference that evening, centering entirely on strategies to persuade Cheng Xiao to come to headquarters. After deliberating until nearly dawn, they reached a consensus. As long as Cheng Xiao was willing to come, they would acquiesce to any reasonable demands she might have. For Li Xiaolong, who was tasked with orchestrating this endeavor, it marked the first time in his life that he felt such pressure. The thought of failure was too daunting to contemplate. He rubbed his temples and proposed to Song Long a private meeting with Cheng Xiao. Once again, they gathered in the conference room. Upon seeing Cheng Xiao anew, Li Xiaolong furrowed his brow and signaled his assistant to retrieve the list Cheng Xiao had previously mentioned. Cheng Xiao, the process to revoke Lin Wanqi's punishment is underway. However, regarding the other conditions you've proposed, becoming a monarch, limitless gold, infinite diamonds, and even establishing a nation, those are unattainable. Please suggest terms that are more feasible. Initially, these conditions were mere distractions intended to buy time, and Cheng Xiao had never anticipated that her requests would be met. Now that she possessed the shield of the ruler, she felt emboldened to propose more reasonable terms. Yet, in that moment, she found herself at a loss for what to request. Though she recalled Li Wen's mention of the Tree of Calamity and the unusual circumstances in the north. I have yet to formulate my demands. I will present them later. However, I must ascertain all information regarding the Tree of Calamity. The rationale behind this was straightforward. She needed to determine whether that accursed entity was indeed a summoning pillar, for her peace of mind depended upon it. Li Xiaolong, taken aback, wondered why Cheng Xiao was aware of the Tree of Calamity and why she sought its information. Did they harbor a grudge against one another? Past observations had indeed noted instances where entities from different realms became inexplicably hostile, akin to natural enemies that attacked upon meeting. Determined to accommodate Cheng Xiao's request, Li Xiaolong nodded and communicated her demands to General Zhao of the Huang Group. A few minutes later, information regarding the entity designated as number 4780, codenamed Tree of Calamity, was transmitted to Li Xiaolong's portable terminal. He accessed the virtual screen to reveal all pertinent data, including various images and videos. This is the complete dossier on No. 4780, codenamed Tree of Calamity. I am curious as to why you wish to view this information, as it appears you are not from the same world. Cheng Xiao offered no extensive explanation, merely stating, I need to confirm certain matters. She then meticulously examined the materials. Assimilation, egg, corruption, growth. Each revelation sent a chill down her spine. These were the very traits of a parasitic summoning pillar. When she watched a drone video lasting over a minute, capturing a seemingly endless desert, she beheld towering black trees, grotesquely tentacled and ominously dark, standing like malevolent skyscrapers. The moment she laid eyes on them, Cheng Xiao recognized the entity for what it was, a summoning pillar. He had not anticipated that the parasites would truly arrive here, and even before him, why would these ghastly entities manifest in this place? Reflecting upon what he had glimpsed through the otherworldly portal within the academy, could it be that the parasites were not native to the block world, and that this realm too was under siege? I must journey northward. W.H. What? Li Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback. Why was there such an abrupt decision to head north? A region engulfed by vast deserts and currently sealed off due to the Tree of Calamity? What purpose do you have in going there? Of course, it is to preemptively eliminate them before they fully mature. I have no desire to engage in a protracted conflict with these wretched beings for centuries. At that moment, Li Xiaolong noticed that Cheng Xiao appeared to possess considerable knowledge about the Tree of Calamity, even referring to the war. He suddenly recalled that her personal profile indeed indicated that she had waged a war against a certain species that lasted for hundreds of years. It now seemed highly likely that this was connected to the Tree of Calamity. Chapter 35. The approaching storm. Why do you seem to harbor such animosity towards the Tree of Calamity? Bam! The square-armed figure slammed down onto the conference table, producing a thunderous sound. Because this is war. This is my war. Cheng Xiao's voice dripped with murderous intent, striking a chord of unease even in Li Xiaolong, a man of military background. Such a presence could only emanate from one who had truly weathered the storms of great wars. The two members of the Black Group instinctively reached for their non-lethal weapons, only to be halted by Li Xiaolong's keen awareness. It is no mere tree of calamity. It is a colossal parasitic summoning pillar of an unknown rank. They have slaughtered everyone I have ever known, and I shall ensure their extinction from any realm. At that moment, Cheng Xiao resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, while the others found themselves ensnared in the tempest of his seething wrath. This was not about anyone else or any other matter. It was about what I must do, and no one shall impede me. Li Xiaolong was taken aback by Cheng Xiao's intense reaction towards the Tree of Calamity, realizing that perhaps the world Cheng Xiao hailed from had also encountered otherworldly portals. All these matters needed to be reported meticulously. Cheng Xiao, if you wish to venture into the northern Forbidden Zone, you must first return with me to the headquarters in Magic City. As long as you accompany me, we can negotiate everything. Then, let us hasten. Cheng Xiao's voice took on a somber tone, for with each passing minute, those fiendish entities would grow stronger. If they fully developed, this place would merely be another apocalyptic world. Strangely, Li Xiaolong did not dismiss Cheng Xiao's words as mere folly. Instead, a chilling sensation crept into his heart. Yet, recalling the lockdown measures, he regained his composure. Cheng Xiao, you underestimate the prowess of human technology. The Tree of Calamity and those otherworldly creatures are all confined within the prism walls, where a colossal air-dissolving spray device suppresses their vitality. Were it not for our need to retrieve crucial experimental data from within the Forbidden Zone and to recontain the Tree of Calamity, we would have already eradicated all contained entities within the zone. However, Cheng Xiao was profoundly astonished by the organization's actions. Even at this critical juncture, they still entertained thoughts of recontainment. This is akin to playing with fire. The power of the parasites is beyond your imagination. They cannot be imprisoned by any means. They merely lie in wait, assimilating and seeking out your vulnerabilities. As one who faces the parasites directly, Cheng Xiao understood that they would perpetually evolve and learn. The only means to suppress them is through relentless extermination, an unending cycle of killing to stifle their evolution and learning. Li Xiaolong remained silent, as he recognized that Cheng Xiao possessed considerable insight regarding the Tree of Calamity. He even spoke truthfully about its capacity for evolution. During their initial containment of the tree, they had discovered its ability to evolve autonomously. Unfortunately, midway through their research, the Tree of Calamity had breached containment. Subsequently, it assimilated most of the personnel in the base, gradually forming the northern Forbidden Zone under its unstoppable erosion. As time has progressed, the elite containment teams entering the Forbidden Zone have transitioned from safe withdrawals to nearly complete annihilation or significant casualties with each incursion. This seems to validate the words of Cheng Xiao. Upon the arrival of the parasites, Cheng Xiao resolutely agreed to travel to the containment base in the Magic City. As he stated, it was either the parasites or himself that would remain. He would either perish at their hands or utterly eradicate them. This was unrelated to anything else, solely for the countless tombstones he had painstakingly constructed, stretching endlessly across the mountains. Those who had perished, those he had known. Cheng Xiao, I heard from the director that you are heading to the headquarters in the Magic City tomorrow. At noon, Lin Wanqi found Cheng Xiao in the containment room, busily consuming his meal. The aluminum box, once brimming with food, was now utterly clean within mere seconds, leaving behind nothing but the empty container devoid of even a drop of oil. Upon Lin Wanqi's inquiry, Cheng Xiao readily confirmed, yes, I will be departing on the base's transport plane at 8 in the morning. The parasites from the north have already arrived. It is a necessity for me to go. Lin Wanqi couldn't help but express her concern. Must you really go? We possess nuclear weapons and various long-range destructive devices. There is no need for you to take such risks. Her words momentarily stunned Cheng Xiao, and the scene before him seemed to shift. He was transported back to that night by the rocky shore, where she had spoken to him with the same worry, the same tone. Yet, had he chosen not to go then, would everyone still be alive? After a brief silence, Cheng Xiao's voice slowly emerged, resolute yet quiet. I must go. Realizing her attempts to dissuade him were futile, Lin Wanqi merely shook her head, refraining from further opposition. There is another matter regarding Lu Wu. Lu Wu. Lin Wanqi's face brightened with a smile. Then she turned to the door, calling, Lu Wu, you can explain it yourself. At that moment, Lu Wu entered the containment room, fixing his serious gaze upon Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao, have you forgotten what I said before? As long as we can leave the academy alive, we are good brothers. You saved us all. I am currently unable to repay you in any manner. Since you are leaving tomorrow morning, allow me to treat you to a meal. Lin Wanqi hesitated, glancing at Lu Wu. You aren't thinking of taking Cheng Xiao to eat, are you? That is not possible. Lu Wu shrugged. It's not feasible to take him out, but I could drive to get takeout. It would be too insincere to treat Cheng Xiao to the cafeteria food. Coincidentally, I asked Li Wan to reserve a variety of exquisite seafood at a hotel. By the way, can a block person eat seafood? Will there be any allergies? I genuinely don't know. Watching the two before him, Cheng Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, as if everyone had returned, and everything had reverted to a time of freedom and joy. Those were his happiest days. He, too, had been a carefree block person who made friends far and wide. However, outside the door, unbeknownst to the three, a shadow had been lurking in the corner, listening intently since Lu Wu entered the containment room. In the opulent suite on the top floor of the Gamby Hotel, Smith held a fine crystal goblet filled with expensive red wine, surveying the bustling city below with an air of superiority. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the outside, and an American with golden locks entered the room. Colonel, we have confirmed the transfer time for the subject codenamed Blockman. It is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. They will depart the laboratory aboard a transport aircraft, without any armed personnel from the Orange Unit accompanying them. Smith's lips curled into a disdainful smile. It appeared they were still oblivious to the fact that they were being watched. Indeed, the Northern Restricted Zone had restrained much of the Dragon Kingdom's containment headquarters resources, leaving them unaware of other developments. Prepare William and his team. Once the transport aircraft enters the suburbs, we shall act. Do not forget the capture nets and tranquilizers. Intelligence indicates that the Blockman can resurrect through a form of death teleportation. We must secure him in one swift operation. The higher-ups at headquarters are placing immense importance on this mission. There must be no errors. Yes, Colonel, I will convey the message to Team William immediately. After the individual departed, silence returned to the room. Smith's smile faded as he gazed out at the cityscape, gently swirling the wine in his glass before taking a sip. The rich flavor erupted in his mouth, releasing an intoxicating aroma that made him murmur softly, "How delightful." Chapter 36. The abduction that evening. After all had finished their work, Cheng Xiao, Lin Wanqi, Lu Wu, and their team indulged in a sumptuous feast. They reminisced about their initial feelings of fear and curiosity upon first encountering Cheng Xiao, and how they had come to embrace the idea of having an intriguing cube-shaped friend. Everyone expressed that even if Cheng Xiao were to relocate to the headquarters, he would not be forgotten, and they were certain they would meet again in the future. The following day, Cheng Xiao returned to his quarters, then took the elevator to the upper base of the laboratory, under the watchful eyes of Lin Wanqi and the others. He boarded a small transport aircraft bound for the headquarters in the Magic City. It was here that he conversed with Li Xiaolong and learned that there were two main organizations dedicated to salvation across the Blue Planet, each headquartered in two great nations. One was located in America, while the other resided in the Dragon Kingdom. The two sides had engaged in numerous conflicts due to differing ideologies even before the arrival of the Dimensional Gate, and it could be said that aside from outright warfare, all forms of conflict had been thoroughly explored. Even after the Dimensional Gate's emergence, both sides continued to vie for supremacy. America sought to utilize the Dimensional Gate to harness the most advanced technology to dominate the entire Blue Planet and establish its own united empire. In contrast, the Dragon Kingdom aimed to delve into the Dimensional Gate, seeking new resources and technologies to resolve the crisis and ultimately escape Earth. To this end, the two most formidable nations in the world simultaneously established the largest containment bases. Other countries, such as the Northern Bear and various nations across the European continent, found themselves aligning with one of the two great powers, creating a complex balance of power. The destination Cheng Xiao was headed towards was the headquarters of the Salvation Organization in a magic city of the Dragon Kingdom. However, unbeknownst to everyone on the transport aircraft, they had already caught the attention of others. Colonel Smith, we have successfully tracked the target. Once we reach the destination, we will initiate the pursuit, came the voice over the communication device. High above the clouds, a group of stealthy figures, discernible only with keen observation, followed closely behind the transport aircraft. They were elite operatives from America's Salvation Organization, the White Eagle Squad, clad in experimental individual combat exoskeletons, infiltrating Qingyun City to capture Cheng Xiao. They belonged to the elite task force of the Orange Group, renowned for their rapid operations and adept at missions involving infiltration and assassination. Leading the team was Captain William, who reminded his squad, proceed with caution. Remember, do not linger in battle or engage in unnecessary actions. Capture the target, codenamed Q-Man, and then depart. Rest assured, Colonel, our efficiency is well known, came the response. Very well, I await your good news. After concluding the communication with Smith, William focused intently on the abduction mission. The organization's higher-ups had even dismissed several urgent tasks originally assigned to them, opting instead to deploy the latest experimental stealth transport aircraft, risking detection by the Dragon Kingdom to deliver them to Qingyun City. This clearly illustrated the significance the American leadership placed on this operation. The team meticulously checked their stealth capabilities and capture equipment, confirming their target, with approximately 20 minutes remaining before they would commence their actions. As William's words echoed in the air, a response crackled through the communication device. The exoskeletons they donned were a product of reverse engineering, derived from technology discovered by the American Containment Organization within a foreign portal. These suits possessed remarkable capabilities such as cloaking and signal interception, making them ideal for covert operations and assassination missions. However, the shortcomings of these exoskeletons were glaring. Their incomplete technology limited them to carrying only light weapons that posed minimal threat, and their operational endurance was notably low. The transport aircraft soared away from Qingyun City. Within the cabin, the only sound was the rumble of the engines, as silence enveloped the atmosphere. Perhaps Li Xiaolong was inherently a man of few words. Or perhaps it was merely the unfamiliarity of the situation. Aside from explaining certain aspects of the containment organization to Cheng Xiao, he did not initiate further conversation. Cheng Xiao had already inferred that Li Xiaolong's urgency in whisking him away was entirely due to the creative power he possessed. Yet, Lin Wanqi and Lin Song had previously tested this force, concluding that humans could not possibly harness it. For them, it was akin to poison. Whoever partook would meet an equally fatal fate. Before Cheng Xiao could delve deeper into her thoughts, a sudden sound resembling a collision erupted from outside the transport. Just as he began to voice his concerns, an explosion erupted violently above the cabin. Boom! No one anticipated that the transport would suddenly be engulfed in chaos. Shrapnel from the explosion rained down like daggers, instantaneously piercing the neck of a black team member. Clutching his gushing wound, he raised a trembling hand in a futile plea for help, but the rapid loss of blood rendered him unconscious and lifeless in mere moments. The remaining two white team members screamed, collapsing to the ground in utter confusion, while another black team member hastily drew his electric baton, only to be struck by a dart that pierced his neck. Within seconds, he was foaming at the mouth, his eyes wide with shock as he collapsed lifelessly to the floor. The suddenness of the incident left everyone bewildered, yet Li Xiaolong quickly discerned that they were under attack. He immediately dropped to the ground and activated his terminal to send a distress signal, unaware that the signal was intercepted by William's squad. Amidst the chaos, only Cheng Xiao remained composed, seated as if the sky were falling, yet his demeanor unchanged. With an immortal essence, what danger could he fear? Should death come, he would merely resurrect. He had often toyed with TNT, meeting his demise on numerous occasions, and sudden assaults were a commonplace occurrence he had grown accustomed to. His gaze fixated on his square arm, which now bore an oddity resembling a dart, inexplicably protruding from where there had previously been nothing. Moments later, the scene before him twisted as if under the influence of some illusion. Am I poisoned? His status bar now displayed a nauseous buff, an affliction that would last an excruciating 12 hours. To endure 12 hours of visual distortion was a torment greater than death itself. He might as well end his life to refresh his status. Suddenly, a peculiar net emanating a soft glow appeared from nowhere, enveloping Cheng Xiao entirely. This net seemed to be some sort of containment device or an extraordinary synthetic tool, automatically ensnaring him and bestowing upon him an immobilizing buff the moment it covered him. With a loud clap, another object resembling a large black brick crashed to the ground. Cheng Xiao heard Li Xiaolong emit a thunderous shout, exclaiming, "It's C4." In the blink of an eye, he was lifted into the air by an inexplicable force, soaring towards the distance. Boom! Approximately 10 seconds later, a deafening explosion echoed, as the transport aircraft behind him was transformed into a fireball in the sky. Am I being abducted? Cheng Xiao glanced upwards. Although his captors were cloaked, he could still discern a vague, humanoid silhouette. Regardless, the fact that they had killed members of the Black Team indicated they were undoubtedly nefarious individuals. Furthermore, he faintly heard their astonished voices, which were not in the Dragon Kingdom's language. Though he could not comprehend their words, he grasped their implication. Damn it! Why didn't he fall asleep? The tranquilizer was utterly ineffective. William stared in astonishment at the block-shaped figure within the net. This tranquilizer was extracted from an S-class containment object, capable of sedating over 99% of all contained entities. Before William could administer more sedatives to Cheng Xiao, a saber-toothed tiger high-explosive grenade materialized before him. Accompanying it were Cheng Xiao's icy words, laden with murderous intent. Fool! I can only fall asleep during torrential rain or at night. With that, under William's terrified gaze, Cheng Xiao unhesitatingly pressed the detonation button on the grenade. I can die and resurrect at will, rejuvenating my state. What about you? Chapter 37. The perilous plunge once again. A second fireball appeared in the bright sky, its explosion resonating far and wide. In the final moments before the transport plane detonated, Li Xiaolong, clutching his parachute, gazed grimly upward at the sky as the second explosion echoed. Without hesitation, he activated the portable terminal on his wrist and connected to headquarters. Standing on the earthen slope, he observed the wreckage of the transport plane that had just plummeted to the desolate ground. General Zhao, we have been attacked. Code 000. Codename Blockman, status unknown. All crew members, except for myself, are deceased. Who did this? The voice of General Zhao crackled in his ear, laced with barely suppressed fury. The power of creation, capable of influencing the world, had inexplicably vanished right beneath his nose, and anyone would be incensed. I cannot say for certain, General Zhao. It appears the assailants employed some form of cloaking technology or equipment. As Li Xiaolong spoke, a mangled body fell from the sky, accompanied by a gust of wind, landing merely 3 or 4 meters ahead of him. The tremendous noise startled him. Upon approaching the scene, he discerned the shattered exoskeleton of a soldier and the grotesquely mangled remains within. With careful scrutiny, he recognized the unique golden hair and the foreign features of the corpse. It is now clear, it must have been Americans who attacked us. I have discovered a body on site. Americans! General Zhao's voice turned venomous at the mention of the assailants. How could they know about Blockman? It must be espionage. There is no doubt of it. I shall dispatch a team of elite special forces and the Silver Unit to investigate and provide support. For now, you must contact the order forces and maintain the scene. Before he could finish, Li Xiaolong felt a violent impact on his chest, followed by the sharp crack of a gunshot. An unbearable agony spread from his chest throughout his body. Looking down, he saw his heart had been struck by a bullet, crimson blood saturating his silver attire. He could scarcely believe it. His assailants, having revealed their position, dared to stay and silence him. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. This time a spray of bright red erupted from his head, and he fell backward, his eyes wide open, lifeless. Only the frantic shouts of General Xiao echoed in his earpiece. Yet this call for help would receive no response. Damn it, that cursed block man. He and Captain William have perished together. A dozen individuals clad in futuristic exoskeletons gradually materialized from thin air. One among them, cursing vehemently, contacted Smith, while the others expertly began to obliterate the evidence. Various unknown solutions were poured over William's remains. In mere minutes, William and his exoskeleton would dissolve into an indistinguishable pool of liquid. In the depths of the Gamby Hotel, Smith received the disheartening news of a failed capture, prompting him to violently kick away the woman he had summoned for a massage. Startled, she fled the room without a backward glance. The next moment, the silence of the room was shattered by Smith's furious roar. What does it mean to perish together? What on earth have you done? Colonel, the operation was initially progressing smoothly, but we did not anticipate that the subject, codenamed Blockman, would be immune to the sleeping agent. After being apprehended, he somehow produced a high-explosive grenade and took Captain William down with him in an act of mutual destruction. This failure meant they had irrevocably lost track of Cheng Xiao. Intelligence suggested that the Blockman could randomly resurrect after death. Whether he returned in a bed or elsewhere, it was apparent that locating Cheng Xiao again was impossible. Their immediate objective was to evacuate swiftly, minimizing losses. If the White-Headed Eagle team were to be wiped out in the Dragon Kingdom, the organization would surely hold Smith accountable. Withdraw, destroy William S. body, and everyone execute the evacuation plan immediately. Though reluctant, as the commander of this operation, Smith had no choice but to issue the retreat orders. Regardless of his frustration and anger, ending the communication, the smile had long vanished from Smith's face as he grimly contacted his subordinates. He too needed to escape the Dragon Kingdom swiftly. Once the nation realized his presence, his cover would be compromised. Yet concerning the power of creation, they would not concede. This time had ended in failure, but there would be another opportunity. The Dragon Kingdom could not allow such power to dissipate. They would undoubtedly seek to reclaim the Blockman. As long as they did, there would be a path to gather information and plan the next heist. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. Where has this rebirth brought me? Am I still in Qingyan City? Oh, it dawned on him. He glanced at the fields and villages behind him, which felt somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the place he had traversed through the otherworldly portal? This indicated that, without a designated resurrection point, this area would serve as his backup. Goodness, I don't recognize the way back, he exclaimed, perplexed. Upon arriving here, he had boarded a plane to the containment laboratory, leaving no memory of the route. Wait, an idea struck him. Cheng Xiao rummaged through his backpack, finally retrieving a square piece of white paper. I do have a map. However, upon drawing it out, he realized the arrow indicating his coordinates was outside the map's boundaries, which still depicted the block world. This meant he needed to create a new map to refresh its data. Am I being foolish? I'm an anomaly. I can simply run into a crowd. The containment team will come looking for me anyway. That saves me from having to find my way back. His gaze fixed on a village in the distance. A village? Yes, a village. Chests. While waiting for his comrades, he could also scavenge for supplies, truly a twofold advantage. Here I come, village. Cheng Xiao exclaimed with a series of peculiar laughs, bounding toward the village not far away. In truth, what is referred to as a village has now transformed into an urban-rural fringe. Merely a kilometer away lies the town. The once tranquil village has been shattered today. A sudden cry pierced the air, proclaiming, something is amiss. Oh no, something is indeed amiss. The jarring sound startled all the birds perched on the eaves and branches, sending them fluttering away. Hey, here it comes. Let me see what you have. Cheng Xiao confidently dashed into a seemingly substantial three-story house. His familiar and unreserved demeanor suggested he did not regard himself as an outsider. His abrupt entrance sent the occupants into a flurry of chaos. What are you sleeping for? Get up. Did I permit you to sleep? The alarmed young couple, startled by the peculiar figure bursting into their room, fled in haste, completely unclothed. Before anyone could fully vacate the premises, Cheng Xiao began rummaging through drawers and cabinets, bedside tables, wardrobes, and refrigerators alike. He recalled his own shortages of provisions. Rice, vegetables, and cured meats were hastily stuffed into his backpack. Yet this was not sufficient. He extracted his manuscript and proceeded to abscond with the refrigerator and microwave as well. In Cheng Xiao's words, these items might prove useful one day, and the villagers certainly had no need for them. Furthermore, his collector's tendencies compelled him. Such items were absent from his backpack. After a thorough search, he paused at the door, momentarily taken aback by the trembling figure standing there. Moments later, several emeralds erupted from his person, and after completing this act, he dashed into the neighboring house. Chapter 38. The Traitor, Lin Song. It was rather perplexing. I pondered the absence of even a single bale of hay while seeking bread in the village. By the time we rummaged through the 8th house, Cheng Xiao could no longer contain his exasperation at the village's apparent poverty. The next dwelling appeared to be a small shop, but it was already deserted. In truth, by the time he had scavenged the 3rd house, the inhabitants had all vanished. Not a soul, nor even a stray dog, could be found. With no one watching, it was only natural that Cheng Xiao filled his backpack with the forsaken belongings. This is an immutable truth of the blocky beings. Anything left unattended rightfully belongs to them. Should someone be present, a few emeralds tossed in the distance would easily lure the villagers away, fulfilling the condition of absence. If they dared to attack, it would result in a treasure trove. After defeating the adversary, all spoils would belong to the blocky beings. Various beverages and snacks were hastily stowed in the backpack, and just as he filled it halfway, a commotion arose outside. The sounds resembled those of trucks and airplanes. In just a few minutes, the containment troops had arrived with remarkable efficiency. Glancing at his hunger level, he decided to satiate his appetite before departing. After indulging in food and drink within the shop, he ambled leisurely outside. He then stationed himself at the entrance, standing motionless like a guardian, awaiting the arrival of others. "Captain, it's quite eerie. Have anomalies been appearing so frequently near Qingyun City lately?" Lu Wu was equally baffled. It had only been a few days since the last portal to another realm had emerged. In the past, such occurrences were rare, happening perhaps once a month. The most troubling aspect was that the transport aircraft carrying Cheng Xiao had been attacked. They were originally en route to investigate the situation on site. Unexpectedly, they received an anomalous report mid-journey and had to address this matter first. Without further inquiry, they proceeded to search for the portal, knowing they would also need to locate the missing Cheng Xiao. The thought of having to find Cheng Xiao invigorated everyone. Their survival in this place was largely due to Cheng Xiao's prior assistance, so they genuinely regarded him as a brother. Indeed, a rather unique blocky brother, perhaps the only one of his kind in the world. Lu Wu and his team cautiously ventured deeper into the village, as reports from the villagers depicted the anomalies as exceedingly terrifying. They were said to be unrecognizable, resembling a grotesque mass of flesh, adorned in a riot of colors and splattered with blood, rumored to consume humans. Yet there was something oddly familiar about these descriptions, as if they had heard them before, particularly the vivid imagery of a colorful, pudding-like form. Furthermore, they had been meticulously exploring the village for the better part of the day, and aside from the elusive portal, not a single trace of otherworldly creatures had been encountered. "Do you think the anomaly could be Cheng Xiao?" Someone's voice on the communication device uttered this thought, plunging the group into silence. Indeed, those familiar descriptors inadvertently conjured an image of Cheng Xiao in their minds. Reflecting on his ability to teleport upon death, it was conceivable that the anomaly here could indeed be him. "Do not let your guard down." Lu Wugong cautioned his team to remain vigilant when Li Wen's voice crackled through the communication device. "Captain, it appears to truly be Cheng Xiao. I just scanned with the detection device, and—" "Really?" Li Wen continued to examine his scanning equipment, which had now displayed Cheng Xiao's personal information. "Confirmed. It is indeed him. I have even retrieved the recorded information." Upon hearing this, Lu Wu felt a mix of astonishment and elation. He was relieved that Cheng Xiao was safe and had not been captured by any mysterious organization. However, he was also alarmed that this individual was wandering about in such a densely populated area. Fortunately, It was within the jurisdiction of Qingyun City. Had it been elsewhere, he might have encountered dire consequences. Where is he? In response to the inquiry, Li Wen pointed to an open space ahead. The display indicated that he was in a nearby building. As the group gradually approached, a familiar sound of crunching filled the air, followed by a distinct sound of a belch. They had heard that sound far too many times the previous night. It was unmistakably the noise made by Cheng Xiao, the blocky figure while eating. Cheng Xiao. Oh, he's coming. A familiar voice and silhouette burst forth from a small shop, holding a packet of spicy strips. Cheng Xiao. It's really you. Lu Wu removed his helmet, blinking in disbelief. Yes, a few invisible fools attempted to capture me, and I fought back. As there was no designated respawn point, I reappeared here. Not knowing where I was, I thought to scare people and draw you over to take me back. With that, he resumed munching on his snacks. What were you eating? Spicy strips. They're addictive. The more I eat, the hungrier I become. It reminds me of something I used to eat a long time ago. Lu Wu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on these matters any longer. Since Cheng Xiao had been located, he promptly contacted Song Long. In Song Long's office, upon receiving Lu Wu's communication, he sprang from his seat, exhilarated. Found him. In Tianfeng Village? What's he doing there? Hiding in a small shop, eating spicy strips? Why that particular snack? Never mind. Keep an eye on him. I will contact headquarters immediately. After ending the call, Song Long let out a long sigh of relief. Previously, he had been drenched in cold sweat upon receiving news of Cheng Xiao's attack and the potential presence of a spy within the laboratory. The implications of Cheng Xiao being captured by an enemy nation were too grave to contemplate. To avoid alarming the enemy, only he and Lu Wu's team, who were dispatched to locate Cheng Xiao, were aware of his disappearance. From his own investigation, he had detected signs of a prior data breach regarding Cheng Xiao's information. This was a direct violation of his explicit orders, which prohibited anyone from copying any information pertaining to Cheng Xiao. Although the actions were executed discreetly, he had still managed to uncover the truth. The spy was concealed within the white team, though it remained uncertain who among them it was. Director Song. At that moment, a member of the white team knocked and entered, his eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. Song Long, observing the young man before him, recalled that he was likely an associate of Lin Song from the white team. If there was an issue, it should have been directed to Lin Song. Why had this individual come to him? Is there something you need to report? Song Long inquired, his brow furrowed. Reporting to a superior without proper protocol was a violation of employee regulations. Yet considering certain extenuating circumstances, he resolved to first ascertain the matter at hand. The young member of the white team lowered his head, appearing somewhat apprehensive. He raised his right hand to scratch the back of his head before slowly responding. Director, have you seen Team Leader Lin? He hasn't come in all morning, and we haven't been able to reach him. The subject, known as Black Mist Infiltrator, which we previously contained at the Academy, has arrived, and we are awaiting his presence to oversee the observational research and input the identification numbers and information. Lin Kong. Cheng Xiao was attacked, and he has been absent all morning. The timing was too coincidental. Cheng Xiao had been assaulted just as Lin Song was unreachable, and he was also involved in the observational study of Cheng Xiao. Song Long's pupils constricted, a wave of foreboding rising within him. Lin Song could very well be the traitor. At that precise moment when Song Long discerned the potential traitor, a piercing alarm blared within the outer detection base surrounding the northern quarantine parasite zone. Chapter 39. Unrest in the northern forbidden zone. Far in the northern forbidden zone, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the observation base. Simultaneously, an urgent communication reached an office within the headquarters of the containment organization in the magical city. An elderly man, his hair a cascade of silver, sat resolutely in his chair, exuding the unwavering strength characteristic of a soldier. His piercing gaze and vibrant spirit belied any signs of old age. Clad in military attire, the yellow epaulets on his uniform signified his high rank within the yellow group of the containment organization. His identification badge displayed his credentials, General Zhao Tianyu, yellow group. At that moment, he was engrossed in reports concerning the assault on a transport aircraft. The death of Li Xiaolong filled him with a profound sorrow and indignation. This was an elite he had meticulously nurtured within the military, now tragically lost at the hands of the Americans. Suddenly, a communication prompt echoed through his portable headset. Upon connection, a female voice emerged. General Xiao, the assimilators infected by the Tree of Calamity are attacking the spray tower. Should the spray tower sustain damage, we will lose our means to contain the assimilators. Among the elite task force stationed at the spray tower, 1/3 of the 500 members of the Xuanwu battle group have already perished. We urgently require your command to dispatch additional elite forces for support. Furrowing his brows, Zhao Tianyu refrained from an immediate response, instead raising his hand to massage his weary forehead. Were it not for the imperative to retrieve critical research data from the laboratory within the Forbidden Zone and to recontain the Tree of Calamity, they would have long since resolved to deploy nuclear and hydrogen bombs for a thorough eradication. Instead, they found themselves continuously investing resources and elite soldiers into what seemed an endless abyss. However, this decision lay beyond his purview. Researchers from a white group had discovered a unique substance within the Tree of Calamity, capable of permanently enhancing human physical attributes and extending lifespan. Moreover, certain parts of the tree could be fashioned into potent and enigmatic living weapons. The allure of such prospects was immense, compelling the upper echelons of Dragon Country to take any risks necessary. Consequently, after incurring significant costs to contain the Tree of Calamity, Dragon Country initiated a covert super soldier program. Nearly 3 years had passed, and the project had progressed to the experimental stage. Once successful, clinical trials could commence, and upon confirming safety, small-scale mass production of super soldiers would follow, aimed at countering the threats posed by the foreign gates and their biological entities. However, just as progress seemed assured, the Americans, having somehow unearthed information regarding the Tree of Calamity, employed a crucial spy who had infiltrated their headquarters for over a decade to instigate sabotage. This resulted in the Tree of Calamity breaching containment, plunging the entire super soldier program into disarray. The mere thought of this ignited a fire of fury within Zhao Tianyu. Thankfully, recognizing the urgency of the situation, he quelled his anger and deliberated on dispatching another 300 members of the Xuanwu battle group, as they were uniquely adept at defending against incursions by foreign entities. Then, just as he was about to issue further orders, he suddenly noticed an important message on the terminal before him. The previously missing individual, codenamed Blockman, also known as Cheng Xiao, had now been located. Immediately, he recalled the message sent by Li Xiaolong before his demise, which claimed that Cheng Xiao had once defeated the assimilator army head-on in the block world. The inhabitants of that realm referred to the assimilators as parasites, and Cheng Xiao had exhibited remarkable hostility towards them. Perhaps he could dispatch Cheng Xiao to test the waters, having previously triumphed. He would undoubtedly know how to combat those wretched entities. Thus, Zhao Tianyu pondered, in addition to the 300 members of the Xuanwu Battle Corps, one containment unit would also be dispatched for support. After severing communication with the observation base, he promptly called Cheng Xiao's superior at the containment headquarters. Meanwhile, at the airport, Lin Song, who had already purchased tickets in advance for his escape, appeared flustered as he prepared to leave the country with his wife and child. In truth, the moment he received the money, he understood that regardless of whether Smith's operation succeeded, he had to flee at the fastest possible speed. The power of creation was far too terrifying. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom would never relinquish Cheng Xiao, nor would they spare him. The one who had leaked confidential information. Dad, why are we at the airport? I have school today. Lin Song, I still have work today. Faced with the inquiries of his family, Lin Song remained silent, clutching his suitcase filled with cash as he prepared for security checks. However, while still in line, he noticed the surrounding crowd beginning to stir. By the time he realized something was amiss, a group of undercover officers had already surrounded him with weapons drawn. Under the bewildered gaze of his wife and child, Lin Song raised his hands in despair. He thought he had moved quickly enough. Yet the investigation by the Dragon Kingdom's upper echelons had outpaced him. Thankfully, while his fate was sealed, his wife and child were unaware of the situation and would likely remain unharmed. From the very first day he received Smith's funds, he had foreseen this day would come. Thus, as he was taken away in a law enforcement vehicle, Lin Song neither resisted nor displayed any agitation. Instead, he felt an unexpected sense of relief, as if you were letting go of everything. On another front, a transport aircraft that had urgently departed from the Magic City arrived at Cheng Xiao's location in the afternoon, accompanied by several fighter jets for protection, to prevent any potential attack. Inside the cabin, Cheng Xiao noticed numerous silent armed soldiers. Others cast curious and puzzled glances at him, whispering amongst themselves. Yet, these particular soldiers merely glanced at him once, seemingly confirming their target, before placing their hands on their weapons and maintaining a rigid posture. Gazing straight ahead, the equipment and weaponry they wielded appeared far more formidable than those used by Lu Wu and his team. Moreover, these individuals exuded an intangible aura of intimidation. This sense of menace and their composed demeanor reminded him of the elite soldiers he had previously commanded. These individuals were all battle-hardened elite troops, disciplined to an extraordinary degree. They belonged to the Guardian Hand Squad, a unit within the elite task force, skilled in the protection of high-profile individuals. Their task is to ensure your safety. Cheng Xiao turned towards the direction of the voice and discovered it emanated from a man seated beside him, a man seemingly in his 30s. The man displayed a professional smile and was clad in simple black attire, yet adorned with an emblem representing the Silver Group on his chest. A badge on his chest bore his name, Lin Jie. Observing Lin Jie's smile, Cheng Xiao noted that, compared to the perpetually aloof Li Xiaolong, Lin Jie appeared somewhat more amiable. "Do you not seem surprised to see me?" Cheng Xiao inquired, to which Lin Jie shrugged, responding that after frequent interactions with anomalous entities, one naturally grows accustomed to such encounters. There was nothing to be overly astonished about. Though his words conveyed nonchalance, he was in truth astounded. This was his first encounter with an entity capable of communication, endowed with intelligence, and possessing formidable power. However, his strong psychological fortitude prevented him from revealing his shock. Lin Jie, foregoing further pleasantries, removed his portable communication device and handed it to the perplexed Cheng Xiao. On their journey, he had received a communication from General Zhao Tianyu, who wished to speak with Cheng Xiao directly. Cheng Xiao accepted the headset, and with a flick of his right hand, it vanished from his grasp, reappearing at the right side of his head. Under Lin Jie's guidance, the communication was swiftly established. The first words for Zhao Tianyu were, "Cheng Xiao, the plan to head to headquarters has changed. We will immediately transport you to the observation base in the northern restricted zone. If you have any doubts or questions, we shall discuss them further upon your arrival." Chapter 40. A last resort as night enveloped the landscape. A hovering transport aircraft descended slowly under the guidance of the crew at the observation base, situated several kilometers from the northern forbidden zone. Despite the darkness, the entire base radiated with lights, illuminating it as brightly as day. Viewed from above, it resembled a vast military stronghold, brimming with an array of armaments and patrolled by armed soldiers. In the distance, the expansive desert was dotted with glimmers of light emanating from towering, crystal-like barriers that soared into the clouds. These barriers resembled a giant bowl inverted from above, casting a stunning shadow over a significant stretch of the desert. Cheng Xiao disembarked from the transport vessel, escorted by a protective entourage as she made her way toward the interior of the observation station. She was led into a room that resembled an emergency makeshift control center, furnished only with a single screen and a set of desks and chairs. Once inside, Lin Jie gestured towards the large screen, indicating that soon she would be in communication with General Zhao Tianyu, the highest-ranking officer responsible for the Northern Forbidden Zone operations. "So, this pertains to the summoning pillar, does it?" Upon hearing the term summoning pillar, Lin Jie initially failed to grasp its meaning, but quickly realized it was Cheng Xiao's designation for the Tree of Calamity. Indeed, but General Zhao will elucidate the specific issues. With that, Lin Jie began operating the large screen, and shortly after, it flickered to life, indicating a connection was being established. Once the connection was confirmed, Lin Jie exited the room and closed the door, leaving Cheng Xiao alone to gaze at the screen. After a brief pause, the screen flickered again, revealing an imposing elder clad in military attire. The elder introduced himself before swiftly addressing the matter at hand. "I understand you may be perplexed as to why you were not taken to the headquarters, but rather to this observation station in the north. No, I am not puzzled at all. Even had you not brought me here, I would have found a way to venture into the Forbidden Zone myself. Cheng Xiao's unwavering response caused General Zhao Tianyu to momentarily falter, his words momentarily escaping him as he picked up a dossier concerning Cheng Xiao from the table. It is fortunate you think this way, as it spares me the need for lengthy explanations. Since you are determined to reach the northern Forbidden Zone, I would like to request your assistance, and aid not just for me, but for all of humanity. General Zhao set aside the documents, his gaze fixed intently on Cheng Xiao, his demeanor markedly grave. Originally, this task was not intended for you, yet your abilities and experience may expedite the resolution of the Northern Forbidden Zone predicament. In truth, I find myself with no alternatives. What is it that you wish for me to assist you with? If you expect me to clean up the mess you left behind, I must decline. My objective is to eliminate that accursed summoning pillar before it evolves further. Zhao Tianyu cleared his throat. What I wish to convey aligns with your goals. Regarding the Northern Forbidden Zone, there are 3 expansive underground research facilities. Over the next several minutes, Zhao Tianyu meticulously detailed the entire Super Soldier Initiative, divulging all pertinent information save for the classified elements. 2 bases information has been recovered, leaving only the last one. Zhao Tianyu's expression grew grave as he spoke. The final laboratory is the site of the Calamity Tree. Our elite task force has launched countless assaults, all ending in failure. Nonsense. You fools have allowed it to evolve for years. I shudder to think of the number of venomous beasts, adaptive creatures, and hunting monstrosities that now inhabit that place. Those abominations require giants or dragons to deal with. Cheng Xiao exclaimed, continually gesticulating with his right arm, his voice brimming with agitation. General Zhao shook his head and sighed deeply. Perhaps it is even worse. At that time, the laboratory housed a significant number of other containment objects undergoing research, many of which were of Class B, Class A, or even Class S. Wait a moment, old man. Do not tell me those containment objects have all been assimilated. Cheng Xiao's initial fury at their negligence in allowing the summoning pillar to evolve now transformed into sheer astonishment. Are you breeding calamities within the restricted zone? Never underestimate humanity's capacity for self-destruction. A multitude of unknown containment objects being assimilated is unfathomable. He truly could not envision the hellish landscape that must now exist in that restricted zone. However, Zhao's subsequent words imparted a profound realization about the nature of self-destruction. Besides those containment objects, a vast number of containment tools have also been assimilated, all resulting from the White Group's research on the Calamity Tree and the assimilation experiments. Cheng Xiao fell silent, conceding, well, I must admit, you excel in the realm of self-destruction. At least I would not dare to delve into such chaotic matters. Zhao Tianyu picked up a water cup from the table and took a sip, stating that the purpose of their visit was to hope that you would enter the final laboratory in the restricted zone. As long as you activate the backup power there, we will have a way to address the Calamity Tree. Of course, we shall not ask you to work for free. What rewards do you desire? Cheng Xiao hesitated, unsure of how to respond, considering they had previously agreed to meet some of his demands. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I want a large house. Although I could build one myself, having a ready-made one would be splendid. And I want a vast expanse of land. And a mountain. Yes, a mountain. Because there are many trees. Zhao Tianyu did not inquire further, but nodded readily. Anything else? I also want a great deal of money. I've noticed that the people here seem uninterested in emeralds, perhaps due to different currencies. No problem. In fact, as long as you can resolve the issue in the northern restricted zone, you'll be a hero throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Your requests are not excessive. Whatever you desire will be granted. With Zhao Tianyu's assurance, both parties reached a consensus. The video concluded, and in another office, Zhao Tianyu quietly exhaled in relief. As long as they activate the laboratory's power, they would have a means to remotely control the containment of the Calamity Tree once more. At the inception of the laboratory's establishment, they devised contingency plans to confront the potential breach of the Tree of Catastrophe. I hope this time we shall succeed, Zhao Tianyu murmured. Should this operation fail once more, the Super Soldier program would be rendered a futile endeavor. prompting the higher-ups of the Yellow Group to deliberate on the necessity of eradicating the northern exclusion zone. In the distant center of the exclusion zone, beneath the surface of a laboratory, a grotesque and lush black tree, having ruptured through the earth, swayed slowly, its formidable tentacles undulating. Its massive trunk appeared to inhale the air, gradually rising and falling. Surrounding it lay a corrupted expanse of blackened soil, where any creature daring to tread would instantaneously succumb to transformation into a horrifying, assimilated being. Suddenly, the colossal tree seemed to sense something, its tentacles beginning to thrash wildly in a fit of agitation. Accompanying this was an imperceptible wave emanating from its form, cascading throughout the exclusion zone to all assimilated entities. This wave seemed to convey a message, as if to declare, "He has arrived. He has found us." Alongside this transmission was an emotion known as fear. The apocalyptic war of Ur had not resulted in their complete annihilation at the hands of Cheng Xiao. Rather, they had employed various means to escape to another realm. Chapter 41. Entering the Forbidden Zone before embarking on their journey. It was imperative to gather various necessary supplies. Lin Jie guided Cheng Xiao to the military supply depot, where they collected the standard supply pack. Were it not for the crowded environment and the pervasive surveillance, Cheng Xiao would have certainly taken more. Having secured their provisions, they hastily proceeded to the vehicle parking area in preparation for their entry into the Forbidden Zone. As Cheng Xiao made her way to the parking lot, Zhao Tianyu had already dispatched a rather unique driver to await them in the garage, ready to escort Cheng Xiao into the Forbidden Zone. In his office, Zhao Tianyu scrutinized the identity of an individual in his hands, one of the few who could traverse the Forbidden Zone and possessed extensive knowledge of its conditions. Most crucially, in anticipation of the potential emergence of the Calamity Tree, which might necessitate its destruction due to containment failures. The headquarters had secretly initiated a clandestine experiment concerning the super soldier serum to salvage the super soldier program from utter failure. The experimental super soldier serum had discreetly entered clinical trials, with a very individual tasked with guiding Cheng Xiao to the laboratory serving as a test subject. This arrangement would not only facilitate their journey, but also allow for the collection of vital data regarding the enhanced individual's physiological parameters and the serum side effects. Concurrently, this was a response to the relentless provocations and disruptions from America. It seemed they had acquired technology far surpassing modern advancements through a portal to another realm. If the Dragon Nation failed to enact countermeasures, it would inevitably face severe repercussions, potentially leading to a complete withdrawal from the international arena. Zhao Tianyu sighed, lamenting that even with the advent of the otherworldly portal, humanity's survival teetered on the brink of crisis, with certain nations refusing to unite, instead engaging in overt and covert rivalries to dominate the world. He then set aside the documents and rose, preparing to attend a critical meeting of the Yellow Team, an ultimate discussion regarding the Northern Forbidden Zone. Within the observation station's garage, Lin Jie gestured towards a tracked vehicle, resembling both an armored car and a small truck, and informed Cheng Xiao that someone aboard would transport her into the depths of the Forbidden Zone while also sharing pertinent information about it. That is splendid. I thought I would have to run the entire way, and I certainly don't see any horses around here, Cheng Xiao replied. Lin Jie chuckled. What era are we in? Who rides horses for long journeys anymore? With little more to say, they quickly bid farewell in the garage. And Cheng Xiao approached the large tracked vehicle. As she neared, she was greeted by an exhilarating blast of music emanating from the cab. A gesture at the door prompted the passenger side to swing open, revealing a fiercely wild woman clad in tattered jeans and a denim shirt, her short hair styled in a rebellious manner. Her name tag identified her as Su Qiwu, a member of the Orange Team. The woman, keenly aware of the door's opening, turned to meet Cheng Xiao's gaze. Their eyes locked for a brief moment. Cheng Xiao's instinctive reaction was that something was amiss with this woman. Though she could not pinpoint exactly what it was, there was an unmistakable difference from what she considered normal. After a few seconds of mutual observation, Su Qiwu broke into a bold and carefree smile. The smile evoked in Cheng Xiao a vivid memory of Lu Wu, that boorish fellow, laughing uproariously after about a drinking. Although I had perused your information several times, encountering the reality was truly astonishing. Su Chi-Wu silenced the jarring rock music, gesturing for Cheng Xiao to take the passenger seat. With a swift motion of her right hand, Cheng Xiao immediately occupied the co-pilot's position. Having already familiarized herself with Cheng Xiao's detailed profile, she expressed little astonishment at Cheng Xiao's peculiar behavior. As the engine roared to life, the vehicle surged forth. Rumbling out of the garage, upon presenting their pass at the base entrance, the duo set off towards the northern restricted zone, with several kilometers still to traverse. They would be driving for a while longer. Inside the vehicle, Su Chi-Wu skillfully retrieved a can of passion beer from the storage compartment. "Are you drinking, blockhead?" "Hey, don't call me by that nickname. I have a name," Cheng Xiao retorted, taking the beer with evident annoyance. "All right, blockhead, I got it." Su Chi-Wu chuckled heartily, her hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, radiating joy. "Ha ha, you know this journey will be rather dull. I need some amusement. Otherwise, I might doze off and flip the car." Cheng Xiao was well aware that this woman exhibited some peculiar enthusiasm for reasons unknown. How strange. Is she overly exhilarated? As Cheng Xiao pondered, the vehicle kicked up a fine dust as it gradually distanced itself from the base, delving deeper into the night. Suddenly, an incongruous human silhouette emerged from the roadside. Meanwhile, Smith, having long departed from Long Kingdom, received a video on his terminal. In the dead of night, after a considerable drive, Cheng Xiao realized they were nearing the quarantine zone. But how would they enter this area enveloped by a barrier? Su Chi-Wu, should we stop?" she inquired, observing the shimmering barrier that lay just ahead. However, Su Chi-Wu appeared utterly oblivious to the barrier. Instead of slowing down, she smirked and pressed the accelerator, the car producing an even louder roar as it hurtled towards the barrier. Hey, we're going to crash. Stop. I Haven T said a respawn point. If I die, I'll have to retrace my steps. The more anxious Cheng Xiao became, the more exuberant Su Chi-Wu appeared, roaring like a reckless driver. Ha ha. The doors are welded shut. No one is getting away today. This isn't a road to kindergarten. What the hell? Who hired a lunatic to drive? I'm bracing myself for a fatal accident. Just as Cheng Xiao prepared for a rebirth through a car crash, they miraculously passed through the barrier and entered the restricted zone. Upon entry, Su Chi-Wu erupted in laughter. Look how frightened you are? That's a top-secret containment device. A mirror wall of higher than S-class level. You can enter freely. Su Chi-Wu decelerated, turning to explain to Cheng Xiao. Damn, it's not that I was scared. I was terrified of dying and having to retrace my steps. Can you comprehend the agony of dying and having to start over? Su Chi-Wu shrugged, non-committally. I've never faced death. How would I know? Oh, it seems someone has come to welcome us. Peering through the car window, Su Chi-Wu clearly discerned dozens of humanoid figures rushing towards them under the moonlight. However, they were grotesquely adorned with tentacles, their faces resembling something that had been violently torn apart, revealing exaggerated, gaping maws. Beside these assimilators, there were also vast swathes of pitch-black creatures reminiscent of spiders, which Cheng Xiao instantly recognized. They were rift beasts, the lowly cannon fodder of parasites, tasked with spreading infections to assimilate other beings. Beneath them lurked even more primitive parasitic entities, akin to worms, capable of infiltrating living organisms to manipulate and assimilate them. Upon witnessing the assimilators, Su Chi-Wu appeared utterly unperturbed. On the contrary, she grew increasingly exhilarated. Grasping a light machine gun brimming with ammunition, she wielded the weapon as if it were a mere toy, effortlessly loading it one-handed at the window. Her other hand firmly grasped the steering wheel, and in the next moment, with a maniacal laugh, she pulled the trigger. A storm of steel erupted from the gun's muzzle, sending bullets tearing through the air towards the advancing assimilators and rift beasts, capable of shredding flesh with ease. Chapter 42. The Wild Warrior Bang. Bang, 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 bang. Hooray. D. Watching the wildly exuberant Su Kaiwas, Cheng Xiao suddenly felt that Lin Wanqi was the preferable choice. At least she wouldn't be incessantly chattering in her ear. Under the relentless firepower of Su Kaiwas, The approaching assimilators fell like harvested wheat in a metallic storm. Despite their strength, they were merely carbon-based organisms. The lower-tier assimilators stood no chance against the barrage of gunfire. Once the ammunition was expended, Su Kaiwas chose not to linger, swiftly accelerating away from the scene. Within the forbidden zone, any significant noise necessitated an immediate retreat. Otherwise, it would not be long before a horde of assimilators would be drawn to the sound. After successfully evading those pursuing assimilators, Su Kaiwas cast a glance at the onboard map. There remained quite a distance to their destination. Bang, 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 boom, boom. Not long after, the distant sounds of gunfire and the bright flashes of explosions once again captured their attention. However, Su Kaiwas did not react. Only when she noticed Cheng Xiao continuously gazing in that direction did she offer an explanation. That was the spraying base, utilized for disseminating agents to suppress the activity of assimilators. Without that, we wouldn't even be able to approach the periphery of the Forbidden Zone. Speaking of which, once support reached the Xuanwu battle group, their assault was fierce. Judging by the artillery, they had likely pinned down those assimilators. However, they were irrelevant to our mission and need not concern us. After hearing the explanation, Cheng Xiao withdrew her head and inquired, "Where is that underground research facility? And how long until we arrive?" Su Kaiwas kept her gaze fixed ahead, stating that if they continued straight through the center of the Forbidden Zone, they would likely arrive by tomorrow evening. Is it really that far? I thought we would reach it sooner. It's not the distance. It's that this vehicle is too slow. If we had a faster one, we might reach it by tomorrow morning. Su Kaiwas sighed, noting that the deeper they ventured into the Forbidden Zone, the more complex the terrain became, necessitating this tracked vehicle to navigate through. Look over there. As she spoke, Su Kaiwas pointed out the window. Following her gesture, a verdant oasis appeared in the distance. Thought it was an oasis, huh? Su Kaiwas checked. That grass is what we call blood-sucking grass. If a regular vehicle were to venture in, those blades, as hard as steel, would puncture tires instantaneously. And if someone were to accidentally get pricked, she shook her head, seemingly recalling something, and a smirk appeared on her face. I once witnessed an unfortunate soul disregard the warnings. After being pricked, he was drained dry in less than 10 seconds. I don't recall parasites assimilating plants. They merely corrupt the environment, fostering conditions suitable for parasitic life. In response to Cheng Xiao's confusion, Su Kaiwas elaborated, that was the work of an assimilated containment object, a C-class entity codenamed Terrain Alterer, whose ability is to manipulate terrain and aspects of its environment. However, after being assimilated by the Tree of Calamity, its powers underwent a mutation. The oasis was merely a trap set by it, and the blood-sucking grass served as its mere blood bags. Su Kaiwas said this as she lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. She could not fathom why the assimilators were so irritable today. They had launched an attack the moment she entered. Typically, they would not pursue vehicles they could not catch. Su Kaiwas discarded the cigarette, which she had nearly finished, and was about to open a bottle of beer when a yellow explosive fell with a thunderous crash beside the vehicle, sending a cloud of sand and gravel into the air. Her expression changed drastically, and she shouted, "Damn it! Why are we being targeted by these bombers?" Cheng Xiao hurriedly glanced out the window, and at that moment, the yellow mass detonated with a deafening explosion, unleashing a violent shockwave and spraying a grotesque, infectious pus. It was a bomb dropped by a heavy bombing beast. Recalling the memories, the bombing beast resembled a massive, floating, tentacled creature with a black lower half and a red upper half. The bombs it dropped were extraordinarily powerful, a veritable super killer in tightly packed formations. During the apocalyptic war, the coalition had not suffered any losses from these beasts when the dragons were absent. In an instant, another explosion erupted not far from the vehicle, splattering the disgusting pus across one side of it. Had the windows not been closed in advance, the cockpit might have been subjected to an unsightly wetness. "You drive well. I will handle that giant." Cheng Xiao began to make a move, but was abruptly halted by Su Kaiwas. "Don't move. They ordered me to escort you. Isn't it a bit condescending to think I can't handle this myself?" Cheng Xiao thought to herself, refraining from any further action. "Do you have weapons capable of hitting the bombing beast in the sky?" "Generally, Weapons cannot harm it. Of course I do, damn it. Su Qiwu laughed maniacally, her hand reaching behind her. Cheng Xiao then discovered that the back seat was brimming with an array of weapons and equipment. Soon a large, black tube was hefted into the air with one hand. Bigger is better. More is beautiful. With that proclamation, Su Qiwu revealed a 4-barreled rocket launcher. She set the vehicle to autopilot, opened the sunroof, and leaned halfway out. Cheng Xiao then heard the sound of 2 launch cyclones. Boom, boom, accompanied by 2 explosive sounds. A piercing wail echoed. The dismembered body of the heavy bombing beast plummeted from the sky like a small meteor, crashing into the ground and kicking up a significant amount of sand. Oh, how exhilarating! After dispatching the heavy bombing beast, Su Qiwu returned to the driver's seat, tossing aside the weapon, her exhilaration still evident, as if she were ready for another 300 rounds. Such combat prowess could surely pin Lu Wu to the ground. Though her incessant chatter was quite bothersome, the advantage lies in formidable combat prowess, occasionally sparing him the need to intervene. As they drove away, Smith from America had already received word of Cheng Xiao's journey to the Northern Forbidden Zone. He immediately deduced that the Dragon Kingdom sought to enlist the aid of the block people to resolve the issues plaguing the Northern Forbidden Zone. This indicated that the Dragon Kingdom had incurred significant losses in that area and wished for a swift resolution. However, it would not be so simple to grant such a request. Smith chuckled coldly to himself. After enduring the Dragon Kingdom's dominance for so long, America could not allow them to reclaim their former standing without resistance. Consequently, he promptly began drafting a report, aiming to persuade the higher-ups to deploy spies embedded within the northern borders of the Dragon Kingdom to sabotage their plans, while also devising a strategy to breach the mirror wall and unleash the monsters contained within. Should the Dragon Kingdom find itself in crisis, America could then mobilize troops under the pretext of extinguishing foreign calamities. At that point, the territories occupied would no longer fall under the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction. Chapter 43. The Super Soldier Experiment. I can feel his presence drawing near. Within the confines of the underground laboratory, the mysterious resonance of voices fluctuated intermittently. I must act swiftly. It felt akin to an imperative command. Somewhere far away, a convoy traversing the desert came to a halt. Inside, the vehicle was filled with members of the Orange Group, all heavily armed yet possessing vacant expressions, akin to animated corpses. In the next moment, as if responding to an unseen command, a flicker of inexplicable light glimmered in their lifeless eyes, and the equally dazed drivers reignited the engines, pressing the accelerator towards an unknown destination. Meanwhile, the vehicle carrying Cheng Xiao appeared to be malfunctioning under the relentless bombardment of the heavy artillery beasts. Damn it, what on earth is wrong? Su Qiwu stood before the car, cursing vehemently as he observed the billowing smoke emanating from the hood. In a fit of frustration, he delivered a kick to the engine cover, producing a resounding thud that left an indentation. It was then that Cheng Xiao realized that an ordinary person could hardly dent the hood of an armored vehicle with a mere kick. Su Qiwu's strength must undoubtedly surpass that of a normal individual by several folds. Could he be an experiment of the Super Soldier program? Yet, hadn't Tizhao Tianyu mentioned that the experiments had not yet commenced? Suddenly, he recalled having previously acquired some mutated blood, which demonstrated the potential to create body enhancement serums. Perhaps he could take the time to investigate this further. Glancing at the wild woman still cursing profusely, Cheng Xiao explained with resignation. The explosives dropped by the artillery beasts are corrosive. Just take a look. He gestured with his square-shaped arm towards the areas previously splattered with a noxious liquid. Initially, the foul pus seemed to have no effect, but as time elapsed, the covered spots became riddled with corrosive pits. It was evident that the vehicle's malfunction stemmed from the pus dripping into the engine. Good grief, do we really have to walk? What terrible luck! Su Qiwu exclaimed in irritation, then climbed into the vehicle to organize the necessary supplies for their journey. He donned a backpack brimming with provisions, cradled a light machine gun filled with magazines, and secured 2 submachine guns to his trim waist. Additionally, he bore 2 large-caliber pistols on either leg. Upon closer inspection, several rifles were also affixed to the back of his backpack. He resembled a figure intent on hoarding every item available, reminiscent of a time when he wished to fill his inventory to the brim. Let's go. Su Qiwu took the lead, striding forward with such vigor that he seemed to bear no weight at all, while a square figure lacked a concept of weight. His interactions with modern individuals during this time had rekindled many concepts he had long forgotten, including the notion of weight itself. By the way, don't you feel heavy with all that gear? Su Qiwu paused, turning to Cheng Xiao, who appeared to carry a featherweight burden. And you, square man, how much can you carry? This was the first time anyone had posed such a question to him, leaving Cheng Xiao momentarily speechless. He possessed over a dozen backpacks filled with various items, including an intricate core that could be stacked, and if all were laid out, it might resemble a small mountain. Perhaps I am carrying a mountain? Su Qiwu was initially taken aback, only to burst into laughter as if amused. He stepped forward and playfully patted Cheng Xiao on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, you've cracked me up. A mountain? Who knew block people could be so humorous? Almost forgetting something, Su Qiwu rummaged through his backpack and pulled out two black block-like objects. This is C4 explosive. I'm about to send a generous gift to the car. Why are we blowing up the car? Cheng Xiao queried, perplexed, wondering if this eccentric woman harbored some peculiar violent tendencies, perhaps a penchant for demolition. As Su Qiwu set the explosives, he explained, "You truly have no understanding of the dangers lurking in the restricted zone. If this vehicle is left unattended, believe me, half an hour later, you will witness a monstrous truck, grotesquely adorned with flesh and tentacles, dancing in place." After configuring the C4 detonation timer, Su Qiwu stood up and began to dance animatedly. Kidnapping. I almost forgot that parasites can commandeer mechanical constructs, such as iron golems. Thus, any vehicles left in the restricted area that cannot be activated or removed must be destroyed. Whoa, let's get out of here. Run. Cheng Xiao observed with curiosity as Su Qiwu, who had just moments ago displayed fury, now radiated excitement. The two raced across the endless desert, and, after some distance, they were suddenly startled by two explosions behind them, accompanied by a brilliant flash of fire. However, while they were running, Cheng Xiao noticed that Su Qiwu seemed to be heading in a different direction. Are we going the wrong way? Not all, Mr. Block Person. We're heading to the spray station to borrow a vehicle, a robust and imposing one. Su Qiwu exclaimed with enthusiasm, raising his hand. Cheng Xiao began to comprehend that this character was eager to drive a better vehicle. Indeed, traversing the terrain on foot could take an eternity. It was far more sensible to borrow a car. They were not too far from the spray station, and a brisk run would suffice to reach it. Yet, even if the distance was modest, they would still have to walk for a while. Fortunately, the spray station continually released agents into the air to suppress the activity of the parasites. Otherwise, such a journey would likely attract swarms of them. Wait a moment. After nearly half an hour of travel, Su Qiwu suddenly clutched his chest in agony, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. I must ask, you're not afflicted by some debuff, are you? You appear quite unwell, Cheng Xiao remarked, observing Su Qiwu's pained expression, surmising that it was undoubtedly related to the unusual power emanating from her. It could be the side effects of the super soldier serum. However, the issue is not grave. Su Qiwu removed a backpack from her back and took out an object resembling a toy house. This small house, however, bore an air of apocalyptic despair. The walls were dilapidated, the windows boarded up, and even the door was made of iron. This was designated as number 6754, codenamed Safe House, an E-class containment device that would generate a sturdy house at the location upon sensing the holder's injury. After explaining, Su Qiwu drew a dagger hanging from her waist and thrust it towards the hand holding the Safe House containment device. A vivid splash of blood stained the Safe House. In the next moment, the Safe House levitated, spinning in mid-air as if undergoing a 3D printing process. Blue lines emerged around them, followed by the framework, roof, and walls of the house. Ultimately, the blue light became increasingly solid until, with a final burst, they found themselves inside a small house. Above them, a light bulb glowed, inexplicably illuminating the space despite the absence of any electrical source. Perhaps this was the wondrous nature of the containment device. Su Qiwu plopped down onto the floor, exhaling deeply. Though the house could hardly withstand the assaults of larger assimilators, it sufficed for temporary use. At that moment, Cheng Xiao noticed Su Qiwu's neck beneath her sun-kissed skin. Veins began to swell with a dark substance, steadily advancing toward her brain. Su Qiwu, your neck seems a bit off. Cheng Xiao recalled this condition, reminiscent of an infection akin to what villagers would exhibit after being attacked by zombies. I think you really need to consume a golden apple. Yet, Su Qiwu was far too preoccupied to heed Cheng Xiao's words. She was enduring excruciating pain. Her face contorted in agony, flushed with torment. Clenching her fists, she struck the floor in a fit of desperation, creating 2 deep indentations as her fists sank into the ground. Don't eat the sour radish. Cheng Xiao glanced at her own backpack. I have no sour radish, and besides, a golden radish won't remedy your condition. You need a golden apple. I have plenty of those. Su Qiwu absolutely could not perish now. He had no knowledge of the location of that laboratory base. Chapter 44. The golden apple from his backpack. He retrieved a golden apple, a resplendent mosaic of gold. He had an abundance of these treasures, often reluctant to utilize them, and during battles there was simply no time to do so, resulting in an ever-growing collection of golden apples. If one were to speak of rarity, however, it would be the enchanted golden apples that truly held value, as they could only be crafted from gold ingots. In the blink of an eye, the dark substance within Su Qiwu, which had almost reached her chin, was now encroaching upon her eyes. Her body, save for half of her head, was entirely enshrouded by this ominous black material. Seizing the moment, Cheng Xiao swiftly thrust the golden apple into Su Qiwu's mouth. Upon sensing something in her mouth, Su Qiwu devoured the golden apple with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf starved for days. Initially, Cheng Xiao harbored doubts about its efficacy, but in an instant, he witnessed the transformation as Su Qiwu consumed the fruit. The dark, mysterious substance within her seemed to encounter a formidable adversary, rapidly dissipating at a visibly accelerated rate. Simultaneously, her veins began to emit a faint golden luminescence. The golden apple was effective. Yet why was she glowing? Cheng Xiao pondered, bemused, for he had not experienced such an effect upon consuming a golden apple himself. In the next moment, he comprehended the phenomenon. This was the standard response exhibited by a normal person after consuming a golden apple, whereas a blocky individual would manifest a particle effect of circles surrounding them. As the black substance receded, the agony etched upon Su Qiwu's face gradually faded, her expression returning to one of tranquility. Feeling the swift alleviation of her suffering and the absence of the dark matter, she gazed at her hands, her countenance reflecting disbelief. What has transpired? She turned to Cheng Xiao, recollecting the moment when she had nearly succumbed to the pain, her mind still echoing with a cacophony of mysterious voices urging her to embrace symbiosis and complete some form of fusion. Then she had sensed something entering her mouth, and upon consuming it, the voices and the excruciating sensations had vanished entirely. You must have been afflicted by some kind of virus. Consuming the golden apple has restored you. Cheng Xiao explained. Su Qiwu rose, her eyes wide with wonder. How extraordinary! The exhilaration coursing through me has dissipated. Moreover, my strength. Feeling a surge of power within, she wasted no time in delivering a powerful punch to the wall of the room, and in an instant, the sturdy brick wall was obliterated. My strength has increased. In the past, she would have merely created a dent. Now she had punctured the wall completely. There was no discomfort lingering in her body, and the once frayed nerves had finally relaxed. It seemed that the side effects of the super soldier serum had been entirely eradicated. With a beaming expression, Su Qiwu approached Cheng Xiao, repeatedly tapping his shoulder with gratitude gleaming in her eyes. Mr. Blocky, I owe you a tremendous favor. It's merely a trivial matter. A single golden apple, Cheng Xiao replied nonchalantly. Building good relationships is never a bad thing. Who knows when these individuals might prove invaluable in unforeseen circumstances. And by the way, I have a name, Cheng Xiao, in the laboratory of the Shanghai containment headquarters. A member of the White Team, responsible for monitoring Su Qiwu's physiological data, suddenly exclaimed. There is an anomaly with Su Chiwu's body. The serum exhibits severe side effects. A woman, who appeared meticulous in her white lab coat and glasses, hastily approached upon hearing the commotion. A name tag affixed to her attire read Zhou Lingxue. She is one of the key figures involved in the research of the super soldier serum. As she examined the data displayed on the screen, a contemplative glint flickered in her eyes. Indeed, the human body remains incapable of withstanding such modifications. Although the enhanced substances extracted from the Tree of Calamity can transform genes to augment strength, the risks of assimilation are equally substantial. Judging by the transmitted physiological data, this subject will likely be assimilated into a bloodthirsty creature within mere minutes. It is unfortunate. The first test subject has only been under the serum's influence for a mere 3 days. A cold voice escaped Zhou Lingxue's lips, as if Su Qiwu were not a living being, but merely an instrument, a disposable experimental specimen. Yet, she had not expected success to come so easily. Shaking her head, she prepared to copy the experimental data, both to report the findings to General Xiao and to gain insights from the encountered issues for future experiments. Just as she was about to initiate the data transfer, a white team member observing the subject gasped once more. "Director, you must see this. The subject's various data indicators are returning to normal, and we have detected an unknown force." Zhou Lingxue furrowed her brow and turned her attention back to the screen. In the next moment, astonishment flickered in her eyes. Assimilation had receded, side effects had vanished, and strength had surged. It seemed as though the serum had been optimized. Remarkably, in just a few seconds, Su Qiwu had perfectly integrated the super soldier serum. What transpired? The mysterious, unknown force. Immediately, she commanded a search of the terminal information database for any information regarding that enigmatic power. Upon receiving the directive, the white team members swiftly operated the terminal, and after 4 to 5 minutes, a line of text appeared on the screen. "Insufficient permissions to view." Zhou Lingxue attempted to access the information with her own credentials, but the same message greeted her. As a senior member of the white team, her authority ranked just below that of the yellow team, and if she could not access it, only the highest-ranking yellow team members would possess the ability to view it. What kind of power could be so classified that only yellow team personnel were permitted to see it? Elsewhere, at the spraying base, it was less a launch facility and more a colossal fortress encased in reinforced concrete. At the heart of the fortress, several massive machines resembling aerosol dispensers were releasing dense clouds of mist into the air. Surrounding the fortress, an array of fully operational, high-caliber automated turrets, artillery, and countless anti-aircraft emplacements stood vigilant. The Xuanwu Battle Group, bolstered by reinforcements of personnel and various supplies, unleashed an unprecedented barrage of firepower. Various large, adaptive beasts and parasitic organisms of primitive nature were repelled with relentless force. The vicinity of the fortress was strewn with the carcasses of these parasites, forming heaps that nearly resembled small hills. Just as the tide seemed to turn against the parasitic horde, the commander in the fortress's operations room suddenly received an urgent report. "Commander, we have intercepted a distress signal. The detection equipment indicates that an orange team convoy is approaching us." The base commander furrowed his brow in perplexity. Where could this convoy possibly originate? Intelligence suggested that the exclusion zone harbored no survivors. Verify their identity and provide artillery cover for their entry into the base. Chapter 45. An idea. Within the communication network, the identity of the convoy was confirmed. Upon receiving a command, the rocket launchers stationed atop the spraying platform gradually adjusted their aim. Once aligned, a cascade of rockets, trailing flames, pierced the air with a thunderous roar, unleashing a barrage towards the path the convoy was to traverse. The obliterated zone erupted into a conflagration, instantly creating an artificial bombing ground. The ensuing explosions carved out multiple vacuum zones within the dense mass of parasitic creatures, providing the convoy with a fleeting opportunity to accelerate towards the cleared area. Some individuals even lowered their windows to launch attacks against the external parasites, striving to prevent them from regrouping. Under the protective cover of the base's firepower, the convoy managed to enter the base unscathed. Comprising 6 vehicles, 5 military off-road trucks equipped with heavy machine guns, and 1 infantry fighting vehicle. The convoy was swiftly surrounded by a multitude of personnel from the Xuanwu Battle Corps upon entry. A wary captain stepped forward, raising his voice. "Which unit are you from? Which task force? Why are you in a restricted zone?" Although their identity had been verified through communication, face-to-face confirmation was deemed necessary. The other members of the Xuanwu Battle Corps gripped their weapons tightly, prepared to unleash a hail of fire upon the convoy at the slightest provocation. The spraying platform base was of utmost importance within the restricted zone, and any misstep was unacceptable. Furthermore, everyone was acutely aware that no living souls resided within the restricted area, making the sudden appearance of a convoy exceedingly problematic. "Wait! Don't shoot!" The lead vehicle's door swung open, revealing a pale man who appeared as though he had not eaten for several days. His face bore traces of blood, and his tattered gear indicated recent conflict. One hand clutched an unloaded rifle while the other was raised high, presenting the image of a soldier retreating from the front lines in disarray. We belong to the Orange Group, the elite task force known as the Greedy Wolf Squad." The man spoke rapidly, gasping for breath, his weakness evident as he swallowed hard. "We were ordered to the A District Laboratory to activate the backup power and recontain the Tree of Calamity." The Xuanwu Corps captain frowned, clearly skeptical. "That's impossible. The Greedy Wolf Squad was declared dead 10 days ago after encountering a new type of assimilated creature." The man shook his head vigorously, continuing, "Please, let me explain. We were ambushed by a large-scale assimilated creature attack and were forced to take refuge in the B District Laboratory. However, there we encountered an assimilated device that emitted a magnetic field, disrupting our terminal signals, which is why headquarters assumed we had all perished." After this explanation, combined with facial recognition scans confirming that the 25 individuals who disembarked were indeed members of the Greedy Wolf Squad, the tension eased somewhat. Though many were noted as absent, it was presumed that those individuals had fallen in battle. The members of the Xuanwu Battle Corps finally relaxed their guard. The captain lowered his weapon, a flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes as he regarded the survivors who had managed to escape here. To break free from the clutches of the assimilators was indeed a formidable feat. "My apologies. That was merely a routine inspection. The spraying station is of utmost importance and cannot be treated with any negligence." I understand. The man nodded repeatedly. "Could we perhaps have something to eat? We haven't had a meal in several days." "Not a problem, but first, you must undergo a full-body examination," the leader of the Xuanwu battle team stated, observing the pale, dazed expressions of the group. "You must have been fighting continuously for several days without rest, correct?" "Yes, but thankfully we have finally escaped." The captain of the Xuanwu battle team sighed, reflecting on the fortune that had brought these individuals to safety. As the group entered the confines of the base, a strange, indistinct glow flickered in the vacant eyes of the 25 members of the Greedy Wolf Squad. Simultaneously, something wrapped within their gear began to stir. Meanwhile, the now composed Su Chiwu pressed a red button on the wall at the entrance of the safe house. The entire structure began to gradually dematerialize, becoming transparent before eventually solidifying back into the form of a small toy. Intriguingly, the indentation made by Su Chiwu moments earlier appeared clearly on the wall. "Let us go. I've already contacted the spraying station base using my portable terminal, and we can head straight there." Walking behind, Cheng Xiao finally felt the tranquility return to her ears. Su Chiwu's earlier exuberance was indeed a side effect of that so-called super soldier serum. "Ha! Just thinking about driving that big vehicle gets me so excited," she exclaimed. "Blockhead, don't you think so? All right, let's pretend I didn't say that." Su Chiwu was a person fond of coarse language. One might even suspect he was a military rogue. His exuberance seemed to be a constant trait. "I say, that big fellow, can you drive? Don't tell me you can't." In response to the skepticism, Su Chiwu dramatically tossed his hair back. "What kind of joke is that? I can drive. I'm exceptionally skilled. All right, my father is the ace driver of the elite task force's speed assault team. I've been learning from him for years. Don't even mention driving that old clunker. I can identify a vehicle just by the sound of the engine or the closing of the hood." Cheng Xiao had initially thought of Su Chiwu as merely a driver, but she was pleasantly surprised to discover his impressive skills. It seemed one could not claim to be part of the task force without some remarkable talent. As the two continued their conversation, they walked further away. After approximately half an hour, they could hear the sounds of artillery from the spraying base, accompanied by the distant flashes of explosions lighting up the sky. It was akin to guiding lights in the darkness, leading them onward. Damn it, the people at the spraying station just messaged me, instructing me to wait here. Suchiwu glanced at the information on his wrist-mounted terminal, his voice tinged with irritation. Damn it, those assimilated creatures chose now to launch their attack, making it impossible for a helicopter to take off. Am I just left here to sip the northwest wind? Amidst this torrent of grievances, Cheng Xiao proposed an idea. How about we have the observation headquarters send another vehicle? As soon as Cheng Xiao finished speaking, Suchiwu eagerly interjected. The driver is either lost or besieged by the assimilated beings. If we had that time, we would have already completed our tasks at the spraying station base. Since this suggestion was futile, Cheng Xiao presented another. If they can't fly out, then we can fly in. Upon hearing this, Suchiwu did not refute. Her expression froze as she turned to Cheng Xiao. What did you just say? Fly in? How do we do that? Cheng Xiao responded. We'll just fly in with the sheath wings. Suchiwu sighed. Well, I don't know what you're planning, Mr. Blockhead, but even if we could get in, there's still plenty of assimilated creatures up there. Are we just going to be bird feed? This was indeed a valid concern. The two exchanged glances, their masked faces meeting Suchiwu's gaze. After a few moments of silence, Suchiwu suddenly lowered her head slowly to look at the light machine gun in her hand. Following her line of sight, Cheng Xiao seemed to grasp something and tentatively remarked, I suspect that what you're contemplating while looking at the gun isn't the same as what I'm thinking. Suchiwu's lips curled into a sly smile as she raised her right index finger. I have an idea, Mr. Blockhead. Meanwhile, far within the spraying station base, 25 members of the Greedy Wolf Squad had entered several medical rooms in batches, preparing for physical examinations. However, unbeknownst to them, in areas not captured by surveillance, small, repulsive black worms, roughly the size of a palm, were crawling down their sleeves toward the ground or walls, and then rapidly scuttling in all directions. Chapter 46. Come to the rescue. Wow, what a thrill. For the very first time, I'm soaring through the sky without any safety measures. Hey, be still. The tether might snap. In midair, Cheng Xiao deftly maneuvered the elytra towards the spraying station base. Below her, Suchiwu, tethered securely around her waist, was being carried aloft by Cheng Xiao. This plan was conceived by Suchiwu herself, who suggested using a rope to bind herself for the flight. Initially, they intended to find a sturdy rope, but when that proved elusive, they resorted to using a tether instead. It is well known that in my world, tethers can secure the majority of creatures, allowing the holder to ascend into the skies while the bound individual is lifted along. Fortunately, Cheng Xiao had frequently employed this method to transport animals or villagers in the past, showcasing her remarkable skill. Otherwise, Suchiwu might have had an unfortunate suffix added to her name. Hey, Mr. Blocky, why didn't you bring out such a useful item earlier? There's durability to consider, dear sister. If we keep using it, the elytra 1T lasts long, although it can be repaired with leather and phantom membranes. It requires experience points. In my world, repairing anything necessitates both materials and experience points. Experience can be acquired from various sources, yet since arriving here, he has yet to discover a means to gather such points. The duo continued their flight toward their objective, and as they soared, scattered assimilated creatures emerged below, hastening towards the spraying station base. Simultaneously, several airborne assimilated beings, including yellow-eyed beasts, plague mosquitoes, bombardier creatures, and even some assimilated flying animals, were all heading their way. We're getting closer. Prepare yourselves. Hearing this, Suchiwu excitedly raised her light machine gun, chambering around while muttering fervently. Bring it on, bring it on. This is exhilarating. I have yet to avenge my father. The normal smile on her face began to edge toward madness, showing no sign of fear regarding the impending confrontation. As Cheng Xiao navigated through the relentless pursuit of the assimilated creatures, anomalies began to surface within the spraying station base. Commander Wang Hong had just concluded his tasks and was preparing to meet with the survivors of the Greedy Wolf Squad. As he stood, His formidable physique immediately stretched the fabric of his military uniform. At that moment, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the base. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Hong's initial reaction was that the assimilated creatures had breached the base's defenses. Yet his terminal indicated that all walls were intact. Before he could inquire further, his fully armed aide, Zhong Yi, burst in, his expression grim. "Commander, there's an issue with the greedy wolf squad we brought back. They have been assimilated by the Tree of Calamity and are now attacking others indiscriminately." Wang Hong furrowed his brow, but his concern was minimal. A mere handful of assimilators could not possibly breach the base from within. Did they truly believe that the Xuanwu battle group was inept? They were not the type of foolish soldiers from a horror film who would simply scream in terror at the first sign of danger. The mere utterance of Zhong Yi's next sentence instilled a sense of caution within him. Simultaneously, those assailed by these entities would swiftly transform into assimilators, and numerous black worms had emerged within the base. Individuals ambushed by them would also succumb to assimilation. It is anticipated that over 100 members from the White Group, Silver Group, and even some of our own team have been assimilated, with this number rapidly escalating. Zhong Yi did not ponder for long before promptly responding that assimilators have appeared in the living quarters, medical area, and public activity zones. Upon hearing this, Wang Hong donned the black tactical gloves from the table, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes as he commanded the lockdown of these areas, initiating a comprehensive lockdown operation, along with contingency plans for small biological invasion defenses. As his words echoed, Zhong Yi began operating his portable terminal, all soldiers receiving the command, except for those engaged in repelling the assimilating biological forces, activated their detection devices and secured all entrances within the base, including ventilation shafts, sewers, maintenance passages, and any potential points of entry. Should any anomalies be detected, even the slightest sound would not warrant investigation or inquiry. They would unleash a barrage of firepower, preferring to err on the side of overkill rather than let any threat slip by. Upon exiting the office, Wang Hong found a dozen soldiers, armed to the teeth, standing in neat formation in the corridor. Grasping an assault rifle, one soldier led the way, hastening towards the danger zone. The closer they approached the risk area, the more frequent the sounds of screams and gunfire became. Dark crimson blood littered the ground, accompanied by severed limbs, while the ceiling lights flickered ominously due to damage. If a horror film were to be shot here, it would require no alterations to serve as a perfect backdrop. From the shadows, a white group member, now assimilated, suddenly emerged silently from a corner, extending hands replaced by writhing tendrils, and in the next heartbeat, lunged towards Wang Hong with astonishing speed. However, his movements had already been detected by Wang Hong. In response to the assault, Wang Hong raised the butt of his rifle, delivering a forceful strike to the assimilator's head, which flew off like a kicked football, rolling several meters before coming to rest on the ground. Without its head, the assimilator's body immediately slumped forward, lifeless. Yet from the severed neck, several grotesque, tiny appendages sprouted, attempting to scurry away with the head. But in a resounding explosion, that eerie head was obliterated. With fluidity, Wang Hong exhibited no change in expression. He lowered his weapon, raising his left hand into a fist, extending his index and middle fingers towards the front, waving them twice. In the next moment, the soldiers behind him formed two lines, brandishing their weapons, and began advancing towards the left and right, eliminating the lurking assimilators hidden in the shadows. Half an hour later, the cleansing operation continued. But Zhong Yi's expression changed in alarm as he glanced at the information streaming in on his portable terminal. "Commander, there is a palpable risk of a breach in the northern sector, as internal unrest and blockade operations have led to a deficiency of external forces. The army of assimilated beings has already begun to scale the walls. Dispatch reinforcements immediately. We must advance." Wang Hong brandished his weapon and charged toward the northern sector. As the elevator arrived at the northern terrace, a cacophony of shouts and gunfire engulfed the air. The various artillery that should have been operational lay in ruins, their fate unknown. Scattered across the ground were numerous bodies of the Xuanwu War Corps and the assimilated beings. Gazing further ahead, the expansive terrace was left with only a handful of soldiers frantically firing downwards, just as he was about to lend assistance. A large black hand with elongated arms had already gripped the edge of the terrace. When the upper half of the towering creature, standing several meters high, emerged, several soldiers closest to it raised their weapons, poised to fire. In an instant, the creature swung its other arm, a whip-like appendage cutting through the air with a piercing sound, and those soldiers were severed in two, meeting their demise on the spot. With the appearance of the first, a second and third followed suit, marking the fall of the northern region. "Commander, the northern sector has fallen. We must retreat." However, Wang Hong harbored no thoughts of retreating. "Hold the line. We must wait for reinforcements. Without the protection of the high walls, it would spell our doom." Seeing the commander's unwillingness to withdraw, Zhong Yi gritted his teeth and raised his weapon to fire. Yet their resistance was woefully inadequate, as ever more assimilated beings continued to ascend. Just as the two believed the spray platform base was on the verge of succumbing, an uncountable number of grenades rained down from the sky, obliterating a throng of assimilated beings. Accompanying this was a maniacal laugh. "Haha, I have arrived." They looked up to see a wildly dressed woman plummeting from the sky, descending from a height of several meters like a cannonball. For an ordinary person, such a fall would likely result in severe injury, if not death. Yet, as the woman landed, she executed a series of rolls, stabilizing her descent without a trace of harm. Simultaneously, a square figure with black wings descended gracefully from above. As he landed, an array of individual heavy weaponry began to emerge from his body as if it were raining down. Chapter 47. Crisis averted. A small team of approximately 10 individuals hastily arrived at the northern terrace, only to be greeted by the sight of block-like entities and an array of heavy weaponry strewn across the ground, leaving them somewhat bewildered and uncertain about the circumstances. What exactly were these block-like beings? Why were they continuously manifesting weapons? As soldiers of the Xuanwu Battle Corps, they immediately recognized the outdated equipment littering the ground as that of the ordinary containment forces. "Stop staring like fools. Get to work," Cheng Xiao exclaimed, retrieving a grenade launcher from his inventory and commencing fire upon the assimilated creatures. The resounding blasts and explosions echoed, sending the creatures into a cacophony of wails. The reinforcements, including Wang Hong, quickly discerned that this mysterious block entity was there to assist them, prompting them to seize the scattered rocket launchers and grenade guns, launching a barrage towards the enemy. Among them, one soldier, shielded by the firepower of his comrades, cautiously extracted a peculiar black statue adorned with tentacles from a small backpack at his waist. Gripping the statue tightly, he raised it above his head. An eerie black light emanated from the statue, seeping through the gaps between his fingers. An unknown and malevolent force emerged, capturing Cheng Xiao's attention, compelling him to glance toward the soldier. Through his visor, he clearly observed the soldier's once rosy and robust cheeks turning pale and wan, as if something were siphoning away his lifeblood. "Summon!" The soldier bellowed, and an even more intense black radiance erupted from his elevated right hand. The space behind him shattered like glass struck by a hard object, and three colossal tentacles, suffused with gray and purple hues and swirling black mist, seemed to respond to his call. With a thunderous rush, they surged forth towards the adapted long-armed beasts and plunder beasts. Both sides, formidable in their own right, collided with a tremendous sound of flesh meeting flesh. However, it was evident that the summoned tentacled force was far more potent. Under the sweeping assault of the tentacles, numerous assimilated creatures were sent tumbling like withered leaves caught in a tempest, plummeting from the terrace. With the remaining soldiers unleashing heavy firepower, they swiftly quelled the onslaught of the assimilated beings against the northern terrace. On one side, Su Chiwu, exhilarated by the adrenaline of battle, screamed in delight, advancing while unleashing a torrent of gunfire from her quad-barrel machine gun. Yet upon noticing Cheng Xiao standing motionless with the backpack, she called out excitedly, "Mr. Block Entity, don't just stand there. Come and join the fun." "Wait, I'll find something. I just remembered there's something we can use." "How could I have forgotten it earlier?" Cheng Xiao focused on the items in his backpack, responded loudly, "Where did I put the Legion horns? I recall they were in this backpack." He had possessed several artifacts that enhanced his Legion's combat prowess, among which were 2 horns, vital to the core strength of an army. At long last, he unearthed those 2 horns from the chaotic assortment of personal belongings, the Legion S offensive horn and the Legion S defensive horn. As soon as the horn was sounded, it bestowed a prolonged and potent buff for offense or defense upon allies across a vast expanse. Cheng Xiao resolutely produced the defensive horn, an ancient instrument crafted from a pale, white goat's horn, adorned with a red silk ribbon. The moment the horn was revealed, an aura of grimness began to emanate, and those with discerning eyes could immediately recognize that this horn had undoubtedly witnessed countless battlefields. However, onlookers such as Su Chuwu and Wang Hong regarded Cheng Xiao's possession with bemusement, pondering the relevance of a horn in this modern age. Was it perhaps meant to inspire morale? They of the Xuanwu battle group were no ragtag soldiers, necessitating no band for encouragement. Yet, in the next instant, Cheng Xiao blew the defensive horn. The sound, neither muffled nor overwhelming, resonated briefly. Toot toot. As the sound faded, a gentle white light enveloped everyone within the base, bestowing upon them a series of enhanced buffs. Acceleration, 59, 58, damage absorption, 59, 58, defense 4, 59, 58, restoration, 59, 58, and luminescence, 59, 58. The effects were strikingly apparent. All individuals instantly perceived a remarkable increase in both their speed of movement and the swiftness of weaponry wielding, with some even colliding unexpectedly with walls due to the abrupt surge in velocity. Within a makeshift medical facility, injured soldiers gazed in disbelief as their wounds healed at an astonishing rate. One soldier, having lost a limb, tentatively placed his severed leg against the site of the injury, only to witness new flesh rapidly regenerating to reconnect it. Such a wondrous spectacle led everyone to speculate that someone had utilized an extraordinary item or containment artifact to produce such effects. Empowered by these enhancements, the already formidable Xuanwu battle group unleashed an even greater fighting prowess, swiftly quelling and encircling the assimilators, wreaking havoc within the base. With the number of assimilators already limited, and facing the Xuanwu battle group's exceptional defensive capabilities, they were gradually isolated and eliminated. Before long, the chaos within the base subsided, and all assimilators were swiftly eradicated. The complete clearance of assimilators signified the failure of the Tree of Calamity scheme. They had been too hasty in exposing the parasitic worms, underestimated the combat strength of the Xuanwu battle group, and failed to anticipate Cheng Xiao's appearance. A series of blunders and unforeseen events led to the collapse of what should have been a devastating plan against the Xuanwu battle group. At that moment, the assimilator army, previously besieging the base, seemed to receive some command, retreating like a receding tide, leaving behind a mountainous accumulation of corpses. These remains would not be left unattended. Designated members of the Xuanwu battle group would handle their incineration. How remarkable! Observing the departing assimilators, Wang Hong contemplated the nature of Cheng Xiao's containment artifact and pondered why she had appeared in this critical juncture. As he pondered the question in his mind, his aide, Zhong Yi, approached at an opportune moment and spoke. "Commander, that is the containment subject, numbered 000, codenamed Block Person. The other individual is Su Chiwu, a former member of the Rampant Assault Team. I have confirmed with the personnel at the observation station that they are a team dispatched by headquarters to execute the recontainment plan at Area A's laboratory. However, their vehicle broke down midway, and they attempted to contact us for assistance, but I was unable to relay this information to you due to the attack by the assimilators." Upon hearing this, Wang Hong finally understood. They had come to borrow a vehicle. "Thank you both for your support." Wang Hong handed his weapon to Zhong Yi and approached the two. Cheng Xiao nodded, promptly stating her purpose. "We need to borrow a vehicle from the commander here. Where can we find your commander?" "I am the commander of this base, Wang Hong." Wang Hong immediately stood tall and serious, his imposing stature complemented by the aura of authority unique to those in high positions. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been too intimidated to speak. This atmosphere even rendered the typically brash and foul-mouthed Su Qiwu momentarily subdued. Yet, Cheng Xiao, having once held the position of a legion commander herself, felt no such apprehension. Instead, she was greeted by a sense of familiarity akin to meeting a colleague. I'm already aware of your request for a vehicle. There are several off-road vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles available below. You may take whichever you desire at your convenience. Should you require any further assistance or support, I shall do my utmost to accommodate. Cheng Xiao glanced at Su Qiwu, noticing her incessant murmurs of the big one. The big one. It seems Su Qiwu still longed for that coveted vehicle. Thus, Cheng Xiao articulated her request for the larger vehicle. Within the subterranean laboratory base of Area A, the Calamity Tree, realizing the failure of its plans, emitted a series of incomprehensible wails. It sounded as if it were lamenting, or perhaps trembling in fear. It could distinctly sense its archenemy drawing closer. Memories of being pursued and slaughtered by the block figure resurfaced incessantly. Even though only one block person remained, and despite possessing an innumerable army of assimilators transformed into a parasitic paradise around it, that primal fear continued to envelop its being, akin to a relentless parasite that could not be exorcised. The spark, I cannot vanish here. The fragmented voice echoed once more. Simultaneously, in a restroom far away at the spraying platform base, a parasitic worm that had miraculously survived was aimlessly wandering. Suddenly, a supreme force descended, and under its influence, the worm's body abruptly stiffened before it darted toward the toilet. Contracting its body, it navigated through the slick pipes, using its tiny claws to grip the walls as it entered a state of apparent death. Chapter 48. The Behemoth as he traversed the corridors of the base. Wang Hong pondered the availability of suitable vehicles that met their requirements. After a thorough contemplation, it appeared that no such options existed. Their primary role was to defend the base rather than engage in offensive maneuvers or venture far afield. Thus, the spray platform base was devoid of any heavily armored vehicles, possessing only a selection of swift transports suitable for evacuation. Commander, there's an antique in the garage. Zong, he interjected quietly. However, it was merely an old relic from long ago, and its operational status was uncertain. Suddenly, Wang Hong recalled that the spray platform base had previously functioned as a military factory for vehicle production. Unfortunately, following the catastrophic events surrounding the Tree of Calamity, all equipment had been relocated and repurposed into fortifications, leaving behind a forgotten behemoth in the warehouse. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hong instructed the maintenance team to assess the vehicle and determine its functionality. Yes, Zhong Yi promptly acknowledged and set off to fulfill the task. Wang Hong then turned to Cheng Xiao, acknowledging that indeed there existed a formidable machine within the base. However, this vehicle had been an experimental model produced long ago and had remained in storage due to various complications. A behemoth. How large is it? The most exhilarated among them was Su Qiwu, who spread her arms wide in excitement. Wang Hong did not respond immediately, but contemplated its size, likening it to a house. In any case, follow me. You will see for yourselves. Uncertain of Wang Hong's intentions, the two hastily followed, eager to discover the true magnitude of the behemoth. Oh, by the way, Wang Hong halted briefly, turning back to add, no one in the base will know how to operate that vehicle, which means... He flashed a teasing glance. You will need to learn how to drive. This statement struck Su Qiwu as an affront. Having grown up surrounded by vehicles, she had encountered and driven countless machines. The notion that she needed to learn was utterly absurd. Learn? I can do it with a mere gesture. Do you look down on me, Su Qiwu? Wang Hong continued forward, maintaining a nonchalant tone. So, you are quite the adept driver? Su Qiwu, adopting a haughty demeanor, raised her chin and repeatedly patted her chest, exuding confidence. What a joke. I am an excellent driver. I am extraordinarily skilled. Mind you, I have seen it all. 10 minutes later, in the first-floor vehicle warehouse, Su Qiwu stood in stunned disbelief before the colossal machine before her. In that moment, she retracted all her previous assertions, swallowing hard as she muttered, I have truly never encountered such a sight. How on earth do I operate this thing? Her incredulous scream echoed throughout the warehouse. From above, it was evident that the vehicle was a super tank, comparable in size to a house, equipped with 3 formidable cannon barrels. The vehicle, cloaked in a drab gray, lay encrusted with dust, suggesting it had been abandoned for an eternity, perhaps even older than Su Chiwu. Under the relentless passage of time, traces of rust had begun to mar its surface. Nonetheless, this decay could not diminish the imposing presence it commanded. Standing beneath its formidable frame, a human appeared diminutive, akin to a gnome. Cheng Xiao regarded this behemoth with a sense of awe. One could easily envision that once it roared to life, it would transform into a mobile fortress of steel, capable of withstanding assaults that only the most formidable of ancient parasitic entities could hope to resist. With this iron colossus at their disposal, they would encounter little obstruction from the assimilated beings along their path. Currently, several technicians were diligently inspecting the tank, repairing any issues they discovered. They would have to wait for the mechanics to complete their work. After all, this relic had been lying here for countless years. Wang Hong gestured for the two to follow him. Why isn't this monstrosity mass-produced? Cheng Xiao inquired, puzzled. Had he been able to create such a steel giant in his time, he could have avoided the brutal confrontations with those parasitic entities and the horrors of the apocalypse. Wang Hong sighed, explaining that this matter traced back to a development conference decades ago. In essence, the Dragon Country had aimed to develop larger, more powerful fortress-like vehicles to counter the threats posed by the gates to other realms. This tank was one of several prototypes from that era, ultimately rejected and left to languish here. Wang Hong shrugged, recounting that there were plans for its modification, but the research team was disbanded, leaving this behemoth to be forgotten. Thus, it became apparent that this tank was a failed prototype, a singular relic. Cheng Xiao mused whether it could be unearthed with a pickaxe. The journey continued in silence. As Su Chiwu, feeling the weight of Wang Hong's commanding presence, refrained from speaking. Soon, they arrived at a rest area, which was still being cleaned. The remnants of assimilated bodies and bloodstains required thorough clearing. Wang Hong halted outside an unoccupied room and addressed Cheng Xiao and his companion. That behemoth will take several hours to repair. In the meantime, you may rest here. Once it is ready, you will be notified. Due to the recent infiltration by assimilated beings, I must attend to urgent matters and cannot remain with you. If you require assistance, you may contact my aide, Zomi. He will assist you. With that, Wang Hong turned and departed. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, the containment headquarters in America received Smith's report, prompting an urgent meeting among the upper echelons, even drawing in the president, who had been resting. In the course of their urgent deliberations, they approved Smith's destruction plan, preparing to deploy a surveillance team that had been lingering just outside the northern restricted zone. Indeed, prior to Smith's proposal of this destructive scheme, the upper echelons of America had already devised a similar contingency plan. They had even prepared the containment apparatus intended for the dismantling of the mirror wall. Upon receiving the video message from Smith, it became evident that the Dragon Kingdom sought to harness the power of creation to recontain the Tree of Calamity and revive the Super Soldier Initiative, a development they could not afford to overlook. They had previously pilfered information regarding the Super Soldier Project and were acutely aware of the grave implications it held. Should the Dragon Kingdom succeed in their research, they would be poised to produce superhuman soldiers, a scenario they could never allow to materialize. At the periphery of the northern restricted zone, a squad of approximately 10 heavily armed individuals was observing the distant observation base through binoculars. Thanks to the cutting-edge experimental exosuits they donned, which could effectively shield them from all forms of scanning detection, they harbored no concerns about being discovered by the personnel at the observation station. Captain Isaac, Headquarters has dispatched a communication directing us to immediately execute the piercing plan to dismantle the mirror wall. Chapter 49, A Photograph. What are you doing? In a modest room, Su Chiwu sat cross-legged on the bed, curiously gazing at Cheng Xiao, who had her back turned while fiddling with a peculiar contraption. Naturally lively, she leaped off the bed and dashed towards Cheng Xiao. With the familiarity of a close friend, she casually draped an arm over Cheng Xiao's shoulder. Before her lay an odd mosaic device on the floor. In its center appeared to be a flaming, reddish-yellow iron rod, surrounded by 3 iron tubes resembling a drip system. And beneath them were 3 stone slabs, each with shallow grooves that seemed designed to secure objects. What is this? Is it for boiling water? No. This is a brewing station for crafting potions. I acquired some materials earlier to see if they could be utilized. Cheng Xiao retrieved 3 bottles filled with liquid from the restroom and placed them into the 3 grooves of the brewing station, instantly filling the once empty stone slabs with clear water. Then what comes next? Coal? Oh, I remember now. It's blazed powder used as fuel. And on top, we need to add mutated blood. Watching the brewing station, now fully fueled but silent, she pondered, realizing she lacked any potion recipes herself. How am I supposed to do this? The display indicated that it could create a body-enhancing potion. If only those summoners were here, they would surely know what to do. She strained to recall how she had crafted potions in the past. Glowstone dust, redstone dust, fermented spider eyes. Oh no, the first step is to place netherwort as the base for the potion. Removing the blood, she added the netherwort, and the brewing station immediately sprang to life. Within moments, the clear water in the bottles transformed into a crude potion. Now, only the step of adding the mutated blood remained. As she prepared to add it, Cheng Xiao thought to herself, I possess the power of creation. I can surely do this. Unbeknownst to her, an invisible force of creation coursed down her blocky arm and into the bottle. The instant the mutated blood was added, the brewing station began its process, and the progress bar displayed the transformation of the mutated blood into a usable substance. Now, all that was left was to wait for these transformed materials to enter the bottle containing the crude potion. Cheng Xiao exhaled a contented sigh. I haven't used this in decades. I can hardly believe I remembered how. Indeed, no one understood potion-making better than she did, and a sense of pride swelled within her. Can this potion be consumed? Su Qiwu leaned in closer, her eyes gleaming with eager curiosity. Oh my goodness! Cheng Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This bold girl was not only reckless, but audacious beyond reason. She had thought she could rely on her ability to respawn infinitely and carelessly drink an unknown potion. But here was someone who only had one life, daring to do the same. Wait, step back a bit. I have no idea what this is. And there's no way I'm letting you drink it. Cheng Xiao turned around, vigorously waving his square right arm to send the troublesome Su Qiwu back to the bed before refocusing on the brewing table. Under his gaze, the alchemical progress bar swiftly reached completion. The crude concoctions on the 3 stone slabs instantly transformed into 3 vials of a mysterious deep crimson liquid. He collected them and examined the information, a body enhancement potion. It could augment strength by 5 levels, increase health points by 5 levels, and enhance speed by 5 levels, lasting for 30 minutes. It felt reminiscent of a subpar version of a super soldier serum, albeit devoid of any adverse effects. After securing the potions, he prepared to organize his backpack in anticipation of the potential battles ahead. With an overwhelming number of items, he often forgot where he had stored them. An immortal totem? Why do I have so many of these space-consuming trinkets in my backpack? Never mind, I'll just leave them be. Initially, he had considered these items quite precious, given their life-saving properties, but after realizing that he could respawn infinitely upon death, they had merely become clutter in his inventory. While tidying his backpack, Cheng Xiao stumbled upon several items he had previously utilized, such as the amplification military flag, which, when planted in the ground, would bestow buffs upon soldiers within its radius. Different flags yielded various effects. He also discovered a Leviathan egg. This was a prize obtained from vanquishing the deep-sea overlord Leviathan in the underwater temple. However, he had long forgotten about the egg, as it had been overshadowed by his dragon mount. He would need to devise a method to hatch it when the opportunity arose. As time ticked away, Su Qiwu, seated on the bed, had fallen into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, while rummaging through his bag, Cheng Xiao unexpectedly uncovered an object, a photograph, aptly named Photo, depicting him. The information section bore a string of text. A photograph gifted to you by someone. Surely, you remember those moments, right? It was a summer afternoon. Cheng Xiao felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Where had this photograph come from? There were no photographs in the block world. And who had taken it? The image revealed him amidst a golden field of wheat, but it was not within the block world. The candid nature of the shot suggested it was taken surreptitiously. Wait, Why do I even know what a photograph is? In an instant, an intense sense of conflict surged within his mind, as if it were tearing him apart. I know. No. The block world contains no such thing. I shouldn't know. Have you traversed through time? How could you be unaware? Voices of contradiction echoed incessantly. Yes, I should know, but why is the figure in the photograph a block person? No, something feels amiss. Why can't I recall anything about this photograph? Just then, a voice pulled him abruptly back to reality. Block person, Mr. Block person. Hey, the vehicle is repaired. Huh? Cheng Xiao snapped back to attention, just in time to see Su Chi-Wu standing before him, shouting excitedly. Square man, why are you standing there with a backpack? Lost in thought. You haven't been daydreaming here all night, have you? Su Chi-Wu expressed a hint of astonishment. Could it be that Square Man does not require sleep? Cheng Xiao was taken aback to realize that he had been mulling over matters for an entire night. Swiftly packing away his backpack, he shook his head. No, I merely recalled certain events. He refrained from mentioning the photograph, yet he was certain that it bore no connection to the blue star he now inhabited. As he walked toward the garage, Cheng Xiao dismissed thoughts of the photograph. He needed to concentrate on tackling the imposing summoning pillar. Upon arriving at the garage, he beheld the iron tank that had already been activated, emitting a thunderous roar. The colossal, heavy garage door began to rise slowly, revealing the blinding sunlight and scorching heat outside, accompanied by the repugnant stench of charred corpses wafting toward him. Next, he would need to learn how to operate this behemoth. Upon hearing that she would be tasked with learning to drive the new vehicle, Su Chi-Wu was so exhilarated that she nearly jumped in place. Such a formidable learning endeavor had been entrusted to her. Chapter 50. The captured vehicle Su Chi-Wu exhibited remarkable aptitude for driving, a talent she had not exaggerated. The formidable vehicle she commanded was both swift and stable. Within just over an hour, she adeptly familiarized herself with the intricacies of maneuvering this colossal machine. In her words, she had piloted similar tanks before. The internal mechanisms were largely analogous, though this particular model appeared somewhat antiquated and more cumbersome to operate. After dedicating another hour to ensure that this behemoth tank was fully operational, she filled the tank with fuel and prepared to embark. Go, Giant Rat! This was the name Su Chi-Wu had bestowed upon the tank, reflecting her genuine affection for such superlative machinery. Perched in the gunner's seat, Cheng Xiao silently contemplated Su Chi-Wu's exuberant enthusiasm. As they departed the base, the giant rat rumbled forward under Su Chi-Wu's guidance towards the A-Zone experimental base. Along the journey, with Su Chi-Wu's direction, Cheng Xiao utilized the observation scope to survey their surroundings. The landscape was an endless expanse of yellow sand. Devoid of any signs of the assimilated creatures, there was not a single hair in sight. In stark contrast to the night, the daytime was eerily tranquil. It was possible that the army of assimilated beings, having sustained heavy losses during their assault on the spraying station base the previous day, were currently recuperating and had not yet made an appearance. However, Cheng Xiao was acutely aware of the parasites' astonishing regenerative abilities, given sufficient low and mid-level summoning pillars. They could rapidly amass a formidable force in no time. Su Chi-Wu, do you remember which way to go? The surroundings all appear identical, Cheng Xiao inquired. Of course I know where we are, Su Chi-Wu replied, suddenly gripped by a memory. Her hands clenched tightly around the iron steering wheel, leaving indelible impressions of her fingers. I will never forget that place. Cheng Xiao found her reaction peculiar and concluded that it must stem from Su Chi-Wu's boisterous personality. After a moment, he returned his gaze outside. After a while, he finally noticed something unusual through the observation scope. On the horizon of the desert, a line of black objects emerged in the distance. The appearance of a different color amidst the yellow sands was strikingly out of place, drawing Su Chi-Wu's attention as well, for she too possessed an observation scope. What on earth is that black mass? Do you have any idea, Blockhead? Cheng Xiao scrutinized the dark shapes. However, the great distance and the heat-induced distortion of the environment obscured a clear view. As a seasoned adversary of the parasites, he had already formed a hypothesis in his mind. That patch of darkness was corrupted land, a sanctuary for parasites and assimilated beings, and likewise a forbidden zone for other life forms. I suspect there must be a plethora of summoning pillars there. The spraying station's suppressive agents had diminished the parasite's corruption capabilities, resulting in the desert remaining incompletely corrupted, contrary to what would have been expected under normal circumstances. They will not idly stand by as we charge in. They are sure to dispatch a legion of assimilators to intercept us. Upon hearing of yet another impending battle, Su Chiwu erupted into raucous laughter. Ah, splendid! Let's slay them without leaving a trace. As they drew near, the ominous black expanse became increasingly vivid before their eyes. The earth was marred by vast swathes of black, intermittently interspersed with shades of dark crimson. The once sandy terrain had been transformed into a peculiar habitat conducive to the survival of parasites, overrun with plants resembling blackthorns. A glance around was akin to stepping onto an alien world, twisted, bizarre, and terrifying. Nearby, towering summoning pillars, akin to trees, loomed at heights of 1 to 2 meters. At intervals, grotesque masses of flesh, covered in black tendrils, could be seen. These serve as conduits to bolster the combat prowess of the parasitic assimilator army. In addition to enhancing their fighting capabilities, these grotesque entities could launch assaults with their tendrils whenever a living being approached. The thunderous roar of tanks outside captured the attention of the parasitic assimilators, who, as if receiving some command, surged towards Cheng Xiao and his companions with frenzied fervor. A dark tide enveloped them, reminiscent of a tsunami crashing upon the shore, instilling a profound sense of oppression and helplessness. However, this time they were encased within an unstoppable steel fortress, capable of piercing through anything in their path. At the moment of collision, Cheng Xiao heard the muffled sounds of impacts and roars from outside. Yet within the tank, not a single tremor was felt. They advanced with a relentless force, crushing through countless assimilators, forging a path littered with corpses and blood amidst the eerie black jungle. Any summoning or coordinating pillars that obstructed their path were effortlessly toppled, reduced to mere pulp, unable to impede the momentum of the giant rat tank. Observing the ground forces faltering, aerial bombardment beasts began raining down corrosive miasma, while flying specters unleashed streams of highly caustic green acid in their assault. Yet, all these attacks were repelled by the formidable armor of the giant rat, leaving no mark but a change in hue. Despite its age, the giant rat tank was once among the vehicles evaluated for combat against the extraterrestrial gate. Though it was ultimately not selected, its combat prowess could not be dismissed. Its robust armor rendered it impervious to the parasite's onslaught, and its considerable weight, combined with powerful propulsion, made it a moving citadel of steel poised to obliterate any creature in its path. However, as they delved deeper, Cheng Xiao noted, through the observation lens, the presence of numerous wrecked or overturned vehicles surrounding them. Among these were smaller tanks and armored vehicles, likely part of a convoy, also en route to the underground laboratory. It appeared they had all met with failure, as some armored vehicles bore massive dents from impacts by some unknown creature, with others cleaved in two. A sense of unease began to creep into his mind. Reflecting on the various parasitic creatures, he realized that only one monster could wreak such devastation: the ancient monarch demon. It is one of the most formidable parasitic organisms, larger than a colossal tank, or rather, one might say, larger than a 3-story house. Its vitality, defensive capabilities, and offensive power have all ascended to the pinnacle of parasitic entities, rendering it the sole contender against these heavy vehicles. As one ventures deeper, remnants of combat aircraft, helicopters, transport planes, and other machinery begin to emerge. Additionally, there lies several ancient corpses of colossal beings resembling mountains. This locale must have witnessed an unprecedented super battle. Before Cheng Xiao could investigate the surroundings for any other traces of ancient entities, he abruptly spotted a grotesque tank adorned with flesh and tentacles through the observation lens. Suiwu, quickly, before he could issue a warning, the adversary had already redirected its cannon and fired instantaneously. Boom! Whoosh! Bang! A shell, slicing through the air with a fierce roar, struck the flank of the colossal tank, resulting in a tremendous explosion that erupted into a fiery conflagration. Fortunately, the armor was sufficiently robust, and the impact inflicted minimal damage. However, Before the two could exhale in relief, Su Chi-Wu's eyes widened as he gazed ahead. That blast seemed to serve as a signal. Various human military vehicles began to emerge in succession. Helicopters and tanks with tentacles and flesh, armored vehicles, and even several anti-aircraft platforms appeared. These were hijack machines. It became abundantly clear why those fighter jets and helicopters were unable to penetrate the area. They, too, possessed such resources. It was astonishing that they had amalgamated all the vehicles from the large military base above the A-Zone laboratory. The last time I visited, there weren't nearly this many. They appear quite new, suggesting a recent fusion. Su Chi-Wu's remarks rendered Cheng Xiao speechless. So, what you mean to say is that they multiplied upon my arrival. Essentially, they're all targeting me, correct? Cheng Xiao felt at a loss for words. It seemed these parasites had learned the art of concealment. They were stashing these vehicles instead of attacking the spray platform, lying in wait to ambush me. Truly remarkable. As for ambushing, it appears they've mastered that as well. Meanwhile, I am still at the spray platform, having to traverse all the way back if I perish. What a predicament. Chapter 51. Fighter or Creeper? By heavens, I shall annihilate you all. As the assimilated vehicles emerged ahead, Su Chi-Yu showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, she charged forward, braving the onslaught of heavy-caliber machine gun and tank cannon fire. Boom! Inside the tank, Cheng Xiao felt a jolt as the smaller assimilated battle vehicle was struck aside. An unfortunate armored vehicle found itself crushed beneath the mighty giant rat. And in that terrifying moment, it was as if the vehicle was a fruit being juiced, spewing forth dark blood and flesh that lubricated the scorched tracks of the giant rat. After clearing the interception, an assimilated helicopter appeared from the distance. The giant rat tank possessed no anti-aircraft capabilities, leaving it helpless as a barrage of rockets screamed down from the sky. The ensuing explosions not only enveloped the giant rat, but also shattered swathes of surrounding parasitic assimilated creatures into fragments. The fearsome shockwaves sent a multitude of smaller assimilated beings soaring through the air. Dust, dark blood, and decaying flesh marked the commencement of this solitary hero's battle. Despite enduring such relentless assaults, the roar of the giant rat's engine did not falter. Rather, it grew deeper and more resonant. As it broke through the dust and emerged from the bombarded terrain, the battered tank seemed to be imbued with a soul, its thunderous growls echoing its triumphant return to the battlefield, rather than languishing in an old, rusting warehouse. In that moment, Cheng Xiao understood why the giant rat had initially been overlooked. Its thick armor and powerful engine were its only merits, leaving it vulnerable to aerial attacks. Yet, it was precisely because of its formidable armor that it could navigate through the swarms of parasitic foes. Had its armor been any thinner, it would have met the same fate as those vehicles crushed behind. After enduring a barrage, Su Chi-Yu, seated at the helm, felt the exhilarating thrill of life and death. Adrenaline surging as she shouted, "Damn it! I shall destroy you all. Ha ha!" Then, much to Cheng Xiao's astonishment, she retrieved a smart anti-vehicle missile from the empty seat beside her, one she had specifically requested from Wang Hong before boarding. Alongside this, she possessed an array of other weapons. As a battle enthusiast, she could not afford to be lacking in armament. Rising, Su Chi-Yu opened the hatch above her, revealing her toned midriff clad in a cropped tank top. With a pair of muscular arms hefting a large rocket launcher, she began to take aim. With an exaggerated grin, she locked onto the assimilated helicopter, entirely disregarding the encroaching swarm of parasites and assimilators. Zing! As she squeezed the trigger, a missile shot forth, trailing smoke behind it. Boom! With a sound emanating from her, the targeted helicopter instantly transformed into a magnificent fireball in mid-air, its remnants crashing down upon a summoning pillar. "Ha, come on, keep firing." It seemed the enemy realized that assimilating the helicopter was futile against the giant rat and began to retreat, just as Su Chi-Wu chuckled within the tank. Thinking the assimilation of vehicles was nothing remarkable, a thunderous sonic boom resonated through the sky. Having spent time in the military, Su Chi-Wu was all too familiar with that sound. His expression, once filled with laughter, froze, swiftly replaced by alarm. That was the deafening roar of a fighter jet breaking the sound barrier. Damn it, they've even assimilated fighter jets. He cursed loudly, hastily preparing to evacuate the giant rat with unwavering resolve. No matter how formidable the giant rat was, it was merely a sitting duck for fighter jets, and the missiles they carried were far more potent than those aboard helicopters. A single direct hit was no jest. Blockhead, we need to get out of here, Su Chi-Wu exclaimed, lifting his weapon as he opened the tank's hatch to escape. What on earth? I can almost see the military base in the distance. Cheng Xiao was puzzled, questioning why they suddenly needed to flee. The fighter jets are coming. Once they lock onto us, we won't be able to escape. One missile explosion could spell our doom. Seeing the usually fearless Su Chi-Wu now terrified, he immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. But where could they run? They had already plunged into the territory of parasites, completely surrounded, with no escape in sight. Venturing outside would be tantamount to signing their death warrants. In moments of crisis, Cheng Xiao had faced numerous challenges and understood that the more perilous the situation, the less one should act rashly. He listened to Su Chi-Wu's fears regarding the missiles. Missiles? Explosions? Creepers? At that urgent moment, a formula suddenly flashed through Cheng Xiao's mind. Missiles explosion creeper. Therefore, creeper shields no damage. I've got a plan, he declared. Under Su Chi-Wu's bewildered gaze, Cheng Xiao instructed, just drive the tank. The rest is up to me. What? You intend to confront that fighter jet? Su Chi-Wu was taken aback by his words. Find a spot to set the bed down, then establish a respawn point. Cheng Xiao nodded, yes. Just charge forward when I say so. Without hesitation, he opened the hatch above, swiftly climbing atop the tank. As he reached the top, he spotted the fighter jet circling above, evidently commencing its dive. Cheng Xiao donned his full set of dragon steel armor at lightning speed. This was his most treasured protection, forged from the breath of a mighty dragon, capable of easily withstanding even the most fearsome dragon fire. He consumed an enchanted golden apple, wielding a shield in each hand. If shields could withstand creeper explosions, then surely they could protect against other blasts. Missiles were no exception. Come on, prepared. Cheng Xiao fixed his gaze on the assimilated fighter jet, now adorned with flesh and tentacles. Completely unaware of the surge of creative energy flowing into his shields from his blocky arms. Suddenly, two assimilated fighter jets swooped down, simultaneously targeting the giant rat and launching their missiles. The projectiles, trailing white smoke, descended from the heavens with astonishing speed. At that very moment, Cheng Xiao stood resolutely at the predetermined impact site on the giant rat. Boom! Two shadows streaked across the sky, landing not on the giant rat itself, but rather on the shields wielded by Cheng Xiao. Fiery flames enveloped the giant rat once more, and a miniature mushroom cloud slowly ascended, followed by a deafening explosion. This detonation was far more powerful than the previous one, creating a shockwave that shattered everything in the vicinity into countless fragments. The air was filled with a resounding hum. However, as the smoke cleared, the giant rat remained intact, bursting forth from the crater left in its wake. Oh, splendidly executed, Square Man. Inside the cockpit, Su-Q noticed that Cheng Xiao had indeed thwarted the missile attack, prompting an excited roar from him. On the roof, Cheng Xiao gazed incredulously at the shield in his hands. He had truly defended against the assault. Furthermore, the durability lost was akin to that of withstanding an explosion from a creeper. He understood now. Fighter jets equate to creepers. Yet suddenly, the ground trembled violently as a massive fissure opened in the sandy terrain, and an enormous black hand emerged from the earth, as if a demon from the depths of hell. Something colossal was about to emerge. Chapter 52. The Ancient Ruler of the Underworld. No, that is not a hand. It is a colossal leg, a massive foot capable of obliterating an entire house. The ancient ruler of the underworld, Cheng Xiao thought instantly. A thunderous rumble emanated from the earth as a black, six-legged creature, towering at least 10 to 20 meters high, emerged from the sands, adorned with several large tentacles that writhed in the air. With every step it took, the ground trembled noticeably. Such an immense form and weight could surely crush the great rat into scrap metal with a single stomp. Goodness, a behemoth. Why is there still a behemoth? Had they not been eradicated already? Just as Cheng Xiao returned to his seat as a gunner, he heard Su Qiwu's roar. Cheng Xiao corrected him, stating that its true name was the ancient ruler of the underworld, one of the most formidable beings within the parasitic realm. With a heavy heart, he retrieved the Lich's great sword from his inventory, ready to engage this formidable foe with all his might. Otherwise, at the speed of the great rat, evading the ancient ruler of the underworld would be utterly impossible, not to mention its powerful long-range attack capabilities. However, he was unprepared for Su Qiwu's utter lack of fear. Instant. Shakavat. Isn't this exhilarating? The ammunition bay of the great rat still holds several tank shells. She turned to Cheng Xiao, her expression shifting to shock upon noticing the mysterious energy emanating from the great sword in his grasp. Surely you don't intend to use that to slay the ancient ruler of the underworld? Are you not essentially wielding a toothpick to slay a fat pig? At that moment, an explosive bang resounded outside the great rat. The ancient ruler of the underworld had commenced its bombardment upon them. Su Qiwu immediately began directing Cheng Xiao to utilize the tank cannons. Fortunately, although the great rat was somewhat outdated, its original design was intended to counteract the forces from the otherworldly gates rather than human armies. Coupled with its intelligent weapon systems, the operation was not overly complicated. Even an ordinary person could easily learn to operate the great rat's turrets. In simple terms, aim, lock on, press the launch button. The rest would be handled by the intelligent system. Su Qiwu, seated in the pilot's seat, endeavored to keep the great rat steady. Cheng Xiao, peering through the sight, focused on the approaching ancient ruler of the underworld. Upon seeing the words locked on displayed in the scope, he unhesitatingly pressed the fire button. Boom! 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 3 large-caliber tank shells erupted from the 3 massive barrels, slicing through the air toward the ancient ruler of the underworld. The 3 explosive blasts instantaneously enveloped the creature's position. A deep, guttural roar resonated simultaneously, yet the massive black figure soon emerged from the smoke, advancing with heavy footsteps. Its 3 stout legs bore the scars of the explosions, with one nearly severed. However, these wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate within the next moment. Witnessing this, Sui Wu shouted, "Blockhead, you've aimed wrong. Its head is up there. I saw it. I had it perfectly lined up. And what are all these colorful numbers displayed on the sight? Could it be that the trajectory is slightly downward?" Reluctantly, Cheng Xiao had no choice but to aim once more. As he aligned the crosshairs with the distant ancient monarch of demons, he deliberately adjusted his aim slightly upward before pulling the trigger again. The giant rat unleashed 3 thunderous roars, and this time, 2 projectiles struck the ancient monarch with unerring precision, one hitting its head and the other its abdomen. The resulting explosion instantaneously shattered the creature's head, releasing a torrent of black mist and viscera that rained down like a dark storm across the sky. A direct hit. Nothing could obstruct us now. Just as they reveled in their triumph, they failed to notice the mirror wall enveloping the quarantine zone flickering ominously, as if on the brink of vanishing. At the first sign of trouble with the mirror wall, the observation station in the northern restricted zone received an urgent alert. This situation was also relayed to Zhao Tianyu, far away at the headquarters in Demon City, who erupted in a furious shout over the communication line. "What do you mean someone is tampering with the mirror wall? What are you all doing? What are the patrols and station personnel for? Immediately, go investigate the situation at once." After hanging up, Zhao Tianyu was nearly consumed by rage as he anxiously awaited good news from Cheng Xiao. Instead of the anticipated favorable tidings, he was met with the alarming news of the mirror wall being compromised by an unknown force, plunging him into an abyss of dread and fury. The mirror wall was the last bastion against the assimilated biological army. Should it shatter, the creatures within the quarantine zone would swarm out, wreaking havoc across the Dragon Kingdom. They had thoroughly studied the Tree of Calamity and were all too aware of its perilous nature. Thus, the mirror wall must remain intact. Who on earth? Which scoundrel is responsible for this breach? Zhao Tianyu seethed with indignation. All hope now rested on Cheng Xiao, and there was no alternative. Previously, when the other senior members of the Huang group learned of Cheng Xiao's mission to the northern restricted zone during a meeting, his proposal for a nuclear cleansing plan had been dismissed. coupled with the apparent success of the super soldier experiments on Su Chi-Wu. This further solidified the resolve of the other senior members of the Huang group to recapture the Tree of Calamity. With this in mind, he promptly contacted Su Chi-Wu, utilizing his authority to extend support to Cheng Xiao, fervently hoping he could swiftly resolve the threat posed by the Tree of Calamity. Meanwhile, other members of the Huang group were also informed of the damage to the mirror wall, necessitating a reassessment of the pros and cons of containing the Tree of Calamity. Within the northern restricted zone, as they witnessed the fallen ancient monarch of demons, the joy of Su Chi-Wu was short-lived. Assimilated fighter jets reappeared in the sky, preparing for a new round of bombardment. Just as Cheng Xiao was about to climb atop the tank, the two assimilated aircraft were suddenly struck by missiles from another direction, erupting into two fireballs in midair. Simultaneously, a communication came through on Su Chi-Wu's portable terminal. To his astonishment, it was General Zhao from the Huang group, Zhao Tianyu himself. She was conversing with a high-ranking authority within the containment organization, an eminent figure whom she could never have anticipated meeting in her lifetime. Today, however, he had personally initiated communication with her. Su Chi-Wu, not daring to be remiss, promptly answered the call, her tone transforming into one of utmost respect. "Greetings, General Zhao. This is Su Chi-Wu." The voice of Zhao Tianyu immediately resonated through her portable headset. "Su Chi-Wu, where are you currently located?" "General Zhao, we are nearing Laboratory A. I understand. Wang Hong has previously briefed me on your situation, so I have utilized my authority to arrange for an aerial bombardment to clear your path." "That sounds splendid, General Zhao. Otherwise Before Su Chi-Wu could express her gratitude, Zhao Tianyu interrupted her, his voice laced with profound concern. "Do not celebrate just yet. I have just received troubling news that the mirror wall is under assault. You must expedite the resolution of the Tree of Calamity. Should the forces at the observation base fail to prevent the disappearance of the mirror wall, the headquarters will not hesitate to unleash a nuclear strike upon the restricted zone." As his words echoed, all that remained in Su Chi-Wu's ears was the thunderous roar of aircraft above and the resounding explosions ahead. Chapter 53. Delving underground upon severing the communication, Su Chi-Wu turned to Cheng Xiao, his expression a curious blend of excitement and trepidation. "Blockhead, just now, General Zhao contacted us with both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Gazing through the observation lens at the unfolding chaos outside, where ordinary aircraft clashed with the incoming assimilated fighters, Cheng Xiao found herself perplexed by Su Chi-Wu's announcement. "What good news and bad news? Is the support from General Zhao's aircraft meant for us?" Sui Wunadith, confirming that the arrival of the aircraft was indeed one piece of good news. They were sent to clear a path for them. The bad news, however, was grave. Someone was sabotaging the mirror wall. If it were breached, the assimilated creatures would escape en masse. A heavy dread settled in Cheng Xiao's heart. She doubted that the current strength of Blue Star could withstand the onslaught of the parasites. While they might initially resist with their formidable equipment and military might, the evolution of the parasites would swiftly undermine any advantages humanity held. Even if humans ultimately triumphed over the parasites, the survival of a single assimilator, be it a mere parasitic worm, could herald the resurgence of a parasitic apocalypse. This was the very essence of the parasite's formidable nature. Then we must swiftly eliminate the Tree of Calamity. They had to prioritize the destruction of the largest summoning pillar. For within the parasite horde existed a phenomenon known as the evolutionary stage. By vanquishing the largest summoning pillar, they could significantly diminish the evolutionary stage, thereby preventing other parasites from continuing their evolution. Only by halting their evolution could they hope to eradicate them. Thus, under the cover of the aerial fighters, Su Chi-Wu piloted the giant rat towards the increasingly proximate laboratory Area A. With the aerial threat neutralized and the lone ancient demon dispatched, the remaining assimilated creatures proved incapable of impeding the progress of the giant rat. As they approached the military base above laboratory Area, a plethora of corpses trailing behind, the encircled parasitic creatures seemed to receive some command, coming to a standstill, silently observing the halted giant rat. Seeing that Cheng Xiao and her team had reached the laboratory, The squadron of aircraft ceased their battle with the assimilated fighters and began their withdrawal. Why they stopped? Su Qiwu inquired, watching the unmoving army of assimilated creatures outside. Because the largest one realizes it cannot impede us any longer. Without hesitation, Cheng Xiao was the first to disembark from the giant rat, followed closely by Su Qiwu. The two leaped down onto the tank, now stained with black blood and remnants of flesh. Before them lay a desolate military camp devoid of survivors. The ground was corrupted by a black substance, littered with the ruins of buildings, blackened flora, and remnants of blood-soaked vehicles that had been destroyed post-assimilation. Under Su Qiwu's guidance, Cheng Xiao discovered the elevator leading to the underground laboratory. At long last, I have returned. Upon entering the dilapidated interior of a crumbling edifice, Su Qiwu's voice resonated with a palpable bitterness. What do you mean by returned? Nothing, he replied, shaking his head without further explanation. Instead, he produced a flashlight from his waist and redirected the conversation towards the elevator doors. With the absence of power within the base, the elevator lay dormant, compelling them to descend the adjacent staircase. Yet, the stairwell was equally ravaged by parasitic decay. As the two approached the staircase, they illuminated its depths with their flashlights, revealing a chasm of darkness that seemed to stretch infinitely. Cheng Xiao, as she descended, also retrieved her lantern to dispel the surrounding gloom. Meanwhile, beneath their feet, within the subterranean laboratory, he has arrived. Right here, a faint sound echoed from the depths of the laboratory, laden with profound terror. An instinctual fear etched deep within their bones. It was the dread of being pursued by the countless cube-like entities that had hunted them through innumerable worlds. Even in this new realm, the cube figure relentlessly pursued them. As before, all their efforts to resist were futile. The specter loomed above them like the sword of Damocles, casting an unyielding shadow of anxiety. Could one mere incursion into your world justify an unending pursuit? With a surge of psychic energy, the assimilated containment entities, orchestrated by the Tree of Calamity, began to stir. This was their final gambit. If these assimilated entities could not withstand the onslaught, it would have no choice but to confront Cheng Xiao directly. In the stairwell, after traversing a considerable distance downward, Cheng Xiao and Su Qiwu were first met with a nauseating stench. As they continued their descent, they stumbled upon a corridor strewn with a multitude of corpses, many of which were grotesquely contorted. Some bore gaping wounds, others had twisted limbs, and in the most grotesque instance, one corpse was split entirely in half from the waist up. These gaping wounds resembled great maws filled with a profusion of teeth, enough to induce fainting spells in those with a fear of clusters. A closer inspection revealed the walls riddled with fist-sized bullet holes, while the floor was littered with orange-hued shell casings, suggesting that a fierce battle had once erupted here. Subject 1157, codename Tooth Demon, containment level C, threat level red. As they navigated through the corpses, Su Qiwu recounted the details of the entity with remarkable proficiency, indicating a deep familiarity with the subject at hand. Anyone infected by it would begin to mutate and distort, with teeth sprouting from the twisted areas, infused with infectious material. After being assimilated by the Tree of Calamity, his danger level surged perilously close to that of the Crimson Tier, and his abilities underwent a grotesque mutation. Those infected would, in a remarkably brief period, develop teeth beneath their skin as a defensive layer, ultimately succumbing to the agonizing torment orchestrated by the Tooth Demon. Surprisingly, Cheng Xiao discovered that Su Qiwu, renowned for her mindless and relentless assaults, possessed an understanding of containment objects. Her previous demeanor would instinctively lead one to perceive her merely as a combat fanatic, consumed by the thrill of battle. It was unexpected to realize her familiarity with such matters. If it were me, I would surely struggle to recall the chaotic array of numbers and codenames. Of course I remember. How could I possibly forget? Su Qiwu asserted with conviction. This statement felt peculiar, as if it concealed something deeper. Cheng Xiao, somewhat perplexed, refrained from probing further, sensing her companion's reluctance to elaborate. As they navigated through a grotesque sea of corpses, the once solemn echo of their footsteps in the stairwell was suddenly interrupted by faint, almost imperceptible sounds ahead. The noise was difficult to articulate, reminiscent of hard objects colliding, yet it did not resemble stones or metallic items. Rather, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the sound of teeth clashing. Chapter 54. This is magma. The moment the sound echoed, Su-Q took down the assault rifle slung over her shoulder, one hand grasping the grip while the other held the flashlight, simultaneously securing the front of the gun. It seemed as if there was a sound emanating from somewhere. At this juncture, Cheng Xiao had donned the eternal armor, endowed with boundless durability. She brandished a large-caliber shotgun, for it is said that one cannot be deemed a master of the craft without wielding a weapon, having previously acquired an arsenal's worth of arms. Why not put them to use? Wait. Just as they were about to descend, Cheng Xiao halted Su-Q. Under her gaze, she produced a black pickaxe and commenced a dig at the adjacent wall. The area struck by the pickaxe shattered rapidly, transforming into floating stones that hovered in place. The void left behind was neatly sculpted into a space measuring precisely 1 cubic meter. What are you doing, blockhead? And what is up with these stones? Sui whispered, her eyes wide with astonishment at the levitating stones, her curiosity compelling her to reach for them. Yet in the next instant, it was as if the stones were drawn by an unseen force, swiftly gravitating towards Cheng Xiao, prompting her to exclaim in wonder. I'm excavating some stones to block the staircase. I have a plan to deal with those ghastly creatures below. What? Su-Q caught the crux of her statement, bewildered by the notion of blocking the staircase with stones. Her mind struggled to comprehend. Block it? How do you intend to do that? Are you going to place each stone one by one? A single stone on the staircase would just roll down. Well, even if you were to use some sort of ability to position them individually, by the time you finish, they would have rushed up already. Nevertheless, given that Cheng Xiao had previously devised a method to thwart missiles launched from fighter jets, Su-Q placed her faith in her friend's ingenuity. After excavating a set of 64 corrupted stones, Cheng Xiao signaled her readiness. Lantern in her left hand, weapon withdrawn, and stones in hand, she proceeded downwards. Gradually, illuminated by the beam of Su-Q's flashlight, a horde of humanoid creatures adorned with large white teeth emerged from the depths of the staircase. Some had their arms transformed into gaping maws lined with sharp fangs, while others appeared to be grotesquely fused together, with half of their amalgamated forms covered in teeth, evoking a sense of dread. The clattering sound reminiscent of teeth colliding emanated from their bodies. Observing their attire, one could faintly discern that they were once members of the white, silver, and orange teams. However, their eyes and noses were nearly obscured by teeth, rendering them utterly devoid of sight and smell. They can't see us, but their hearing is acute. Su-Q crouched down, offering a hushed warning. Yes, I understand. But please don't utter anything like, as long as we don't disturb them, we can pass through. That's mere drivel. Why would you assume I could ever say such a thing? Su-Q scratched her head, utterly perplexed. Cheng Xiao offered no reply. Instead, she released her right hand, placing a stone of precisely 1 cubic meter upon the staircase, all the while speaking as she did so. Listen closely. After I place the stone, I will excavate a hole below, and then those, toothed demon servants. Su-Q interjected, her gaze fixated on the imposing wall before her, pondering how Cheng Xiao managed to suspend blocks in midair without them collapsing. Well, she could not fathom it, nonetheless. She had grown accustomed to the wonders of block creatures. Ah, indeed, I have a method to eliminate the toothed demon servants once they are lured in, and we merely need to observe. Additionally, here is something for you. Su-Q retrieved a vial of body-enhancing potion from her backpack, a concoction crafted from mutated blood. She received the mosaic bottle filled with deep crimson liquid from Cheng Xiao's hands, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. What an odd glass vessel. It appeared as if an object from a two-dimensional realm had materialized into the three-dimensional world. The bottle was flat, adorned in a mosaic style, with a wooden cork atop it. This led Su-Q to question whether it truly contained a potion. Hey, Su-Q, stop dawdling and step back a bit. Hearing the voice, Su-Q turned to see that the staircase before her had been completely obstructed by a thick wall, leaving a precisely 1 meter wide gap exposed in the center. Goodness, When did you construct this? The entire staircase is blocked. Su Qiwu crouched behind the wall, astonished at the solid barrier before her. Upon observing the vacant space in the middle, she immediately deduced it was intended for an attack. Without hesitation, she prepared to take aim at the opening. However, as soon as she moved, Cheng Xiao obstructed her. Hey, I told you to step back. This is where I intend to unleash the lava. Do you really want to shoot them one by one? In such a confined space, magma is the most effective weapon against swarming enemies. Why waste the durability of your firearms? Lava? Why does Mr. Block always utter such perplexing phrases? Where would lava even come from? Even if it existed, how could it be transferred to the staircase? Then she witnessed Cheng Xiao's right hand transforming the stone block into a barrel resembling molten lava. Subsequently, he directed it towards the gap, and a surreal phenomenon akin to animated lava began to emerge, advancing at a deliberately slow pace. As it neared, Su Qiwu felt an astonishing heat and realized it was indeed real lava. Absolutely remarkable. Once the lava filled the staircase below, Cheng Xiao declared, "It's ready." He then drew a shotgun and pulled the trigger towards the advancing tooth demon servants. Bang! The thunderous gunfire reverberated throughout the stairwell, naturally capturing the attention of the tooth demon servants below. These grotesque creatures, covered in teeth, emitted piercing shrieks as they charged towards the source of the sound. Entirely unaware that the staircase ahead was now inundated with lethally high-temperature lava, the first few tooth demon servants plunged into the lava, and at that moment, their speed seemed to slow as if caught in slow motion. Immediately, a noxious stench, a grotesque amalgamation of burning flesh and the pre-existing odor reminiscent of decaying corpses, permeated the stairwell. Under the relentless searing of the lava, their legs were severed, eliciting piercing cries of anguish as they uncontrollably plummeted into the molten abyss, gradually succumbing to the inferno. Soon, an increasing horde of bizarre, toothy minions surged into the lava, transforming the stairwell into a veritable barbecue. In a typical realm, such lava would be filled to the brim by these fearless minions, ultimately losing its scorching properties. However, this is the lava of my world, within the confines of Minecraft. Not even the entirety of humanity could fill it, let alone these minions. This is the essence of Minecraft, an immutable aspect akin to the laws of the universe. Yet, the crack of the shotgun fired by Cheng Xiao not only drew the attention of the toothy minions, but also awakened the awareness of even more terrifying creatures lurking below. Chapter 55. The divine might of rising flames, a multitude of toothed demons surged into the molten lava, only to be obliterated and vanish in an instant. If this relentless assault continued, it would take mere minutes to eradicate all the toothed demon minions clogging the staircase, leaving not a trace behind. This was the initial plan, until a resounding clatter of teeth echoed from below the stairs. I surmised that a formidable creature was approaching. Cheng Xiao remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the shadowy depths of the staircase. As the beam of his flashlight illuminated the darkness, it revealed a colossal, four-legged monster, so immense it nearly filled the entire stairwell, barreling towards them, pressed against the wall. It was a toothed demon. Su Qiwu immediately recognized the assimilated entity emerging below. The creature resembled a gigantic four-legged lizard, its limbs adorned with irregularly shaped teeth and its enormous eyes encased in a fist-sized maw. As those teeth parted, a tentacle, linked to its eyeball, writhed in the air, searching for a target. Upon spotting Cheng Xiao, it opened its gaping maw, revealing a swirling mass of teeth akin to a meat grinder, and ascended the staircase with surprising agility, its foot covered in jagged teeth, striking the wall with every step. Each impact left deep impressions in the wall, while teeth of varying sizes tumbled from its body due to the vibrations. Its unstoppable advance resembled an aging tank, careening forward and shedding parts as it went. As the creature drew nearer, Cheng Xiao discerned numerous wounds adorning the toothed demon, from which the fallen teeth had emerged. Additionally, its massive head, bristling with lengthy teeth, appeared to have lost a third of its mass due to some prior assault. It seemed the toothed demon had endured a fierce battle, its form riddled with healing injuries. "Allow me to handle that beast," Su Qiwu declared, preparing to fire her weapon, when suddenly a searing, sun-like brilliance erupted beside her. The intense heat was so overwhelming that it compelled her to retreat several meters, as if she were about to ignite. Upon discerning the source of this high temperature, she found Cheng Xiao wielding a 2-meter-long sword of fire. The sword resembled a divine weapon from the sun, engulfed in an unquenchable blaze, as sparks danced and scattered with each swing. In mere moments of its emergence, the corrupt materials on the surrounding walls hissed and crackled under the oppressive heat, some even igniting spontaneously. Simultaneously, Cheng Xiao donned an extraordinarily fantastical suit of heavy armor, resplendent in gold and crimson hues, the most striking feature being the 2 dragon horns curving elegantly from his helmet. If a dragon were to stand beside Cheng Xiao, he would undoubtedly resemble a true dragon knight. Do not gaze longingly. This armor and sword are mine. This is the rising flame armor and the sunfire greatsword, my prized possessions. I would feel immense sorrow if even 1 durability point were to diminish. Under normal circumstances, I would never be willing to wield them. In the blink of an eye, the toothed demon advanced with heavy strides, maneuvering around the formidable wall erected by Cheng Xiao, and unleashed a ferocious attack with its gaping maw. Simultaneously, sharp bullets spewed forth from its mouth like a relentless machine gun. Su Kawuxi, witnessing this scene, retreated while urgently warning Cheng Xiao, "Be careful not to let those teeth harm you. Even a slight scratch could infect you with the tooth demon virus." However, her concerns were unwarranted, for as the teeth approached, they clashed against the armor with a cacophony of metallic clinks, shattering into fragments upon impact. At the moment when the tooth demon charged forward, closing the gap to mere meters, Cheng Xiao, who had remained motionless until then, finally sprang into action. With a swift stomp of his square foot, he shot upwards like a bolt of lightning, his blazing sword, the flame sun greatsword, tracing a golden arc through the air, ablaze with an inferno capable of incinerating all in its path, and delivered a devastating blow from below towards the toothed demon. Cheng Xiao's speed was astonishing, so rapid that the toothed demon had no time to react, caught off guard by the swiftness of this peculiar creature. As they crossed paths, the flame sun greatsword pierced through the creature's gaping maw, slicing effortlessly through its body as if it were a knife gliding through paper, emerging from the rear with ease. Upon their intersecting passage, the toothed demon stood motionless at the spot where Cheng Xiao had just occupied, mouth agape. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao descended gracefully before Su Kawuxi. Yet, the fallen toothed demon appeared unscathed, its terrifying maw still advancing ominously. "Hey, Square Man, are you sure your weapon is effective?" "The toothed demon seems utterly unharmed," Su Kawuxi remarked, retreating further to escape the unbearable heat radiating from the flame sun greatsword. To be honest, she was astounded by Cheng Xiao's equipment. The toothed demon's barrage of teeth could penetrate the latest high-tech Guardian 5 armor of the elite task force. She never anticipated that such an assault would leave not even a mark on Cheng Xiao's armor. Before she could ponder further, Cheng Xiao spoke up. "This weapon is renowned for its speed." Just as his words lingered in the air, the advancing toothed demon suddenly halted. The low growl from its throat ceased, and the peculiar sound of teeth clashing vanished. In a moment of perplexity for Su Kawuxi, a tremendous explosion erupted from the toothed demon as it was engulfed in flames. This was not an ordinary fire. The flame sun greatsword infused its fiery essence into the enemy upon impact, leading to a cataclysmic explosion that would incinerate the target entirely. This explained why there was no immediate combustion upon contact, but rather an explosive ignition moments later. With a thunderous crack, a line of blood appeared from the toothed demon's head to its tail, its body cleaved in two amidst the roaring flames, collapsing heavily to the ground, destined to be reduced to ash in no time. The remaining minions of the toothed demon were similarly consumed by the molten lava. Cheng Xiao sheathed his weapon and retrieved a barrel, deftly returning the magma to its confines with a swift motion of his right hand. As soon as the retrieval was completed, Su Qiwu approached with a gaze filled with profound envy. "Mr. Blockhead, may I borrow that armor for a moment? And that magnificent greatsword as well." The yearning in her eyes reflected a deep desire for strength and power. However, the armor was simply not available for lending. Step aside. This is my personal property and cannot be borrowed. Cheng Xiao replied decisively. Yet, Su Qiwu seemed irresistibly drawn to the blazing greatsword, persistently insisting. Let me see it once more. Just once more, that extraordinary greatsword. As she spoke, a series of roars resonated from the bottom of the stairwell, the sounds growing ever closer. This cacophony promptly silenced Su Qiwu, extinguishing her desire to further admire the weapon. A subtle tremor reverberated from below, as more assimilated creatures surged upward, and potentially more terrifying assimilated entities were on the rise. Cheng Xiao sighed. I truly detest their welcoming ceremony. He then retrieved the blazing greatsword once more, a hint of sorrow in his tone. It feels exhilarating to wield, but the durability of my weapon. Chapter 56. Entering the laboratory and the staircase leading downwards, Cheng Xiao wielded the fiery sun greatsword, relentlessly dispatching a multitude of bizarre and grotesque, assimilated entities until he reached the bottom. Most of these assimilated beings were of F, D, or C rank, posing no considerable challenge to the fiery sun sword, which could vanquish them with just a few strikes. My weapon's durability, Cheng Xiao lamented as he stood atop a pile of corpses, gazing mournfully at the fiery sun greatsword in his hands. Had he known, he would not have opted for this formidable weapon. After all, he had an assortment of bombs and grenades in his inventory that could have sufficed. An explosive approach would have yielded different results, albeit with the risk of causing a collapse. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. An earthquake? Or perhaps another assimilated entity was about to emerge. Cheng Xiao, gripping the fiery sun greatsword, cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Meanwhile, Su Qiwu, who was checking his weaponry and ammunition, remained equally vigilant. As they ventured deeper into the laboratory, the dangers would only multiply. After a few tense moments, the tremors gradually subsided, and no assimilated entities appeared. Strange. Could it have been an ordinary earthquake? Sui Wupander, slightly perplexed. After some time, reassured by the absence of further disturbances, Su Qiwu exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed to be merely a minor quake, and for now, no assimilated entities were imminent. Furthermore, to his knowledge, there were no entities capable of causing such a disturbance in this vicinity. Hearing this explanation, Cheng Xiao did not dwell further on it, but instead inquired, You seem quite knowledgeable about this place. Were you perhaps an employee stationed at the military base above? Su Qiwu did not respond immediately. Instead, he advanced, flashlight in hand, skillfully making his way toward the entrance of the laboratory. The entrance had long been breached, revealing a large, gaping hole, surrounded by scattered shell casings and bullet holes, along with various craters and charred marks from explosions. Peering further inside, they observed a chaotic scene of disheveled corpses strewn about, accompanied by numerous damaged weapons. If his deductions were correct, these individuals were likely part of the team dispatched to recontain the Calamity Tree. However, he did not recognize their uniforms, making it impossible to ascertain which elite task force they belonged to. Remarkable, Cheng Xiao mused, to have fought their way through such a throng of assimilated entities to reach this point. He couldn't help but admire the prowess of the elite task force. Had it been an ordinary division, they would have been annihilated long before even nearing the laboratory, likely thwarted by the overwhelming horde of assimilated creatures outside. Although he could have pressed through without divine weaponry, it would have required considerable effort. These humans, however, did not possess such advantages. Suddenly, Su Qiwu glanced at the bodies inside, a hint of sorrow in his tone. They truly were formidable. Turning to Cheng Xiao, the darkness of the surroundings obscured his expression, leaving Cheng Xiao unable to discern the depth of his emotions. Are you familiar with the final contingency plan for the containment troops? Cheng Xiao recalled this familiar term, having seemingly heard it from Lu Wu before. The mission must be completed at all costs. Although Su Qiwu was surprised that Cheng Xiao knew about this, she nodded in agreement immediately. Such operations are rarely executed, and if they are, it is either to successfully complete the mission and return or to perish at the site of the task. There could be no escapees. That would be a disgrace to the team. As Su Qiwu spoke, her voice grew increasingly strained, and it seemed she was suppressing something within. The moment she turned her gaze forward again, Cheng Xiao caught a glimpse of a glimmering tear beneath her eyes. Without further ado, let us proceed inside. Upon entering the laboratory, Cheng Xiao began to form speculations about Su Qiwu's true identity. The laboratory hall was shrouded in darkness due to the power being off. The areas illuminated by their flashlights and lanterns were laden with dense, black decay. The degree of corruption here was far greater and more concentrated than in the upper levels. It felt as if they had stepped into a decaying alien world. How I wish to ignite this place. Cheng Xiao suppressed her urge to set fire to the surroundings and followed the path to the power distribution room to inspect the power supply. You can repair this? Cheng Xiao asked, gazing at the massive contraption meant for electricity. If it were up to her to fix it, she would be left scratching her head in confusion. I understand a bit. Let me attempt to start it. A few minutes later, Su Qiwu frowned. It seems this device is completely broken and cannot be started. Watching the power generator remain unresponsive regardless of her efforts filled her with urgency. If they could not restore power, they would be unable to recontain the calamity tree, nor would they be able to contact anyone else. Deep beneath the earth, her portable terminal had no signal whatsoever. She was left in the dark about the situation above. General Zhao had mentioned that someone was sabotaging the mirror wall. If that wall were breached, they would be met with a nuclear strike. Should a nuclear weapon be launched, this place would become a subterranean tomb. It was also possible that a few ground-penetrating missiles would be deployed to obliterate the laboratory entirely. After spending another 10 to 20 minutes trying to repair the generator, Su Qiwu still had no success. What's going on? Do you need assistance? Seeing that the repairs were taking too long, Cheng Xiao stepped forward to inquire. Only then did Su Qiwu emerge from the cramped maintenance space. Her once blue attire and sun-kissed skin were now marred by dark stains. I cannot discern where the problem lies. It may be that the corruption has caused internal issues in the power generator, rendering it incapable of supplying power. Are you saying it cannot provide energy? Su Qiwu shrugged in resignation. Yes, we may have to confront the calamity tree in the dark. However, Cheng Xiao suddenly interjected. Is it not possible to restore it as long as there is an energy supply? Well, that is the implication. Do you have a solution? After witnessing Cheng Xiao's remarkable abilities, Su Qiwu believed that this square figure was capable of anything. Oh, I have an idea. Perhaps we can give it a try, although I am uncertain if it will work. Cheng Xiao, after speaking, retrieved a deep crimson block from his backpack. This was a redstone block, which he had once studied for a time. The mechanisms of redstone lamps and pistons relied entirely on this substance. After all, it was all about generating power, and power generation here was no different. The moment the redstone block was placed down, emanating a deep red glow, it naturally attracted the attention of Su Qiwu. What is this? It's glowing. Su Qiwu's initially curious expression suddenly faltered. What stone can emit light on its own? Such energy cannot arise from nothing. Goodness, unaware of the radiation surrounding him, I certainly do not wish to mutate. Terrified, Su Qiwu's face turned pale as he retreated, continuously scanning the redstone block with his portable terminal. Chapter 57. The Peril of the Forbidden Zone upon detecting an unknown energy source. Su Qiwu's eyes widened in alarm as he internally screamed, "Indeed, there is radiation." He instinctively retreated, creating distance between himself and the ominous presence. What on earth? Cheng Xiao, do you always carry such things around? Are you out of your mind? Are you consuming radiation? No wonder I see you sleepless every day. The mystery is finally solved. Cheng Xiao, perplexed by Su Qiwu's reaction to merely placing a redstone block, noted that he appeared genuinely frightened. Previously, he would refer to her as Blockman, but now he addressed her by name. What are you babbling about? Radiation? I've utilized this for hundreds of years without encountering any danger. All right, Sui Wu, now pressing his back against the wall with hands raised in a gesture of refusal, declared, I won't approach that thing. Whatever redstone it is. In our realm, anything that emits light is certainly not benign. I have no desire to transform into a three-headed, six-armed containment entity while entering and exiting. Is it really that terrifying? If I were to release a glowstone, wouldn't it frighten you to death? Glowstone? Isn't that a gem? What is there to fear? Cheng Xiao replied calmly, because its light is far more intense than that of redstone. Please, please, please. Do not bring it out. Su Qiwu's fear intensified. This block man seemed to possess an array of peculiar items. So how exactly do you intend to activate the power supply? With that redstone? Inquisitive. Su Qiwu was more interested in how Cheng Xiao planned to repair the power supply with a mere block than the strange objects. In response to her confusion, Cheng Xiao produced a crafting table and placed it on the ground. Yes, but first, I require a button to initiate it. Fortunately, the stones within the wall are normal and can be utilized for crafting. Soon, Su Qiwu observed Cheng Xiao's block-like right hand moving intermittently, and after a few moments, a small stone appeared in his grasp. This must be the button he mentioned. I say, Blockman, although I am unaware of your intentions, this will not solve our predicament. We need to repair. Before she could finish her sentence, she witnessed Cheng Xiao using a pickaxe to remove the redstone and position it beside the power supply. Then, something utterly confounding transpired. After placing the redstone, the stone button was affixed atop the power supply, and Cheng Xiao's block-like right hand made contact with the button, producing a low hum. Suddenly, the previously dormant generator roared to life, its bright light illuminating the dark laboratory. All the equipment, terminals, air conditioning, and more began to operate. The once murky air started to circulate, followed by a series of alert sounds from the devices. Under the glowing lights, Su Qiwu, with a bewildered expression, gazed at Cheng Xiao, her mind a tumultuous whirlpool of confusion. A block and a button. Have activated the damaged power supply? Am I dreaming? All those years I spent studying electrical work and machinery have been in vain. What are you staring at? I thought Su Qiyu was still afraid of the redstone. As Cheng Xiao patiently explained, the redstone is indeed like that. It powers my family's lights, which have functioned flawlessly for centuries. You repaired it with this. Su Qiyu was still somewhat taken aback, as this revelation was quite overwhelming for her. What else could be done? When there is no energy, simply provide it with energy. This statement resonated with Su Qiyu, making perfect sense. When there's a lack of energy, just supply it with energy. Meanwhile, as Cheng Xiao resolved the laboratory's energy issues, turmoil brewed outside. Especially at the headquarters airport, Zhao Tianyu was in a state of frantic disarray, preparing to personally head to the northern restricted area. They had just received news of the mirror wall's destruction. Although the perpetrator had been apprehended, a certain Isaac, an agent dispatched by America, everything was already in vain. The troops encircling the northern restricted area had all mobilized, and various military weaponry was being transported from all corners of the nation to the north. From the very beginning, they had anticipated the worst-case scenario of the assimilated biological army breaching the mirror wall, and now everything was proceeding according to the pre-established contingency plan. Zhao Lao, just as Zhao Tianyu was about to board the private plane to the northern restricted area, a man in uniform, around his 30s and also from the yellow team, rushed over, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and he appeared to have hurried back from a long chase. Zhao Tianyu immediately recognized him as Zhou Kangwa, one of the managers of the entire white team. Little Zhou, what brings you here? He asked, somewhat puzzled, his tone slightly unfriendly, considering the restricted area was created by this group, and now it was the orange team dealing with the aftermath. Zhou Kangwa rushed forward, quickly wiping the sweat from his brow. He spoke rapidly. We, the laboratory, Huff, has received a signal from the A-Zone laboratory in the northern restricted area. I urge you to prevent the military from bombing the restricted area. What? They actually succeeded. Zhao Tianyu was initially taken aback. He hadn't expected Cheng Xiao and the others to infiltrate the laboratory in such a short time and activate the backup power. But then, his expression darkened, realizing it was already too late. Just moments ago, they had been in a meeting when they received news of the mirror wall's destruction, and everyone had voted in favor of the cleanup plan. Even the highest authority had urgently called. This matter concerned the entire Long Nation and could not be taken lightly. It was now impossible. The highest authority had issued orders that no assimilated beings must be allowed to escape. Recalling the content of the meeting, he realized that within half an hour at most, the military would use satellites to locate the assimilated biological army and employ short-range missiles for bombardment. Following, there would be bombers, cluster bombs, and napalm, all conducting successive attacks. If the numbers became unmanageable, tactical nuclear weapons would be utilized for cleanup. Certainly, the laboratories within the restricted zone would not be spared either. All would fall victim to underground missile strikes. Zhou Kangwa was in a state of agitation, wiping the sweat from his brow. As the vital data concerning the super soldier program was within his grasp, how could he possibly relent? With this data and Su Q's tests, they might very well concoct the perfect super soldier serum. As one of the leaders of the white team, he understood all too well the significance of the super soldier serum. It possessed the potential to influence the fate of the nation. Old Zhao, please devise a way to delay, for just 1 hour, the research materials on the super soldier are of utmost importance. As the one in charge of addressing the northern restricted zone issues, you must comprehend this well. Yet, in the face of Zhou Kongwa's desperate pleas, Zhao Tianyu maintained his stern demeanor, his lips sealed without a hint of concession. Instead, a trace of anger seeped into his voice as he retorted, "It is precisely because of the experiments conducted by your white team. I have advocated numerous times in meetings that the northern restricted zone should be promptly cleared to mitigate losses, yet you have persistently obstructed our efforts. Our orange team has already assisted your white team abundantly. We delivered the test subjects to you. Do you have any idea how many elite task forces have perished for the sake of retrieving that insignificant data? I even urgently deployed a containment object whose danger level could rival that of the calamity tree. All for your damn data." The thought of the fallen soldiers, whose bodies could not even be recovered, ignited a rising fury within Zhao Tianyu. In the end, even if I were to assist you, what difference would it make? I am merely one of the senior managers of the orange team. There are others to consider. How am I to persuade them to approach the highest authority? With that, he disregarded Zhou Kongwa's calls and boarded the helicopter, preparing to close the cargo door. At that moment, Zhou Kangwa, having been reprimanded by Zhao Tianyu, could no longer contain his own anger. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Tianyu, shouting furiously, "The deaths of your orange team members sadden me as well. But have you considered that if the super soldier program fails, how shall we contend against the nations led by America? The sacrifices of those soldiers were made so that we could rise. We are but one step away from success. If we abandon our efforts now, their deaths would be in vain." He continued to stare at Zhao Tianyu, awaiting a response. If Zhao Tianyu was unwilling to assist, he would risk everything to seek an audience with the highest authority to delay the bombing. Chapter 58. The eve of bombardment. Zhao Tianyu, with a grim expression, forcefully closed the cabin door. This closure seemed to create an insurmountable chasm between the two, symbolizing the complete cessation of their communication. The mirror wall had been breached, and the assimilated biological army could emerge from the restricted zone at any moment, threatening the entire Dragon Nation. With billions of lives hanging in the balance, the members of the white group absurdly contemplated delaying the bombardment, fixated on research data, as if they had lost their minds. Below, Zhou Kangwa persistently shouted that even if the bombardment could not be postponed, they must at least rescue Su Qiwu. She was the first experimental subject. According to the transmitted data, she had perfectly integrated the super soldier serum. With her, we might be able to develop the super soldier serum without the tree of calamity. Observing the helicopter that had already taken flight, he quickly used his portable terminal to convey his words to Zhao Tianyu. Subsequently, Zhou Kangwa contacted all the members of the yellow group managing the white group to appeal to the highest authority for a delay in the bombardment. On the helicopter, Zhao Tianyu sighed as he read the incoming message. There was simply no time to save anyone. The nearest support came from the Xuanwu battle group stationed at the spraying platform, but by the time they arrived, the bombardment would have already commenced. Even if they did arrive, how would they navigate through the vast encirclement of assimilated biological forces to successfully retreat? The swift destruction of the mirror wall had caught everyone off guard, and there was no way Su Qiwu could possibly evacuate in time. Yet suddenly, he thought of someone who might have a solution. Cheng Xiao. He immediately sent a message to Zhou Kangwa. "Zhao Tianyu. Zhou Kangwa, if I can save that experimental subject, you owe me a favor." "Zhou Kangwa, really? Do you have a way to delay the bombardment?" "Fao Tianyu. No. The order for bombardment has been issued and cannot be delayed, but there is a containment entity that might save her." "Zhou Kangwa. Are you referring to the entity codenamed Blockman? That's impossible. I have seen his data. While he indeed possesses many extraordinary abilities and immense creative power, rescuing someone from the bombardment zone is out of the question. Zhao Tianyu, I believe he can. Zhou Canwa. Fine, regardless. As long as Su Chiwu can be saved, I owe you a favor. Ending the communication, Zhao Tianyu glanced at the time, 11:22. In approximately 10 minutes, the military would commence the bombardment of the restricted zone. He raised his wrist, using the portable terminal to contact Su Chiwu. Previously, due to a lack of signal, he had been unable to connect, but now that the A-Zone laboratory had restored power, the internal signal transmitter was operational, and communication was no longer an issue. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the underground laboratory, with power restored, Cheng Xiao and Su Chiwu pressed deeper. During this time, Cheng Xiao had dispatched numerous assimilated containment entities lurking in the shadows. However, Su Chiwu had been glancing around anxiously, seemingly searching for something. Occasionally, she would scrutinize the corpses on the ground, appearing somewhat distracted. As Cheng Xiao passed by a place known as the equipment depot, he came to an abrupt halt. Noticing Cheng Xiao's pause, Su Chiwu glanced back with a hint of wariness and inquired, "Have you discovered any assimilated beings?" "No," Cheng Xiao replied, his square face shifting from the three characters of equipment depot back to Su Chiwu's face. "Well, I'm just going to take a stroll inside to ascertain safety. I absolutely have no intention of engaging in anything else." "All right, I'll wait for you here." It seemed as if Su Chiwu had been anticipating this opportunity. No sooner had Cheng Xiao's figure vanished than she ventured into shadows. Illuminated by her flashlight, the area revealed extensive destruction wrought by an explosion. The walls, ceiling, and various equipment lay in tatters. Scattered across the ground were numerous decayed corpses, accompanied by an unbearable stench of rot that assailed her senses. Ignoring the foul odors and the bodies strewn about, she approached a decaying corpse leaning against the wall and crouched down. Upon closer inspection, the gear worn by the body was tattered, the remains were mangled, and the face was unrecognizable. Yet, Su Chiwu knew who these deceased were, the elite special forces, members of the rapid assault team. Not only were there many of their corpses in the vicinity, but most had also been so mutilated that they were barely human. Some had been gnawed upon by some creature, leaving only bones behind, and the air was thick with a nauseating scent. Carefully, Su Chiwu pried open the tightly clenched right hand of the corpse. In the palm lay a yellow pendant. She picked it up and opened it, revealing a photograph of a family of 3. In that moment, she could no longer contain herself. She covered her mouth with one hand as tears streamed down her cheeks. Softly, she murmured, "Dad, I'm late." The corpse before her was none other than the captain of the rapid assault team, her father. She recalled the circumstances vividly. Over 20 of them had charged into the laboratory, only to unexpectedly encounter assimilated entities. They hadn't had time to reach the power station, caught off guard by the assimilated beings and forced into the staff dining area. In their desperation, the squad split into 2 groups. One group to distract the enemies while the team she was in received her father's covert order to retreat with her forcibly. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as she was pushed into a vehicle for evacuation, while the others were engulfed by the assimilated beings. At that time, the corruption within the restricted area was not as severe, and there was still a chance to withdraw. The Tree of Calamity. Su Chiwu muttered through gritted teeth, "Dad, I will avenge you." Just as she contemplated how to destroy the Tree of Calamity once she located it, her portable headset signaled an incoming communication from Zhao Tianyu. Wiping away her tears and taking a few deep breaths, she activated the portable terminal. After a few seconds, the headset crackled to life with Zhao Tianyu's voice. Perhaps influenced by some unknown force, the communication was rife with static. Amidst the cacophony, she discerned alarming news regarding the military's imminent bombardment of the restricted zone. What? The mirror wall had been breached, and in less than 15 minutes, the military would commence a full-scale assault on the prohibited area. 15 minutes. That was hardly sufficient time for our evacuation. What about the support from the spraying platform base? They have also withdrawn. Upon receiving this information from Zhao Tianyu, Su Kawux felt an unsettling disbelief at being forsaken. Su Kawux, the situation has escalated unexpectedly. leaving us no time to rescue you. You still have a chance. Perhaps there is someone who can save you. Who? Who else is here to provide assistance? Su Kawux anxiously glanced around. She was a warrior, often reckless in battle. Yet that was only when she felt assured. When faced with the prospect of death, however, she instinctively felt a surge of panic. It is Cheng Xiao. He is your sole means of salvation. Just as the two conversed, Su Kawux failed to notice a shadow emerging from the darkness, slowly advancing towards her. Chapter 59. The Lost Matters as a test subject for the Super Soldier Serum. Su Qiwu possessed physical capabilities several times greater than that of an ordinary human, and her sensory perception had also been significantly enhanced. At the moment she was lost in thought, gazing at a photograph in her hand, she heard a disturbance behind her. Her body instinctively reacted, evading forward, and she raised her weapon, swiftly aiming at the source of the sound. What have you discovered to be so agitated? It turned out to be Cheng Xiao, who had just returned from stroll. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Mr. Blockhead. Why'd you sneak up on me? Su Qiwu exhaled deeply, only lowering her weapon once she confirmed he was not an enemy. I was not sneaking. I approached in broad daylight, Cheng Xiao retorted, then glanced at the corpse leaning against the wall. This person is connected to you, isn't he? As he approached, he noticed Su Qiwu had been fixated on the lifeless body, her expression steeped in sorrow, indicating a profound backstory. From your demeanor, I suspect they were part of the elite task force that first infiltrated the laboratory, the Rampant Assault Team, and you were one of its members. At this point, Cheng Xiao paused. It was evident that Su Qiwu had somehow escaped and subsequently undergone the super soldier experiment, returning here for vengeance. Su Qiwu's expression froze momentarily before she bowed her head. The shame of her escape lingered, tormenting her daily. The obliteration of the Calamity Tree had become her constant obsession. Cheng Xiao's arrival had presented her with the opportunity for retribution. Indeed, I was once a member of the Rampant Assault Team. I am the disgrace of the entire squad, having fled and watched them perish one by one before my eyes. Her hands clenched tightly, teeth gritted. She spoke with a fierce determination. Thus, I have come to annihilate the Calamity Tree. The notion of being recaptured never crossed my mind. Our objectives align. I too have never considered recapturing this entity. Cheng Xiao promptly replied. At that time, Zhao Tianyu had instructed him to simply activate the laboratory's backup power to recapture the Calamity Tree. In reality, even if it were recaptured, he would seek a means to destroy it. Yet, he felt puzzled about the idea of recapturing it. Hadn't he activated the backup power? Why was there no response? He then inquired of Su Qiwu, by the way, did Zhao Tianyu send you any messages? At the mention of this, Su Qiwu hurriedly informed him about the imminent destruction of the mirror wall. With a newfound resolve, she declared, no matter what, even if I die today, I must first destroy the Calamity Tree. The sight of her father's lifeless body had extinguished any lingering fear of death, replaced entirely by a thirst for vengeance. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of retribution. As long as I can avenge, my life is inconsequential. Hey. Upon witnessing her extreme demeanor, Cheng Xiao hastily approached, executing fervent squats while vigorously gesturing with his right hand, attempting to offer solace. Flowers may bloom anew, yet youth is a fleeting treasure. Do not so easily disregard the sanctity of your own life. You are not me. I possess the power of infinite resurrection. Besides, with but a few obsidian blocks, I might be able to save you. There is no need to seek death. However, prior to that, let us resolve the matter of the largest summoning pillar while time still permits. After absorbing Cheng Xiao's words, Su Qiwu inhaled deeply, recalling her mother who awaited her return at home, as well as her father's admonition to take care of her mother. It dawned on her that during the previous division of their forces, her father had intended for her to retreat, but the intensity of the battle had obscured that intention. You speak true, Mr. Blockman. With that, she rose, raising her right hand to point towards a seemingly ruptured expanse of darkness. The tree of calamity lies within. Today, I shall witness its demise firsthand. With their objective clear, the two ventured into the vast containment area housing the tree of calamity. It was time to gain understanding. As the light dispelled the darkness, they beheld an eerie, towering black tree adorned with immense tendrils, estimated to reach a height of over 10 meters. Resembling a colossal dark giant that used its formidable body and appendages to stretch against the ceiling, carving a massive pit capable of accommodating its upper half. Once inside, they exchanged little dialogue. Su Chuwu began rummaging through her small backpack for explosives while Cheng Xiao observed with intrigue. This summoning pillar was unlike any he had encountered before. It was distinctly unique. For one, it was not as large, and upon his approach, it did not summon assimilated creatures for attack. In previous encounters, any proximity to such pillars would trigger an onslaught of these beings. Yet, it mattered little. These wretched parasites, no matter their peculiarities, deserved annihilation. This sentiment stemmed not only from their destructive nature, but also from the fact that they had nearly exterminated all whom he held dear. Fortuitously, he had previously procured an abundance of bombs from the armory, sufficient to send this summoning pillar soaring into oblivion. Just as Cheng Xiao prepared to conclude this ordeal, a disjointed cacophony of voices reached his ears, as if a multitude were speaking in unison. "What? Shall I call you?" Cheng Xiao and Su Chuwu abruptly raised their heads towards the summoning pillar. It spoke. They then witnessed several grotesquely corrupted figures emerge from around the black tree. The source of the earlier voices, Cheng Xiao, creator, or perhaps a walking deity, impossible. How could you vile creatures possess intelligence? How could you utter speech? Cheng Xiao's mind was engulfed in disbelief. He had fought against these parasitic beings for countless years, never once realizing they could communicate. In response to his bewilderment, the summoning pillar commanded those it had corrupted to speak. "From them, I have gleaned a wealth of knowledge." Cheng Xiao was taken aback. Indeed, allowing these malevolent entities to evolve would not lead to favorable outcomes. However, a subsequent wave of confusion washed over her. Who were these creators, these walking deities? She had no recollection of such titles in her memory. Coupled with the photographs she had previously seen, Cheng Xiao found herself ensnared in doubt. Had she forgotten something for some reason? What was the meaning behind those titles? She could not recall anyone ever mentioning them to her. Slowly, she inquired, attempting to confront the potentially lost fragments of her memory. Her old adversary, had they forgotten so swiftly? How should I articulate this? In the language of humans. You have been relentlessly pursuing us for millennia, traversing countless worlds. Why, then, do you remain unwilling to bring this to an end? Chapter 60. The incomplete beings, either you perish or I vanish. Though Cheng Xiao's square, pixelated visage bore no expression, these words caused a throng of marionettes, manipulated puppets, to recoil in fear. It seemed to signify that this sentient summoning pillar was experiencing an emotion akin to terror. "I shall crush each of you one by one, dragging you from the depths and stamping you out. I want you wretched souls to remember this. I, the square-faced Cheng Xiao, shall be your eternal nightmare." As the ominous words echoed, the puppets displayed unmistakable terror. It was as if an instinctual fear had been triggered within them, their mouths uttering a cacophony of pleas. "No, help, spare me, have mercy," that reverberated throughout the laboratory. After several agonizing seconds, the mournful cries gradually subsided, and the once terrified expressions of the puppets began to stabilize. "Why? Archenemy, if that is the case, this world shall also be brought to ruin, because of you, just as before. At that time, they revered you as a deity, yet you, even if you annihilate us all, those are merely the avatars of the Supreme." Upon finishing, the puppets roared in unison. "The Supreme Parasite, you say? I had not anticipated such a notion. No wonder those parasites were relentless. Could it be that this so-called Supreme was a parasite that had escaped his annihilation long ago? What was certain, however, was that these accursed parasites had infiltrated other realms. He had witnessed this truth through the portal to other dimensions. Those were indeed worlds overtaken by parasites. Yet, the idea that beings from other worlds revered him as a god was utterly foreign to him. After the apocalyptic war, he had traversed to other dimensions, such as Hell and the Twilight Forest, which had long since succumbed to the parasites. There was no life left to worship him as a deity. "What god? I do not comprehend your words," Cheng Xiao retorted. This response momentarily stunned the summoning pillar, as if it had not anticipated such a reply from Cheng Xiao. Ah, Remno. I see now. Its tone shifted, no longer imbued with fear, but rather a newfound confidence. How much strength do you have remaining to withstand us? Oh, is that so? While I do not grasp the entirety of your discourse, I assure you, I possess sufficient means to confront you. Cheng Xiao advanced a step, and the previously emboldened voices of the puppets faltered. Even the tendrils of the summoning pillar quivered slightly, revealing that after countless years of conflict, the imprint of fear Cheng Xiao instilled had embedded itself deep within their instincts. What is the square-faced one saying? He claims you are. Su Qiwu's gaze resembled that of someone encountering Cheng Xiao for the first time. She never anticipated that Cheng Xiao would be acquainted with the Tree of Calamity, and it appeared that they had been engaged in battle for an extended period. Yet, what deity was the Tree of Calamity referring to? Could it be that Cheng Xiao harbored another identity? I too was perplexed by her words. But one thing was certain. A powerful Tyrannosaurus hand grenade materialized in the hands of the block figure. You are doomed, roaring with realization that death was inescapable today. The puppet controlled by the summoning pillar began to emit inhuman howls, its body fracturing to reveal a horrifying gaping maw. Concurrently, the summoning pillar quaked violently, causing the entire space to tremble subtly. Large fragments of debris cascaded from the ceiling. In a desperate struggle for survival, Cheng Xiao resolutely hurled a multitude of grenades at the summoning pillar, recklessly tossing more than a dozen Tyrannosaurus grenades as if they were worthless. Having witnessed their destructive power firsthand, he knew these grenades were sufficient to obliterate the entire summoning pillar. Observing this, Su Qiwu, without a moment's hesitation, activated a large C4 bomb and flung it with force. Having completed their tasks, the two sprinted out of the room at breakneck speed. Amidst a cacophony of beeping sounds, the puppets continued to emit various roars. You cannot be eradicated. Next time, the Supreme shall descend. Your power will belong to us all. Before the echo of those words faded, an eruption of explosions ensued, and the tremendous shockwave caused the entire underground structure to begin collapsing. Massive stones began to plummet from the ceiling, and within minutes, a significant portion of the underground laboratory would be engulfed by the rubble. We won't make it to the surface in time, Su Qiwu shouted while dodging the falling debris. Yet, he noticed that Cheng Xiao had suddenly halted, using black stones to construct something on the spot. In mere seconds, he had assembled a structure resembling a doorway, akin to building with blocks. Mr. Blockman, could it be that you can create a portal right here? The ground trembled ominously as the military commenced bombardment. Wasn't there still a good 10 minutes left? Why has it started early? Now, both the heavens and the earth were under siege. Even if they ascended, there would be nowhere to flee. It's over, it's over. In that critical moment, as the rudimentary portal took form, Cheng Xiao struck the black doorframe with the flint in his blocky right hand. With a click, a purple energy surged forth, enveloping the central void of the frame and manifesting a portal, while shimmering purple starlight began to emanate from within. Su Qiwu hastily inquired where it led to. I don't know, perhaps to hell. But this isn't the block world. I have no idea where we would end up. Don't hesitate, hurry inside, Cheng Xiao bellowed, as the collapsing area ahead rapidly advanced towards them. Regardless of the peculiar nature of this object or the enigmatic destination to which it might lead, it was undoubtedly preferable to being entombed several hundred meters beneath the earth. Gritting her teeth, she plunged headlong into the unknown. Simultaneously, she cast a glance towards the summoning pillar, where the sounds had now ceased, under the relentless barrage of bombs. It was beyond redemption. The fulfillment of vengeance brought her an exhilarating sense of relief. Father, I have avenged you. As this thought crossed her mind, the scene before her began to twist and turn in shades of purple, a wave of dizziness threatening to overwhelm her. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Cheng Xiao also vanished into the portal just as the underground laboratory collapsed entirely. Subsequently, a deluge of debris cascaded down, burying the portal deep within the earth. Hundreds of meters below, on the other side, a lengthy convoy was speeding towards the perimeter of the Forbidden Zone, a withdrawal team from the spraying platform. Above, Several helicopters soared outward, while fighter jets and massive bombers occasionally flew in the opposite direction. The air was thick with the sounds of explosions. Much of the Forbidden Zone was engulfed in chaos. Once the bombardment ceased, nothing would remain here but yellow sand and remnants, devoid of any life. At the rear of the convoy, a truck was filled with members of the Red Group, tasked not with conducting experiments like the White Group personnel, but rather serving roles such as cleaning and transportation. Among them sat an individual, expressionless and vacant-eyed, starkly contrasting with the others who were animatedly reacting to the explosions outside. Chapter 61. The anomaly of the portal. The bombardment persisted for an entire day, and when it finally ceased, the military, in conjunction with the elite task force known as the White Tiger Brigade, commenced a thorough cleansing of the restricted zone. As one of the 4 major brigades, the White Tiger Brigade excelled in executing annihilation campaigns against large-scale containment entities. If the Black Tortoise Brigade represented the pinnacle of armored strength within the Dragon Kingdom's task forces, the White Tiger Brigade was its most formidable blade, wielding mercilessly and with lethal intent. Zhao Tianyu, who had already arrived at the observation station's base, was currently listening to Lin Jie's report. Lin Jie, a member of the Silver Group who had previously escorted Cheng Xiao to the observation station, had been diligently managing the station in his absence. General Zhao, we have identified the perpetrator responsible for the destruction of the mirror wall. Preliminary assessments indicate that they belong to an elite task force from America. Lin Jie stated gravely, handing over a stack of documents to Zhao Tianyu, which contained information gathered from the interrogation of the assailants. The more Zhao Tianyu read, the more his head ached. The adversaries were equipped with a peculiar type of gear that not only rendered them invisible, but also shielded them from detection. It was no wonder the patrol teams were unable to locate them, ultimately resorting to the assistance of several military dogs stationed nearby to track them down. They had employed a containment device to breach the mirror wall's barrier, resulting in the core of the mirror wall entering a state of overload for 24 hours. Have we located the containment device that was used to damage the mirror wall? Zhao Tianyu inquired. Lin Jie shook his head. No. When the patrol teams finally found them, they had split into 4 groups, and one team managed to escape with the containment device. Due to their armored suits, we only managed to apprehend 3 individuals and eliminate 5. The rest vanished without a trace. After speaking, Lin Jie carefully lifted a pile of documents from the table, revealing a file concerning the mysterious containment object. According to the captured prisoners, the device was a large pair of scissors, codenamed Severance of all things, reputed to possess the capability to cut through any material in existence. Its containment level, like that of the mirror wall, was classified as top secret. It was this very pair of scissors that had devastated the entire mirror wall. Zhao Tianyu remained silent for a long time as he contemplated the documents before him. The mirror wall was a containment object discovered by the Dragon Kingdom within a devastated technological world. Its defense is capable of completely negating the impact of nuclear and hydrogen bombs. It could be asserted that nothing on Earth could breach its formidable structure. To his astonishment, the portal from the Otherworld had bestowed upon America a miraculous device capable of dismantling the mirror wall. Furthermore, judging by America's swift actions, this destructive scheme was evidently premeditated. Continue to interrogate the remaining captives to ascertain the possible locations of their comrades, and deploy teams to search the vicinity for potential hiding spots. Capture them if the opportunity arises. If not, eliminate them all. I want those individuals to understand that the Dragon Kingdom is not a place they can enter and exit at will. With a furrowed brow and a voice laden with lethal intent, Zhao Tianyu issued a pursuit order after reviewing the documents. The audacity of these scoundrels, plunging the Dragon Kingdom into crisis, was infuriating. Allowing them to escape would be intolerable. Not only must these miscreants be apprehended, but the top-secret containment device they brought with them must also be secured. Losing an exceptionally precious and classified containment artifact is enough to send America into a frenzy. Indeed, General Zhao, upon hearing the command, Lin Jie stood at attention and saluted solemnly. By the way, have there been any updates regarding Cheng Xiao? As Lin Jie heard Zhao Tianyu inquire about this, his poised foot faltered, and he shook his head despondently. There's been no news of him for the time being. However, the signal that White Team had originally been using to monitor Su Q's physical data abruptly vanished with the onset of the bombardment. Preliminary assessments suggest they might. Lin Jie sighed. It seems they may have met with misfortune. No, Zhao Tianyu vehemently disagreed with this conclusion. Su Q could perish, but Cheng Xiao is absolutely beyond death. He had not forgotten Cheng Xiao's remarkable ability to resurrect. If Cheng Xiao had indeed perished, he would undoubtedly have revived elsewhere. It was merely a matter of where that resurrection might have occurred. A cascade of vexing troubles ensued, each more significant than the last. The destruction of the mirror wall, the assimilation of biological entities, Cheng Xiao, America, and other threats began to gnaw at him, leaving him increasingly listless. In just a few days, the once vibrant man had grown increasingly lethargic. With Cheng Xiao missing, unless he voluntarily revealed himself, as he had previously, they would have to expend effort in search of him once more. The most concerning thought was whether Cheng Xiao might revive abroad. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. Zhao Tianyu gazed out through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the darkened Forbidden Zone, a weariness gradually manifesting in his eyes. Meanwhile, in a forest shrouded in darkness, a portal made of black stone, emanating a flickering purple glow, slowly materialized. After a brief moment, it solidified. A square figure surged forth from within. Shortly thereafter, the black portal appeared to be affected by some force, as a piece of obsidian began to crack. From a multitude of fissures emerged waves of purple light, while the teleportation energy dissipated simultaneously, rendering the portal inoperative. As night enveloped the forest, a chorus of insect chirps filled the air, accompanied by a perplexed voice. "This is not hell. Where did this hell gate bring me?" Cheng Xiao stared bewildered at the surrounding environment. The gateway he had constructed in the block world was referred to as the Hell Gate, a passage to the underworld. Of course, this was not the traditional conception of hell, inhabited by demons and devils, but rather a distinct ecological realm within the block universe. In the present moment, he found himself in this forest, which sparked a fleeting sensation that he had returned to the block world. Yet it was evident that he had not, for the absence of blocks indicated he remained on Blue Star. It appeared that the Hell Gate had, for some unknown reason, lost its capacity to transport to the underworld, seemingly transforming into a form of random teleportation. Could it be that upon leaving the block world, the Hell Gate lost its ability to venture into hell? But where was Su Q? Logically, she should have emerged first from the advanced portal she had created. Why is he the only one who emerged? And the sensation of the teleportation feels amiss. Previously, traveling to the underworld took mere seconds. Yet this time, it seems an eternity has passed. I hope Su Kawuz has not been transported to a perilous location. Cheng Xiao silently prays. What he fears most is a malfunctioning portal. Otherwise, it might transport Su Kawuz to another world, commonly referred to as a parallel universe. Meanwhile, Su Kawuz indeed departed from the portal earlier than Cheng Xiao, but the place where she found herself was rather peculiar. She appeared in what seemed to be a bay, surrounded by numerous fishing boats and dilapidated wooden shacks in the distance. Initially, she thought she had arrived in a foreign land. It was not until she spotted a bizarre, massive ship with tentacles soaring through the sky, engulfed in flames as it plummeted toward the ground, that her suspicions were confirmed. With her enhanced vision, she soon discerned that others were also plummeting rapidly from the sky, landing precisely where she stood. "What on earth? Jumping out without a parachute?" she exclaimed, hastily searching for the right moment to catch the falling individuals. With the strength of a super soldier, she was fully capable of catching someone from such heights. Of course, while she might emerge unscathed, the individuals she caught might not be so fortunate. Just as the two were about to descend, an unknown energy suddenly enveloped them, halting their fall mere meters from the ground. It was only after Su Kawuz grasped them that this force dissipated. Before her stood two individuals, one woman with long braids and a headband, clad in chainmail, resembling a warrior from ancient tales, the other, a beautiful woman with pointed ears wielding a staff. An elf. She recalled seeing such beings in animated shows. But why do they exist in reality? Gazing at the surreal scene before her, coupled with the peculiar ship descending from the sky and Cheng Xiao's portal, Su Kawuz felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Instinctively, she shouted, "What the hell? Cheng Xiao, where on earth have you brought me? Is this still our country?" Chapter 62, a familiar encounter at this moment. Cheng Xiao remained blissfully unaware of Su Chuwu's affairs as he strolled along a narrow path within the forest. The darkness, the woods, and the chirping of insects stirred within him a nostalgic recollection of his initial arrival in the block world, when he too wandered alone through a pitch-black forest at night. A wave of sentimentality washed over him, compelling him to linger a while longer in this woodland. As he walked, the duration of his journey became uncertain until he unexpectedly spotted a distant glow. It appeared to emanate from a settlement inhabited by people. Well, it seemed that his aimless wandering had reached its conclusion, and it was time to return and claim his reward. Zhao Tianyu had promised him a grand house and an expansive forest area, contingent upon him activating the power supply in a laboratory below. Now, he merely needed to create a stir among the crowd, much like last time, and await the arrival of the containment team. At that moment, he marveled at the utility of his identity as a block person. It was remarkably advantageous. When lost, he did not require a purple silk to navigate home. Simply standing among the throngs would summon a designated vehicle. Such conveniences were not afforded in the block world. Oh ho ho ho! Here I come, village! Without a hint of hesitation, Cheng Xiao dashed and leaped toward the nearby town. Upon entering the settlement, perhaps due to the late hour, he encountered no one along the streets. Initially intending to frighten the inhabitants, he reconsidered, finding such antics too mundane. He sought a novel approach. An idea struck him. In the block world, villagers were notoriously terrified of zombies. The mere appearance of one sent them scurrying in all directions, rather than barging into someone's home to scare them. Masquerading as a zombie seemed a far more effective tactic. Thus, in the desolate street, he raised his arms and began to emit a deep, guttural sound that elongated his voice. As he meandered down the avenue, he finally encountered a disheveled man clad in a white shirt and flip-flops descending from a building. Damn, how unfortunate. I forgot to buy cigarettes. My luck today has been abysmal. I lost a significant amount playing cards all night. The man grumbled about his misfortune while making his way to the nearby convenience store. Recently, a cute student had been working there, and he found her exceedingly attractive. Each thought of her figure and face ignited a fervor within him, far surpassing the faded beauty of the town's older women. He pondered how to charm her into his bed. Just as the man entertained such thoughts, an unsettling sensation swept over him, as if something from a shadowy corner, obscured from the light, was watching him intently. This strange feeling of being observed made him uneasy. Simultaneously, a series of peculiar sounds drifted from the darkness. Strange. How can there be wind when there is none? As he advanced, the man's initial irritation morphed into a growing sense of fear and trepidation. As the man traversed the desolate street under the cloak of night, strange and eerie sounds echoed around him, stirring even the calmest of souls into a tempest of irrational thoughts. Such musings inevitably conjured images of phantoms and demons. Yet it was the undeniable presence of the abnormal that truly instilled fear. Gradually, panic flickered in the man's eyes as he cast frantic glances about him, his footsteps quickening involuntarily. Although the weather was not particularly warm, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, betraying his rising anxiety. No matter how swiftly he moved, the sensation of being watched persisted, intensifying with each passing moment. The peculiar, low voice behind him crept closer, as though a terrifying creature lurked just beyond his sight. Suddenly, he halted, swallowing hard, as if steeling himself for an impending confrontation. Did one think he would turn to face whatever haunted him? No. In the next instant, he let out a piercing scream and dashed toward a quaint little shop that bore the marks of time. Upon bursting through the door, he slammed the aged wooden barrier shut and spun around, gasping for breath. He addressed the young woman, who was tidying up and preparing to close for the night. With palpable dread, "Xiaobing, hurry, lock the doors and windows. Something feels amiss outside." Observing the panicked man before her, Lin Bingbing felt a wave of disdain wash over her. Ever since she began working at the shop, he had taken to visiting her at night, purchasing goods while leering at her with an unsettling gaze. Nevertheless, she quickly masked her irritation, her expression turning cold as she glanced out at the empty street. Uncle Lin,
I see nothing unusual outside. However, I have heard that many locals keep cats. Perhaps you merely spotted one. Cats? Lin Xingjin echoed skeptically, peering back outside. Indeed.
From the shadows, he caught sight of a cow-patterned cat scampering into the glow of a streetlight before darting back into the darkness. A wave of relief washed over him as he recognized that his earlier fears had been mere illusions. He relaxed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the dread that had gripped him moments ago dissipating. With newfound bravado, he shouted into the night, "Damn cats, always scurrying about at night. I shall rid the world of you." After venting his frustration, he suddenly recalled his purpose for visiting. Ah, yes, cigarettes, the usual brand. The money is right here. Lin Bingbing, without further ado, accepted the cash and deftly retrieved the brand of cigarettes he requested. However, as she handed them over, she noticed the mischievous grin on Lin Xingjin's face, a clear indication of ulterior motives. "Little sister, do you need money? Help me with a little task, and I'll reward you handsomely." In an instant, her demeanor shifted, the chill in her expression deepening. Yet, recognizing that she was alone in the shop, a flicker of panic crossed her features. Nevertheless, she maintained her icy facade and replied tersely, "I do not require money. If you have no further purchases, I must ask you to leave. And be warned, there are cameras here." Lin Bingbing pointed to the surveillance camera situated in the corner above. In an instant, Lin Xingjin's smile faltered, only to be quickly replaced by a serious demeanor. "Don't misunderstand, Xiao Bing. What I mean is, I do not wish to venture out tonight. If you require anything, I shall call you to bring it up. I will provide you with a generous sum for your trouble. If you prefer not to earn it, that is perfectly fine. Consider it as though I never spoke." Having uttered these words, Lin Xingjin dared not linger, preparing to exit the convenience store with a sense of resentment. However, the lewd glimmer in his eyes remained, and he secretly vowed to seize the opportunity to pursue this student girl in due course. As he opened the door with a click and a creak, Lin Xingjin was about to ignite a cigarette with his lighter when he was confronted by a peculiar figure standing face to face with him at the threshold. In that moment, with the cigarette dangling from his lips and the lighter raised, he stood frozen, utterly motionless. Chapter 63. 2 months with a face as bland as porridge, the square-headed figure seemed utterly disconnected from humanity. The only plausible explanation was that he had encountered something truly abnormal while traversing the night. And abnormalities, as one knows, can be lethal. Staring blankly at the bizarre creature before him, Lin Xingjin was suddenly engulfed by an indescribable wave of terror, causing his body to tremble as if powered by an electric motor. "Hey, I know that person. Do you two know each other?" The creature spoke. Lin Xingjin's pupils constricted, his mind a blank slate devoid of coherent thought, merely nodding in response to the creature's words. "You're leaving after making your purchases, right?" Cheng Xiao gestured for the man to exit, having initially intended to frighten passers-by at the shop's entrance. To his surprise, a familiar face awaited him upon opening the door. The girl inside was none other than Lin Bingbing, Lin Wanqi's sister. Displaying the basic courtesy expected of a square-headed individual, he hurriedly squatted down, greeting her with enthusiasm. "Do you remember me?" Lin Bingbing, equally astonished by Cheng Xiao's unexpected presence, wore an expression of disbelief. She recalled her sister mentioning that Cheng Xiao was at the containment headquarters. Why then was he here? Having previously interacted with Cheng Xiao, she felt no fear despite his abnormality and quickly adjusted her expression, beaming as she spoke. "Of course I remember. You saved my life back then, but alas, due to various circumstances, I couldn't express my gratitude properly. How have you been?" "Oh, just the usual, venturing out and dealing with some troublesome individuals. Life continues as always. Well, you've been at headquarters for nearly 2 months now. Because of you, my sister has been rather uninterested in the low-level containment objects she's been observing, and she hasn't stopped talking about you." Observing the exchange, Lin Xingjin was utterly confounded, or perhaps he simply could not comprehend the unfolding events. What on earth was happening? They knew each other, and appeared quite familiar with one another. How could this be possible? Was he still lost in sleep? Seeing that Lin Bingbing recognized him, Cheng Xiao forced Lin Xingjin aside. The term forced was apt. Four square-headed beings do not push. They merely squeeze through obstacles. Hey. Don't block my way. Step back a bit. Can't you see they know me? Huh? Oh. At this moment, Lin Xingjin could only rely on instinct, as his mind was too bewildered to formulate coherent thoughts. After several seconds, he finally focused on the square-headed figure entering the shop, his pupils dilating as though triggered by a primal instinct. He shouted, "Abnormality!" Then, in a frenzy, he dashed outside, yelling as if he wished he could sprout an extra leg to flee faster. After covering a considerable distance, an anguished meow echoed through the quiet street, suggesting Lin Xingjin had inadvertently kicked a cat that had darted out from nowhere during his frantic escape. With a piercing scream, he stumbled forward, collapsing headfirst onto the ground. Cheng Xiao gazed at the distant figure sprawled on the ground, motionless, and inquired of Lin Bingbing, "Do you know this person?" The mere mention of Lin Xingjin caused Lin Bingbing to don a face of disdain, immediately shaking her head in denial without a hint of hesitation. Irrelevant, to be honest. Although she was surprised by Cheng Xiao's presence in this remote location, far from the headquarters, she felt a sense of relief that he had come to drive away Lin Xingjin, who always leered at her. After this incident, that fellow should think twice before bothering her again. Lin Bingbing closed the door of her small shop and led Cheng Xiao into a modest sitting room. Along the way, Cheng Xiao paused to observe the items on the shelves. "Oh, is that something I can resist taking?" However, just as he made a move, he halted, a wave of inexplicable hesitation washing over him. Previously, he would have followed the principles of the blocky world and casually taken what others possessed. Yet this time, an unexpected reluctance gripped him, rendering him motionless. It brought back memories of his initial experiences in the blocky world, the first time he had taken items from villagers. The feelings of shame and guilt. Logically, he should have long forgotten such emotions, yet they resurfaced now. After walking a few steps and noticing that Cheng Xiao had not followed, Lin Bingbing turned around to see him fixated on a bag of bread on the shelf. Instantly, she realized that Cheng Xiao must not have eaten, given the late hour, and she proactively grabbed several bags of bread, saying, "You must be hungry. Let me treat you." Looking at the bread she offered, Cheng Xiao shook his head. "I just recalled some things, some feelings I'd long forgotten." This time, he declined. "I have food with me. There's no need to trouble you." Seeing that Cheng Xiao was genuinely refusing, Lin Bingbing, realizing he was not just being polite, returned the bread to its place. "It's no trouble at all. It's just that it's quite late now. Otherwise, I would have invited you to dinner, even if it is takeout." Leading Cheng Xiao into the small sitting room, Lin Bingbing poured him a cup of tea. "Please wait a moment. I will call my sister. She will be overjoyed to know that you have returned after more than 2 months." Cheng Xiao discerned something amiss in her words. "What do you mean 2 months? I don't recall being away for that long." Lin Bingbing, preparing to dial on her smartphone, assumed Cheng Xiao was jesting. "Please don't joke around. My sister told me you left on April 2nd, and now it's June 21st. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiao felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What on earth had gone wrong with the portal? Not only had the teleportation malfunctioned, but it had also taken such an extended duration. It appeared that his perception of the sluggish teleportation was likely due to the portal's inability to locate the abyss, causing him to wander aimlessly in the teleportation tunnel for 2 months. Could it be that something had gone awry with the creative power within him? Previously, the column of wisdom spoke of incompleteness and the remnants of power. Could it be that the current self is not the strongest version? He is utterly convinced that some issue has arisen within him, accompanied by the loss of countless memories. He must have ventured to various worlds in pursuit of parasitic creatures and the horrors they bring. Yet, why does he recall none of it? That peculiar photograph may very well have captured him upon his arrival in another realm. Meanwhile, in a relatively decent residential building in Qingyan City, Lin Wanqi, freshly groomed and clad in her nightwear, lay on her bed. A hint of boredom washed over her as she perused the report on newly contained entities on her portable terminal. Ever since encountering Cheng Xiao, the cubic entity, she found it increasingly difficult to muster interest in the lower-tier containment objects, which were devoid of intelligence and communication skills. It is often said that once one savors something superior, the memories of past fare become utterly tasteless. Lin Wanqi finds herself in just such a predicament. All she can do now is prepare for her upcoming transfer to headquarters next month, hoping to observe and study Cheng Xiao anew. As she readied herself for slumber, her portable terminal chimed with a call from her younger sister. How peculiar. What could be the matter at such a late hour? Upon donning her portable headset and answering the call, the words of her sister jolted her upright, her eyes wide with disbelief. You say he has returned, and he is at Grandma and Grandpa's house. Chapter 64. An abundance of doubts upon acquiring information about Cheng Xiao from his younger sister. He felt a mixture of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from a knowledge that she no longer had to face the mundane and tedious containment objects. However, he was troubled by the fact that Cheng Xiao had ventured to Silin City, a place a great distance from headquarters. Furthermore, she had gone alone, without any oversight. As a member of the containment organization, she was acutely aware that such actions were a serious violation of regulations. Could it be that Cheng Xiao had fled on her own? Had she suffered some form of mistreatment at headquarters, or had she been forcibly taken for research, leading to her discontent and subsequent escape? A myriad of terrifying conjectures flooded her mind, intensifying her fear. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that the personnel at headquarters were aware of Cheng Xiao's whereabouts and were unlikely to cause her any harm. Thus, the reasons for Cheng Xiao's presence in Silin City must be rooted in something else entirely. Nonetheless, out of an abundance of caution, she refrained from immediately informing headquarters of Cheng Xiao's location, lest it turned out that Cheng Xiao had encountered some conflict with the personnel there, which would complicate matters further. After concluding the communication, she informed her parents that she would be traveling far and hurriedly changed her attire before leaving home. Simultaneously, she summoned a ride using the portable terminal on her wrist. Though the terminal was exclusive to members of the containment organization, it was not isolated from the outside world, allowing various applications to be installed and utilized. The primary distinction from a mobile phone lay in the terminal's exceptionally high network security, rendering it nearly impervious to viruses and hackers. Before long, a rideshare driver arrived at the designated location after accepting the request. Upon seeing Lin Wanqi enter the back seat, the driver, taken aback, turned to her and inquired, "Miss, at this hour, heading to Silin City, several hundred kilometers away? That will cost 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake with your destination? Don't ask too many questions, just drive. Your payment is assured," she replied tersely. The driver, noticing the terminal on her wrist, immediately fell silent, recognizing her identity as a member of the containment organization. It was evident that there was urgency in her trip to Silin City, and there was no time to waste. He promptly ceased his inquiries, pressed the accelerator, and followed the navigation towards their destination. "I've already called my sister. She should be on her way now," Lin Bingbing said to Cheng Xiao, who was seated on the sofa. "Thank you so much. I'm fortunate to have encountered you here. Otherwise, this place might have descended into chaos, potentially scaring a few people half to death," Cheng Xiao replied. "Hee, I don't believe you would harm anyone. Although your appearance is, not exactly conventional, it's clear from your demeanor that you are a good person." Lin Bingbing glanced at Cheng Xiao's pixelated face, nearly uttering the phrase plain as porridge. While I appreciate the compliment, I can't shake the feeling that something is awry in your words, particularly the term demeanor," Cheng Xiao remarked, glancing toward the small red mirror hanging on the wall. How could anyone discern a good-natured countenance from that pixelated visage? Bingbing, why haven't you closed the door yet? Do not stay up late playing on your phone any longer. Quickly turn off the lights and return to sleep." At that moment, an elderly woman's voice echoed from outside, growing increasingly nearer. Lin Bingbing's face instantly displayed a look of panic. It was her grandmother's voice. If she were to discover Cheng Xiao here, it would be a matter of concern, as her grandmother had never encountered anything out of the ordinary. The sudden sight of Cheng Xiao might not only frighten her, but could also lead to unforeseen consequences. Click, creak. Bing, bing. Where are you? Upon hearing the sound of the key turning in the lock and the call, Lin Bingbing immediately glanced at Cheng Xiao. "That's my grandmother. Her health is fragile. If she gets startled, Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed a mosaic bottle appearing in Cheng Xiao's hand, producing a rustling noise. In the next instant, the entire cube figure vanished from sight. I have become invisible. No one can see me now. Cheng Xiao's words brought a sigh of relief to Lin Bingbing. Bingbing, why do I hear another voice? Have you brought a friend over? At that moment, a frail old man with a head full of silver hair and a kind expression entered the room. Finding no one in the room, he assumed the earlier sounds were merely coming from a video on Lin Bingbing's phone. He expressed his concern, saying, Bingbing, hurry back to sleep. Your mother has said you cannot stay up late. You have a while before your school is repaired, and during this time, you must attend those online classes. If you continue to sleep in like the last few days and miss your classes, your mother will surely call again. Lin Bingbing glanced at the spot where Cheng Xiao had been and replied, I understand, Grandma. I will go back to sleep now. Due to the damage to the school requiring repairs, and with little to occupy her time at home apart from online classes, she had been sent to her grandmother's house in the countryside by her parents. They claimed it was better to spend the holiday helping at her grandmother's small shop rather than doing nothing at home. The two, along with the invisible cube figure, made their way home. Bingbing, for the next few days, do not venture up the mountain behind. I heard from Old Song that many unfamiliar mushrooms have appeared there recently. Her grandmother cautioned, You are referring to those who went mushroom hunting and went missing, right? I'm aware of that, which is why I have refrained from going to the mountain. Lin Bingbing thought back to the recent events, where a number of unfamiliar mushrooms had sprouted on the mountain. A group had ventured up to investigate these new species, but they never returned. Uncle Hat had gone into the mountains, only to discover some bloodstains and drag marks, leading to the grim conclusion that those people might have fallen prey to a wild beast in the area. All right, do not play there. The mountain is inherently perilous, and with the recent disappearances, it could be the result of wild animals. I understand, Grandma. As the two conversed, not far from Lin Xingjin, who lay on the ground, a strange feral cat, its body riddled with sores, appeared. Its mouth dripped with foul-smelling saliva, and its eyes were filled with an unsettling, violent rage. Upon closer inspection, peculiar mushrooms were sprouting from the festering wounds. The feral cat, upon noticing the motionless Lin Xingjin sprawled on the ground, cautiously approached. Seeing no reaction from the human, it immediately sank its teeth into his arm, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh. The sudden agony jolted Lin Xingjin awake. Upon realizing a stray cat was gnawing at his arm, he instinctively retaliated with a punch. Damn it, you wretched beast, he shouted. The wild cat, undeterred by the pain, clung tenaciously to his arm. The excruciating pain and the rush of adrenaline compelled Lin Xingjin to scream as he violently struck the cat hanging onto him. After an indeterminate duration of assault, the creature was left bloodied and battered, eventually releasing its grip and collapsing lifelessly on the ground. Damn it, that cat. Now I have to visit the hospital. He spat at the lifeless feline as he surveyed the grotesque wound on his forearm, enduring the throbbing pain in his head. He pondered with confusion how he ended up in this predicament. Wasn't he just a home? However, upon witnessing the lights flicker on in the surrounding houses, he instinctively clutched his injury and hastily departed from the scene. Just as he left, the previously lifeless stray cat stirred its paw. Chapter 65. Even my block person can cook, almost discovered. Where have I stashed my invisibility scarf? Following the two individuals on their way home, Cheng Xiao was increasingly vexed as he stared at his cluttered inventory. When the items piled up, it became a dizzying array, making it nearly impossible to locate anything. Had it not been for his quick reflexes in retrieving the invisibility potion just in time, he might have already been caught. After a thorough search, he finally found the invisibility scarf amidst the chaos. Once donned, he no longer had to worry about being seen. As he trailed behind the duo, they arrived at a quaint two-story house. It appeared somewhat aged, yet exuded a rustic charm upon closer inspection. Oddly, I sense someone is following us. A flicker of confusion crossed the old woman's murky eyes as she glanced outside before closing the door. The empty courtyard, littered with a few odds and ends, revealed no one else. She shook her head, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Ah, growing old, I suppose. After securely locking the door, she turned to Lin Bingbing, who was preparing to ascend the stairs. Bing Bing, remember to take a shower. I've placed your clothes on your bed. Oh, okay, Grandma, Lin Bing Bing replied, dashing up the stairs, completely oblivious to the block person following her. Once she finished her ablutions and was ready to rest, a voice suddenly interrupted her tranquility. Where do I sleep? Startled, Lin Bing Bing's eyes flew open, her upper body springing up like a coiled spring. Cheng Xiao had indeed followed her back. She had assumed he remained at the convenience store. I thought you stayed at the store, she exclaimed upon seeing the block person materialize from invisibility. What do you mean? What is left for me here? There's no bed for me, he retorted, surveying the room. I just inspected the entire house. Why are there only 2 beds here? The downstairs was occupied by her grandparents, and thankfully, Cheng Xiao had not revealed himself before them. Why not sleep here? My bed is quite spacious, Lin Bing Bing suggested. Without hesitation, Cheng Xiao approached the bed, waving his right arm frantically, yet hesitated to lie down. This peculiar behavior puzzled Lin Bing Bing. No, the bed is already claimed by you. I can't use it, he said, shaking his head and stepping back. What do you mean, already claimed? I just made room by shifting over, she replied, gazing at her double bed, which she had intentionally cleared a substantial space on. Is this some sort of special ability? How bizarre. Reluctantly, she rose to leave the bed. The moment she vacated, she witnessed Cheng Xiao's right hand move, and without warning, the entire block figure suddenly lay down on the bed. Now it's all right, Z. Strangely, she noticed a line of Z emanating from Cheng Xiao's head, reminiscent of characters in a game indicating sleep. Observing the ample space still available on the bed, she stifled a yawn, recalling the early rise she faced the following day. As soon as she sat on the bed, Cheng Xiao vanished from it and reappeared by its side. You have occupied the bed. A bed is meant for only one person. Cheng Xiao found it peculiar that the people here seemed unaware of such a fundamental principle. Facing Cheng Xiao's earnest demeanor, Lin Bing Bing rubbed her head, utterly baffled by this strange ability of Cheng Xiao's. It appeared that one could only sleep on a bed alone. The presence of another would instantly force one to rise. This meant that today, either Cheng Xiao would sleep on the bed, or she would. Wait a moment. What if one could create a bed? Just as Cheng Xiao prepared to endure a tedious night, Lin Bing Bing spoke up. I have a solution. If there is no bed, I shall construct one. Cheng Xiao was taken aback. Do you possess wool? Can you synthesize items? Not exactly. Just give me a moment. With that, Lin Bing Bing opened the door and laboriously brought up 2 wooden benches from the first floor. She then combined the benches, followed by retrieving a blanket and a pillow from the cupboard. Once accomplished, she playfully spread her arms, gesturing towards the makeshift bed she had created. Tajda, I've made it. Let us see if it's usable. Cheng Xiao hesitated, eyeing the rudimentary bed before her. With a flick of her right hand, she indeed lay down upon it. It works, Lin Bing Bing exclaimed joyfully as she observed Cheng Xiao reclining. Now we won't have to fight over the bed. Upon returning to her own bed, Lin Bing Bing felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness sweep over her. Within mere seconds, she succumbed to slumber, and when she next opened her eyes, daylight had broken. Checking her phone, she was astonished to find it was already 7 in the morning. The sleep felt surreal, as if she had suddenly arrived at morning. Moreover, she felt utterly refreshed, devoid of any trace of fatigue. Previously, she would sleep until at least 10 o'clock after going to bed in the early hours, and even then, she would not feel particularly revitalized. Time to rise. Someone is calling for you downstairs. Lin Bing Bing set her phone down and turned towards the source of the voice, only to be met with a pixelated face. The sight startled her to the core, nearly prompting a scream. Fortunately, she quickly recalled that she had brought Cheng Xiao back to her room the previous day, which eased her startled heart. Then, she heard her grandmother's voice from downstairs. Bing Bing, your grandfather and I have gone to the convenience store. You can stay home and attend your online classes, or if you wish to help at the store, that is fine too. Breakfast is in the pot. Eat while it's hot. Lin Bing Bing promptly replied, Okay, Grandma, I understand. The noise from downstairs subsided, as she did not respond. Her grandmother would come upstairs and wake her up as she used to. When the sound of the door closing echoed, Lin Bing Bing turned to Cheng Xiao and said, My grandmother has left. All right, I'll head downstairs for a stroll. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Xiao turned and exited Lin Bingbing's room. Mr. Blockhead is indeed full of vitality. Lin Bingbing slowly rose to change her clothes in preparation for descending. With the thought that Blockhead would be at her home today, she anticipated a day filled with amusement. Dressed in her casual attire, Lin Bingbing descended the stairs, and, as she approached the kitchen, she was met with an array of peculiar sounds. The clattering and rustling echoed through the air. What could this strange noise be? Upon entering the kitchen, she discovered that the source of the odd sound was none other than Cheng Xiao, who had emptied her pink bowl that once held her breakfast. "Did you consume my breakfast?" she inquired, her eyebrows raised in astonishment. "Oh, was this your breakfast?" Cheng Xiao replied, placing the bowl down and glancing at the now barren pot. It seemed he had inadvertently left the automatic pickup on. Spotting readily available food and feeling the pangs of hunger, he hadn't thought twice before indulging. "It appears I have indeed devoured your breakfast." With breakfast gone and an online class looming, Lin Bingbing sighed, reluctant to attend class on an empty stomach. However, with her meal already consumed, she considered preparing instant noodles instead. "Never mind, I'll just have some instant noodles," she stated, but her movement was abruptly halted by Cheng Xiao. "Don't worry. Although I may seem like a blockhead, I can cook. My culinary skills far surpass this," he declared, promptly setting down a stove in the open space and with a loud thud, placing a large iron pot atop it. Lin Bingbing's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never expected this blocky figure to possess cooking abilities. Could she be the first person in the world to sample a meal prepared by a being of such unusual origins? Chapter 66. Actions from all sides. While Cheng Xiao was joyfully preparing a meal, tension loomed elsewhere. Within the headquarters of the Magic City, Zhao Tianyu appeared to have aged considerably in just 2 months. After 2 months of relentless pursuit of the American agent team responsible for shattering the mirror wall, they had yet to apprehend them. The sole piece of good news was the confirmation that the adversaries had not yet escaped the borders of Long Country. As there had been several close encounters with the capture squad, a communication came through, displaying the name Su Haifeng, a member of the Orange Group, and one of his subordinates responsible for the capture mission. The call undoubtedly signified new and crucial intelligence to report. Upon connecting, a somewhat cold and emotionless voice greeted him. "General Zhao, we have roughly pinpointed the escape route of that team." "Where?" At that moment, Zhao Tianyu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Orders had been issued to ensure the capture and retaliate fiercely against the Americans. The peculiar battle armor worn by the adversaries had complicated previous attempts at apprehension, and now that they had finally obtained precise whereabouts, how could he not be elated? In Silin City, it appeared they were preparing to traverse the mountains toward the neighboring country of the giant elephant. The mention of the giant elephant country sent a chill down Zhao Tianyu's spine. Renowned internationally for its chaos, it was a veritable den of turmoil, rife with gunfights, warlords, and rampant vice. Entering such a place would escalate the already challenging capture operation to insurmountable heights. Immediately intercept them. They must not be allowed to enter the giant elephant country. Zhao Tianyu issued an unyielding command. Should the operation fail, Long Country would face humiliation on the global stage. Ensure the mission is accomplished. I guarantee none will escape. As the head of the capture operation, Su Haifeng understood the gravity of the situation. Driven by a relentless spirit, he had gone days without proper rest or nourishment during the pursuit. At times, the urgency of the chase even left him unable to attend to basic needs. It was this unwavering dedication that finally exposed a flaw in the American team. All right, this is the last team to capture. Previous apprehensions and eliminations revealed no trace of the codename, all things severed among them. It is highly probable that it lies within this final team. You must exercise utmost caution regarding the containment artifact. Su Haifeng's voice resonated with renewed determination. As the communication was about to be terminated, Zhao Tianyu inquired about Cheng Xiao's whereabouts. "By the way, what the individual codename Blockhead? Have you found any trace of him?" "I have no information regarding Blockhead. He is likely no longer within the country." With 2 months having passed without a lead, it seemed Cheng Xiao was indeed abroad. If he were still in the country, his presence would undoubtedly attract attention, and any ensuing chaos would result in immediate notification. Unless someone secretly conceals Cheng Xiao, it seems implausible, as no fool would dare to engage with containment objects, let alone hide them. Currently, the Bai group is in turmoil due to the demise of the experimental subject. Suiwu. They are in urgent need of Cheng Xiao as return to assist with the super soldier experiment. For Su Chiwu had previously achieved perfect integration with the serum due to the power of creation. This implies that locating Cheng Xiao would enable them to once again conduct experiments to produce a super soldier serum as flawlessly integrated as that of Su Chiwu. Such an advancement would provide a significant advantage in confronting the otherworldly gates and the allied nations, including America, far in the northern Forbidden Zone. The activation of the mirror wall has once again enveloped the entire area. Although the army of assimilators has been completely eradicated after 2 months of cleansing, caution dictates that the Forbidden Zone will undergo thorough inspection for several years to ensure no remnants escape. Within the A-Zone laboratory, the former site of the Calamity Tree-S containment, the previous military base has been reduced to ruins and entirely cleared, replaced by various large machinery. The Bai group has approved a proposal to excavate the remains of the Calamity Tree, which, despite its death, holds immense research value. One aim is to utilize it for the production of the super soldier serum, while another pertains to the biological weapon initiative. Researchers in the Bai group previously discovered that certain parts of the creatures summoned by the Calamity Tree could potentially yield powerful weaponry. However, progress was slow as all members were focused on advancing the super soldier program. The upper echelons of the Bai group envisioned creating a special task force capable of handling any situation by equipping super soldiers with biological weapons. Now, to prevent the plan from failing, the Bai group, accompanied by numerous members from the Han group, is endeavoring to bring in various large machines to excavate the remains of the Calamity Tree. Dr. Zhou, we have nearly reached the location of the Calamity Tree. A Bai group member reported to Zhou Kangwa, indicating the progress of the excavation. At the site, Zhou Kanwa, along with a group of Han group members overseeing the Bai group, awaited the collection of the Calamity Tree-S remains. Be exceedingly cautious. Do not breach its corpse. Rest assured, Dr. Zhou, the task will be executed by our specially recruited experts. Despite the seasoned experience of the craftsman, Zhou Kangwa felt compelled to reiterate his warnings, silently praying that the overall damage to the Calamity Tree would not be too severe. Meanwhile, just outside Xinglin Town in Silin City, a team of 5 suddenly materialized from the desolate mountainside. They were none other than the fleeing Isaac team. Removing his helmet, Captain Isaac inhaled the fresh air greedily, disregarding the dirt as he unceremoniously sat down on the ground, panting heavily, observing the equally disheveled and exhausted faces of his team members behind him. He offered words of encouragement. My brothers, once we traverse the mountains behind Shilin Town, we shall reach the borders of the Kingdom of Giants. At that moment, we will seize our chance to escape. The captain spoke, his voice laced with urgency. I cannot fathom what infernal containment devices or equipment those accursed individuals from Dragon Country are employing. They have us ensnared so tightly. Not only has all contact with other squads been severed, but we have also narrowly evaded capture on several occasions. A teammate confessed, his expression betraying his lingering fear. The implications of capture were all too clear. None would emerge unscathed. Let's set such thoughts aside for now. Jack, Susan, devise a way to procure some sustenance from the town below. The rest of you shall remain here with me to safeguard our containment devices. Upon receiving the command, the two immediately hastened toward the village nestled at the foot of the mountain, while the others stood ready at their posts. Isaac retrieved a specially crafted invisibility bag from behind him, extracting a pair of super scissors that were nearly human-sized. After ensuring they bore no damage, he returned them to their resting place. He exhaled deeply, contemplating that this would be their final respite. Soon they would surge forth into the Kingdom of Giants. Once they crossed into that realm, the Dragon Country would find themselves powerless against them. Chapter 67. The Marvelous Food Gurgle, Gurgle, Gurgle. Amidst the bubbling sound of boiling water in the iron pot, Cheng Xiao rummaged through the refrigerator and discovered chicken and an assortment of vegetables. An idea struck him. He could concoct a delightful chicken soup. He also stumbled upon some eggs and a rice jar stacked nearby. which inspired him to prepare a fried rice dish as well. Without hesitation, he retrieved the pre-cut chicken from the fridge, followed by cabbage and carrots. With a swift motion of his right hand, the vegetables on the cutting board were transformed into a mosaic of small pieces, floating effortlessly upon the surface. Moments later, they vanished into Cheng Xiao's being. The carrots were treated with the same swift precision. Throughout this process, Lin Bingbing observed with keen curiosity. The speed of his chopping was astonishing. An entire cabbage transformed into pieces in an instant. In the next moment, Lin Bingbing watched as Cheng Xiao stood motionless by the mosaic stove, with the ingredients appearing in his hands only to disappear again. It seemed as if he had instantaneously placed them into the pot, with no visible effort involved. Yet, he remained still without stirring, seasoning, or even adding ginger. He simply gazed quietly into the large pot. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose within Lin Bingbing. I am not a blocky character. Can he truly prepare something edible? Surely, it won't be fatal. While Cheng Xiao waited, Lin Bingbing swiftly extracted her phone and sent an urgent message to her sister. Elena Bingbing, cease. Cheng Xiao is cooking for me. Can I eat what the blocky Cheng Xiao prepares? Waiting online. Very urgent. Before long, Lin Wanqi replied with a string of question marks and a bewildered expression. Lin Wanqi, what is he doing at home? Cooking? What about our grandparents? Lin Wanqi, never mind. You can eat what he makes, but be cautious. Overindulging may lead to complications. We conducted tests back in the lab. Lin Bingbing, what does overindulging entail? Lin Wanqi, it's quite complex. Just remember, if the food he offers grants certain effects, what we refer to as buffs in the game, its impact on you will be significant. Try to avoid consuming it. Lin Wanqi, if it doesn't confer any effects, the impact is minimal, so you can have a little. Lin Bingbing, sis, how am I to know if it will have any effects? Lin Wanqi, expressing her frustration, continued typing. Ask him. I'm on my way home. In the midst of their conversation, Cheng Xiao had already completed a bowl of chicken soup, which promptly appeared on the dining table. Come and taste the chicken soup I made. Lin Bingbing noticed a bowl that resembled a wooden vessel filled with chicken soup. The unique aroma of the broth wafted through the air. Unlike reality, this bowl of soup was a mosaic, revealing glimpses of the vegetables and chicken within, appearing quite appetizing. Recalling her sister's words, Lin Bingbing took the initiative to ask, will there be any special effects after finishing this chicken soup? Cheng Xiao, who had just finished preparing the chicken soup and placed the pot upon the red frying pan to make fried rice, immediately responded to Lin Bingbing's inquiry. Of course, it can provide you with a comforting effect, increase your health limit, and enhance your resistance to cold. Well, it seems this concoction offers quite a few buffs. If her sister's claims are to be believed, the more effects it adds, the less one should consume. Thus, this chicken soup is certainly not to be trifled with. After all, eating a little less is inconsequential, but how little is too little is uncertain. With this thought, her stomach suddenly felt less hungry. Noticing that Cheng Xiao was still busy preparing food, Lin Bingbing, seated at the dining table, expressed her unease. Why don't you make something without effects? I don't need anything so extravagant. Cheng Xiao, oblivious to the underlying meaning of her words, merely felt that Lin Bingbing was too shy to eat. It's perfectly fine. These are not rare ingredients. If it weren't for the limited materials, I could have made something even better. Why aren't you drinking? This chicken soup is delicious. So drink it while it's hot. At this, Lin Bingbing's face fell instantly. Drinking it might lead to unforeseen consequences, yet refusing would seem impolite. After all, it was made with care, and displaying a sour expression would surely hurt the feelings of the cook. Thus, she could only force a smile and hesitantly picked up the chicken soup from the table. To be fair, although she was unsure of how it was made, the aroma was genuinely delightful, far surpassing that of any restaurant's offering, exuding a natural fragrance rather than an artificial one. Since drinking a little wouldn't pose any harm, a small sip would suffice. If it were truly hazardous, her sister wouldn't have mentioned moderation, but rather would have insisted she refrain from drinking it altogether. Moreover, she was indeed curious about experiencing that buff status from the game. Who wouldn't be intrigued? After all, a small sip wouldn't cause any harm. Ultimately unable to suppress her curiosity, Lin Bingbing lifted the chicken soup. She then rested her lips against the rim of the wooden bowl and took a delicate sip. Instantly, a rich, vibrant flavor burst upon her palate, accompanied by the unique aroma of the chicken soup, making her feel as though she had wasted years on inferior fare. Following this was a wave of warmth that flowed from her abdomen throughout her body, not the kind of heat one feels from hot soup, but a soothing warmth that enveloped her. Soon after, a sense of vitality surged within her. It was an indescribable sensation, akin to possessing boundless energy and vigor. Was this the buff experienced in games? How wondrous! Just then, as she marveled at the experience, her phone rang, jolting her back to reality. It was time for her online class. The thought of not attending again and having the teacher call her mother crossed her mind. In a reflexive action, she downed the entire bowl of chicken soup and exclaimed, "I'm full." She then retrieved her large tablet from the side cabinet and opened an online class app. Fortunately, this time she was not late. Otherwise, her parents would have scolded her again. As she watched her classmates arrive one by one, the teacher commenced the lesson, and Lin Bingbing felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiao, who had just finished preparing fried rice, noticed Lin Bingbing deeply engrossed in her own thoughts and chose not to disturb her. Alas, it seemed the fried rice would have to be consumed by him alone. With a series of crunching sounds, the food vanished without a trace. After finishing her chicken soup, Lin Bingbing found herself attending an online math class, only to encounter something exceedingly peculiar. Though she was merely a teenager, her mind often wandered into whimsical realms of imagination, especially during lessons. Yet, as her thoughts wandered, the problems that required her contemplation began to morph before her eyes. Various symbols and numbers materialized, arranging themselves in intricate combinations. In that moment, a multitude of answers and solutions regarding the problems flooded her mind. She subconsciously murmured, "I," as she gradually began to comprehend it all. Chapter 68. The use of abilities on the other side, Lin Wanqi, in a hurry, found herself ensnared in a significant traffic jam. After an exhausting journey, she finally arrived in Xinglin town, the very place where Cheng Xiao resided, shortly after 10 in the morning. Prior to her departure, she had informed the laboratory of her absence, as she was not one to take leave lightly. This marked her first request for time off since her employment began, and Director Song Long, assuming she was simply fatigued, readily approved her 2-day leave without further inquiry. Upon reaching her destination and settling the fare with the driver, she dashed towards her grandmother's home, anxious that any delay might lead to Cheng Xiao's discovery and subsequent chaos. However, as she sprinted down the road, she was unexpectedly jolted, as if colliding with an invisible barrier, nearly tumbling to the ground. Bang! Ouch! What was that? Lin Wanqi clutched her nose, which throbbed with pain, tears welling up in her eyes as she stumbled backward. Yet, upon glancing ahead, she saw nothing, just as if she had struck an unseen wall. Curiously, she reached out with her hand to feel, but found nothing, as if the entire episode had been a mere figment of her imagination. Nevertheless, the reddened, aching nose served as a stark reminder that what had transpired was indeed real. Initially, she pondered whether an interdimensional portal or some anomalous containment artifact had manifested. Thus, she utilized the portable terminal on her wrist to scan the area, but the device revealed nothing. How peculiar! What on earth is happening? Just as Lin Wanqi was mulling over this mystery, an elderly woman at the village entrance spotted her. At first, the woman was uncertain of the identity before her, but upon closer inspection, she joyfully exclaimed, "Oh my! Chi, what brings you here? You should have told me you were coming." While calling out, she hurriedly approached. Turning towards the voice, Lin Wanqi recognized her grandmother. "Oh dear, what brings you all the way here? Aren't you supposed to be working at the anomalous containment facility? There's nothing unusual here. Come, let me introduce you to your grandfather. He will be delighted to see you." As her grandmother enthusiastically pulled her towards the small shop, Lin Wanqi momentarily set aside her earlier strange encounter. However, once they departed, faint whispers in English emanated from a corner by the wall, a conversation between a man and a woman. "Jack, watch where you're walking. How could you not see such a large being coming? If it weren't for the cloaking, we would have been exposed. Damn it, Susan. After several days without sleep or food, I assure you, you could walk past a tank without noticing it. Enough, Jack. Let us find an unoccupied house to locate some food and then make our exit. With that, the voices faded into silence, leaving only the soft sound of footsteps. Back with Lin Wanqi, amidst the warmth of her grandparents, she hesitated to directly confront them about the concealed artifact. Instead, she sought a plausible excuse to make her retreat. Grandma, I just happened to have some time off. Given the earlier incident at school concerning Xiao Bing, it is possible that she had encountered something unusual. Although I have already examined her health at home, my unease compelled me to come and check on her once more. Naturally, I also wished to visit my grandparents. In my haste to arrive, I brought nothing with me. As I spoke, I retrieved a considerable sum of cash from my wallet. Upon seeing this, my grandparents immediately shook their heads and attempted to return the money, but Lin Wanqi firmly insisted on placing it into my grandfather's pocket. Faced with her determination, my grandfather reluctantly accepted it. Look at you. We are not in need of this money. Your visit alone brings us great joy. You're so busy with work. Hardly visiting us even a few times a year, he remarked, reaching for some snacks from the shelf. Observing this, Lin Wanqi promptly declined. No need for that, Grandpa. I must first find Xiao Bing. I'll come back to chat later. However, my grandmother interjected, saying there was no need to return later, as we would have lunch together soon. Your grandfather and I will go buy some ingredients. You have come back after such a long time. We must enjoy a proper meal. All right, I will take my leave for now. Just as Lin Wanqi prepared to depart, her grandmother suddenly recalled something. Oh, Chi-Chi, do not venture up the mountain. There have been fatalities there recently. As Lin Wanqi walked away, the elderly individuals present expressed their admiration. Your granddaughter is wonderful. She remembers to visit during the holidays. I heard she works at shelter, and the benefits there are good, unlike our family member who idles at home all day. With her arrival, a wave of envy washed over the elderly, their attention fixated on Lin Wanqi. In these times of uncertainty, having someone employed at a shelter was as enviable as being a civil servant in peaceful times, or so the older generation believed. Lin Wanqi hurriedly made her way to her grandmother's house, relieved that it was quite prominent and familiar to her from previous visits. Upon arriving at the well-known courtyard gate, she called out towards the house. Xiao Bing, open the door. Xiao Bing. After a couple of calls without response, she was about to knock when Lin Bingbing opened the large gate and entered the courtyard. Elder sister, you finally arrived. Once inside, Lin Wanqi immediately inquired. Where's Cheng Xiao? Where's he? In the house, elder sister, came to reply. Hearing that Cheng Xiao was inside, she rushed in. Her eyes quickly found Cheng Xiao sitting on a small stool. Before she could speak, Cheng Xiao greeted her first. It has been a long time, Lin Wanqi. Hey, Cheng Xiao, are you all right? What brings you here? What is the situation at headquarters? Have you had a conflict with anyone? A flurry of questions ensued. Cheng Xiao quickly realized that Lin Wanqi was worried he had fled after a disagreement with the headquarters. Thus, he promptly shook his head. Rest assured, I did not clash with the personnel at the headquarters. In fact, our cooperation has been quite amicable, and they are even willing to offer me houses and land. Thus, Cheng Xiao succinctly recounted the events of the past weeks, including those concerning the Northern Forbidden Zone, the mention of the Super Soldier Program, the Calamity Tree, and covert operations left Lin Wanqi utterly astonished, her mouth agape as she covered her ears with both hands. Can these matters truly be known by an ordinary member of the White Group? Just stepping outside could warrant a confidentiality agreement and lifelong surveillance. Stop. My goodness. Don't say any more. Lin Wanqi covered her face, taken aback by the multitude of crises lurking beneath the seemingly calm surface of Longhua. Regardless, what matters is that you are safe. I will contact someone from the headquarters immediately. Hey, sister, come here. Suddenly, Lin Bingbing tugged at the bewildered Lin Wanqi, pulling her aside. Noticing her sister's mysterious demeanor, Lin Wanqi inquired, Is there something on your mind? Lin Bingbing hesitated, casting a glance at Cheng Xiao before responding slowly. Sister, I wanted to ask about what you mentioned earlier regarding the food prepared by Cheng Xiao. Are there special energies within it? What might happen if one consumes it? Lin Bingbing recalled an instance during her online class when she inexplicably excelled, grasping concepts her teacher explained without needing to comprehend them fully. However, after approximately an hour, That extraordinary clarity faded, leaving her in confusion as if it had all been an illusion. She now suspects that her unusual state was a result of something amiss in the chicken soup she had consumed. Chapter 69. An unexpected discovery upon learning that Lin Bingbing wished to inquire about the peculiar power residing within Cheng Xiao, she refrained from providing an immediate explanation. Due to the sensitive nature of the matter, she merely countered with a question. Have you consumed any food prepared by Cheng Xiao? Do you feel any discomfort? Well, I wouldn't say it's discomfort. Lin Bingbing hesitated, responding to the barrage of inquiries. At least, I feel quite well. Sister, you should try some. My heavens! In that instant, Lin Wanqi felt as though the sky were about to collapse. Try some. She certainly did not wish to witness her sister transform into a grotesque figure, nor did she want to undergo any mutation herself. Consequently, she promptly employed her portable terminal to scan Lin Bingbing. To her astonishment, the scan yielded no detection of any creative energy. Based on prior experiments conducted on the Red Group's consumables, even the slightest influence on the human body would require several hours to dissipate, let alone Lin Bingbing, who had consumed a bowl of chicken soup. Bingbing, honestly, how much of Cheng Xiao's food did you just eat? Just a bowl of chicken soup. A bowl? Impossible. The creative energy contained within a single bowl of Cheng Xiao's chicken soup would undoubtedly linger within the human body for at least a day. However, I experienced many strange occurrences while attending my online class. What sort of occurrences? Lin Wanqi felt a jolt of alarm, a daunting hypothesis taking form in her mind. According to previous experimental observations, energy that should require at least a day to dissipate had vanished within mere hours. There could only be two possibilities. 1. An error had occurred in their previous experiments, as they had only observed Cheng Xiao for a brief period before hastily reporting to headquarters and concluding the observations. Or 2. The possibility she dreaded most. Her sister had harnessed creative energy, thus depleting it prematurely. Sister, during my online class, I found that I could instantly comprehend what the teacher was explaining, and I learned many things I previously had no knowledge of. Strangely, after an hour or two, I would forget everything, even what I had just understood. Lin Wanqi took a step back, disbelief etched across her face as she covered her mouth, contemplating. It appeared that her sister had indeed tapped into creative energy. It seemed that humans could utilize creative energy, but only under certain conditions or through specific mediums. Previously, they had allowed personnel from the Red Group to engage in various activities while possessing creative energy within their bodies, yet there had been no effect. Now, however, her sister Lin Bingbing had managed to wield it. She hurriedly ushered her into their grandmother's room. Sister, what are you doing? Have I caused some trouble? Lin Bingbing detected the unease in her sister's expression. Something significant must have transpired. Bingbing listened closely. Lin Wanqi inhaled deeply, her eyes alight with a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. What transpired moments ago, particularly concerning your online classes, must remain confidential, at least until I grasp the entirety of the situation. Sister, what exactly has befallen me? Upon hearing this, Lin Bingbing was thoroughly alarmed, fearing that an alarming issue had arisen. Bingbing, I must share some information with you, and it is imperative that you do not disclose it to anyone else. Witnessing her sister's grave demeanor, Lin Bingbing promptly nodded, adopting an attentive posture. Cheng Xiao possesses an unprecedented and formidable power, which we have designated as the power of creation. This force embodies limitless potential. We even speculate that it functions akin to a wishing machine, capable of manifesting anything. I presume you have noticed the peculiar occurrences when Cheng Xiao cooks. Lin Bingbing recalled that, indeed, despite the chicken soup containing vegetables and meat, it was extraordinarily delectable and prepared in mere seconds, an absurdity by all accounts. Precisely. This is the marvel of the power of creation. We have long speculated internally that even Cheng Xiao does not fully harness this power. Rather, he employs it according to some peculiar set of rules. Much like the regulations in a game. I discovered this last night while he was sleeping in my room. Astonishingly, he cannot share a bed with anyone else. Lin Wanqi, upon hearing Lin Bingbing's response, couldn't help but quietly marvel at how swiftly a fresh mind can improve. He has been ensnared by these rules, resulting in his exceedingly strange behavior. Sister, What if he were to break free from these constraints? At Lin Bingbing's inquisitive inquiry, Lin Wanqi fell into contemplation. What would happen? Regardless, it would undoubtedly be quite terrifying. What existence would the power of creation embody without those regulatory limits? Omnipotent, traversing heaven and earth? Creating life, annihilating all in the blink of an eye? A thought blooms, and another withers? I do not know. Perhaps it would be exceedingly daunting. That existence might transcend the definition of a mere organism, existing in a higher dimension, imperceptible to our understanding. So, Cheng Xiao is indeed so powerful? I had always assumed he was merely an amusing square figure, Lin Bingbing mused, yet Cheng Xiao's demeanor seemed remarkably approachable. Thus, upon hearing these revelations, Lin Bingbing felt not fear towards Cheng Xiao, but rather an intensified curiosity. Sister, I have an idea. Why don't we experiment with this power of creation together? Lin Wanqi, observing Lin Bingbing's eager disposition, found herself harboring a similar thought. If ordinary individuals could wield the power of creation, especially members of the white team, it would greatly facilitate various research endeavors. However, she felt in her heart that such a formidable power could not be accessible to just anyone. Perhaps Lin Bingbing's ability was merely a fluke. The two exited the room, discovering Cheng Xiao still in the kitchen, diligently working at his stove with a large pot. Cheng Xiao, what are you concocting? It seems you have finished your tasks. Without lifting his gaze, Cheng Xiao replied, I am merely experimenting with ingredients I previously acquired, hoping to concoct a novel dish. By the way, do you still have that chicken soup you made earlier, the one you served to my sister? Indeed, I still have the ingredients. Are you hungry? Lin Wanqi nodded affirmatively. If it's not too much trouble, could you prepare a bowl for me? Count me in as well. Lin Bingbing, already seated at the dining table, wore an eager expression. See, I told you my cooking is quite delectable. There are indeed discerning palates among us. Witnessing the anticipation on their faces, Cheng Xiao's voice brimmed with joy as she exuberantly waved her right arm and leaped in place. Last time I made that hearty bone soup, judging by your expressions, one might have thought I had poisoned it. Now you realize how delicious it is, don't you? Just wait, the chicken soup will be ready shortly. Soon, 2 bowls of chicken soup were placed before them. With one brimming with anticipation and the other with curiosity, they drank the soup in one go. The delightful broth flowed from their lips, evoking a warm and invigorating sensation that compelled them to yearn for a second bowl. Chapter 70. The imminent capture. What on earth are you two doing? Cheng Xiao inquired, perplexed, as she observed the 2 individuals in the courtyard, exuberantly dancing about after finishing their chicken soup. One was muttering incantations such as fireball technique and summon lightning, while the other fixated on a stone, repetitively chanting, fly, fly. It's nothing, it's nothing. We just felt like playing after a hearty meal, Lin Bingbing replied, the very same who had been invoking the fireball technique moments earlier. Now, she was hopping in place, insisting on levitation, her expression remarkably earnest. This hardly seemed like mere play. Cheng Xiao was utterly bewildered. How could 2 seemingly normal individuals devolve into such foolishness after a simple meal? She hesitated, glancing at her empty bowl. This was illogical. Could there have been something wrong with the chicken? Upon returning to the kitchen to inspect the ingredients, everything appeared normal. The preparation process had been flawless, and Lin Bingbing had consumed the same dish without incident previously. How peculiar! If the food was indeed safe, then what madness had overtaken them? Meanwhile, on the mountain outside Xinglin town, Isaac, who was in the midst of a brief respite, received an urgent communication from a nearby patrol. Captain, a capture team from the Dragon Kingdom is approaching. In just a few minutes, they will reach our camp. What? Why are they so relentless? Isaac exclaimed, initially anticipating a restful interlude while waiting for the team to return with supplies. Now, they were faced with yet another flight for their lives. He immediately roused those who were either resting on the ground or recharging their cloaked armors, commanding, everyone up. The Dragon Kingdom's capture team is nearly upon us. We must head to the Kingdom of Giants without delay. At the mention of the capture team, a shiver ran through the group, as the overwhelming fatigue they had felt moments before dissipated. They all understood that should they fall into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, they would not be greeted with the comforts of prisoner treatment. Instead, they faced the prospect of relentless torture and suffering, for they had shattered the mirror wall, endangering billions of Dragon Kingdom citizens. Captain, Jack and Susan are still in the town below. One of the team members interjected. However, it was clear that they could not afford to wait for their return. Without hesitation, Isaac declared, I will send a communication to inform them of our situation. We must depart, and they will follow shortly. With that, he and his remaining 4 team members activated their armors and vanished into the forest. In the town, Jack and Susan received Isaac's message and cursed their misfortune. With no time to search for food, they hurried towards the town's exit. However, the capture team had already anticipated their search for provisions. As they raced towards the designated rendezvous point left by Captain Isaac, they were met by a considerable number of Dragon Kingdom's Orange Group members, who had inexplicably appeared around the town's perimeter, accompanied by some rather peculiar containment objects. A peculiar canine creature, devoid of fur, revealed its vast expanse of crimson muscle. Most strikingly, its once elongated muzzle had morphed into an enormous maw capable of gaping open like a cross. As they approached, they also discerned that some of these canines were emanating sparks and flames, resembling the extraordinary mutant dogs from a science fiction film. These aberrant canines possessed an acute sense of smell, capable of detecting even the faintest trace of a disturbance, such as a mere fart, within moments of its occurrence, allowing them to trace the scent with remarkable precision. Moreover, they could differentiate a plethora of odors, rendering any attempts at obfuscation futile. Were it not for their armor, which lacked the aerial capabilities of the Eagle Squad, they would have fled long ago, leaving the Dragon Kingdom-esque capture team with no hope of locating them. Suddenly, under the gaze of the two, one of the mutant dogs appeared to sense something, lifting its head and sniffing the air incessantly. After approximately 4 or 5 seconds, it gradually turned its gaze towards their hiding spot, unleashing a series of feral roars from its gaping maw. In that very moment, the capture team produced a device reminiscent of a gaming console, and after pressing several buttons, one of them exclaimed, "We've located them. They are within the town." As the capture team closed in, Jack cursed vehemently, "Damn, if this continues, they'll inevitably find us. I do not wish to perish here. Stop with the defeatist talk, Jack. If all else fails, we can take a hostage and make our escape." A hostage? Do you believe those relentless lunatics who have pursued us for over a month would care about a hostage? What other options do we have? The town is certainly surrounded. Where can we possibly flee? Considering their predicament, it seemed that taking a hostage was the only viable solution. The Dragon Kingdom's capture team had apprehended their other comrades, utilizing their armor to reverse engineer a device capable of detecting their armored signals. As soon as they activated their armor within a certain radius, they would be locked onto. However, without utilizing their armor for concealment, their foreign appearance would stand out like a beacon in the night. All right, Susan, I shall heed your advice this time. Let us first secure a hostage and then continue our retreat. If discovered, we can use the hostage as a shield. No matter the circumstances, it was preferable to remain proactive rather than awaiting death in place. Once they concluded their discussion, they promptly set off in the direction of retreat, simultaneously searching for a suitable hostage. Captain Su, we have pinpointed 2 of the capture personnel within Xinglin Town. Another team has also been identified and is currently being encircled. Meanwhile, the Border Defense Forces have responded, stating they will reinforce patrols along the borders of the giant Elephant Kingdom. Excellent. At last, we have them firmly in our grasp. Those scoundrels, it's fortunate that General Xiao deployed the Bloodhound unit from the Special Task Force, or else locating them would have proven exceedingly difficult. Days and nights without rest had left Su Haifeng's eyes bloodshot and weary, yet the pent-up tension within him finally began to ease. Now, all that remained was to await their capture. Upon informing the mayor of the situation, he promptly issued a directive to the other residents to return home and refrain from venturing outside. A group of townsfolk, though unaware of the unfolding events beyond their confines, were acutely aware of one irrefutable truth: peril lurked outside. Alas, they have them cornered. Outside a residence, 2 individuals found themselves nearly trapped. Though a clear path into the mountains lay just ahead, it was obstructed by a pack of mutated hounds and apprehenders. Should they dare approach, the ravenous beasts would surely detect their presence and charge forth to ensnare them. Hey, Jack, look at that woman inside. She appears to be a member of the Dragon Country Rescue Organization. At that moment, Susan spotted an unusual figure in the rear courtyard. Upon hearing this, Jack instantly turned his gaze towards the back, where he indeed beheld a woman crouched on the ground, clutching a portable terminal. However, her affiliation remained elusive. Beside her stood a younger girl, and their similar features suggested they were likely sisters. In that instant, their thoughts aligned with remarkable synchronicity. They're the ones. If they could seize them and breach the blockade leading to the mountains, the subsequent course of action would become far more manageable. Chapter 71. Truly Effective. Once Cheng Xiao confirmed that her motivational soup was sound, she returned to the courtyard, intent on seeking clarity. Were the two of them merely engaged in playful antics? Or had they truly lost their senses? It was perplexing. Where had everyone who had just been present suddenly vanished to? The expansive courtyard was devoid of the two individuals. Yet the iron gate remained ajar. Perhaps they had ventured out for some amusement? However, it was baffling that the lively atmosphere had shifted to an eerie silence. The previous sounds of conversation and passing vehicles now conspicuously absent. Even the usual chorus of cats and dogs had fallen silent. Approaching the courtyard, Cheng Xiao peered through the gaps in the iron gate and was startled to see several individuals adorned with the Orange Group insignia, leading peculiar canine creatures as they searched for something. Had she inadvertently revealed her presence? No, that couldn't be right. She had no intention of hiding. So how could there be a notion of exposure? Moreover, Lin Wanqi had assisted her in contacting the headquarters of the containment organization. This indicated that these individuals were not in pursuit of her, but were searching for something else entirely. Could it be that the portal from another realm had descended? Yet, that seemed unlikely. The commotion accompanying such an event would have been impossible to ignore. They had been located at the outskirts of the back mountain. Quickly, everyone, go provide support. Be cautious, they still have hostages. The voices from outside, mentioning hostages and the disappearance of Lin Wanqi, struck a chord with Cheng Xiao. In an instant, she comprehended the situation. The two of them had gone off to witness the spectacle. Cursed be her disbelief. Could those hostages referred to by the Orange Group be none other than them? Driven by a desire for insight, Cheng Xiao donned her invisibility scarf and discreetly trailed these individuals. Damn it, let's go immediately. Otherwise, I will kill them. On the path leading to the back mountain, Jack and his companion confronted the Orange Group personnel, each holding a hostage. In their grasp were Lin Wanqi and Lin Bingbing, taken captive as hostages. Step back. Clear the way for us. We are entering the mountain, Jack shouted. Yet to his dismay, the members of the apprehension team neither yielded nor showed any sign of retreat, their expressions cold as they raised their weapons. It was evident they had no intention of allowing passage, even if it meant the hostages would perish today. She is a member of your containment organization. What is this? Do you truly disregard the lives of your own colleagues? Jack aimed his gun at Lin Wanqi, while using his other hand to lift her arm, which bore a portable terminal, to display her identity. Yet, even this gesture failed to elicit a retreat from the apprehenders. The orders they had received were clear. Under no circumstances were they to allow the opposing party to pass. Even if hostages were involved, if necessary, they could eliminate the hostages without fear of consequence. However, should they allow the hostages to escape for any reason, they would face dire repercussions. Stand down. Seeing the interception team remain unresponsive as more and more individuals closed in around them, Jack and Susan immediately resorted to brutal measures, each gripping a hostage with one hand while pressing their guns firmly against their heads. In that moment, Lin Wanqi and Lin Bingbing felt an overwhelming sense of suffocating dread encircling them. As if sharing a silent understanding, the two women exchanged a glance, each perceiving the fear reflected in the other's eyes. The thoughts of creative power and its applications vanished, replaced by a primal instinct to survive. Lin Bingbing stood frozen, an innocent teenager encountering such a harrowing situation for the first time, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against her temple. The chilling sensation felt akin to ice at sub-zero temperatures, threatening to freeze her thoughts into silence. It was only when the gun was forcefully driven against her temple once more, spurred by the agitation of its holder, that pain jolted her mind into action. A torrent of chaotic thoughts surged within her, all intertwined with a desperate plea for salvation. "Don't make me kill the hostage," Susan shouted fiercely, gripping Lin Bingbing tightly. "Then go ahead and do it," came a chilling response as Su Haifeng and his men arrived, their cold, weary eyes devoid of any compassion for the hostage. The orders from above were clear: life or death. Either execute on the spot or capture alive, with any obstruction to be dealt with swiftly. "But I assure you, if they die, you will be captured alive, and what awaits you will be an even more terrifying torment. If you are willing to release them, I can offer you a swift end." This proclamation felt like a death sentence, silencing Susan and Jack, who understood that the agents from Longwell would undoubtedly follow through on their threats. However, they were left with only one card to play: the hostages. Releasing them offered no guarantee of mercy. "Susan, we can't escape. Since we're doomed regardless, we might as well take someone down with us. Let us not forget the nature of our deeds. The people from Longwell will never let us go, nor will they show us any compassion." The two nodded at each other, as if sealing a pact, and without hesitation pushed their respective hostages forward. They then raised their guns and pulled the triggers. This acted as a signal, igniting a fierce exchange of gunfire. When Lin Wanchi was thrust forward, she stumbled over a stone, screaming as she fell. In that instant, bullets whizzed perilously close to her scalp. Meanwhile, Lin Bingbing was not as fortunate. Susan's first shot struck her chest. In the ensuing crossfire, both sides exchanged bullets, and Lin Bingbing was hit multiple times, blood erupting from her wounds as she collapsed into a crimson pool. As she fell, her head turned toward Lin Wanchi, and the sisters once more locked eyes. Yet this time, the spark of life had faded from Lin Bingbing's gaze, extinguished entirely. "Dead? My sister Lin Bingbing is really dead?" Lin Wanchi's first reaction amidst the gunfire was one of disbelief, her mouth agape as she absorbed the scene before her. It mirrored the moment of Cheng Xiao's demise. The lifeless body of Lin Bingbing emitted a resounding thud before transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing from sight. Had it not been for the pool of blood staining the ground, no one would have known that a corpse had once lain there. Following the ceasefire, Su Haifeng surveyed the two mangled bodies on the ground and ordered their collection for transport back to the headquarters in Magic City. He then approached the still-prone Lin Wanchi. The extraordinary phenomenon of the body's disappearance had not gone unnoticed by him or many others nearby. What was happening? He abruptly pulled the dazed Lin Wanchi to her feet, only to hear her utter a question. Is it successful? Can it truly be used? But why? When there was no effect before. Has it been resurrected? Where's that person? Chapter 72. An unsettling turn of events. It seems she has returned to life. At this moment, Cheng Xiao's figure emerged. The instant he spoke, all gazes converged upon him, as none had anticipated the sudden appearance of a containment entity. Hesitation lingered for merely a second before Su Haifeng exclaimed, "It's a containment entity." Instantly, all weapons were aimed at Cheng Xiao. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Do not fire. Do not fire. We are all allies here," Cheng Xiao hastily clarified. "I am acquainted with your leader, General Zhao Tianyu, am I not? I have even done tasks for him. In essence, we are colleagues." He had no desire to be struck by bullets, despite the possibility of revival. The agony inflicted by those projectiles was undeniably real. He did not possess any peculiar inclination akin to Ace, so why would he court death? Upon hearing this, Su Haifeng was taken aback. This peculiar containment entity actually recognized Zhao Tianyu, a high-ranking official of the Yellow Team. Furthermore, it possessed intelligence and the ability to communicate. This was the first time he had encountered such a containment entity. Consequently, he swiftly utilized the portable terminal on his wrist to scan Cheng Xiao, yet the information displayed merely a profile picture and a name. ID 000, codename Blockhead Cheng Xiao. The containment status indicated not an escape, but rather a mission, marked by 3 prominent characters. The presence of these 3 characters suggested that the individual was engaged in a specific assignment, most commonly a support mission. All other information was restricted due to insufficient clearance. Could it be that General Zhao had dispatched support to prevent them from capturing those American agents? Just as he intended to contact General Zhao for confirmation, a communication came through first. Captain Su, we have cornered them. The location has been synchronized to your terminal. Upon hearing that the last of the fleeing individuals had been surrounded, Su Haifeng was about to instruct them to hold their positions and await backup, when suddenly, horrific screams and the sounds of gunfire erupted through the communication line. What? What is that? It bit my arm. Damn it. They are dead. Kill them. Kill them. Bang. 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 Why won't they die? Why can't we kill them? Mushrooms. Why are they growing mushrooms? Roars, unlike those of any human, accompanied by dull thuds, marked the end of the communication. Furrowing his brow, Su Haifeng struggled to comprehend what the team on the mountain had encountered. The sounds resembled those of beasts. He attempted to reach out again, but the communication line yielded no response. Attempts to contact others met with the same silence. Could it be that they all perished? Was it the work of those American agents? Impossible. If they possessed such capability, why would they still be capturing hostages? They would have escaped long ago. Considering the deadly orders issued from above, he dared not delay, fearing that the remaining American agents might flee to the Great Elephant Kingdom. Thus, he led his contingent of several dozen men toward the address relayed by his team. Seeing them depart, Cheng Xiao promptly donned an invisibility scarf to evade detection by any ordinary onlookers, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Cheng Xiao, the power of creation is now in effect. Due to the unusual circumstances surrounding her sister, Lin Wanqi momentarily set aside the recent kidnapping incident and excitedly addressed Cheng Xiao, who was concealed nearby, sharing her astonishing observation. I saw it too. Lin Bingbing has actually come back to life. I was just contemplating rescuing her, but unexpectedly, the assailant fired with incredible speed, and before we could negotiate, they had already executed her. So, she truly has revived, hasn't she? Lin Wanqi's inquiry seemed to mask her desire to evade the painful reality of her sister's death. Observing the situation, it appeared quite plausible that she had indeed returned to life. Yet, she was not a mere block figure. The specifics eluded my understanding. Lin Wanqi refrained from further commentary. For Cheng Xiao articulated precisely what she feared. Let us return home. Considering the revival point you established while sleeping, it's possible my sister has resurrected there. Cheng Xiao concurred, and the two hastened homeward, coincidentally encountering their grandmother emerging from the house. At the moment of their meeting, the grandmother, visibly anxious, quickly exclaimed, "Oh dear, Chi-Chi, you must check on your sister. She has been home alone, neglecting her online classes and engaging in who knows what mischief. I just returned from the neighboress and found her stuck in bed. Hurry and assist your grandfather in getting her out. I still need to borrow some tools." What a day full of strange occurrences. An abrupt ban, a death on a mountain, and even your Uncle Lin has been acting quite mad, shouting at home. As their grandmother lamented the recent unrest in the small town, she shook her head and proceeded towards the neighbor's house. Cheng Xiao and Lin Wanqi were unconcerned with other matters, but they had indeed heard about Lin Bingbing being trapped in bed. Lin Bingbing is truly alive. She has really returned. Upon ascending the stairs, they found their grandfather wielding a rusty saw, reprimanding Lin Bingbing while sawing the bed frame. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Lin Bingbing was half squatting, wedged between the bed and the frame. What on earth are you doing, child? Why choose such a peculiar game that leads you to get stuck in bed? Lin Wanqi, her shock at her sister's resurrection barely contained, approached her perspiring grandfather. Grandfather, why don't you take a break? I'll figure out how to free Bingbing. Recognizing Lin Wanqi's presence, their grandfather relinquished the saw caught in the wooden frame and descended the stairs to fetch more tools. Once he had left, Lin Wanqi inquired, "Bingbing, you have been reborn?" Cheng Xiao's figure appeared, equally incredulous. Goodness, wasn't he it said that ordinary people cannot wield the power of creation? Older sister, I'm as bewildered as you. One moment I was in darkness, and the next I found myself here, Lin Bingbing replied, pushing against the wooden boards in a futile attempt to extricate herself. Unfortunately, she was wedged too tightly, her face reddening as she exerted all her strength to no avail. "Stay still. I shall assist you." With Cheng Xiao's voice, his block-like right arm manifested a black axe, swiftly striking down upon the bed in rapid succession. The distinction lies in the fact that when Cheng Xiao struck, The bed remained unmarred, yet a multitude of black cracks appeared at a visible pace. Once these fissures reached a certain extent, a resounding pop was heard, and the entire bed erupted into a cascade of brown particles, transforming into a diminutive bed that floated above the ground. With the bed no longer present, Lin Bingbing successfully extricated herself from the large cavity that had ensnared her. Bingbing, no matter what, I'm just relieved that you are safe. Lin Wanshi exhaled a sigh of relief and joyfully embraced Lin Bingbing, only to release her with a hint of apprehension. Just moments ago, I truly thought you had perished. Sister, you must express your gratitude to Cheng Xiao. Had it not been for his strength, I would have indeed met my demise. In response to her revival, Lin Wanshi placed her hands upon Lin Bingbing's shoulders, her gaze earnest and unwavering as she spoke. Bingbing, you must tell me honestly, how did you wield the power of creation at that moment? Why did it not manifest earlier? Meanwhile, at that very moment in Lin Xingjin's abode, the windows were all obscured by curtains. On the pristine white floor lay four friends, their bodies grotesquely disfigured from being devoured. The murky air, illuminated by faint rays of light, was thick with a hazy cloud of spores. In the bathroom of the room, a series of muffled coughs echoed, and with each cough, a dense mist of spores erupted from within.